Chapter 1. This world. Things will be better once you graduate. Things will improve once you start working. Things will be fine once you retire. Life should not be like this. Are you truly living? But others live this way, and they seem to be doing just fine. One must learn to be content. Just because others do it this way, does that make it right? Who are the ones telling you to be content? This world should not be like this. Your Majesty, the time for morning court has arrived. Within the opulent palace, as the sharp voice of a young eunuch echoed, Qin Jue slowly awakened. Like many of his contemporaries, he had traversed realms. There were no trucks or lightning strikes. He simply fell asleep and awoke as the third prince of the so-called Great Yu Dynasty. Under normal circumstances, given the identity of this body, ascending to the throne would have been utterly impossible. However, the present Great Yu Dynasty faced external threats from the northern barbarians and internal strife, with local clans running rampant. The previous emperor, merely in his 40s, at the height of his vigor, abdicated prematurely to flee to the south. The eldest prince, sensing the precarious situation, followed his father into exile, while the second prince, that esteemed brother harbored grand ambitions and devised a series of reform proposals. But alas, he drowned under mysterious circumstances before even ascending the throne. Thus, the imperial crown naturally fell to the seemingly dull and honest third prince. Decay. Qin Jue scoffed as he gazed at the youthful visage reflected in the bronze mirror, a boy of 17 or 18 with sharp brows and starry eyes. Your Majesty, I am here to assist you with your attire. The eunuch, known as Xiao, bent slightly, carefully holding a golden dragon robe. Qin Jue turned, casting a glance at the golden robe, his expression unchanged as he calmly stated, "Bring forth the robe I commissioned a few days ago." Xiao paused, slightly raising his head, "But your Majesty, that robe." He hesitated, for his master had secretly instructed him to have a dragon robe tailored, which could be seen as overstepping, yet given that his master was about to ascend, it seemed inconsequential. However, that robe was black. For over 200 years since the founding of the Great Qin Dynasty, gold had always been revered. What significance did a black dragon robe hold? Wearing it for the inaugural morning court would surely cause chaos. Xiao, how many years have you served me? Qin Jue turned, his tone still devoid of chill. Xiao trembled at the question, sensing that today's third prince was somewhat different. Daring not to look up, he earnestly replied, "Your Majesty, I have accompanied you since the age of 4, and it has been 15 years now. Indeed, 15 years. That is quite a lengthy time. Thus, I shall reiterate, bring me that robe." Qin Jue's voice suddenly softened, but upon hearing this, Xiao was instantly frightened into kneeling. "Yes, your Majesty, I shall fetch it at once." "Thank you for your magnanimity, your Majesty, I." While there may be fools within the palace, these young eunuchs are certainly not among them. As Qin Jue uttered those words, Xiao had already grasped their meaning. Soon after, drenched in sweat, Xiao approached Qin Jue, holding a dark dragon robe before him. This time, he bowed his head even lower. "It is truly exquisite." Qin Jue squinted his eyes, gently caressing the dark dragon robe. "Change attire." Qin Jue was not one to be overly pedantic having arrived in this world. He would embody whatever was fitting for the role. Donning the dragon robe proved to be quite intricate, taking a modern individual a full quarter of an hour to adorn properly. Once Qin Jue was attired in the dragon robe, he stood before the bronze mirror once more, and the reflection revealed a figure imbued with a newfound authority and grandeur. Behind him, Xiao was entranced, as if meeting his master for the first time. In that moment, Qin Jue radiated a regal presence, akin to that of a sovereign seated high above all. Qin Jue gazed into the mirror, satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Let us proceed to court. In the Qin Kuan Hall, the civil and military officials had already gathered, standing solemnly. There was no whispering among them. The expansive hall was enveloped in silence. It was only when Qin Jue, clad in the dark dragon robe, entered that a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Among the officials, several ministers' expressions shifted dramatically, eager to voice their thoughts, but ultimately refraining. It was not until Xiao announced the commencement of the morning court that the officials bowed 3 times and called out "Long live the Emperor," after which the ministers who could no longer contain themselves stepped forward. The first to rise was an elderly man with a scraggly white beard. Notably thin, Qin Jue vaguely recalled him as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. What was his name again? Fu Wenxue? Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Jue wore a somewhat enigmatic expression. Having chosen to don the dragon robe for the morning court, he must have anticipated the ensuing reactions. Does Minister Fu have anything to report? His calm voice resonated throughout the hall, drawing the collective gaze of the officials upon him. These shrewd and cunning ministers sensed an unusual air about Qin Jue today. Fu Wenxue was momentarily taken aback based on his previous encounters with Qin Jue. He expected the emperor to be anxious at this juncture, yet today he seemed indifferent. Suppressing his inner doubts, Fu Wenxue proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, why do you don this dark dragon robe? In the 237 years since the founding of our great Qin, gold has always been deemed the color of honor. Your Majesty's action contravenes propriety." Following Fu Wenxue's words, several other ministers stepped forward, cupping their hands. The rules of etiquette must not be disregarded. Our great Qin places great importance on ritual and education. How will the world perceive your Majesty's actions? Dark colors are ominous. This is a universal consensus. Your Majesty's actions are a great disrespect. I second this opinion. With a rustle, a dozen officials stepped forward, their tones respectful, yet laced with an unmistakable air of confrontation. Ha from the dragon throne, Qin Jue observed everything with a detached demeanor, inwardly smirking. In the present day, the emperor's power in Great Qin had been significantly diminished. Among the officials, factions had formed, and party strife was rampant. The original Qin Jue had never witnessed this firsthand, and had held some doubts, however. Seeing it now, it appeared that this newly ascended emperor, perceived as a mere puppet, was easily manipulated by these ministers. Upon reflection, one might ponder whether ascending to the throne serves merely to facilitate tighter control over others. After all, one's previous demeanor was that of a compliant and unassuming individual. The expressions of the other officials varied while a rare few furrowed their brows. The majority appeared to relish the unfolding spectacle. "Oh, have you finished your discourse?" Qin Jue's tone was neither enthusiastic nor despondent, betraying no sign of panic. This left Fu Wenxue momentarily at a loss. Yet being seasoned in the ways of court, he quickly regained his composure. In an instant, he knelt before the throne, exclaiming loudly, "I beseech your Majesty to don the dragon robe once more." His face radiated determination, feigning a selfless concern for the emperor's welfare. One might mistake him for an exceedingly loyal minister. Nevertheless, Qin Jue remained unmoved, lazily retorting, "What if I choose not to? Then I shall perish on this very throne." Perish? Surely, he could not genuinely intend to take his own life. This was merely a ploy to coerce Qin Jue, while simultaneously enhancing his own prestige and establishing a reputation for candid counsel. To his credit, Fu Wenxue's performance was quite remarkable, his eyes brimming with resolve. Yet inwardly, he anticipated that Qin Jue would soon relent. With that thought, he forcefully bowed his head to the ground. However, after a prolonged silence, Qin Jue did not utter a word. Fu Wenxue cautiously lifted his gaze, only to be met with Qin Jue's amused expression. This elicited a jolt of anxiety within him. "Dear Minister Fu, why must you go to such lengths?" A sigh of relief escaped Fu Wenxue's lips. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, then by all means, do so." Qin Jue's tone turned icy, and upon uttering those words, the hall fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. Fu Wenxue stood paralyzed, at a loss for words. "Your Majesty," he stammered, unsure how to proceed. This was not what he had anticipated. "Why do you not strike your head against the ground? Do you take my words lightly?" Qin Jue's eyes narrowed suddenly. "Guards, since Minister Fu is unwilling to act, I shall assist you." With a clatter, a troop of armored guards burst into the hall. Without hesitation, they seized Fu Wenxue and began to drag him forth. At this juncture, Fu Wenxue finally panicked, vehemently protesting, "I am the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, a first-rank official of the court. How dare you?" His title was grand, yet the guards paid no heed, forcefully propelling him toward the pillar. Thud! Thud! Blood stained the ground, and for a moment, the hall was enveloped in a chilling silence. "Tyrant! Tyrant!" Some murmured under their breath, while others wore dark expressions. And the loyal ministers who previously counseled alongside Minister Fu, you shall join him as well. Qin Jue spoke again, his words as shocking as a thunderclap. The dozen or so officials who had supported Fu Yue's counsel immediately fell into disarray, urgently pleading for mercy. Yet their cries bore no fruit. Soon, the hall was littered with lifeless bodies. As the guards prepared to remove the corpses, Qin Jue interjected, "Leave them in the hall after all. It is my first morning court, and they must at least hear the proceedings to their conclusion." This statement sent a chill through the hearts of the remaining officials. Everyone began to reassess the emperor, the former third prince, who appeared to be utterly different from their previous impressions. "Are there any matters to report, my esteemed ministers?" Qin Jue scanned the hall, and all heads bowed in silence. "Very well. Since there is nothing to report, I have an announcement to make. From this day forth, the name of our nation shall be changed to you. The heavens and the earth shall be encompassed by you, a concept that has transcended time and space." Now that he has arrived and assumed this position, Qin Jue intends to upheave the world. He shall not embody the role of a mere emperor. Yet he comprehends one crucial truth: to kill, to spill blood in torrents, for the world is vast, and he refuses to believe that there are no capable individuals suitable for his cause. He shall not resort to compromise or be ensnared by deceitful machinations. If death is the price to pay, if he must bear the title of tyrant, so be it. With these words from Qin Jue, the court erupted into chaos, a cacophony of disorder. Simultaneously, Qin Jue suddenly found himself in a realm of pure white. Before him, a white jade seal floated serenely in midair. This is Chapter 2. The late arrival of the golden finger. Qin Jue was not flustered. After all, encountering a situation like this, where one traverses realms, was hardly surprising. He first surveyed his surroundings, and then his gaze was drawn to the pristine white royal seal. Without hesitation, Qin Jue reached out and grasped the seal firmly. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind, while the seal transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and entered his body. There was no discomfort. Instead, an indescribable sense of exhilaration washed over him. It felt akin to the legendary process of cleansing one's marrow and refining one's bones. Qin Jue distinctly felt himself growing stronger, as an inexplicable force continuously fortified him from his physical form to his very soul. After a brief interval, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. A formidable aura radiated from him, scattering in all directions. A look of astonishment flickered across his face, quickly followed by an uncontrollable euphoria. "Splendid! Splendid! Splendid!" he exclaimed joyously, laughter erupting from his lips. The previously indifferent glimmer in his eyes was now ignited with vitality. What a remarkable emblem of civilization! Indeed, according to the information relayed by the royal seal, its original name was the emblem of civilization. Only a sovereign of civilization could bind it to themselves. The moment he proclaimed a new title for his nation within the court, the binding conditions were activated. Its capabilities were nothing short of astonishing. First was the passive ability, allowing him to gather the power of civilization within himself. What did this entail? Now, as the ruler of the Dayu kingdom, all the strength of Dayu coalesced within him. The might of Dayu meant that he would grow ever stronger. Furthermore, from the moment he bound himself to the royal seal, Qin Jue was no longer an ordinary mortal. According to the seal's feedback, the current comprehensive national strength of Dayu reflected in him was equivalent to an initial foundation building stage of cultivation. Initial foundation building? Qin Jue furrowed his brow. He was no stranger to this term. Having read numerous tales of cultivation, he knew precisely what these words signified. What puzzled him was why. In a world that ostensibly belonged to the realm of mortals, the gathered cultivation strength aligned with that of the cultivation narrative. Did this imply the existence of cultivators in this world? Looking back 2 millennia, while many folktales spoke of immortal beings, no one had ever witnessed one firsthand. Even during his own traversal, despite perusing countless royal archives, he had yet to uncover any trace of cultivators. It seemed this world was far more complex than he had initially imagined, requiring further preparation. Suppressing his inner doubts, he recognized that these matters could only be unraveled through his own exploration. Next, he examined the seal's second ability, termed blessing, which was indeed remarkable. The host could bestow a blessing upon an individual, granting the recipient 80% of the host's power, while maintaining complete control over the blessed individual. This blessing could also be retracted at any time. Presently, There were only 2 blessing slots available. The royal seal had unlocked just these 2 abilities, but the feedback suggested that many more remained dormant. As for the unlocking conditions, Qin Jue speculated correctly that it would require the continuous enhancement of Dayu's national strength. And national strength encompassed aspects such as livelihood, economy, military, and natural resources. However, one thing set Qin Jue's thoughts apart from others. Originally, he had contemplated creating a significant upheaval, determined that this journey should not be in vain. Now, with such a remarkable golden finger at his disposal, he could finally realize his long-held aspirations. He envisioned a world where every individual in the Great Yu was as formidable as a dragon. He desired for even the most humble commoner to ascend to greatness. He yearned for the citizens of the Great Yu to transform into fierce wolves, rather than meek sheep subjected to the cruelty of their own kin. An insatiable ambition surged within him. Qin Jue's mind was already teeming with a series of plans. To confront external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The so-called influential and treacherous ministers, as well as the clans that had previously rendered him powerless, now found themselves faced with a singular decree: annihilation. He would eradicate these parasites, for he believed there were countless citizens capable of serving his purpose. All schemes, all compromises, were to be cast aside. He would single-handedly dismantle them. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind as Qin Jue's will stirred, and he returned to the court once more. The moment he opened his eyes, the grand hall erupted back into its usual clamor. It seemed as though time outside that mysterious realm had been suspended, a thought that quickly flitted through his mind. As he gazed upon the court, a strange smile graced his lips, causing the officials below to momentarily freeze, their raucous chatter stilled involuntarily. Qin Jue remained the same, yet there was an unmistakable transformation about him. Below, the ever-silent Prime Minister Peng Gao locked eyes with Qin Jue, a tremor coursing through him. He promptly bowed his head, sensing that the Qin Jue of a moment ago, a mad dog of unpredictable actions, had now awakened as a colossal dragon, his mere gaze inflicting sharp pain upon his eyes. What was happening? Peng Gao's expression darkened, the course of events seemingly diverging entirely from his original plans. This new emperor, whom he had so carefully elevated, now eluded his understanding. The other officials shared a similar sentiment. Merely meeting Qin Jue's gaze rendered them mute. Qin Jue's eyes lowered slightly, and following his bond with the imperial seal, he now possessed the cultivation of the initial foundation stage. Although he had yet to test the full extent of his power, it was undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of these mere mortals. As the court fell silent, Qin Jue finally spoke. His tone measured. "Is there anyone opposed to the change of the national title?" The officials exchanged glances. A few hesitated to speak but ultimately held their tongues. With the bodies of Fu Wenxue and several others still present, coupled with the day's peculiar events, no one dared to step forward. Seeing that there was no opposition, he ordered the various departments to commence their tasks. "Within a month, I demand that the new title of the Great Yu be disseminated throughout the realm." He commanded General Yu to accompany him, dismissing the rest of the officials without allowing them a chance to respond. Amidst the assembly, a burly man with a scarred face, who had remained silent since entering the court, was momentarily taken aback by the emperor's summons. Unsure of the reason behind this sudden attention, he nonetheless understood that when the emperor spoke, one simply had to comply. General Yu quietly maneuvered through the crowd, surrounded by an array of curious gazes. Yuzhen, styled Xian Zhao, hails from the illustrious Yu family, who valiantly accompanied the founding emperor in his conquest of the realm. The Yu clan holds considerable prestige within the vast dominion of Dayuo. Typically, one would expect such a formidable lineage to produce a few prodigal sons. However, the Yu family is remarkably exceptional. For over 2 centuries, every descendant has either fallen in battle or succumbed to illness, with not a single notorious wastrel emerging from their ranks. Yuzhen, akin to the historical figure of Yu Fei, stands as one of the few formidable generals in Dayu today, embodying unwavering loyalty through the generations. The Yu Palace, formerly known as the Tianqing Palace, serves as the office of Emperor Qin Jue, who found the original name unappealing and casually altered it. Upon Yuzhen's arrival at the Yu Palace, he found another individual already kneeling before Qin Jue. "Your humble servant pays homage to your Majesty," Yuzhen proclaimed, executing a profound bow. Truthfully, he harbored doubts regarding Qin Jue's capabilities. The emperor's initial morning court session, marked by such brutal measures, seemed uncharacteristic of a wise ruler. Despite his own resentment towards the civil officials, a competent emperor ought to possess cunning and depth. Having just ascended the throne, he lacked any substantial backing. Such a momentary display of power might yield short-term satisfaction. But what lay ahead? As Yu Jun knelt, he sighed inwardly, presuming that this new emperor might soon find himself in dire straits, possibly even meeting an untimely end. Now summoned by the new emperor, Yu Jun surmised the intent behind the call, merely an attempt to win him over. Yet, despite his esteemed position as a general, his military authority had been significantly diminished by the civil officials. Nevertheless, Yu Jun resigned himself to continue serving his family's legacy of loyalty. As for the other kneeling figure before Qin Jue, Yu Jun had never encountered him and had little interest in knowing more. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Qin Jue sipped his tea, allowing the two men to remain on their knees until he placed his cup down and remarked, "Xian Zhao, are you pondering whether I seek to enlist your support against mounting pressures?" The casual tone of Qin Jue's words sent a jolt through Yu Jun's heart. Yet, being a seasoned general, he quickly responded without raising his head, "Your Majesty is too kind. This world belongs solely to you, and there is no need to enlist my assistance." His gaze remained cast downward, obscuring his view of Qin Jue's expression, though he sensed the emperor had risen from his seat. "Indeed, Xian Zhao speaks the truth. This world is mine alone, and I require no external assistance. You may rise." This time, Qin Jue's tone bore a hint of gentleness. Upon hearing this, Yu Jun and the other individual promptly stood. Yu Jun, towering over Qin Jue, was significantly taller, while the other man appeared frail and meek, his demeanor exuding an air of treachery. With heads bowed, they awaited further discourse. Yet, to their astonishment, Qin Jue plopped back down onto his chair, and with a mere flick of his hand, a teacup on the table soared effortlessly into his grasp. Yu Jun and the other man's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with shock. "Ah, General Yu, you truly deserve the title of Daiyu's foremost warrior. Just observing your formidable stature, it would take dozens of men to approach you closely," Qin Jue said in a conversational tone, almost as if they were indulging in idle chatter. However, Yu Jun remained engulfed in astonishment. His mind raced with possibilities. Was it an illusion? A form of acrobatics? Only the concept of conjuring spells was absent, for he had never believed in immortals. Upon hearing Qin Jue's words, Yu Jun suppressed his astonishment and continued, "Your Majesty jest. Our Yu is blessed with formidable generals. I, a mere soldier, would not dare to claim such an honor." Unexpectedly, Qin Jue responded with a disdainful smile. "If I declare it, then it is so." He then shifted the conversation. "Now, enlighten me about the current state of Dayu. You have long guarded the borders, and your insights are more trustworthy than those of the civil officials. To speak frankly, I am not your father." Qin Jue's somewhat cryptic remarks left Yu Jun puzzled, yet after a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, the situation in Dayu is indeed grave. The northern tribes are advancing southward, and that pretender to the throne has seized the north, claiming to be the Daizhong. In recent years, things have been somewhat stable, but under the reign of the retired emperor, they frequently harassed the southern territories, causing immense suffering for the border populace. The border troops are a mixed lot. With very few capable soldiers, morale is low." Yu Jun glanced at Qin Jue's expression, clenched his teeth, and continued, "Moreover, there is a severe shortage of provisions. The border soldiers can barely fill their bellies, let alone engage in warfare. The borders are extensive, making defense inherently challenging, yet within the military, there are those who secretly communicate with the northern tribes, trafficking arms and falsely claiming victories over the innocent. Some mercenaries even act with arrogance, obeying orders only when they please. The so-called victory at Huanyuan 3 years ago did not result in the slaughter of many northern tribesmen. Most of the casualties were innocent civilians from the border, falsely credited as triumphs. The southern pirates are rampant, and the Japanese marauders frequently land to pillage. Surrounding smaller nations are fickle, outwardly paying tribute to Dayu while covertly colluding with the northern tribes. Indeed, many among the northern tribes' forces are from those smaller nations." As Yu Jun spoke, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were ablaze with fury, particularly at the recollection of the Battle of Huaguan, which had been orchestrated by one of his subordinates, of which he was initially unaware. Upon learning the truth, he had executed that officer on the spot. However, during that tumultuous time, Deqian was on the brink of collapse, and everyone hoped for a decisive victory to boost morale. The incident was swept under the rug. It was uncertain whether the retired emperor was aware, but it ultimately became a celebrated triumph. He, however, was reassigned to the capital for executing a loyal officer, a mercy granted due to the long-standing loyalty of the Yu family, Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Upon finishing his account, Yu suddenly knelt on the ground. Speaking earnestly, many of my brethren were implicated. I implore your majesty to rectify this injustice. Qin Jue took another sip of tea, remarking, truly, the situation is dire. He scratched the surface of the tea bowl, his tone nonchalant. Rise, if what you say is true, I shall indeed grant you justice. Yu bowed several times. Every word I have spoken is the truth. Should I have concealed anything, may heaven and earth condemn me. Whether it is true or not, I possess means to ascertain. Qin Jue paused. Xiang Jiao, do you believe in the existence of immortals? Immortals? Yu, now standing, furrowed his brow. Previously, I was a skeptic. However, after witnessing your majesty's prowess, I have come to believe. His tone was resolute. Ha. Excellent. Qin Jue suddenly burst into laughter. Then I ask you, if I were to grant you immortality, how long would it take to pacify the northern tribes and conquer the Four Corners? Qin Jue's words caused Yu heart to skip a beat. His eyes widened in astonishment, and a parched sensation surged within him. Your Majesty, I demand a precise number. 2 years. Yu voice echoed with resolute strength. Very well. Qin Jue rose and approached Yu. Do not resist. As he spoke, his large hand pressed firmly upon Yu head. Bestow blessings. Instantly, Yu felt a warm stream surging into his body. An overwhelming sensation of euphoria almost escaping his lips. He sensed it. He was growing stronger, a power beyond articulation, incomprehensible to him. The moment of blessing was fleeting, lasting barely 5 minutes. Yet, as Qin Jue withdrew his hand, a terrifying wave emanated from Yu, expanding outward. This invisible pressure spread throughout the imperial palace, enveloping the entire capital city. At that moment, all mortals in the capital felt a sudden jolt, as if an invisible hand compelled them to kneel. Fortunately, this sensation was as swift to dissipate as it was to arrive. Within the imperial palace, Yu stood in a daze, somewhat bewildered. He felt the tumultuous power within him, a mix of intoxication and surrealism. The strength was indescribable, completed the Qi refinement great perfection. Qin Jue squinted as he assessed Yu, the information relayed to him by the imperial seal. He himself was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. But Yu strength at the great perfection was commendable. Your Majesty's grace is beyond my ability to repay. Yu, regaining his senses, choked back his words, unsure of how to articulate his gratitude, and could only bow repeatedly. Simply fulfill the task I have entrusted to you. This is merely the beginning. The bestowed blessing was indeed, as the imperial seal indicated, what the blessed one aspired for. Even their life lay within their own thoughts. Yu spoke no falsehood. His heart had indeed yearned for loyalty to the nation. Very well, you may withdraw. Bid farewell to your family. Tomorrow you shall head to the border. Remember my words. I care not for your methods, nor for how many you must slay. I only desire results. This nation is too decayed. It is time for a complete renewal of blood. Qin Jue left these profound words as he dismissed Yu from the imperial palace, then turned his gaze toward another individual. Go heir, do you know why I seek you? Chapter 4. The Jinui, I do not know, your majesty, Go heir replied, lowering his head in respectful humility, his tone tinged with unmasked excitement. An immortal, such an unattainable concept. He was an orphan, discovered by Qin Jue during his childhood escapades. He had grown up alongside Qin Jue. Unlike Xiao Liuzi, Go heir had always been solitary and somewhat melancholic, yet he possessed a singular virtue, unwavering obedience, executing Qin Jue's commands without fail. Observing Go heir's docile demeanor, Qin Jue smiled. The Great Yu faces not only external forces lurking in the shadows, but also internal corruption. Greedy officials, clans, bandits, and displaced people. I am preparing to establish a new department, to be named. Qin Jue's eyes narrowed with a sudden spark of mischief. The Jinui. With decisive action preceding communication, the imperial authority grants privileges solely accountable to me. From scrutinizing the royal relatives and officials to managing all rebellious elements within the realm. This power is boundless. As Qin Jue spoke, the dog suddenly raised its head, an expression of sheer astonishment etched upon its features. Merely hearing these words stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. Was this authority not excessively expansive? Yet, one must not rejoice prematurely, for at times overwhelming power may not be a blessing. Qin Jue approached the bronze mirror, gazing quietly at his reflection. This position shuns the light, signifying a life eternally dwelled in shadows. Furthermore, should any of my subordinates dare to cross my boundaries, I shall solely remember you. Qin Jue. Like Yu Zhen, I grant you 2 years. Within 1 year, I expect to see an intelligence network sprawling across the entire realm. Within 2 years, I demand the eradication of all clans and rebellious elements from DU. Can you accomplish this? The air fell silent, and Qin Jue's eyes flickered before he knelt deeply. I am but a humble servant, prepared to face any death. Excellent. Ha. Qin Jue laughed heartily, stepping forward to bestow blessings upon him once more. Soon after, Qin Jue rose, akin to the recently departed Yu Zhen. The changes within him and the excitement in his heart rendering him speechless. I vow to become your Majesty's sharpest blade. To transcend the mundane and achieve immortality is the ultimate aspiration of every mortal, and Qin Jue is no exception. Being sharp is not merely a matter of words. I anticipate your performance, my inaugural commander of the Jinui, Qin Jue. As Qin Jue departed, the vast imperial palace lay in emptiness. Qin Jue gazed up at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought. Currently, there are only 2 positions for bestowal, one external and one internal. This is the best strategy he could conceive. The enhancement of the imperial seal and the unlocking of additional functionalities necessitate an elevation in the comprehensive national strength of DU. Perhaps, when he thoroughly unifies the surrounding mortal realms and eradicates the corruption within DU, the seal shall reveal astonishing surprises. Meanwhile, as Qin Jue conferred blessings upon 2 individuals and contemplated the future, within a high-ranking official's residence in the capital, a gathering of esteemed guests filled the room, with none present beneath the 3rd rank. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. The new emperor has hidden himself well. Who would have thought we were deceived all these years? With the tragic demise of Lord Fu and the assassination of numerous officials, many of whom hail from our hometown of Qin Jue, this matter cannot simply be resolved. A righteous-looking middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, surveying his surroundings. It matters not. It was merely an unexpected blow. This new emperor exhibits erratic and tyrannical behavior, failing to embody the qualities of a wise ruler. Reflecting on the words of our esteemed Qian's founding emperor, ministers ought to be concerned for the realm and dare to speak candidly. Throughout history, governance has been a shared endeavor between scholars and emperors, and it is our folly to have elevated a fool to the throne. Yet, it is not too late. What is Lord Huang's intention? To disseminate today's court affairs. Lord Fu was indeed a paragon for scholars across the land, a matter that requires no further elaboration, I presume. Manipulating public opinion has become second nature for them. The DU clan can be said to monopolize knowledge. Even the original selection of talents for the Qin Dynasty lacked any form of imperial examination, relying instead on a system of recommendations. This resulted in a court filled with officials, 9 out of 10 of whom belonged to that clan. The founding emperor of Qin recognized this issue and sought to alter the situation. Although he achieved some success, it was minimal. The common folk remained ignorant, unable to afford education, and only a greater number of impoverished scholars emerged. However, these so-called impoverished individuals essentially still belonged to the clan category. Yet, if this alone could not compel the new emperor to yield, an official in the corner remarked that the emperor's performance in court today did not bode well. It was entirely lacking in structure. The one who proposed a solution, Lord Huang, chuckled coldly. It would not be surprising if a fire were to break out in this dilapidated palace. He then inquired about the absence of Chancellor Peng that day. Upon hearing Lord Huang's words, he realized a significant presence was missing. For some unknown reason, Chancellor Peng had suddenly fallen ill and was unable to rise from bed, as reported by the servants from his residence. I see. Lord Huang's eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Then let us pay him a visit another day. Chancellor Peng is the backbone of our Spring Bamboo faction. It would be unfortunate if anything were to happen to him. The Spring Bamboo faction was predominantly a coalition of clan forces from the Jiangnan region. Prior to Qin, the northern barbarians had nearly occupied the entire north, forcing the original clans to migrate southward. These prominent clans established an academy in Jiangnan named Spring Bamboo Academy, a revered institution often regarded as a sacred place of learning for scholars across the realm. The officials emerging from Spring Bamboo Academy united in the court, forming what is known as the Spring Bamboo faction. The situation within DU was dire. The emperor's edicts rarely reached beyond the 3 provinces surrounding the capital, let alone the several provinces in Jiangnan. While it could not be said that every official in Jiangnan was a member of the Spring Bamboo faction, it was estimated that 90% were, creating an impenetrable stronghold. In addition to the Spring Bamboo faction, there existed another formidable party within the court, This faction consisted of clans that had not migrated south when the north had yet to be reclaimed, as well as the nobility who had fought alongside the founding emperor. They referred to themselves as the Orthodox Party. As the name implies, they considered themselves the rightful clan. Although their positions in the court were few, they occupied 4 of the 6 ministries, and while the nobility often lacked real power, their high status was nonetheless a considerable malignancy. In contrast to the Spring Bamboo faction, the Orthodox Party currently adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The narrative of defending against external threats while stabilizing internal order would not extend beyond 30 chapters, unfolding through dual storylines. With the protagonist, Qin Jue, playing a minimal role. After all, as the emperor, it would be beneath his dignity to intervene directly. In Chapter 5, Confucian Scholar, Qin Jue remained oblivious to the schemes of the Spring Bamboo faction against him. Even if he were aware, he would not care. In fact, he welcomed the reckless antics of those who were unaware of their impending doom, as it would allow him to capture them all in one fell swoop. The following days were remarkably tranquil. The morning court sessions seemed to have returned to their former state, with the officials generally bowing their heads in compliance, methodically reporting various matters. Though Qin Jue is a man of modernity, he has swiftly acclimated to the identity of an emperor. The mountain of memorials piled before him can be resolved with a mere glance, given his foundational cultivation level. The remainder of his time is dedicated to the relentless exploration of his enigmatic golden finger. While he possesses formidable power, he is devoid of any arcane arts. Within the confines of the imperial palace, Qin Jue sits cross-legged, a gentle halo of light swirling around his form, exuding an aura of sanctity. Or perhaps, these abilities remain locked away. In recent days, he has taken the opportunity to assess his prowess. At the initial stage of foundation establishment, his mere presence can exert pressure sufficient to extinguish the lives of mortals. Furthermore, he has already developed a form of consciousness that envelopes the entire palace. As for his destructive capabilities, they are nothing short of astounding. Without any spells to aid him, relying solely on what one might call spiritual power, he can effortlessly lift massive stones weighing hundreds of tons. Should he unleash his full potential, he could decimate the entire city of 1,000,000 souls within the span of a single incense stick. Uncertain of the depth of his foundation establishment in this mortal realm, Qin Jue ponders for a moment before rising. Outside, he hears the anxious voice of Xiaoyozi calling out, "Your Majesty, dire news." A multitude of scholars has gathered outside the palace in protest, demanding an explanation from you. Scholars, regardless of the era, wield considerable influence. The sight of over 1,000 scholars besieging the palace marks an unprecedented event since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor emperor. It is no wonder that Xiaoyozi is flustered. For others, this might indeed be a source of great concern. However, Qin Jue is no ordinary individual. His expression remains unperturbed as he replies calmly, "I am aware." Xiaoyozi, taken aback by Qin Jue's reaction, opens his mouth as if to say more, yet ultimately refrains. He can only acknowledge and respectfully withdraw. A cold smile creeps upon Qin Jue's lips. It appears that it is time to eliminate a few troublemakers. As he observes Xiaoyozi depart, he smirks, knowing precisely who orchestrated this disturbance. Such tactics, however, are far too rudimentary for him. With a flicker of thought, at a secret location within the capital, Qin Jue hears Qin Jue's voice resonate in his mind. "There are disturbances outside the palace. You shall address them within 3 days. Regardless of the means, uncover the instigators behind this." As he instructs his subordinates, a stern expression crosses Qin Jue's face, quickly replaced by a cruel smile. He surveys his emotionless aides and remarks with an unusual tone, "I did not anticipate that our newly formed Jinui would attract the attention of such reckless individuals. Let us proceed. It is time to get to work." Since receiving a blessing from Qin Jue, Qin Jue has diligently begun to assemble the Jinui. In just a few days, the ranks have swelled beyond 100 members, and their intelligence network is capable of monitoring the capital with relative ease. Intriguingly, most of the members Qin Jue selected are orphans or death row inmates, with only a few drawn from the military. The orphans, predominantly young, are secretly trained in concealed locations. Clad in the flamboyant attire of the Jinui, Qin Jue strides confidently toward the palace. In the rear, a dozen or so members of the first generation of the Jinui stood silently, gripping their embroidered spring sabers tightly as they followed closely behind. Their presence exuded a certain imposing aura. Although Qin Jue claimed he could not bear the light, it was not entirely true. Rather, the tasks he undertook were simply arduous and unsavory. As Qin Jue and his entourage majestically approached the palace, the scene before them appeared rather peculiar. Before the palace stood over 1,000 scholars, each with red cloth strips tied around their heads, sitting quietly in meditation. Their faces bore expressions of resolute determination. The guards responsible for maintaining order exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. These scholars had settled down in silence, and attempts to disperse them had proven futile. Compounded by the palace's delay in issuing orders, the guards found themselves at a loss. As another group of individuals clad in unusual attire, exuding an impressive presence, advanced towards them, the guards' tension escalated. Even some of the scholars turned their gazes towards Qin Jue and his companions. "Who are you?" "This is a restricted area of the palace. Halt your advance," the leading guard asserted, demonstrating commendable diligence. Despite the intimidating demeanor of Qin Jue's group, he maintained his sense of duty. However, Qin Jue merely glanced at the guard captain and replied coolly, "By decree of His Majesty. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Qin Jue." "Qin Jue?" The guard captain was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this unfamiliar department. Yet, upon observing the attire of these individuals, which indeed resembled modified official robes, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, another guard, recognizing Qin Jue, quietly inquired, "Pardon me, are you Lord Qin?" The guard's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. To his surprise, Qin Jue responded, "You know me?" "Indeed, it is you, Lord Qin. I once caught a distant glimpse of His Majesty before he ascended the throne, and you were by his side at that time." The guard's tone shifted to one of deference upon realizing he was addressing someone close to the emperor. Although he had not previously heard of the Qin Jue, he surmised it to be a newly established department, led by a trusted confidant of the emperor, with boundless prospects ahead. "You have a good memory," Qin Jue remarked, casting a favorable glance at the guard. "Would you be interested in serving in the Qin Jue?" Taken aback for a moment, the guard quickly replied, Yes, I would be honored." A newly formed department was surely in need of personnel, and if he could secure a position now, he would have opportunities for advancement in the future, provided he did not make any mistakes. Unbeknownst to him, the opportunity presented today was exceedingly rare, nor could he fathom the magnitude of his future accomplishments. Upon realizing the significance of the person before him, the guard captain immediately adopted a tone of humility, bowing respectfully before hastily stepping aside. After this brief interlude, Qin Jue shifted his gaze to the dark mass of scholars below. A smile crept across his lips, yet his eyes grew increasingly frigid. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Jue, the appointed commander of the Qin Jue by His Majesty. I grant you half a stick of incense worth of time to explain why you have gathered here in such uproar." At the forefront, a gaunt scholar, adorned in somewhat opulent attire, raised his head and met Qin Jue's gaze without an ounce of trepidation. He articulated each word with conviction. "Lord Fu is universally acknowledged as a master of Confucianism, yet he was cruelly slain by the emperor for his candid counsel. We, as scholars, though devoid of official titles, remain deeply concerned for the world. Today, we gather here to seek justice for Lord Fu and implore the emperor to cease his acts of slaughter, to become a wise ruler." This individual, exuding an audacity that befits a scholar, possessed a certain noble spirit. Alas, Qin Jue's cold smirk intensified, and his already deep voice now resonated with an even more chilling undertone. "Is the emperor someone you corrupt Confucians dare to critique?" "Huh." With a sweeping gesture, he coldly commanded, "Seize the leaders among them, imprison the rest in the imperial dungeons." Chapter 6, Capture. "Any who dare resist shall be met with lethal force." Though his voice was not loud, the frigid decree echoed distinctly in the ears of every scholar present. Chaos erupted instantaneously, yet the leading scholar, exhibiting a measure of courage, swiftly turned and bellowed, "Fear not, everyone. Outside the palace, beneath the emperor's feet, what audacity does this dog official possess to unleash a massacre? We advocate for the people. What does it matter if we die?" His words had a palpable effect, and the previously tumultuous scene quickly stabilized. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered among some, particularly those covertly orchestrating the chaos with spies embedded among the crowd. Regrettably, they had underestimated the newly ascended Emperor Qin and the ruthless nature of Qin Jue, the inaugural commander of the Qin Jue. Upon the issuance of Qin Jue's orders, a dozen Qin Jue, unwavering and resolute, surged into the throng of scholars like wolves among sheep, blades drawn. It was at this moment that the gravity of the situation became apparent. The dog official was indeed serious. The leading scholar could no longer maintain control. and any who dared to flee or resist were swiftly dispatched by the ferocious Qin Jue, each strike claiming a life. Blood painted the floor, and the scene unfolded like a hellish purgatory, a sight these scholars had never before witnessed. Panic ensued, their spirits shattered, rendered as immobile as statues. The leader, overwhelmed by fear, unconsciously swallowed hard, muttering repeatedly, "How dare you? How dare you?" Then, succumbing to sheer terror, he fainted. Once presumed a stalwart figure, he had revealed his fragility. Observing the fallen leader with a scornful gaze, Qin Jue disdainfully stepped upon him. A dozen Qin Jue sought to capture 1,000 scholars. While this seemed a fantastical endeavor, one must not forget that Qin Jue was no ordinary man. As a practitioner of the highest realm of Qi refinement, he merely released a trace of his aura, causing the 1,000 scholars to feel as though lead weighed heavily upon their limbs, rendering them incapable of escape. For cultivators, the disparity in power against mere mortals was a devastating blow. "You lot, cease your watching and lend a hand." Qin Jue inclined his head slightly towards the dozen guards at the entrance. The carnage did not last long. After claiming nearly 100 fierce resistors among the scholars, the remaining ones resigned themselves to their fate. They stood like lambs awaiting slaughter, no longer inclined to flee. However, a few scholars still attempted to resist, loudly proclaiming connections to influential figures, and some even tried to bribe Qin Jue. It was truly a lamentable situation. Before any formal inquiries had commenced, a multitude of individuals had already emerged. Qin Jue smiled, a grin that exuded an unsettling aura. "You, take note of the names of those ruffians who were just shouting," Qin Jue instructed, gesturing towards a recently allied guard of the Qin Jue. As the attempts to intimidate and bribe proved futile, these scholars felt a profound sense of despair. Those who had been the loudest now harbored an ominous premonition. Once the matter was concluded, Qin Jue led a formidable procession of Qin Jue, herding several hundred scholars like dogs towards the prison of edicts. This facility, located at the westernmost edge of the capital, had only recently been established. Such a grand assembly naturally traversed the heart of the city. The brazen display of authority frightened many commoners, prompting them to hastily retreat to their homes. Before long, this incident reverberated throughout the capital, the news spreading far and wide. My lord, a calamity has befallen us." In the tranquil courtyard of the Huang residence, Lord Huang was leisurely sipping tea and engaging in poetic discourse with friends when a sudden outcry shattered the serene atmosphere. Lord Huang, known as Huang Litian, held the esteemed position of left deputy censor in the imperial court, a genuine second-rank official with significant powers of oversight and impeachment. He was greatly displeased with the butler's flustered demeanor, who was now sweating profusely. With deliberate calmness, Lord Huang set down his teacup and admonished, "Butler, how many times must I remind you? One must not act in such a hasty manner. What could possibly constitute a great calamity? Has the northern savages invaded the capital? Has the new emperor passed away? If it were the latter, it might even be a blessing." Huang Litian jested, eliciting laughter from his companions. However, they were acutely aware that privately criticizing the emperor was a grave offense punishable by death. Yet, it was clear that Lord Huang did not seem particularly concerned. After taking another sip of tea, his expression turned slightly grave. "It seems those scholars have encountered trouble, have they not? Qin Jue possesses a measure of skill, yet it matters little. With so many scholars, he would surely not dare to act against them. Perhaps in a fit of rage, he merely dismissed them all? That would be quite commendable, for the leader of those scholars is quite obstinate, and if Qin Jue has the capability to disperse them, it speaks to his own prowess." Confident in his deductions, Huang Litian spoke with unhurried composure. Meanwhile, Butler He, witnessing his master's nonchalance, felt a surge of desperation, nearly moved to tears. He disregarded any notions of decorum and exclaimed, "No, my lord. All those scholars have been captured by the Qin Jue. Many have perished, slain right at the palace gates by those very Qin Jue. It is said they are to be taken to the prison of edicts for interrogation. Among them are several of our own spies." Seizing the opportunity to convey the unfolding events, Butler He hastily relayed all that had transpired. Upon hearing everything, Huang Litian and his companions were left in stunned silence. The teacup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering with a resounding crash. Huang Litian's expression contorted as countless questions raced through his mind. What is the Qin Jue? What manner of place is the prison of edicts? How had he remained unaware of these matters? However, it is evidently not the time for such reflections. He hastily inquired. Those spies were said to have poison in their mouths. How could they possibly be captured? Huang Litian seized The steward, by the collar, his voice laced with severity. I do not know. I truly do not know. He lamented, tears streaming down his face. I thought those spies were dead. Yet I spied from afar the very spies you dispatched, mingling among the hundreds of Qin Jue as they paraded through the streets. He, the steward, was overwhelmed with fear, for he was chiefly responsible for these arrangements, and now, should calamity arise, he would be the first to face the consequences. How could he not be terrified? Upon hearing this, Huang Litian's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. You may leave, he stated to he, his tone flat and devoid of warmth. The steward, his mind a tumult of confusion, instinctively bowed low, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord, thank you. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling gaze had settled in Huang Litian's eyes. Once the steward departed, Huang Litian resumed his seat and spoke in a low tone. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? Aside from him, there were 4 others in the elegant hall, all compatriots with whom he shared a profound bond. Their expressions had also been grim in recent days. One pondered aloud. The most critical matter now is not to succumb to panic. We have not yet reached a point of despair. Even if those spies divulge our identities, we can adamantly deny it. We are all officials of the court, supported by our families, as long as the new emperor is not a fool. He will not dare to act against us. As soon as he finished speaking, another interjected with a cold laugh. Lord Liu, the ruthlessness of the new emperor far exceeds our expectations. While your observations are valid, I fear he may not adhere to conventional tactics. Our immediate course of action must be to ensure the demise of those spies. We should incite a fire within the palace, to instill fear in the new emperor and demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. At this juncture, Huang Litian added, even if those spies are interrogated, it will take some time. We must swiftly contact our clans for support. It is time to apply pressure on the new emperor. Does he not have a brother with whom he shares a close bond? Let us incite that fire. Qin Jue, a mere child of no consequence, lacking any substantial backing, believes he can contend with us? Does he truly think that murder will resolve these issues? Chapter 7. No need for justification in your demise within the imperial prison. Qin Jue donned the attire of a flying fish, standing upright with an air of authority. He meticulously scrutinized the confession scroll in his hands, his expression unyielding. The interrogations proceeded with remarkable ease. For someone of his celestial caliber, it required only a modicum of effort for these criminals to divulge all they knew. The list of officials included the left deputy minister, the minister of rights, the deputy minister of justice, and the minister of imperial horses. Gazing upon this roster, he noted that not a single individual was below the 3rd rank, and many wielded considerable power. Besides these high-ranking officials, a significant faction of the hundreds of scholars also possessed considerable influence. The list was densely packed, covering an entire page. While Qin Jue could not assert that every name on this list was entirely accurate, he was confident that 99% could not escape culpability. Sir, these hundreds of scholars were largely incited. What do you think? A member of the Jinhui cautiously inquired, considering the numerous Confucian scholars present. The power behind them was not to be underestimated. How can one claim to be a learned individual while remaining oblivious to reason? For now, let us detain them. The method of their disposal shall be determined by His Majesty. Carefully securing this confession, Qin Jue casually responded, just as he intended to meet with Qin Jue. The voice of Qin Jue echoed once more in his mind. I am already aware of the situation on your end. Deploy all your men and seal off the capital. Capture every individual on the list, regardless of who they are. As for those Confucian scholars, the flood in the Mang River shall lead them to be conscripted for labor in the future. The authoritative words rendered Qin Jue solemn, and he respectfully nodded towards the air. He then relayed Qin Jue's commands verbatim. Those around him were struck with astonishment, yet the man, a Jinhui guard, was particularly alarmed. Murmuring to himself, what immense power! A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. The moon hung high in the sky, and after the extraordinary parade earlier that day, the capital had returned to an eerie tranquility. Yet this calm was unnervingly ominous, as if a storm were brewing. The Jinhui's actions to seal off the capital were not conspicuous, but they did not escape the eyes of those so-called court officials. Within the Huang residence, Huang Litian paced restlessly. His unease grew ever more pronounced. It was the first time in many years that events unfolded entirely contrary to his plans. Originally, he had intended to orchestrate a fire in the palace, yet all the palace maids and eunuchs he had arranged to be within had gone missing, and even the spies he dispatched could not be reached. They had alternative plans in place, knowing that 3 guards were stationed in the capital, their military power under their control. They had envisioned inciting a rebellion among these troops, but now they could not contact the individuals they had placed within the 3 guards. It was as if he had been blinded. By the time he realized something was awry and sought to leave discreetly, the Qin Jue had already completed their takeover of the capital. What was that little wretch planning? Did he truly intend to kill us? How could that be? How dare he? Huang Litian was perplexed. If he were to meet an untimely demise, what could Qin Jue gain other than momentary satisfaction? He had no military power and no backing. If he were to perish, the clans in Jiangnan would undoubtedly unite in revolt, especially considering that the former emperor and the original crown prince were now in Jiangnan. They could even restore the former emperor to power, seize control of Jiangnan, and march against the capital, a threat not to be taken lightly. He could not believe that Qin Jue would overlook such matters. Where, then, did Qin Jue derive his confidence? Or was he simply a madman? No, he could not remain idle. Stopping in his tracks, Huang Litian hastily called for his servants, donned a coarse linen robe, and disguised himself before attempting to slip out under the cover of night. However, as he opened the door of the Huang residence, he was met by 5 Qin Jue clad in their distinctive flying fish attire, standing silently outside. "Master Huang, where are you planning to go?" they inquired mockingly. "Oh dear. Master Huang, as a second-rank official of the court, why are you dressed so poorly? If someone were to witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe that we, the officials of the court, are being mistreated by the likes of you to you." Qin Jue leaned casually against the grand entrance, his feet resting upon the lifeless body of a guard from the Huang residence. "Who are you?" he demanded with a tone of authority. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your trespass into the residence of a court official at this hour?" Huang Litian did not respond to Qin Jue's taunts. Instead, he maintained a serious demeanor and asserted his official authority with a commanding voice. "Ah, how impressive, Lord Huang. Your display of power is quite grand," Qin Jue retorted. "As for our identities, we act with the emperor's mandate, under the auspices of the esteemed Qin Jue. I am but a humble servant, the inaugural commander of the Qin Jue. Qin Jue, you may not have heard of us, but fear not. After tonight, our name will echo far and wide. As for our intentions, I trust you are already aware of them." With a smile that faded into a predatory gaze, Qin Jue surveyed the individuals within the Huang residence. Huang Litian, upon hearing this, remained silent, his eyes narrowing. "You underestimate me, sir. Do you truly believe that a mere 5 of you can apprehend me?" In the brief exchange, he had already discerned the absence of any additional allies outside of Qin Jue and his cohort. "Ah, but you misunderstand, Lord Huang. To be precise, one suffices," Qin Jue stated as the guards surrounding them brandished their weapons. He leisurely drew his embroidered spring blade and inquired, "Are you not curious from where the emperor derives the confidence to hold you accountable?" With a graceful flick of his blade, a mist of milky white energy sliced through the air, causing the once menacing guards to feel a chilling sensation at their throats. One by one, their heads fell to the ground with a series of dull thuds, executed with nonchalance. Huang Litian's pupils dilated in shock, his body collapsing to the ground as he could only utter a single word in disbelief. "Do you see, Lord Huang? This night belongs to your residence and your so-called Chunju party. Soon, your family, the Luoyang Huang clan, and indeed all clans across Jiangnan will face the emperor's reckoning, one by one. Conspiracy? Huh. You shall never discern whom you truly oppose. The Huang residence, its female members consigned to the brothels, and the males castrated to serve as laborers alongside the scholars, would face a grim fate. As for you, Lord Huang, rest assured, you may yet linger for a few more days. The emperor intends to select an auspicious day to rid the marketplace of you pests." Though Qin Jue initially contemplated exterminating them all, he reconsidered, deeming it a waste and preferring to employ them to his advantage. Yes, at his command. The 4 Qin Jue surrounding him advanced, their expressions cold as they stormed into the Huang residence. Qin Jue turned away from the unfolding chaos, gazing skyward with a smile gracing his lips. What will the future of DU hold? How fortunate I am to witness it. Truly a life well spent. Chapter 8. The court this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Though the Qin Jue had only recently been established, their numbers had scarcely surpassed 100. With Qin Jue present, apprehending mere mortals was an effortless task. That night, the capital was engulfed in anxiety, with countless doors of court officials violently breached, including those of several royal relatives. Originally, Qin Jue intended to wait for these rats to surface gradually, but upon reflection, He deemed it more advantageous to seize the moment and capture them all at once. What were the Chunsa-Tang, the Zhengdang, or the royal kin to him? Regrettably, his adoptive father and brother were not in the capital. Otherwise, they too would have been apprehended. The arrests continued throughout the night, cries of chaos echoing through the city. It was only as dawn broke that this operation to cleanse the capital of its vermin gradually came to a close. On the following day, during the morning court assembly, Qin Jue sat atop the dragon throne, appearing unfazed. Below him, the once crowded hall now seemed eerily deserted. The civil and military officials were reduced by more than half, and those remaining were akin to quails, huddling with their heads bowed, too fearful to raise their gazes. The silence was palpable, almost chilling. Even when Xiao Liuji called for the assembly, not a single individual dared to step forward. If there were matters to present, they could do so. If not, they were to withdraw. Qin Jue lowered his gaze, surveying the empty hall. After a prolonged pause with no response, just as he prepared to conclude the assembly, an elderly man, hair white and appearing nearly 80, trembled as he stood and knelt before him. "What business do you have, Minister Ma?" Qin Jue inquired. This elder, Ma Zhonghua, was the third-rank deputy minister of revenue, notable for his humble origins and 3 decades of service in the court, regardless of whether he was a clean official. At the very least, he had not engaged in factionalism, which was a rarity. Ma Zhonghua respectfully bowed before speaking with some effort. "Your Majesty, last night the Jinyue conducted a widespread arrest of court officials, leading to the vacancy of many positions and the near paralysis of several institutions. If new officials are not appointed, the court may descend into chaos." Ma Zhonghua refrained from uttering a single word against Qin Jue. It was unclear whether his motives stemmed from self-interest or genuine concern for the state. Nevertheless, this was indeed a pressing issue for the court. In truth, Qin Jue pondered a significant question: what method should be employed for the selection of officials? This world was intriguing, resembling a blend of the late Ming and Southern Qi dynasties. The positions held by the court officials bore a striking resemblance to those in the Ming dynasty. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the Daqian dynasty still adhered to a somewhat archaic recommendation system. Furthermore, Confucianism, with its deeply entrenched roots, prevailed in this realm. Qin Jue held a disdain for Confucianism, viewing it as excessively decayed and regressive. He yearned to enlighten the populace of Daiyu. Enlightenment, a concept perilous to a feudal dynasty, did not deter Qin Jue, for he believed that as Daiyu grew stronger, so too would he. Thus, the question arose: once the entirety of Daiyu was cleansed, what doctrine should he implement? Science? Yet, having engaged in cultivation himself, did it not seem somewhat paradoxical to advocate for science? Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Jue fell once again into contemplation. Science was indeed a pursuit to be championed, though it required refinement. He was confident that as Daiyu flourished, the methods of cultivation would spread throughout the realm. Hence, science could not merely be a simplistic materialistic endeavor. It must intertwine with the mystical principles of cultivation. This matter cannot be resolved merely through assassination. It necessitates careful deliberation and the discovery of talent among the populace. Ceasing his contemplation, Qin Jue cast a glance at Ma Zhonghua and remarked indifferently, "For the vacant positions, we shall promote from the lower ranks upwards." Qin Jue's thoughts were quite straightforward. He intended to replace 99% of these individuals in the future. Officials unable to keep pace with the times must be eliminated, without room for negotiation. For now, ensuring the smooth operation of the court is paramount. Upon the conclusion of Qin Jue's words, the remaining ministers were left astounded, overwhelmed by a wave of astonishment. Even Ma Zhonghua wore an expression of disbelief. He had anticipated that His Majesty would personally appoint individuals, yet it seemed that a mere casual statement sufficed to determine such matters. As the current Deputy Minister of Revenue, an elevation would make him the Minister of Revenue, an instantaneous ascension. Long live the wise emperor! Who would not rejoice at a promotion? Regardless of the integrity of the remaining officials, their hearts were unreservedly elated, and they began to cheer without hesitation. Once the court had adjourned, Qin Jue had little interest in witnessing the minister's display. A group of parasites. Yesterday, they merely purged factions. In the future, when investigating corrupt officials and traitors, it remained uncertain how many would still be standing. After leaving the court, Qin Jue unusually took a stroll in the imperial garden. His spirits were remarkably high today. Having eliminated a substantial number of officials and nobles last night, he found that his foundational cultivation had even improved somewhat. Although he had yet to reach the mid-stage, it was not far off. Furthermore, and most importantly, He had acquired an additional blessing quota. Qin Jue had a premonition that perhaps when he completely purged the Great Yu, he would be able to break through to the late foundational stage. Once he had fully conquered this world, perhaps he could attain the Golden Core realm? The Imperial Garden was tranquil, with birds chirping, butterflies flitting about, and fish leisurely swimming in the pond. Perhaps influenced by Qin Jue's imperial aura, these small creatures seemed to possess a certain sentience, approaching him without fear. Your Majesty is indeed a benevolent ruler. Even the small animals adore you, remarked Xiao Yozi, who was trailing behind, flattering him. He found himself with no retreat. Having been in the Emperor's inner circle for less than a month, witnessing such extraordinary deeds, he had no choice but to cling tightly to the Emperor's favor. Benevolent ruler? Qin Jue replied with a half-smile. If those words were to spread, many would surely find them laughable. Your Majesty jesting. If anyone laughs, it is simply a sign of their ignorance regarding your grand ambitions, Xiao Yozi flattered again. No one dislikes receiving compliments, and Qin Jue was no exception. As an emperor, he had no relatives, no empress, no consorts. His subordinates regarded him with trepidation, and the rumors surrounding him grew increasingly absurd. Tales of being a reincarnated calamity star. The most tyrannical despot in history, a cruel ruler with unpredictable moods, these had already begun to circulate throughout the capital. Qin Jue understood that it would not be long before his infamous reputation spread across the entire realm. However, he remained indifferent to such matters. As he strolled, a venerable eunuch approached to report that the Prime Minister sought an audience. The Prime Minister? Qin Jue paused, feeling a twinge of curiosity. The esteemed Chancellor Peng Gao, a prominent figure of the Qin Jue faction, was not apprehended by Qin Jue's command last night. In Qin Jue's eyes, this individual is rather intriguing. Chapter 9. Chancellor Peng Gao, from the Peng clan of Hushi. He ascended to the position of Chancellor at the age of 40 and has served for 15 years. Coming from a clan background, he has inevitably engaged in factionalism. Nevertheless, his capabilities are undeniable. In the year 226 of the Great Yu Dynasty, when the northern barbarians descended southward, even reaching the outskirts of the capital, many ministers suggested a retreat to the south, but he vehemently opposed. Ultimately, even the emperor fled, while he steadfastly defended the capital, organizing troops and rallying the citizens. They managed to hold out for 100 days, and eventually, through a surprise counterattack, they repelled the northern barbarians. His prowess is remarkable, and during his tenure, despite some corruption, he accomplished significant deeds. It is no exaggeration to say that his efforts were instrumental in prolonging the life of the Great Yu Dynasty. At 55, Peng Gao appeared remarkably youthful, his dignified visage exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. He walked with a commanding presence. Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. Upon encountering Qin Jue, Peng Gao immediately performed a deep bow, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. Typically, great Qin chancellors are not required to kneel before the emperor. Thus his gesture clearly indicated his intentions. Qin Jue smiled faintly and did not bid him to rise, casually inquiring, "What brings you to me, Lord Peng?" Peng Gao remained with his head bowed, respectfully replying, "The guilty minister wishes to offer all his wealth to replenish the national treasury. The guilty minister desires to sever ties with his clan and serve only under your Majesty's banner." There were no pleas for forgiveness, nor any justifications offered. "Oh, I require you to personally cleanse the Peng clan behind you." Qin Jue's tone grew colder. "The guilty minister consents without hesitation," Peng Gao affirmed resolutely. "Then I expect you to manage the clans of this realm, bearing the ignoble title of unfilial son." Qin Jue pressed further. "The guilty minister consents without hesitation," he reiterated. Qin Jue laughed, a laugh that was both audacious and intimidating. "I also require you to purge the Peng residence, eliminating all the debauched signs therein. Besides the ministers, these young rascals wreak havoc as well." "The guilty minister consents without hesitation," Peng Gao declared once more. "Excellent. I grant you 3 days. Qin Dog will assist you. I command you to eradicate all remnants of the Qin Jue faction and the Zheng faction within the capital. This task requires your personal involvement. After 3 days, should you succeed, return to me." With that, Qin Jue turned and departed. "The guilty minister will obey." Only after Qin Jue had vanished from sight did Peng Gao rise. He brushed off the dirt from his attire, leaving with an inscrutable expression. "Your Majesty, this Peng Gao, the 6th son, lingers beside Qin Jue, torn between words. Quite formidable, is he not? A man of sheer intent, an unyielding seeker of truth. Peng Manor, the Chancellor's residence, was naturally expansive. Upon Peng Gao's return, several servants promptly rushed out to welcome him. A few female relatives hurried forward, brushing off the dirt from his clothes while chattering. "My lord, look at you, covered in dirt. How did this happen? What did His Majesty say? We were terrified last night, hearing that many ministers were arrested, rumored to be taken to some prison. The place remains unknown to me. Its name alone is quite intimidating. Alas, the actions of the Qin Jue are indeed eccentric. My lord, you must not let them escape unpunished." Peng Gao, with a smile on his face, listened intently. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Everything is well with His Majesty. What of Qing'er?" Peng Qing, his eldest son, was notorious in the capital for his debauchery. "Qing'er is in his chambers. The atmosphere has grown tense these past few days. And that little rascal has finally learned to restrain himself, remaining indoors all day. As long as all is well, that is sufficient." "Indeed, my lord. You have been chancellor for over a decade. How could the new emperor dare to act against you?" Upon hearing that matters with His Majesty were secure, the ladies of the household instantly brightened with joy. One particularly astute lady quickly interjected, "My lord, there are so many vacant positions in the court now. My cousin has been serving as county magistrate for quite some time. What do you think? It is noon. We should dine first and discuss afterwards." Peng Gao did not respond to her suggestion, instead smiling amiably. "Today, I shall personally prepare a feast for you." "Oh no, that cannot be. You are the chancellor. Such tasks should be left to the servants," a lady exclaimed in protest. "No need for that. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary skills." With a large household to cater to, Peng Gao dedicated much effort to preparing the meal. During the evening banquet, the Peng family sat together, their faces aglow with smiles. Several sons laughed and drank, playfully teasing the maidservants. At the head of the table, Peng Gao drank alone, his expression betraying an air of indifference. As the lively family feast gradually quieted down, the last guest fell to the ground, face contorted in agony, foaming at the mouth as he struggled in his final moments. "What a heartless act," Minister Ping, Qin Jue remarked, sauntering into the banquet with a decorated spring knife at his side. Nonchalantly, he plucked a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth, his tone dripping with mockery. "Just material possessions," Peng Gao replied, taking another sip of wine, seemingly unfazed. "I have already instructed my men to organize everything. It is all stored away." Noticing that Qin Jue showed no inclination to move, Peng Gao inquired, "Will you not investigate?" "Lord Qin?" Chewing on a chicken leg, Qin Jue scoffed, "If you can commit such deeds, what else could I possibly distrust about you, Minister Peng?" "Heh," Peng Gao replied. "When shall we commence our actions?" "No rush," Qin Jue retorted, indulging in his feast while complaining. "The dosage is a bit excessive. It tastes quite bitter. Bitterness has its merits. How many sweet moments are there in life? Besides, who would dare refuse the meal I prepared?" As if satisfied, Qin Jue shrugged and finally rose at a leisurely pace. "Aren't you afraid?" Peng Gao chuckled at the question. Life itself is a grand gamble. Who could understand the spring bamboo party better than Peng Gao, its former leader? The capital had settled for just a day before cries of slaughter filled the air once more. From the highest-ranking officials who had slipped through the net to the numerous spies of the spring bamboo party scattered throughout the city, within just 3 days. Under the guidance of Chancellor Peng Gao, they were all eradicated one by one. Thus, a cleansing of the capital that lasted nearly a week finally came to a halt. The number of individuals implicated in this affair exceeded 10,000. Consequently, the notoriety of Peng Gao spread far and wide with the winds. 3 days later, upon the city walls, Qin Jue stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, with Peng Gao positioned slightly ahead of him. "Peng Ai Qing, you inquire, how vast is this world? The humble minister is uncertain, yet I am aware that your Majesty's aspirations far exceed the confines of the present realm. Ha. Do you discern what I desire? The humble minister does not know, but I shall steadfastly follow your Majesty's lead. This is no trivial endeavor. I shall undoubtedly exert my utmost efforts." The conversation abruptly ceased. After a prolonged silence, Qin Jue finally spoke in a somber tone. "Life is, in essence, a grand gamble. Congratulations, you have wagered wisely." Chapter 10. Execution for the third bestowed blessing. Qin Jue granted it to Peng Gao, regardless of this chancellor's ambitions or ruthlessness. The moment he accepted the blessing, his fate was irrevocably sealed. Following the bestowal, Peng Gao's reaction was intriguing. Unlike Qin Jue and Yu Zhan, who were ecstatic, he merely displayed a fleeting shock before reverting to his usual demeanor, displaying even greater humility. a natural-born cultivator, Qin Jue mused. Subsequently, Qin Jue entrusted all routine governmental affairs to Peng Gao, which typically consumed a considerable amount of his time. With a chosen one at his disposal, he was relieved of such burdens, attending only to matters of significant importance. Once liberated from this load, Qin Jue turned his attention to other pursuits, such as uncovering the truths of this world. Deep down, he remained skeptical that this existence was merely an ordinary realm of mortals. He diligently perused various ancient texts while also gathering an assortment of literature from the common folk, including but not limited to tales of the supernatural, Taoism, Buddhism, and folklore. This endeavor led to the emergence of rumors within the palace, suggesting that the new emperor was captivated by tales of ghosts and spirits. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days passed. On this day, in a spacious square in the capital, a multitude of figures knelt, shackled and prepared for execution, comprised entirely of former high-ranking officials. Below, the masses of citizens surged, creating an impenetrable crowd. Their eyes reflected curiosity, vengeance, and fear. The time had come. Peng Gao sat elevated, calmly savoring his tea. The taunts from former allies echoed in his ears, yet he remained impervious, his expression unchanged. Announce the crimes and prepare for execution, Peng Gao stated nonchalantly. An official at his side promptly nodded in agreement and began to read from a small booklet. Former Minister of Justice, Zhao Chongshan, during his tenure, formed factions for personal gain, engaged in embezzlement and bribery, maintained private soldiers, and plotted rebellion. The evidence is overwhelming. The sentence is immediate execution. Former Left Deputy Minister, Huang Litian, during his tenure, also formed factions for personal gain. Former Minister of Revenue, former Right Deputy Minister. As each name was announced, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, for these were all esteemed officials. When had the common folk ever witnessed so many high-ranking officials executed together? Not only had they never seen it, but throughout history, they had never even heard of such an occurrence. As the transgressions of these former court officials were read aloud, the people's emotions intensified. Eggs and vegetables were hurled, and some began to vocally deride the proceedings. These corrupt officials never anticipated such a turn of events. Truly, it brings immense satisfaction. Corrupt official, do you still remember me? Your son brazenly abducted a woman in the street, ultimately leading to her demise. That was my daughter. I sought justice, only to have my legs broken in the process. Look at that. Is that not the very official who shattered my legs? What are you doing here? The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. The emperor is wise. An elderly man, seemingly driven to madness, leaned on his cane, his mouth spewing curses, and in a fit of rage, he even attempted to strike that corrupt official. The guards quickly intervened to maintain order. Above, Peng Gao set down his teacup, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. Esteemed elders, is there anyone else who has suffered under the oppression of these criminals? Now is the time for you to step forward. Fear not, for I am the Prime Minister of the realm, and I shall deliver justice. To be frank, the trust of the common people in the court is at an all-time low, and their faith in officials is virtually non-existent. After Peng Gao's words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene for a moment. Yet, stirred by emotion, several impassioned young men bravely stepped forward. Lord Peng, I am a humble merchant from the East City. I do not know how it happened, but that scoundrel of a Huang official recently sent his men to ransack my shop. His underlings even threatened me, forbidding me from operating in the East City. After toiling my entire life to establish a modest business, which finally began to flourish, it was all destroyed by that corrupt official. Subsequently, not only did my wife leave me, but my poor elderly mother also fell gravely ill. Now, I am unburdened and only seek vengeance. I implore you, grant me this chance. The man grew increasingly agitated, eventually kneeling and weeping uncontrollably. As he concluded his lament, more individuals emerged, fervently exposing the misdeeds of those high-ranking officials. Peng Gao listened patiently, then rose, exuding an air of authority. I am aware of your grievances. Rest assured, after today, I shall provide restitution for all injustices suffered. Now, I present you with an opportunity. The treacherous ministers who once oppressed you stand before you. Do you dare to seek your revenge? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in fervor. Why would we hesitate? We have awaited this day long enough. I shall personally sever this corrupt official's head. Peng Gao regarded the assembly with his stern demeanor. He waved his hand, dispersing the guards who had been restraining the crowd. Come forth. I permit you to exact your vengeance. As he spoke, he subtly channeled his energy to prevent chaos from ensuing. The citizens, unable to contain their anticipation, surged onto the stage. In the end, Peng Gao suddenly glanced at Huang Litian. The once mighty Huang was now being mercilessly pummeled by the throng, his face bruised and battered, stripped of his former dignity. Yet, his lips continued to move, muttering incessantly. Though the ordinary folk could not discern his words, Peng Gao heard them clearly. Peng Gao, you unfilial and disloyal wretch, may you meet a terrible fate. Even in death, I shall not spare you. You are the greatest traitor in this realm, the one most deserving of death. Qin Jue, that ruthless wretch, do you believe that by becoming his dog you can rest easy? When the day comes that you are no longer of use, you too shall be disposed of like a stray dog. Just wait. I shall be waiting for you below. Upon hearing this, Peng Gao's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of disdain danced in his eyes. Suddenly struck by a thought, a cold smile crept across his lips. He communicated telepathically to the barely breathing Huang Litian. In truth, I am not of the Peng clan. Years ago, I killed a flamboyantly dressed young master by the name of Peng Gao. With that, Peng Gao turned to leave. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by others. He had many pressing tasks to attend to. Huang Litian, upon hearing these two statements, was left in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, only to be extinguished by a size 43 boot. Chapter 11. The clan's reaction. The events unfolding in the capital swiftly spread like wind to distant lands. As of now, the vicinity of the capital has been entirely seized by Qin Jue. However, further afield, the realm still belongs to the local powerful clans. Initially, these clans were incredulous upon receiving the news. Yet, as they continued to gather information, their hearts grew increasingly cold. Among them, the clans situated in the north were the first to lose their composure. Compared to the southern clans, they were somewhat weaker and closer to the tyrant Qin Jue. In the Yinyun region, the 5 largest clans of the north converged: Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and Wang. For the sake of the narrative, I shall refrain from personal involvement. The 5 clans essentially encompass the entire northern territory. Whether in commerce or politics, their influence is undeniable. Yet, all their kin currently serving in the capital have been dealt with by Qin Jue. Nevertheless, at the local level, from county magistrates to provincial governors and administrative officials, many are still their own people. This is quite alarming, especially for the Wang clan, whose notable member is the commander of a certain province in the Yinyun region, a position that wields substantial military power. It is not an exaggeration to say that the military forces under Qin Jue's command are merely the 3 guards of the capital and the 5 city military commands. His numbers do not even come close to half of what these northern clans command. On the second day after confirming the news, the heads of the 5 major clans gathered in unison to discuss strategies. In a picturesque back pavilion, the opulently attired heads of the 5 clans sat cross-legged, with the serene sound of a guqin wafting through the air. It had indeed been a long time since they had all convened. The organizer of this meeting was Wang Wu, the head of the Wang clan. Although his name bore the character for martial, his appearance was that of an elegant middle-aged man. It has indeed been a while. Who could have predicted that our great families would gather as one once more? Remarked the head of the Lu clan, sitting upright with his hands on his knees. The other 3 clan heads also exchanged pleasantries. After the niceties, Wang Wu gently brushed his hand across the table before speaking with deliberate calmness. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of today's gathering. I wonder what thoughts occupy your minds. Without further ado, Wang Wu delved straight into the matter at hand. The new emperor possesses some skill, having seized control of the entire capital region in a mere fortnight. It appears he harbors intentions to eliminate the clans across the realm. The head of the Lu family interjected, pausing momentarily before expressing his curiosity about the source of Qin Jue's confidence. Was there some hidden power supporting him? Rather than outlining a specific plan, Lu voiced his foremost concern. What gave Qin Jue the audacity? The maternal clan of the new emperor was weak. The regional princes were mere figureheads, and he had dealt with several royal relatives in the capital. The princes would not assist him, and in Jiangnan, the losses suffered by Qin Jue's faction were far greater than their own. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. The strength of their clan was well known throughout the realm. Yet, the new emperor's actions remained inscrutable. Could it be that he was colluding with the northern barbarians? After pondering this, the head of the Sun family spoke, but quickly retracted. The likelihood of such an alliance was slim, as they had numerous spies in the north, and no whispers of conspiracy had reached them. Furthermore, the new emperor had grown up in the capital, without opportunity to engage with the northern tribes. The other 4 heads nodded in agreement. In truth, To say they had spies in the north was a euphemism. The northern clans were involved in far more than mere collusion with the barbarians. Unable to fathom the situation, the heads ultimately attributed Qin Jue's actions to youthful folly, a reckless disregard for consequences. After deliberating on Qin Jue's motivations, they finally returned to the matter at hand and began strategizing. Our 5 great clans have been entirely purged from positions of power in the capital. This grievance cannot go unavenged. The most straightforward course of action is to install a new emperor, Wang Wu stated with a calm demeanor, yet his words were anything but mundane. The astonishing declaration elicited little reaction from the other 4 families. What justification would we use? Inquired the head of the Zhao family. To restore the rightful sovereign. Wang Wu replied, his eyes narrowing. The imperial court had been cleansed, yet one individual, Peng Gao, remained unscathed, and he was also affiliated with the clans of Jiangnan. We could support a regional prince, cloaking our actions under the guise of restoring the rightful sovereign, while simultaneously undermining the Jiangnan clans. As the group contemplated this plan, Qian, the head of the Qian family, raised a concern. What if war breaks out, and the northern barbarians take the opportunity to invade the south? Wang Wu, evidently having considered this, continued, we shall cede the 3 western provinces to them. But what if the northern barbarians become insatiable? Zhao countered, rest assured, I will send envoys to negotiate. Moreover, the situation in the north is tumultuous. The false emperor has passed, and the princes are preoccupied with vying for power, creating chaos among themselves. We need only support one of them. What of Jiangnan? Qian queried. The clans there will not remain idle. If war erupts and chaos ensues, even our clans will be affected. Thus, we must act swiftly, Wang Wu urged. We must accomplish everything with utmost speed, catching all by surprise to minimize our losses. How many troops does the new emperor command? He continued. The 3 guards of the capital, along with the soldiers defending the city, amount to no more than 50,000. Moreover, many of those are old, weak, or ill. It will not be an easy task for him to exert total control over them. We can execute our plans with lightning speed. But what of the retired emperor and the former crown prince still in Jiangnan? Caution Sunday. I fear that even if our plans come to fruition, they might seize the fruits of our labor. Wang Wu chuckled and remarked, isn't that even better? If the retired emperor wishes to reclaim the throne, let us welcome him back. Once he reaches the north, we shall have the final say. Should he fail to return, we will ensure they cannot cross the Jiangnan, allowing the retired emperor to reign peacefully in the south, while the north remains under our control. They are not fools. Instigating war would serve them no benefit. The group fell into contemplation, deliberating the intricacies of their plan. After a moment, the head of the Sun family inquired, when shall we initiate our uprising? Which prince shall we support? Wang Wu replied, the plan requires meticulous preparation. Many must be contacted discreetly. We shall act in 3 months. As for the new emperor, let it be Prince Qin Tai. While the 5 great clans of the north conferred on strategies for the restoration, Jiangnan was bustling with activity. Chapter 12. The retired Emperor Jiangnan, once deemed a barren land, has transformed into a prosperous region due to the migration of clans and an influx of common folk. The area known as the land of fish and rice, particularly Suzhou, has become a celebrated haven for literati and scholars. Alas, this new emperor is truly no wise ruler. Barely a month into his reign, he has wielded the butcher's knife with abandon, ruthlessly slaughtering officials of the Great Qian. He has even apprehended thousands of scholars. A grievous act indeed. In a tea house, several scholars, their faces etched with worry, discussed the recent earth-shattering events. Indeed, yet I could not have anticipated that the esteemed Peng family, a paragon for scholars across the land, would cower in fear and support such a tyrant. One scholar, hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger, exclaiming, what a misfortune for the realm. Just as we began to see stability in the Great Qian, we are confronted with such a brutal monarch. It is said that most officials from our Spring Bamboo Academy have been ruthlessly exterminated, including countless esteemed scholars. What do they think of us? This cannot continue. We must not let that tyrant run rampant any longer. Isn't the retired emperor in Suzhou? Come, let us seek an audience with him. The scholars, ignited with fervor, clamored to meet the retired emperor. The other patrons of the tea house were not surprised by this scene. Ever since news from the capital reached Jiangnan, discussions about the new emperor have been rampant. Initially, people spoke cautiously, but as conversations proliferated and no one intervened, boldness took hold. The common folk remained largely unaffected by the new emperor's bloodshed, but the scholars were filled with passionate indignation. Not far from the group of scholars, by the window, two individuals quietly sipped their tea, a young man and woman, both appearing to be in their 20s. The man, dressed in scholarly attire, listened to the nearby conversation with a smile, his fair complexion lending him an air of refreshing charm. As for the woman, her silhouette was that of a striking beauty, yet a prominent birthmark marred her face, reminiscent of a nocturnal specter. They listened in silence until the scholars departed, at which point the woman softly inquired, "Brother, do you truly intend to seek allegiance with the new emperor? While his brutal purges against the clans may be satisfying, his current position is precarious." Her cold expression contrasted sharply with her voice, which was as delicate as a lark. The man chuckled softly at the remark, stating, "It is not to seek refuge, but rather to witness firsthand. Should the new emperor meet my expectations, I shall certainly assist him in stabilizing this realm. After several centuries, he is the first sovereign daring enough to confront the clans. One cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation." In the opulent palace complex of Suzhou, the former emperor, Qin, gazed at the letter in his hand, his expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Rebellious son, what audacity he possesses! Who dares provoke the clans throughout history? This ungrateful child has managed to offend every clan in the empire. Among the slain court officials and esteemed scholars, not a single one lacked a stellar reputation. Yet this child has extinguished them all. Such actions go beyond recklessness. Moreover, he dared to alter the imperial title on his very first day in court. What does this signify? A change of dynasty? I, the former emperor, am still alive. Is this not an affront to my very authority? In a fit of rage, Qin tore the letter to shreds and cast it to the floor. "Father, please temper your anger. Do not harm your health," came the voice of his eldest son, Qin Ding, who emerged from the study, bending down to collect the scattered pieces of correspondence. Upon seeing his firstborn, Qin managed to suppress his fury slightly, yet could not refrain from retorting. "This throne was meant for you, yet you forsook it. Look at your younger brother. What shall our royal family do in this predicament?" A look of embarrassment crossed Qin Ding's face. He had not anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. One cannot deny the fortune of his younger brother. Shortly after ascending the throne, the false emperor of the north perished, plunging the region into chaos. The northern threat had dissipated. However, now that his brother had ascended, he could not simply usurp the throne from him. Yet, with his younger brother's reckless actions, an opportunity had presented itself. Bending down, Qin could not discern the expression on his son's face as he continued, "We find ourselves in a precarious situation. You must have sensed the shift in the clan's attitudes toward us. Despite the fact that the rebellious child is of my own blood, we remain entangled in the consequences of his actions." Qin Ding, still leisurely gathering the letters, suddenly interjected without lifting his head. What if father were to uphold justice and rectify the chaos, reclaiming the throne? His words rendered Qin momentarily speechless. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his eldest son carefully, and replied in a low voice, "The clans have sought you out, haven't they?" Rising, Qin Ding remained unfazed, his gaze lowered slightly. "Indeed, the clans wish for me to persuade you to reclaim the throne. Father understands well that the clans are the foundation of our great Qin Dynasty. With my younger brother having offended the entire realm, his fate is sealed. Now that the north is in disarray, the common people have found a respite. No one desires further turmoil under my brother's reign. I implore you to ponder this thoroughly." Qin Ding's sincerity was evident, his demeanor natural. Yet, Qin felt a cold disdain stirring within him. How could he be oblivious to his eldest son's intentions? It seemed likely that after resolving the issue with Qin Jue, the throne would not be claimed by him, but rather by his eldest son, Qin Ding. He was acutely aware of the true nature of the clans. In truth, Qin harbored a profound loathing for these clans, yet regrettably lacked the means to bring them to account. His anger stemmed merely from Qin Jue's actions that implicated him. "You may withdraw," Qin commanded, offering no further reply as he waved away Qin Dingping. In the desolate study, this aged emperor emeritus, just over 50, fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he summoned a young eunuch attending him. "Bring forth the representatives from the Huang, Peng, Gao, Su, Zhou, Ma, and Luo families in Suzhou." Power is an alluring entity. No one wishes to live under another's roof, especially for someone like Qin, who had been an emperor for decades. In the past, he had no choice. Now, however, not to strive for it was not his character. And what of his beloved son? The merciless nature of the imperial family. Chapter 13. Undercurrents. Chaos is a welcome sight. Chaos is a welcome sight. Within the imperial palace, Qin Jue slowly closed a tome on Taoist philosophy, a smirk curling upon his lips. Events had unfolded as he anticipated. Following his extensive purging of the capital, the clans of the Great Yu began their retaliation. Recently, disturbances had arisen in various regions. Bandits, refugees, and more had appeared in waves. Signs of impending chaos loomed over the realm. If Qin Jue's conjectures were correct, those clans were likely contemplating how to eliminate him and usurp his throne. However, as the saying goes, no destruction, no establishment. Since the nation had decayed to its very core, it might be best to raze it entirely and start anew, aligning perfectly with his intentions. After a moment of sardonic laughter, Qin Jue turned his gaze to a hefty stack of documents beside him. Who, after all, invented the family tree? Such a fascinating concept. If they wished to dance, he would see whether their necks were as resilient as his blade. A glint of cold malice flickered in Qin Jue's eyes. It was all or nothing. Before long, the Great Yu would exist without any so-called privileged class. As days passed, the common folk continued their toilsome existence, rising early and retiring late. Outside the capital, the nobility reveled day and night. The Jinui steadily expanded, with only a handful remaining in the capital while the majority were dispatched elsewhere. The southern regions remained untouched. Yet the northern clans had begun to be infiltrated by Qin Jue's forces. The borders appeared stable. Yuzhan had reached the frontier over half a month ago, but had yet to initiate an offensive against the northern barbarians. He was busy excising the malignancies within the border troops. In truth, even relying solely on Yuzhan would suffice to sweep through the entire northern tribes. However, Qin Jue had refrained from allowing him to do so. His foundation lay within the entirety of the Great Yu, not merely a few individuals. Soldiers under Qin Jue's command would not be discarded. They might be mere mortals for now, but in the future, Qin Jue would forge the soldiers of the Great Yu into a formidable force capable of conquering myriad realms. What use were they if they had not experienced war or stepped onto the battlefield? A month later, while attempting alchemy in the imperial palace, Qin Jue received an urgent dispatch. Yet, he did not bother to examine it, carelessly tossing it aside. During this period, he had been perusing various texts, discovering some contained accounts of so-called alchemical techniques. Naturally, they were all fabrications, much like the so-called sorcerers of past lives. The elixirs they concocted were not only inedible, but also toxic. However, inspired by a sudden whim, Qin Jue commissioned the collection of numerous high-quality herbs and endeavored to refine them into pills himself. His method of alchemy was rather simplistic. He merely cleansed these aged herbs with spiritual energy, tossed them into a cauldron for a haphazard amalgamation, and ultimately shaped them into pill forms. Remarkably, despite their unappealing appearance, these pills exhibited some efficacy. Perhaps it was due to the cleansing process the herbs underwent. As Qin Jue gazed at the pitch-black pill in his hand, he fell into contemplation. The pills he crafted bore no effect for cultivators, yet they proved remarkably beneficial for ordinary folk. For minor ailments, a single pill could invigorate one's spirit. There seemed to be a hint of a potency-enhancing effect as well. How difficult it is to create something from nothing. Tossing the pill into a jade box, Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh. The jade seal, aside from endowing him with cultivation, currently held no other merit. After his moment of reflection, Qin Jue leisurely picked up the urgent report. A quick glance brought a smile to his face. His rather impatient father, Qinan, had reclaimed the throne in Jiangnan and was already rallying troops to march against him. Qin Jue felt no upheaval within. The timeline was slightly ahead of his expectations, indicating that the clans of Jiangnan wielded far greater control over the south than he had surmised. In this case, the clans in the north would soon commence their activities as well. Rising and stretching, Qin Jue pushed open the door, greeted by the scorching sunlight that enveloped him in a comforting warmth. Outside, Qin Jue stood upright, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Qin Jue emerge, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Let us take a stroll, shall we?" "Yes," Qin Jue responded without hesitation, dutifully following in Qin Jue's wake. Since arriving in this world, it seemed he had yet to step beyond the palace walls. As they walked, Qin Jue suddenly halted. Perceiving his unspoken thoughts, Qin Jue softly suggested, "Your Majesty, would you like to step outside and take a look?" Qin Jue turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are quite astute. However, there is no need. Even without venturing out, I am aware of the current state of affairs. Indeed, Your Majesty, there are already whispers among a small faction. Shall we take action? There is no necessity. Humanity instinctively seeks gain and avoids harm. From their perspective, such behavior is entirely rational. In a matter of days, the populace of the capital will likely flee in greater numbers. The common people are not fools, despite their ignorance. After all, I govern but a single city, and they do not believe I shall prevail. As they continued, the duo arrived at the imperial garden. A diminutive sparrow alighted upon Qin Jue's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Butterflies danced gracefully around him, while fish in the pond leaped joyously from the water's surface. Such vitality. Qin Jue playfully teased the sparrow on his shoulder. From now on, I shall designate you as a phoenix. May you all leap through the dragon gate and soar as true dragons in the skies. He mused, perhaps I should give you a name. You shall be called Sparrow. As for you, Li Yi, Li Air, and Li San, these are undoubtedly the carp within the pond. The other small creatures, the little butterflies, kittens, and puppies, grew discontent and surrounded them. Witnessing this, Qin Jue felt an overwhelming joy and could not help but laugh heartily. Do not rush, all have names. When I return, I shall ponder them well, and none shall be overlooked. His Majesty truly possesses a kind heart. Seeing this scene, Qin Jue could not help but express his heartfelt sentiments. Is that so? Your words are reminiscent of Xiaoyozi. However, your tone does not seem to be one of flattery. Qin Jue chuckled softly. They are also subjects of my Great Yu. Great virtue is akin to great vice. And great vice is also akin to great virtue. My enemies have never been those so-called clan aristocrats. They are not now, nor will they ever be. Qin Jue pondered the deeper meaning behind Qin Jue's words and cautiously replied, they are but mortals, naturally unworthy to stand against your Majesty. Qin Jue did not respond but gazed towards the horizon, and after a long silence, he spoke again. I once had a lengthy dream, in which I was merely an ordinary mortal. The common folk of Diyu suffer from hunger and cold. In that dream, I, as a mortal, lacked for nothing. Yet those like me were lost in ignorance, lifeless, and dispirited. In the dream, I contemplated that the world ought not to be this way. The so-called military strength and the coming of nations are mere illusions. I must accomplish one thing, just one thing. Even if it means shattering my very essence. Even if it leads to my utter ruin, I shall realize that once fanciful ambition. I am already aware of the affairs to the north. This matter shall be entrusted to you. I reiterate, I desire only results. Chapter 14. The common folk. The recent reascendance of Qin and in Jiangnan has indeed disrupted the original plans of the northern clans, catching them unprepared for such swiftness. However, these 5 great clans of the north are no mere novices. Upon realizing the situation, they immediately altered their strategy. They no longer operated under the pretense of clearing the court of corrupt officials, but instead raised a more radical banner. They proclaimed themselves in the name of the rightful emperor of Deqian, seeking to vanquish the pretender of Diyu. After announcing their title, these individuals ceased to conceal their intentions and began to openly muster their armies. Within a mere half-month, the 5 clans had gathered nearly 300,000 troops at their Yinyan stronghold. In truth, since Qin Jue ascended the throne, his edicts had not ventured beyond the capital's vicinity. Among the forces assembled by these northern clans, many commanders were utterly unaware of the true state of affairs. They only knew of the new emperor's cruelty and tyranny, his penchant for executing high-ranking officials and deceiving scholars. Indeed, under the propaganda of these clans, Qin Jue had been thoroughly demonized. Furthermore, with Qin and having ruled for so many years, a consensus had formed across the realm. Did you not hear the rightful emperor proclaiming Qin Jue as a usurper? This led many mid to low-ranking commanders to believe themselves to be the righteous side, truly fighting for the nation's welfare. With 300,000 troops, even allowing for exaggeration and accompanying civilian laborers, there would still be at least 200,000 capable soldiers. This is no trivial number. The 5 clans brimmed with confidence, and the commanding figure, naturally, was Wang Zhan, the direct descendant of the Wang family and the former governor of Yinyan in Deqian. Upon the city wall, Wang Zhan gazed down at the sea of soldiers below, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Indeed, a true man ought to feel this way. Many lack a proper sense of scale when it comes to numbers. Yet, once they exceed 10,000, the sight becomes an endless expanse. What then of 300,000? Wang Zhan, filled with vigor, found himself pondering the necessity of such a grand display against a mere pseudo-emperor who ruled over but a single city. Surely, these troops could contend even against the clans of Jiangnan? What news from the capital? Wang Zhan slightly turned his head to glance at the head of the Wang family, Wang Wuming. Although Wang Wuming held the title of clan leader, within these vast clans, such a position merely served as a representative. For the clan was immense with numerous branches. Occupying a high position, Wang Wuming's tone lacked reverence, remaining ever so consistent. Beyond the increasing exodus of commoners, there was naught but silence. Wang Wuming appeared calm, which struck Wang Zhan as peculiar. What was the pseudo-emperor plotting? Why the utter lack of movement? There were no signs of mobilizing the imperial army, nor any whispers of intrigue. It was as if the pseudo-emperor in the capital felt no concern whatsoever. Who could say? Perhaps he had already fled in fear. Wang Wuming smiled slightly. Initially, the 5 great clans found themselves at a loss regarding Qin Jue. However, upon witnessing the formidable army before them, any lingering doubts had swiftly dissipated. Regardless of his schemes, with 300,000 troops advancing, unless he were a deity, he would have to be wary of those southern factions, who were far more unscrupulous than one might imagine. Wang Zhan could not deny it at this moment. With military power in hand, he felt invincible. No matter, the Grand Army would arrive at the capital within 10 days, leaving them no time to act. It was roughly the distance from Datong to the capital. When would they mobilize? Some provisions were still en route, but no later than 2 days. Excellent. Have you heard? In Pingcheng, 300,000 troops have gathered, said to be under the command of the Grand Emperor, to assault the capital. Is it true? Isn't the new emperor the Grand Emperor's son? He has scarcely ascended to the throne. Why would he attack the capital? Alas, the Yu Emperor recently executed numerous corrupt officials, most of whom belonged to the clans. Having offended the clans, do you think they would refrain from seeking vengeance? We all know the Yu Emperor is ridding the world of harm, yet outsiders do not understand. They malign him as cruel, accusing him of slaughtering scholars. While the Grand Emperor has been reinstated in Jiangnan. Infuriating. Just as a wise ruler emerges, they seek to bring him down. What a world we live in. Alas, what can be done? Enough lamentation. We must hasten our escape. If we do not leave soon, it may be too late. On the street, 2 commoners conversed, their faces etched with worry. One offered gentle counsel, yet the other waved his hand dismissively. Escape? Why must we flee? The Yu Emperor has slain so many corrupt officials, avenging me. Let alone, since His Majesty ascended the throne, look at our capital now. The once overbearing ruffians have all vanished, and our situation has improved immeasurably. My dear mother is gravely ill, and Lord Peng has even sent someone to deliver silver to me for her treatment. Although I could not save her, it was her fate, and there was nothing to be done. In the capital today, who dares to bully us common folk? My neighbor, Ernyo, is a retired soldier who once lived like a dog. Yet now, His Majesty has specifically registered him and provided him with a respectable livelihood, even with a disability. He is treated equally. This is not an isolated case. Take you, Chen Ergo, have you not received His Majesty's benevolence? We finally live as human beings. And yet you contemplate escape? Now that His Majesty is in trouble, I cannot flee. I am unencumbered. Even in death, I shall die for His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Chen Ergo felt as if pricked by a thorn, rendered speechless for a long time. Indeed, since His Majesty ascended the throne, I cannot speak for other regions. But the common folk in the capital have truly become human. Yet he has an elderly parent above him and children below, a whole family relying on him for sustenance. Alas, there is nothing to be done. You have family ties and responsibilities. Go on, Ergo. Remember to burn paper for me every year. Ludahu patted Ergo on the shoulder and resolutely turned towards the palace. He intended to enlist in the military. The plight of the common folk is both pitiable and contemptible. They are ignorant yet filled with loyalty. Ludahu is not alone in his sentiments. Throughout the capital, some seek to escape while others, resolute, gather towards the palace. Hundreds, thousands, outside the palace, a scholar and a woman with a birthmark on her face blend into the crowd. The gate guards, seeing such a multitude, inwardly lament, fearing yet another disturbance akin to the recent uproar caused by the scholars. It is the same guard captain who sighs and steps forward to loudly inquire. This is a forbidden area of the palace. What is your intent in gathering here? Ludahu, standing amongst the crowd, shouted, I come to enlist. The rebel forces are gathering outside, and I wish to join His Majesty in defending against them. With Ludahu's bold declaration, others joined in, expressing their intentions in remarkable unison. They all came to enlist. This scene astonished the scholar among the crowd. His eyes suddenly brightened. Enlist? The guard captain found himself momentarily speechless. Anyone with clear sight could discern the situation. At such a time, instead of fleeing, they come to enlist, truly perplexing. Yet why does it stir such a fervor within? Please wait. I shall report to His Majesty at once. Just as the guard captain turned, the palace gates slowly creaked open. A young man clad in a dark dragon robe, his face youthful yet with sharp, commanding eyes, stepped forth. He was followed by one in a ceremonial robe and another in official attire. The guard captain was struck with alarm and hastily knelt. I humbly greet your majesty. The people below murmured in curiosity, then collectively knelt, calling out in unison, we pay our respects to your majesty. Rise, Qin Jue commanded. Gazing at the common folk, his expression gradually softening. The crowd of commoners stood, their curious eyes scrutinizing Qin Jue. He too examined these citizens. Their faces were gaunt, their clothing thin, and their eyes bore an innocent yet naive purity. The scene seemed frozen in time, and after a considerable pause, Qin Jue slowly spoke. Are you all here to enlist? The common folk below responded without hesitation, their voices ringing loud and clear, yes. Qin Jue pointed to one individual, who initially appeared taken aback, but quickly stepped forward. I ask you, why do you wish to join the army at this moment? The man was none other than Lu Dahua. Overwhelmed with emotion at being singled out by Qin Jue, he stammered, Your Majesty, I do not comprehend the notion of loyalty to the nation. I only know that I once lived a life worse than that of a pig or dog. Yet since your Majesty ascended the throne, I have stood tall for the first time. Outside, they claim you are a tyrant, but I know you are a true sage. You have granted me a good life, and I shall repay you with my life. Please, your Majesty, I may lack much, but I possess strength, and I can fight in battle. Qin Jue nodded and randomly pointed to another person. And you? This individual was a frail old man with graying hair. Trembling as he walked, yet he proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, I once had a son who, while going out, accidentally bumped into a young nobleman. That nobleman beat my son in the street, and my son returned home only to breathe his last shortly after. For over a decade, I endured this humiliation, too afraid to confront him. However, since your Majesty's reign, the capital has transformed, and I thought perhaps I could seek justice. At this point, the old man began to cry. Over 10 years. My son, I have finally avenged you. That nobleman was beheaded on the spot, and his family was investigated. Those who could be imprisoned were, and those who could be executed were executed. All of this I witnessed with my own eyes. I have nothing to offer in return but my worthless life, which I gladly dedicate to your Majesty. Qin Jue listened quietly to their tales. The hopeful gazes of the common folk upon him prompted Qin Jue to suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at the increasingly numerous crowd below and addressed Qin Goer and Peng Gao. Do you see? This is what I desire. I not only want the people of Diyu to stand tall, I want all those who deserve to perish to meet their end. I want you all to rise above. His voice boomed, and below, the scholar stood in shock, eventually breaking into a maniacal laugh. Yes, this is the emperor I have been searching for. Sister, do you see? This is the sovereign I wish to follow. In chapter 15, titled Jiayu, Qin Jue ultimately acquiesced to the requests of these individuals, establishing a new military unit named the Heavenly Martial Guard. Though most of these recruits were elderly, weak, or infirm, Qin Jue remained unconcerned. One day, he would ensure that this Heavenly Martial Guard would achieve renown throughout the realm. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, was a sentiment Qin Jue wholeheartedly embraced. Although this world was within his grasp, today's events brought him immense joy, symbolizing the first step toward realizing his envisioned utopia. After organizing these common folk, Qin Jue had scarcely returned to the palace when Xiao Yozi hurried in. Your Majesty, there is a scholar named Jiayu outside requesting an audience. A scholar? Qin Jue chuckled. At such a critical juncture, someone dares to seek justice from me? However, Xiao Yozi quickly interjected, Your Majesty, that scholar is not here to seek justice. He claims to have a solution for your current predicament. Well, when it comes to this matter, the young sixth is somewhat lacking in confidence. However, observing the scholarly figure who appeared resolute and composed, coupled with his own concerns regarding the current situation, he decided it prudent to report the matter. Do you possess a means to resolve my present predicament? Such audacity piqued Qin Jue's interest. One must understand that, from an outsider's perspective, his circumstances were far more dire than a mere deadlock. The northern clans had amassed an army of 300,000, capable of reaching the capital in less than 10 days. The southern clans were advocating for the reinstatement of the retired emperor, with intentions that were far from benign. The rumors circulating about him had already turned him into a figure of demonization. His own forces numbered at most 50,000, lacking in both favorable circumstances and public support. If Qin Jue were truly a mere mortal emperor, he could think of nothing but waiting for his demise. Yet, someone now claimed to possess a solution to this predicament? Intriguing. Qin Jue slightly lifted his gaze and, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "Bring him in. I am curious to see who possesses such bold claims." Upon witnessing Qin Jue's consent, the young sixth felt a surge of joy and hastily ushered the individual inside. The newcomer appeared no older than 20. Donned in plain scholar's attire, yet his overly fair complexion almost gave him an androgynous appearance. Upon entering, the scholar performed a courteous bow and, with a smile, introduced himself. "Commoner Jia pays his respects to your Majesty." His smile indeed imparted a refreshing aura. Qin Jue remained silent, scrutinizing him from head to toe before slowly speaking. "I observe your scholarly garb. Why do you refer to yourself as a commoner?" Jia maintained his composure, his smile unwavering, replying, "To your Majesty, it is rather embarrassing. The commoner has studied for over a decade without achieving any notable titles, so I must humbly refer to myself as a commoner." Qin Jue inquired, "Oh, what have you studied?" Jia replied, "The 4 books and 5 classics, Confucian texts, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist literature, the writings of the Mahist school, and various folklore." Qin Jue chuckled. "You do indeed have a broad range of knowledge." Jia responded, "I have merely touched upon these subjects." Qin Jue continued, "I hear from the young sixth that you possess a method to alleviate my current crisis?" Jia replied, "I have a few rudimentary strategies." Qin Jue queried, "What if they prove ineffective?" Jia answered, "Success lies in human endeavor. There are no absolute strategies. It depends on how your Majesty implements them." Qin Jue laughed. "Pray, enlighten me." Jia refrained from immediately divulging his strategies and instead asked, "May I inquire how many soldiers are currently available in the capital?" Qin Jue lightly tapped the table with his fingers, "Fewer than 50,000. Upon hearing this, Jia nodded, "Excellent. The commoner has devised 5 strategies, each interconnected. If executed successfully, there is a 70% chance of resolving your Majesty's predicament." Jia unconsciously straightened his posture, his gaze sharpening. "First, employ a knife to kill from afar, inciting internal strife among the northern barbarians, diverting the disaster. Your Majesty must have loyal assassins within the northern barbarians, correct? Dispatch them with covert orders to infiltrate the northern barbarian royal court, forging a false edict purportedly from the deceased northern barbarian emperor, claiming he was poisoned by the northern clans, and leaving behind a blood-written decree demanding vengeance against the northern clans. Disseminate this document among the various tribes of the northern barbarians to intensify their internal animosities, ideally framing the pro-war prince to compel them into conflict. This document need not be overly authentic. Often, a mere pretext suffices. The common folk have heard that General Yu has already arrived at the border. The Yu family has been loyal and valiant for generations. Thus, it would be prudent for General Yu to open the borders, deliberately withdraw the guards from the northern passes, and allow the northern tribes' light cavalry to descend and plunder the granaries of the northern clans, spreading rumors of collusion between the northern clans and the northern tribes to betray the land, thereby forcing them to split their forces for defense. Secondly, an army of 50,000 would suffice, as many capable individuals reside within the capital. When the northern clans lay siege to the capital, one could gather the corpses of death row inmates, soak them in poison, and opportunely cast them into the upstream of the capital river during an outbreak of disease. Subsequently, one could send infiltrators disguised as physicians into the enemy camp, who, upon capture, would only need to insist that the southern faction of the former emperor was responsible for the poisoning. This may not deceive the upper echelons of the enemy, but the ignorance of the majority of soldiers would lead some to believe and harbor suspicions. Thereafter, His Majesty could send forth proclamations declaring that the southern false emperor conspired with the northern tribes, incurring the wrath of the divine, which has unleashed a plague upon the traitors. During the siege, one should deliberately leave a corner unguarded. Once the soldiers enter, let a Taoist perform rituals atop the city walls, casting talismans and lime, then igniting it to create the illusion of divine fire raining down. This scene should be captured and disseminated far and wide, asserting that His Majesty is destined by heaven, and those who resist shall face divine retribution. This would serve to reverse the public opinion surrounding His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Qin Jue straightened slightly, his smile fading. Jia Yu seemed oblivious, continuing unabated. Thirdly, to establish authority through fratricide. Implicate the southern clans. It would be ideal to send someone to infiltrate the south, using the northern tribe's unique poisoned arrows to assassinate the former emperor. If this succeeds, it would be optimal. If not, it could be announced that the southern clans sought to establish their own rule and silence the former emperor. Then His Majesty would merely need to publicly declare a thorough investigation into the patricidal treason, rallying the world to punish the southern traitors. Moreover, there should still be a number of clan youths within the capital, which could be exploited by sending them, mutilated, into the enemy camp, informing them that if they do not retreat, 100 will be executed daily. This would unsettle the mindset of the clan leaders. Fourthly, a scorched earth policy. Send emissaries to the Yellow River dikes, proclaiming that should the city fall, the dikes will be destroyed, flooding northern China and severing the foundation of the northern clans for a century. Covertly, some trusted confidants should be moved and spread the rumor that the emperor has gone mad, willing to perish together. All barbarian prisoners of war in the capital should be released and sent to masquerade as northern tribesmen, harassing the enemy and intensifying the conflict between the northern tribes and the northern clans. Fifthly, secretly negotiate with a prince among the northern tribes seeking to usurp power, promising to cede lands south of the Yin Mountains, binding the agreement with the Imperial Jade Seal and a marriage alliance, aiding him in fratricide to seize the throne, thus leveraging 40,000 light cavalry to launch a surprise assault on the enemy's flank. If these 5 strategies succeed, the realm will at least descend into a fragile equilibrium, albeit at the cost of a halved population in the capital and a regression of a century for the entire north. Nevertheless, the throne may be preserved. Qin Jue, upon hearing this, wore a stoic expression. What a brilliant strategist Jia Yu is, with such a web of schemes. Truly, this world is rife with talented individuals. Were I but a mortal emperor, the successful execution of these strategies might indeed lead to a reversal of fortunes. After speaking, Jia Yu slightly lowered his head. Your Majesty, though the schemes of the common folk may be poisonous, it has been said since ancient times that no man is without his poison. The grand aspirations that lie within your heart, I have already discerned outside the palace today. However, to realize these ambitions, one must first firmly secure this position. Should these 5 strategies succeed, I possess further plans to eradicate the clans from the entire realm. Chapter 16. Talents at our disposal. The demeanor of Jia Yu reminded him of someone, a renowned poison master from a past life, Jia Su. Qin Jue murmured the name, causing Jia Yu to momentarily pause. Your plan is commendable. However, I have yet to reach that juncture, Qin Jue remarked, gazing at Jia Yu with the delight of one who has uncovered a precious gem. Although he had no immediate use for this individual, Qin Jue sensed that Jia Yu would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Was this person not perhaps more suited to the role of the commander of the Jinyu than even Qin Jue? This thought suddenly surfaced in Qin Jue's mind. Jia Yu, believing that his scheme might be too treacherous, sensed a flicker of displeasure from Qin Jue. He intended to say more, but was halted by a raised hand from the emperor. Though I currently find your strategy unnecessary, I can arrange for you to serve in the Jinyu. Would you be amenable to this? The Jinyu? Jia Yu's brow furrowed slightly. As rumors of significant cases spread throughout the capital, the notorious reputation of the Jinyu had also become widely known. Yet, the esteem associated with it was far from flattering. The phrase to execute before reporting sounded imposing, but Jia Yu understood that the Jinyu was merely the emperor's hound, a position shrouded in secrecy and disdain. Though reluctant, he realized that declining was not a wise course of action. I am willing, Jia Yu replied with a slight bow. Qin Jue showed little reaction to Jia Yu's unwillingness, simply calling out softly, Qin Goer. At that moment, Qin Goer, having arrived unbeknownst to them, entered upon hearing the summons. This person is entrusted to you, Qin Jue stated succinctly, offering no further explanation. A glimmer of curiosity surfaced on Qin Goer's hawkish face. The emperor's brief command indicated that this individual was anything but ordinary. After acknowledging Qin Jue with a respectful nod, Qin Goer turned to Jia Yu and said, Come, I shall take you to your new position. Without further inquiry, he strode away. Behind him, Jia Yu concealed his inner reluctance. He found it peculiar. His scheme, while not flawless, was certainly feasible. From the emperor's earlier demeanor, it was evident he recognized its merit. So why did he choose not to adopt it? What hidden card did this enigmatic sovereign hold that allowed him to remain so unperturbed? His frustration transformed into curiosity as Jia Yu restored his composure and followed Qin Jue at a measured pace. Once they exited the palace, Jia Yu addressed him, "Sir, I have a younger sister waiting outside the palace. Might I first attend to her?" Without turning back, Qin Jue responded coolly, "You mean Jiajin? I believe she is also a capable individual. She may join the Jinui as well." Jia Yu felt a jolt in his heart. Since their arrival in the capital, apart from the young eunuch and the emperor, they had never disclosed their names. How did Qin Jue come to know this? Your recognition by His Majesty is due to your abilities. However, do not entertain notions of cunning. This world is far more intricate than you perceive. As days turned into weeks, the atmosphere in the capital grew increasingly oppressive. The population had dwindled significantly, with many fleeing. Those who remained were either like Lu Dahu, steadfast in their loyalty to the emperor, or trapped by various ties, unwilling to depart. The forces of the Bei clan drew ever closer, facing no resistance along their path. A torrent composed of hundreds of thousands of troops captured the attention of the entire realm, whether it be the lands of Jiangnan or the northern barbarians. The surrounding smaller nations were fixated upon this unfolding drama. In the hearts of the people, a death sentence had long been pronounced upon Qin Jue. Especially as the army drew nearer, the palace remained shrouded in silence, further confirming their ominous expectations. Rumors circulated daily, detailing the movements of the Bei clan's forces, where they had arrived today and where they would be tomorrow. The once vibrant capital now lay in eerie stillness, with citizens retreating into their homes, hoping to remain untouched when the city inevitably fell. On the city walls, only a handful of soldiers remained, devoid of any defensive posture, their faces etched with worry. In the capital's barracks, the newly established Tianwu Guard continued their daily drills, seemingly indifferent to the chaos outside. Within the palace, Qin Jue busied himself with ancient texts and the study of seals and alchemy. Only Qin Jue, the commander of the Jinui, appeared somewhat occupied, diligently gathering and organizing intelligence from across the realm. Jia Yu, in turn, had been relegated to the role of his secretary, meticulously arranging various confidential reports. One day, as the Bei clan's army approached within 10 miles of the capital, Qin Jue finally stretched and rose from a modest room, feeling the exhaustion of the day. It was indeed tiring. He could finally take a breather. When it came to killing, he would not flinch even in the presence of deities. Yet, the incessant dealings with written words truly gave him a headache, even as an immortal. Perhaps this was what one might call a phobia of written language? Upon hearing this, Jia Yu, who was engrossed in organizing reports, could not help but twitch his lips. "What have you been tired from all day?" "Ever since I arrived. It has been I who has been doing all the work, you know." In his usual manner, Qin Jue would merely glance at things and then disappear. "Come on, Xiao Yu, it's time to attend to serious matters." Jia Yu had been with the Jinui for nearly 10 days, and having grown familiar with Qin Jue, he was unexpectedly pleased with the young man, realizing they were fundamentally cut from the same cloth. This allowed the usually aloof Qin Jue to indulge in some lighthearted banter. Hearing the nickname Xiao Yu made Jia Yu suppress the urge to retch. However, he said nothing, as Qin Jue still held the position of his superior. After organizing the documents in hand, Jia Yu silently followed Qin Jue, refraining from inquiring about the task at hand. As they ascended the city walls, the atmosphere within the capital shifted, imbued with a sense of impending doom as the Bei clan's army approached. A portion of the soldiers had been dispatched for city defense, yet the numbers remained sparse. Jia Yu assessed the situation and estimated no more than 3,000 men. Was the emperor truly intending to rely on these 3,000 to defend the city? Confusion clouded his thoughts. Qin Jue stood resolutely, gazing into the distance where thick smoke mingled with swirling dust. The heavy sound of footsteps and hooves began to echo ominously across the land. "They are coming," Qin Jue remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he lovingly caressed the embroidered spring knife at his waist, a treasured gift from the emperor that he had cherished dearly. As the voice of Qin Jue resonated, Jia Yu gazed into the distance. A formidable army, dark and imposing, steadily encircled the capital. Chapter 17, The Immortal. With the Bei clan's forces completely surrounding the city, the defending soldiers began to tremble involuntarily. 300,000 troops, a vast sea of black, stretching endlessly. Even those soldiers resigned to their fate felt a cold sweat trickle from their palms. Upon the city walls, only one figure appeared unfazed, exuding an air of detached curiosity. Jia Yu observed Qin Jue's calm demeanor, his mind a tumult of confusion. He pondered how to break the current stalemate. At the foot of the walls, Wang Zhan, clad in resplendent armor, slowly emerged from the throng on his majestic steed, casting a disdainful glance at the frail and aged defenders atop the walls. He gradually produced an imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Since the ascension of the new monarch, Qin Jue, 5 heinous acts have come to light. The poisoning of loyal ministers, the oppression of the people, the desecration of sacred temples, the silencing of counsel, and consorting with the vile. Now, I dispatched General Wang Zhan, commander of the northern expedition, to lead 6 legions and exact justice. Should you, clad in white and bearing a coffin, still wish to surrender, you must adhere to the rights of the sword. Should you cling to your kin and rely on treachery, you shall face the punishment as prescribed in the spring and autumn annals. Wang Zhan's voice boomed, clear enough for all within earshot atop the city walls, further amplified by the presence of his hundreds of thousands of troops, instilling a sense of dread. The soldiers on the walls erupted into chaos. Yet Qin Jue's expression betrayed only scorn. This was largely due to his lack of scholarly pursuits. He understood the edict only in broad strokes. Below, Wang Zhan concluded reading the decree and gently folded it. He bellowed once more towards the ramparts. False Emperor Qin Jue, why do you not come forth to surrender? Do you truly wish to bring disaster upon the innocent million souls within this city? At this, the defending soldiers began to stir. Where was his Majesty? Why had he not made an appearance? Could it be that he had fled in secret? Even before the battle commenced, the morale of the troops was shaken. Wang Zhan was no fool, Jia Yu mused inwardly. Wang Zhan pressed on, Qin Jue, are you still hiding? Have you truly fled? After all, you are of royal blood. How can you be so cowardly? This was an open insult. On the walls, Lu Da who couldn't decipher the edict, was instantly incensed by Wang Zhan's words. My lord, permit me to exit the city and slay this fool who knows not his own demise. Qin Jue glanced at the furious Lu Da a rather unsightly smile creeping onto his face. And how do you wish for him to meet his end? Lu Da paused momentarily before responding. I would relish tearing him apart, subjecting him to the most excruciating death. Very well, I shall grant your desire. With that, Qin Jue descended the city wall with deliberate calm. Shall you follow me? Are you curious where his Majesty draws his confidence? The city gates opened slowly as Qin Jue sauntered towards the seemingly infinite enemy ranks. Observe closely. Opposite, Wang Zhan, seeing the gates ajar, initially believed that Qin Jue had indeed come forth to surrender. However, upon closer inspection, he saw 2 figures emerge, one donned in splendid official attire, adorned with an unfamiliar weapon, and beside him stood a gaunt man, appearing frail and feeble. Who are you? Where is Qin Jue? Wang Zhan demanded sternly. Qin Jue surveyed the vast, dark army before him and scoffed. My lord is not someone that any random fool can meet. Wang Zhan reined in his horse, stopping just a short distance from Qin Jue. How arrogant. Did Qin Jue send you here to die? He retorted. I do not slay nameless wretches. Reveal your name. My name? Qin Jue slowly unsheathed his embroidered spring blade. Without any visible movement, he began to rise into the air. Jia Yu, standing behind him, widened his eyes in disbelief as a chilling dread enveloped him. On the city walls and beyond, countless onlookers watched in astonishment as Qin Jue ascended into the sky. Terror filled their hearts completely. A celestial being? Someone on the city wall exclaimed in shock. Instantly, the soldiers defending the city fell to their knees, fervently calling out, Divine One, have mercy. Outside the city, the 30,000 troops witnessed the spectacle and erupted into chaos. Wang Zhan was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shouting defiantly, Stop this trickery. He drew his bow, aiming to shoot Qin Jue down. Yet, Qin Jue merely gazed down upon him with indifference and waved his hand. Wang Zhan was suddenly propelled into the air, struggling in vain against his fate. Who gave you the audacity to challenge my lord? Qin Jue's icy words reverberated in the ears of the 30,000 troops. Gripping Wang Zhan by the throat, he sneered, At last, I can unleash my strength. Do you know how long I have awaited this moment? Open your eyes wide. Witness how my lord will eradicate the malignant tumors of this world. Just as today, I will dismantle your 30,000 army. Wang Zhan's eyes were now filled with sheer terror, his mind racing with disbelief. How can this be? How can there be celestial beings in this world? It dawned upon him why Qin Jue had always been so unyielding. Without further ado, Qin Jue raised his embroidered spring blade and swept it forward with great force. An invisible wave of blade energy passed through the air like a gentle spring breeze. And in the next moment, the distant army fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing in droves. The clattering of weapons hitting the ground resounded. The vast army was caught off guard, yet Qin Jue had already infiltrated their ranks. With each strike, hundreds, even thousands of soldiers were cleaved in two. Demons, flee! A soldier's desperate cry shattered the air, causing the once mighty army to disintegrate in chaos, scattering in all directions. But could they outrun Qin Jue? With every slash, he descended upon them like a vengeful deity, his body drenched in blood. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground. The cries for mercy and wails of despair painting a scene of hell on earth. We surrender! We surrender! Divine One, spare us! Qin Jue turned a deaf ear to their pleas, continuing his slaughter until he had taken nearly 10,000 lives. Only then did he pause. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. His voice, imbued with ethereal energy, shook the very ground, leaving all who stood before him unsteady and trembling. The soldiers, without a moment's hesitation, hastily cast aside their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling incessantly. Above, Qin Jue observed indifferently from the air. And no one dared to flee, let alone resist. On the city wall, the defending soldiers stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Is this real? Lu Dahu pinched the soldier beside him, who was none other than Qin Ergu, the one who had urged Lu Dahu to escape. Ouch, that hurts. Pain. Then it must be true. In our Great Yu, there are immortals. Qin Jue channeled his inner spiritual power, shaking off the tainted blood from his body, and flew back to where the dazed Jia Yu stood. Little Yu, do you understand now? The remaining matters are entrusted to you. I believe no one will dare to resist. Chapter 18. National Policies. While Qin Jue was engaged in a bloody rampage outside, within the imperial palace, Qin Jue reclined leisurely, while Peng Gao stood upright before him. Peng Aiqing, how long will it take to implement these measures? At most a month, and the Great Yu will be thoroughly pacified. Peng Gao replied, as Qin Jue began to prepare for the reforms he had long envisioned. These reforms encompassed various sectors: education, people's livelihoods, economy, infrastructure, and the court. Peng Gao meticulously reviewed the myriad of reform plans drafted by Qin Jue. After a long while, he gently closed the booklet, astonishment etched on his face. So audacious. This was the first thought that sprung to mind. These were not mere improvements. These national policies aimed to completely overhaul the entire Great Yu. Firstly, in education, there would be 12 years of compulsory education. All children over the age of 6 in Great Yu would be mandated to attend school, and the curriculum would exclude the 4 books and 5 classics of Confucianism. Instead, the primary focus would be on a discipline known as science. The booklet contained a brief introduction to this subject, which could be summarized as a means to understand the world and explore the fundamental laws of existence. Peng Gao found himself quite intrigued, believing that if this were implemented nationwide, it would undoubtedly transform Great Yu. In terms of people's livelihoods, Qin Jue proposed the abolition of all national taxes. This revelation left Peng Gao profoundly shaken. Taxes had always been a fundamental aspect of a nation. Without them, how would the treasury be sustained? How could subsequent infrastructure projects be completed? Moreover, Qin Jue planned to thoroughly eradicate all landlords and ruffians across the nation. Once this was accomplished, as Qin Jue stated, it would liberate the entire labor force of Great Yu. The economic implications were equally startling, as Qin Jue intended to introduce a new currency, which Peng Gao had examined. It was a form of paper money adorned with various designs. Furthermore, according to Qin Jue's vision, he was prepared to ardently encourage the development of industry and commerce. The infrastructure plans were also ambitious, as Qin Jue envisioned the establishment of a railway system to connect the entire nation, requiring simultaneous renovations and constructions in cities large and small. This was merely a concise overview. In reality, each aspect, when detailed, was indeed alarming. Lost in contemplation, Peng Gao was roused by Qin Jue, who took a sip of tea and casually inquired, Peng Aiqing, do you have any thoughts? Peng Gao observed Qin Jue's expression before speaking. Forgive my boldness, Your Majesty, but your national policies are indeed astonishing and unconventional, each one imaginative and boundless in potential. However, Your Majesty, this step may be rather ambitious. Taking a deep breath, he continued with careful consideration, Your Majesty desires for the people of Diyu to be as dragons, to enlighten all under heaven. Yet, implementing this will prove exceedingly challenging. As you have mentioned, the mindset of the small farmers is deeply entrenched. To enlighten the populace, we must wait for the next generation to mature. Just this alone will require at least 30 years. Moreover, as you have stated, science encompasses a vast array of knowledge. Thus, I dare say that relying solely on your Majesty would not suffice for its comprehensive formulation. We will need to summon talented individuals from across the realm to assist. And for science to take shape, it may take around a decade or so. Only then can we disseminate it throughout the land and implement compulsory education. Otherwise, it remains mere rhetoric. On the other hand, economic reforms could be initiated sooner. Regarding the currency, if I am not mistaken, your Majesty must have employed special methods for its production, as ordinary folk cannot replicate it. As for infrastructure, your Majesty, the national treasury currently lacks sufficient funds. Qin Jue listened quietly, his expression inscrutable. There was no need to worry about finances. By purging the clans across the realm, wealth would abound. Labor concerns were also negligible. As soon the northern barbarians and surrounding smaller nations would be subdued by me. The Dayu that Qin Jue envisioned would consist of a privileged few, while the rest would enjoy complete equality, fostering a spirit of camaraderie so profound that even complete strangers among the Dayu could trust each other with their lives. However, this did not imply he intended to nurture a herd of sheep. Internally, there must be kindness, but externally, he desired all citizens of Dayu to transform into ravenous wolves and demons. He understood that his ambitions were somewhat grandiose. Conquering the world was simple, yet transforming this nation into his envisioned ideal was a formidable challenge. With a sigh, Qin Jue turned to Peng Gao. What modifications do you propose, esteemed Peng? Peng Gao appeared ready with his thoughts, continuing without hesitation. Firstly, taxes cannot be entirely abolished, at least not in the short term. However, they can be reduced to a minimal level. Without the exploitation of landlords and petty officials, the people's lives will significantly improve under such low taxes. This would also liberate labor to a degree. Secondly, commerce should not be overly indulgent. Otherwise, the wealth gap in Dayu will become unbalanced, giving rise to a more terrifying class divide. Your Majesty mentioned that only the citizens of Dayu are truly human. Thus, I propose the establishment of a civic hierarchy. Qin Jue furrowed his brow at this suggestion, recalling the caste system of India in his previous life. He had no desire for Dayu to experience something akin to Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting and continued to listen. What I mean, Your Majesty, is that the development of Dayu requires the inclusion of diverse talents. This realm is not solely populated by our Dayu citizens with exceptional abilities. Therefore, why not establish a civic hierarchy? Those who are native to Dayu would be considered citizens, entitled to all the rights that accompany such a status. In the territories that have been subdued, the populace is relegated to a status of subordination, unable to enjoy the privileges afforded to the citizens of the Great Yu. However, they may ascend to citizenship through rigorous examinations that discern exceptional talent. Yet, even upon achieving citizenship, they remain subject to the disdain of the original citizens. Qin Jue interjected. But Peng Gao offered a faint smile, asserting that it is essential to dismantle an age-old concept, the notion of bloodlines. If we can devise a means by which the recognition of Great Yu citizens is based not upon lineage but upon the identity of citizenship, we may forge a new path. Your Majesty, consider this. Citizens are regarded as the elite, while the subordinate populace possesses limited rights and is often deemed lesser. The most distinguished among them will surely strive vigorously to ascend, and once they attain citizenship, their sense of identity will surpass that of their peers. Indeed, that sounds promising. Qin Jue nodded, encouraging Peng Gao to elaborate. Beneath the subordinate populace lies another tier, the slaves. This group comprises criminals who resist indoctrination and rebel against the Great Yu. Slaves possess no human rights and are regarded merely as property. Should the citizens of Great Yu aspire to elevate all their subjects, there must inevitably be those of lower standing, and slaves present the most suitable option. Qin Jue slightly nodded, as he bore no opposition to the institution of slavery, provided that his subjects do not themselves descend into servitude. Initially, he had contemplated reducing the populace of the conquered regions entirely to slavery. Subsequently, Peng Gao gradually shared his insights on various other matters. Qin Jue listened intently, and before he realized it, night had fallen. Peng Ai Qing is indeed a remarkable talent, he exclaimed in admiration upon concluding the discourse. Regardless of Peng Gao's character, his capabilities were undeniably impressive. He had refined each proposed national policy, ensuring that every one of them could be effectively implemented after the stabilization of Great Yu. Your Majesty's praise overwhelms me, Ping Gao responded humbly. The greatest challenge we currently face is the acquisition of talent. Though the world is vast, finding individuals who meet your Majesty's criteria is no simple task. Indeed, everything he possessed was entwined with the fate of Great Yu. Although this realm operated under his singular decree, nation-building was not a solitary endeavor. Talent, Qin Jue murmured, suddenly recalling a certain individual. The scholar Jia Yu, widely knowledgeable and exceptionally adaptable, would be well suited to oversee the education of the realm. Education is an area prone to corruption, and a figure like Jia Yu, with his sharp intellect, would be most fitting. Chapter 19. Unity of Knowledge and Action. It was not until the late hours of the night that Qin Jue finally dismissed Peng Gao. Outside the door, another individual had been waiting patiently for some time. Qin Jue, after a decisive victory over the enemy forces, had remained outside the Yu Palace, standing silently from noon until deep into the night, without a hint of complaint. When Peng Gao emerged, Qin Jue inclined his head slightly, awaiting the summons from Qin Jue. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty. The enemy forces have all surrendered, he reported. Qin Jue acknowledged this with a calm nod. I am aware, he replied. And what of the prisoners of war, Your Majesty? Qin Jue inquired. Qin Jue tapped the table thoughtfully. Identify and extract all members of their clans, and for now, accommodate the others outside the city. Once you have dealt with the internal clan members, proceed to cleanse the northern clans, he instructed, casually tossing a small booklet to Qin Jue. This is the genealogy of the Bei clan, and according to the instructions above, no one shall be spared, regardless of age or gender. Qin Jue uttered these cruel words with an unervingly calm demeanor. Qin Jue, however, exhibited little surprise. He understood his sovereign's temperament well. It was either to do nothing or to act with absolute resolve. Qin Jue respectfully accepted the command, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Furthermore, when purging the northern clans, there is no need for concealment. I wish for the world to know that there are immortals in this capital. Go forth and summon Jia Yu. Qin Jue then withdrew with utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Jia Yu found himself in a state of disarray. Immortal, truly an immortal. As he directed the Tianwu guards in the apprehension of prisoners of war, his mind wandered. The events of today had utterly shattered his worldview, even with his cunning intellect. He could not easily forget. If the leaders of the Jinyu under His Majesty are immortals, what then must His Majesty himself be? Jia Yu dared not dwell on this thought, recalling his recent audience with Qin Jue when he had displayed a hint of petulance. In retrospect, a chill ran down his spine. Yet, a moment later, boundless ambition surged within him. Might I too have the chance to become an immortal? The allure of eternal life and the ability to move mountains stirred in him. Having witnessed Qin Jue's prowess today, his inner desires could no longer be restrained. In contrast to Jia Yu's tumultuous thoughts, the Tianwu guards responsible for settling the prisoners appeared somewhat naive. Lu Dehu, clad in military attire, barked at the prisoners before him, occasionally glancing towards the palace. An immortal? Who would have thought there was an immortal in our capital? Remarkable. Lu Dehu's face was still flushed with excitement. He struggled to find adequate words to express his astonishment, finally managing to utter, incredible. Seeing an immortal vanquish the enemy. I, Lu, feel my life is complete. His body trembled with exhilaration as he playfully nudged his companion Shun Ernyo. If all of His Majesty's subordinates are immortals, just think how formidable His Majesty must be. Could it be true, as others say, that His Majesty is the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor Star? And since we, the Tianwu guards, are chosen by His Majesty, might we one day ascend to the ranks of celestial generals? Shun Ernyo rolled his eyes at Lu Dehu. Whether or not His Majesty is the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor Star is uncertain. But your fanciful dreams of becoming a celestial general are utterly delusional. Lu Dehu chuckled foolishly. Everyone needs a dream. After all, what if it comes true? Alas, today you all witnessed. I, Lu, have no one to boast to about it. When I find a moment of respite, I shall surely regale those who have yet to hear. Shun Ernyo replied. Heh, my wife and child are still in the city. When I return, I will certainly have tales to tell. The two grew increasingly animated, as if it were they who had just exhibited great prowess rather than Qin Jue. In truth, it was not only Lu Dehu and Shun Ernyo. All the Tianwu guards tasked with managing the prisoners were lost in their thoughts, either contemplating the immortals or whispering among themselves. Fortunately, the hundreds of thousands of prisoners had already been thoroughly intimidated, behaving as meekly as quails. Otherwise, the Tianwu guards might have caused a scene today. Just as the merriment reached its peak, someone suddenly shouted, "The Immortal has arrived. The Immortal is here. Lord Qin is here." Where? With a clamor, hundreds of thousands of individuals, without uttering a word, contemplated kneeling. This startled Qin Jue, who had just been dispatched from the palace. He quickly summoned his spiritual energy and bellowed, "No one is permitted to kneel. Whoever dares to kneel shall have their heads severed." Such unruly commoners. They could kneel once when he displayed his might, but to kneel now was akin to roasting him over a fire. Qin Jue was still within the palace. What would it signify for hundreds of thousands to kneel before him, the commander of the Great Yu Dynasty? What if Qin Jue decided to make things difficult for him? The crowd, frightened by his shout, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Qin Jue continued, "Remember, we, the people of Dayu, kneel only to the emperor, to our parents, to our benefactors, and to our revered teachers. Kneeling to anyone else is forbidden. Now, return to your tasks. My face bears no flowers, nor am I a woman. So what are you all staring at?" "Indeed, the Immortal is quite grounded," Lu Dahu whispered to Chun Erniu. Ignoring the unruly populace, Qin Jue approached Jiayu. "You have performed admirably," he remarked, patting Jiayu on the shoulder. Jiayu's demeanor was markedly more respectful in this official capacity. Yet his gaze toward Qin Jue was somewhat peculiar. Qin Jue felt an unexpected tension and hastily said, "The emperor summons you. Hurry along." Once Jiayu departed, Qin Jue looked at the dense throng of captives, his head throbbing. How was he to identify the clansmen among such a multitude? Within the Yu Palace, after 10 days, Jiayu once again faced Qin Jue. Unlike their previous encounter, Jiayu immediately knelt upon their meeting, exuding a demeanor of utmost submission. Qin Jue, unfazed, understood that maintaining an air of mystery would command respect from others. "Rise. I have a question for you." "Your Majesty, please proceed," Jiayu replied, lowering his head, unwilling to meet Qin Jue's gaze. "What do you consider to be the most important aspect of studying?" It appeared to be a simple question, yet upon reflection, it proved to be quite challenging to answer. Jiayu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, sensing that the quality of his response would significantly impact his future. Qin Jue did not rush him, patiently waiting. Meanwhile, Jiayu's frown deepened, sweat beads forming on his forehead. After a quarter of an hour, Jiayu suddenly raised his head, declaring with conviction, knowledge, and action. Qin Jue was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. "What do you mean by knowledge and action?" "To know and to act. The unity of knowledge and action." With those 4 words from Jiayu, the clear sky echoed with a resounding thunderclap. To read extensively and possess a wealth of knowledge without taking action is mere empty talk. Studying must be accompanied by the unity of knowledge and action. Upon hearing this, Qin Jue straightened slightly, his demeanor serious. "Did you come up with this?" "Indeed. This is what I have consistently practiced. Your Majesty's question today has enlightened me, and I have finally attained clarity." Jiayu's eyes radiated determination. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Qin Jue laughed heartily, repeating the word excellent thrice. He had not anticipated encountering a figure akin to Wang Yangming in this foreign realm. "I wish to appoint you to oversee the education of the realm. Are you willing?" Chapter 20, Celebration. Identifying the clansmen among an army of 300,000 was no simple task. However, Qin Jue was no fool. After some thought, he recalled a key individual, Wang Zhan. The royal lineage, a crucial faction, could not possibly be unaware of the spies and informants embedded within the army. Fortunately, I refrained from extinguishing your life on a whim. Qin Jue summoned a soldier with a casual gesture, "Bring Wang Zhan." The soldier, previously occupied with counting prisoners of war, immediately rushed to comply with Qin Jue's call, shortly thereafter dragging a dazed Wang Zhan before him. Since the moment Qin Jue had humiliated him, Wang Zhan had lost all courage to resist. Once a formidable general, he now appeared as a mere shadow of his former self, his eyes vacant, resembling a soulless husk. Only when he was brought before Qin Jue did he slightly lift his head. "Might you, esteemed sir, still seek to humiliate a defeated general such as myself?" Faced with such a predicament, what other intentions could Qin Jue harbor but to humiliate him? "Humiliate you? Do you believe you are worthy?" Qin Jue thought, rolling his eyes internally, disinterested in further dialogue. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, resting it atop Wang Zhan's head. He sought to test if he could exert control over him using spiritual energy. As the energy flowed from his palm into Wang Zhan's body, the latter's already numbed gaze became utterly devoid of life. Witnessing this, Qin Jue ceased his actions. I shall ask, and you shall respond. Wang Zhan, akin to a marionette, stiffly nodded in acknowledgement. It is effective. Qin Jue felt a surge of joy within and continued his inquiry. Are there any individuals placed within this army by your clan? Wang Zhan replied, yes. How many? 131, among which 23 are direct descendants of the 5 major clans. The rest are mercenaries. Have them all brought before me. Wang Zhan again nodded stiffly and turned to approach the pile of prisoners. Qin Jue followed closely behind, unhurried. As Wang Zhan walked, he scanned the trembling faces of the captives, occasionally stopping to point at one. Thus, it took nearly an hour before all the clan members among the prisoners were extracted. Observing the gathered clansmen kneeling in silence, Qin Jue maintained an impassive expression. Only 101 remain. Is this all? He queried once more. This is all. Those mercenaries were dispatched to protect the clan's direct descendants. The 5 major clans never anticipated that this battle would end in defeat. Their direct descendants were merely meant to accompany and gain military merit, paving the way for future endeavors. Therefore, Wang Zhan indeed possesses knowledge of the roster. However, Qin Jue was not easily swayed, always exercising caution in matters commanded by the emperor. It was not until he employed the same method again, controlling each clan member individually and querying them, that he felt reassured. Take them all to the imperial prison, he commanded. These individuals shall face a public execution on an auspicious day as prepared by the emperor. After completing this, Qin Jue raised his gaze to the sky. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, he proclaimed loudly, listen closely, you prisoners of war. With a booming voice, the mass of captives raised their heads in unison. You treasonous rebels, disloyal to your sovereign, acting in defiance of the natural order. By my nature, I had originally intended to find a place to bury you all. Qin Jue deliberately paused. As expected, the prisoners immediately erupted into chaos. Many individuals were immediately overtaken by tears, pleading for mercy from the immortal. Silence, however, is Majesty, possessing a benevolent heart, is willing to grant you an opportunity to atone for your sins through merit. The mood among the prisoners of war fluctuated like a roller coaster. Upon hearing the glimmer of hope for survival, their eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, I shall lead you in a thorough cleansing of the entire northern clans. If you comply and perform well, your death sentences may be commuted. After serving merely 4 years of labor, you shall regain your status as subjects of the Great Yu. Upon hearing this, the officials awaited the prisoners' reactions. Among the hundreds of thousands, some quick-witted individuals immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Long live His Majesty's benevolence! Long live the Emperor!" As one group began to cheer, others quickly followed suit, kneeling and chanting in unison, their voices reverberating to the heavens. Within the imperial palace, Qin Jue naturally heard the resounding cheers. Xiao Liuzi, by Qin Jue's side, could not conceal his elation, promptly flattering, "Your Majesty truly embodies the virtue of mercy. You are indeed a sovereign unparalleled throughout history. With 300,000 troops now subdued, the realm has returned to your hands, and I, your humble servant, offer my congratulations." Qin Jue, listening to Xiao Liuzi's praises, maintained an expression of calm. "You are quite the smooth talker." Their cheers are compelled, lacking sincerity. It will only be worth celebrating when the people of the Great Yu can genuinely shout my praises from their hearts. At that moment, Qin Jue suddenly pondered a curious thought. This long-lived chant seems to curse oneself, does it not? My goal is not merely to live 1,000 years. It requires alteration. Issue a decree. From now on, do not chant "Long live" upon seeing me. Xiao Liuzi was perplexed. Instead, one must proclaim, "Long live our Emperor's eternal peace." Xiao Liuzi's eyes widened in astonishment at such an ambitious proclamation. "Yes, I shall convey this decree immediately." With that, Xiao Liuzi knelt once more, proclaiming, "Long live our Emperor's eternal peace." Qin Jue chuckled. Indeed, Xiao Liuzi was born to serve in the palace. What harm could there be in such a modification? Qin Jue was not a truly wise ruler. He was merely pursuing his own ideals. Simultaneously, as emperor, he relished in such privileges. The scene shifts to the capital. Since Qin Jue revealed his immortal identity and decisively defeated the enemy forces, the citizens who had remained in the capital began to emerge from their homes. Particularly, the term immortal ignited boundless imaginations among the populace. Despite the late hour, the entire capital buzzed with festivity as if celebrating a grand festival. Fireworks erupted above the city, and every face, young and old, radiated with joy. Some affluent citizens extravagantly rented entire taverns to celebrate. Quick-witted merchants set up stalls throughout the night, while frugal parents joyfully spent money to buy treats for their children. Such is the lively spirit of humanity. Meanwhile, 100 miles beyond the capital, the stronghold of the northern clans hosted a grand banquet. The 5 major clans were reveling in a magnificent celebration. Chapter 21. The Northern Clan's Descent. Considering the timing, Battlechild should have already captured the capital, right? Below, the dancers twirled gracefully, while on either side, the direct descendants of the 5 major clans raised their cups in merriment, celebrating with abandon. Ha ha ha. Perhaps, at this very moment, someone is escorting that Qin Jue back. I find myself quite intrigued by the young lad. I wonder if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms to be so audacious. Do not be anxious, Master Wang. Within 3 days, the good news shall surely arrive. This campaign will undoubtedly elevate your Wang family to greater heights, especially with Wang Zhan capturing the false emperor. Surely he will receive a deserved promotion. Come, let us raise a toast to our clan. In the ever-changing tides of dynasties, our clan remains steadfast. No one truly believes that Qin Jue can emerge victorious. At that time, the northern barbarians descended, and the entire north fell into despair. Yet, these clans continued to live in carefree prosperity, firmly believing that no one could oppose them, not even the so-called sovereign of the realm. The lavish banquet continued until dawn, and only then did the guests slowly disperse. Meanwhile, just outside the capital, Qin Jue stood proudly atop a flying sword, defying gravity. This was a clever stratagem of his own invention. Relying solely on spiritual energy for flight proved to be excessively draining. Although this energy replenishes after a good night's rest, Qin Jue, adhering to a principle of conservation, specially commissioned a large sword from the Ministry of Works. Infusing spiritual energy into the sword made the task significantly easier, albeit initially challenging to control. However, after secretly practicing for several hours, he had achieved a basic level of proficiency. Below him, an endless army stood in formation. These captives were led by Immortals, and regardless of their internal thoughts, be they weary or troubled, they appeared formidable and imposing on the surface. Notably, among them was the Celestial Martial Guard, comprised of the elderly, the weak, and the ailing. In contrast to the captives Fade, the Celestial Martial Guard was invigorated, their faces flushed with excitement, their necks craned in determination. Qin Jue surveyed the scene once more, and a surge of pride welled up within him. With a grand gesture, he declared with resolute strength, March forth. En route to Yanyun, they approached the city of Huailai, the closest city to the capital. Although Huailai lay nearest to the capital, the events transpiring outside remained unknown to its officials and citizens for an entire day. However, they were aware of the northern clan's 30,000 troops advancing toward the capital. The army led by Qin Jue marched at a steady pace, taking nearly 2 days to arrive at Huailai's gates. As the hundreds of thousands gathered outside the city, the prefect of Huailai feared that the northern barbarians had come to attack. Panic ensued within the city, with the populace thrown into disarray. The prefect was so terrified that he hid in his home, lacking the courage to venture outside. It was only when a trembling servant, aghast and breathless, knelt before him, claiming that an immortal awaited him outside, that the prefect finally stepped out of his abode. An immortal? You wretched fool, tell me, did that barbarian offer you some reward to lure me out? An immortal, you say? I see you are simply tired of living. The prefect seethed with anger, convinced that the servant was attempting to deceive him. No, my lord, I am wronged. There truly is an immortal. Moreover, that army is not the barbarians. It belongs to the great Qian. No, it is the army of the Great Yu. Great Yu? Which Great Yu? The prefect of Huailai was utterly bewildered. In the capital, the esteemed official was taken aback. Just days prior, the formidable army of the Bei clan had marched through Huailai, requisitioning substantial supplies. How could it have transformed into the army of the Great Yu in such a short span? A wave of dread washed over the Huailai governor, who, in a fit of anger, kicked the young attendant to the ground. You wretched creature, why did you not report such a critical matter sooner? Without a moment's pause to adjust his attire, he hurriedly made his way to the city wall. Upon reaching the ramparts, the governor was met with a sight that rendered him speechless. The soldiers stationed there had all knelt, their posteriors elevated high in the air. As he gazed upwards, he was astonished to see a figure standing upon a massive sword, suspended in midair. The Huailai governor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he momentarily lost his composure. Yawning nonchalantly, Qin Jue cast a dismissive glance at the rotund Huailai governor, his voice devoid of emotion. Indeed, you wield quite the authority, my lord. It has made me await your presence. The governor, jolted back to reality, was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly. Divine One, I did not intend any disrespect. It was my household servant who deceived me. Please spare my life. Observing the governor's predicament, Qin Jue snorted derisively. He could have easily forced open the city gates and entered with brute force, yet he opted to remain airborne for the sake of theatrics. After all, the emperor had instructed him to instill fear across the realm. Thus, he had to present a striking image, showcasing his divine presence as much as possible. I am the esteemed commander of the Jinhui, General Qin Jue, appointed by the emperor himself. I inquire of you, why did you allow the bandits to pass unopposed as they besieged the capital, having traversed through Huailai? His voice thundered like a tempest, sending tremors through the hearts of the soldiers atop the wall. The Huailai governor, drenched in perspiration, stammered, unable to utter a word. How could he articulate a response to such an inquiry? As he struggled to find his voice, Qin Jue issued a stern command. Open the city gates at once. Do you wish for me to lay siege? Why, yes, I shall open the gates immediately. The governor trembled as he rose, urgently calling out to the soldiers below. In truth, the guards had already opened the gates upon catching sight of Qin Jue. Where are the Tianwu guards? Present. Thousands of Tianwu guards shouted in unison. Follow me into the city. Yes. Slowly descending from the battlements, Qin Jue led the imposing Tianwu guards into the city. On either side, the Huailai soldiers remained prostrate, too fearful to utter a sound. Within the surrounding homes, the common folk cowered, peering out with terrified eyes. By the emperor's decree, the city gates are to be sealed forthwith. All clans, great and small, within Huailai shall be apprehended. Qin Jue's icy tone echoed ominously. His mission was not merely to eradicate the 5 major clans. He sought to obliterate any trace of clan existence throughout the realm. He aimed for total annihilation, leaving no survivors. The present task is merely the eradication of clans, yet in the future, there will also be various powerful landlords and ruffians. Even if it means having the population of this vast universe, Qin Jue will assuredly accomplish it. Upon the city walls, the governor of Huailai, upon hearing Qin Jue's commands, nearly fainted in disbelief. He himself belonged to a clan. Although not particularly large, his clan was renowned in the vicinity. The decree was aimed directly at him. Chapter 22. Debate logically. Dispatching the hundreds of thousands of troops to cleanse the major cities would yield greater efficiency. Yet, Qin Jue chose not to proceed in such a manner. The reason was simple. He harbored reservations about these war captives. His Majesty's intention was to eradicate the malignant tumors without inflicting the slightest harm upon the common people. Any violation would result in him, the commander of the Jinhui, facing the dire consequences first. Thus, even if it meant a slower pace, Qin Jue dared not indulge in reckless ambition. Moreover, as a cultivator, he possessed an abundance of time. As for the fear that clans from other regions might catch wind of the situation and flee, the world is vast. And where could they escape? Wherever they attempt to escape, Qin Jue would pursue them relentlessly. Additionally, there was another motive. He intended to leave Jinhui spies in each major city along the way. This opportunity would allow him to establish a Jinhui presence throughout the nation. Within Huailai City, ever since the Tianwu Guard entered, cries of slaughter echoed incessantly. The clans, both large and small, had not anticipated their impending doom. Thus they had no chance to flee or hide in advance. Some were at home, while others were outside indulging in frivolous pursuits. Thousands of Tianwu guards meticulously searched every household, leaving no corner of Huailai City unexamined. Observing that the number of Tianwu guards was somewhat lacking, Qin Jue arranged for additional captives to assist in the search. With him overseeing from above, chaos was utterly impossible. Thus, until the deep hours of the night, all the clansmen in Huailai City were apprehended. Among them was the governor of Huailai himself. On the following day, hundreds of clan members, both great and small, were paraded to the marketplace. Among them were the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Several hundred were bound with their hands behind their backs, kneeling in a row. Below, the common folk observed this spectacle with not much excitement. Rather, they were filled with trepidation. Qin Jue, still perched upon his flying sword, coldly surveyed the scene below, preparing for execution. With a thunderous command, the executioners raised their blades high. At that moment, One of the clan youth suddenly lifted his head. Unlike the others who shouted in panic, he gazed calmly at Qin Jue in the sky. Immortal, may I pose a question before my demise? Qin Jue turned his gaze towards the voice. It belonged to a youth who appeared to be no more than a young man, his face quite fair. Speak. Qin Jue replied with indifference. This slaughter of clans by you, Immortal, is unjust, for not all clans are steeped in wickedness. Though our Wei family is part of the Huailai clan, we have never committed any crimes. In fact, we periodically provide porridge to those who suffer from hunger. Immortal, my Wei family has been dedicated to benevolence for generations, opening granaries to relieve disasters and constructing bridges and roads. The common people can attest to this. If you were to slay us all today, would it not chill the hearts of the righteous and bring desolation to the world? The heavens possess a virtue of cherishing life. My Wei family has always acted with kindness. So what sin do we bear? Is it merely because my family, the Wei clan, belongs to the aristocracy? The words of the youth evidently garnered the approval of many common folk, several of whom had benefited from the Wei family's generosity. Now kneeling before Qin Jue, pleading for mercy. Indeed, not all individuals within noble clans are malevolent. As Qin Jue descended slowly, he approached the youth and regarded him coldly. Indeed, it is precisely because you belong to the aristocracy. The youth continued, why must the immortal lord feign indifference? For 3 centuries, the Wei family has upheld the tradition of scholarly pursuits, producing 12 county magistrates and 6 benevolent figures in times of disaster. If bloodlines are deemed a crime, may I inquire if the ancestors of the immortal lord were mere commoners? Among the crowd, an elder discreetly nodded in agreement. Qin Jue remained impassive. Did this youth wish to engage him in debate? Very well, he would ensure these people understood their fate clearly. From somewhere, he produced an old, yellowed land deed and hurled it at the youth's face. In the time of your ancestors, the Wei family forcibly seized 1,000 acres of farmland, falsely claiming to act on behalf of the emperor. During the previous dynasty's plague, your family traded moldy rice for fresh grain from the government granaries, falsely recording a donation of 10,000 stones of grain. The memorial for your family's benevolence was inscribed with the bones of the common people. The youth, undeterred, retorted. The Wei family established cultural temples and charitable schools, which impoverished student from Huailai has not benefited from our family's kindness. In the crowd, some scholars clenched their fists in silence. Little did they know, Qin Jue burst into laughter. He seized a booklet from a soldier's hand entitled Regulations of the Wei clan, stating that any student entering the charitable school must serve the ancestral hall for 3 years, and those who attain academic success must change their surname to belong to the clan. Every grain of rice you bestow is marked with a price, and each grain demands generations of the common folk to bow in repayment. Qin Jue then pulled a seasoned soldier from the ranks of the Qin Jue, revealing the scars upon his torso. Do you know the origin of these scars? Eru, enlighten him. The soldier named Eru took a deep breath and slowly explained. During the reign of the former emperor, bandits caused chaos in Yuzhou, and these scars are a testament to my efforts in quelling that unrest. The common folk were somewhat perplexed. Qin Jue fixed his gaze on the youth. Do you know why there were rebels in Yuzhou at that time? Let me tell you. Your Wei ancestors brazenly altered the county records, changing equitable land distribution into gifts of land. A single character's difference turned thousands into your family's serfs. Do you comprehend? You do not. Even if you did, you would merely dismiss it as trivial. Whether it is the Wei family, or the Lu, Wang, or Huang families, you all shamelessly indulge in privileges as though they are your birthright. The kanji you offer the common people is akin to showing compassion to pitiful kittens and puppies. In your hearts, you do not regard the ordinary folk as human beings. You may not commit evil, yet the commonplace acts you regard as normal have led to the demise of countless lives. Today, I do not seek to kill you out of malice. Rather, it is your innate belief that the common people's backs serve as the steps upon which you ascend to greatness. Qin Jue's voice grew louder and more resonant. The gathered common folk, as well as the Tianwu guards and even the captured soldiers stationed outside the city, all heard his declaration. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Indeed, is what is deemed self-evident truly righteous? A commoner murmured, my son once borrowed money from the Wei family, and without hesitation, they lent it to him. At that time, I was filled with gratitude. Yet, in the end, the interest compounded, and those few taels of silver drained our family, leading to my son's demise. The repayment had already exceeded what was owed. A scholar, his eyes wide with disbelief, lamented, the clans adorned themselves with gold and silver, clad in fine silks, while we, The lowborn, despite our knowledge, are left to don coarse garments. This is not a matter of affordability. It is that the common folk are deemed unworthy to wear such attire. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone had come to a profound realization. The silence was palpable. Proceed with the execution. Qin Jue soared into the air, declaring, "What His Majesty seeks to eliminate is not merely the clans, but the decayed and corrupt privileged class tethered by bloodlines." In Chapter 23, titled Northern Determination, Qin Jue remained unaware that his words were being quietly recorded. He had no inkling that those who were enlightened by his speech had resolved to compile a book. He could never foresee the monumental impact his words would have on the populace in the future. After dealing with the clans in Huilai City, Qin Jue did not pause for long. Leaving a portion of his men to maintain order, he continued his march towards the next city with great momentum. Thus, at each city he arrived, he employed the same tactics. Gradually, the term immortal began to resonate throughout the realm. 2 weeks later, the 5 great clans of Yin Yun convened once more. However, the atmosphere of this gathering was suffocating. They had sensed something amiss 10 days prior. Logically, if they had successfully captured the capital, they should have received news within 3 days. Yet, they waited 4 to 5 days without any word of victory. Growing uneasy, they dispatched spies to investigate, but none returned. It wasn't until recently, with Qin Jue openly revealing his identity as an immortal and systematically purging the clans from each city, that the 5 great clans grasped the true situation. Immortal. The head of the Wang family murmured, the weight of the word nearly suffocating him. Initially, he had thought it was a mere rumor or a ploy by Qin Jue to instill fear. But as more witnesses emerged, the truth became undeniable. No matter how perplexed the clan leaders felt, they had no choice but to accept this reality. It was no wonder Qin Jue had seemed so confident. No wonder he acted with such audacity. Now, their only options were to conceal their identities and flee. The determination of Qin Jue to eradicate the clans was unprecedented. Every clan, large and small along the way, was uprooted without room for negotiation. The head of the Jin family took a deep gulp of wine, his expression somber. "Our 5 clans have nearly scattered their direct descendants. It is time for us old men to depart. Yet, it is a pity that we must abandon the foundation of our clans built over centuries." Sighing, he added, "Indeed, the world is ever-changing." The others remained silent. Though the main members of their clans had dispersed, could they truly escape? The immortal, in their minds, was a being capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Who could fathom the extent of his abilities? Escaping under the auspices of the immortal is no trifling matter. The head of the Wang family opened his mouth, intending to articulate something, yet ultimately it merely transformed into a soft sigh. One misstep leads to another. Who could have anticipated that Qin Jue would possess such a trump card? If only, in the beginning, we had not opposed Qin Jue. The Liu family head, caught between nostalgia and regret, suddenly interjected. It is futile. When Qin Jue began to cleanse the court, everything was already predetermined. Very well, it is time to depart. Everyone, take care. The Wang family head rose first, feeling there was nothing more to say. Any further struggle would be in vain. The only hope lay in escaping as far as possible. However, just as the Wang family head stood, a large hand suddenly pressed down upon him. "Wang family head, where do you think you are going?" In an instant, the Wang family head's countenance turned ashen, and the other 4 family heads jumped to their feet in alarm. Behind the previously empty Wang family head, an unknown figure had appeared without a sound. You gentlemen seem to have a remarkable sense of leisure. Gathering at such a critical juncture, the words, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed in the ears of the 5 men. The heads of the 5 prominent clans couldn't help but swallow hard, beads of sweat cascading down their brows. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our residence?" The Wang family had attempted to turn, but found his neck unresponsive. TSK, still pretending to be oblivious, Lord Wang Wu. Qin Jue naturally took a seat, showing no disdain as he picked up chopsticks and sampled the dishes, downing a cup of wine with gusto. "Who am I? You are well aware in your hearts. I initially thought you had managed to escape, and that capturing you would require considerable effort. Little did I expect that a few old fogies would still find time to gather here. You are truly a stroke of fortune for this official." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu succumbed to utter despair, shutting his eyes in resignation. The reports he had received indicated that the army led by Qin Jue was still within Tianjin City, a considerable distance from their location. To his astonishment, this renowned immortal, causing such a stir outside, had arrived ahead of time and infiltrated their midst undetected. In the game of power, victors and vanquished stand at opposite ends. Lord Qin may do with us as he pleases, and we will bear no grievances. These family heads, being the leaders of great clans, displayed remarkable fortitude. After the initial shock and trepidation, they quickly regained their composure, each wearing an expression that exuded a readiness to face death. Death, fear not, you will indeed die, but not at this moment. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Qin Jue produced a thick tome. His Majesty is correct. The individual who devised the family tree was truly a genius. Let me see. Wang Wu. Here it is. You still have 4 sons, the eldest. As the group beheld the family lineage in Qin Jue's hands, they immediately began to writhe in desperation. Lord Qin, must you pursue complete annihilation? Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Wealth, beauty? Simply name your price, and we shall deliver. You, a revered immortal. Do you not fear divine retribution for such wanton slaughter? Qin Jue read aloud several names before abruptly closing the family tree and leaning closer to Wang Wu. Bribing me? Huh. The things I desire are beyond your means. As for divine retribution, there is but one heaven above me, and that is His Majesty the Emperor. As he spoke, Qin Jue seized Wang Wu's arm and effortlessly twisted it, resulting in the complete dislocation of the limb. Now tell me, where have your so-called direct descendants gone? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. The excruciating pain contorted Wang Wu's face, yet he stammered, Don't bother, Lord Qin, you will never, ever find them. With a scoff, Qin Jue raised his leg and crushed Wang Wu's knee. Then, placing his hand atop Wang Wu's head, he sneered, Is that so? I shall make you witness how utterly the Wang clan will be annihilated by my hand. In the 4th month of the Great Yu era, after 2 arduous months, the Grand Commander of the Jinui and General Qin Jue triumphantly returned with over 10,000 members of various clans in tow. The citizens of the capital greeted them, lining the streets for 10 miles. 3 days later, the prisoners were publicly executed, and the scene was so blood-soaked it resembled a hellish purgatory. Henceforth, the entire northern region fell completely under Qin Jue's dominion. The name of the emperor resonated throughout the world. After cleansing the north, Qin Jue did not hasten to commence the purging of the south. However, in May of the same year, the former Emperor Qin and the Crown Prince Qinding were brought to the capital by agents of the Jiangnan clans. They presented Qin Jue with a letter, which denounced Qin and as a false emperor inciting the populace of Jiangnan. The letter conveyed unwavering loyalty while insinuating that their clans were compelled to act out of necessity, offering their entire fortunes in exchange for their lives. Chapter 24. The civilized marketplace, should I deem them foolish or naive? Casually tossing aside the letter from the Jiangnan clans, Qin Jue remained unfazed. No one could obstruct his path. No one. Your Majesty, the former emperor and the crown prince have arrived. What shall we do? Xiao Liuzi inquired softly, bowing slightly. Since their arrival in the capital, Qin Jue had not summoned them, leaving it uncertain whether it was forgetfulness or intention. Nevertheless, one was the emperor's biological father, and the other was his brother. Xiao Liuzi found himself in a predicament, merely arranging their accommodations while seizing the opportunity to observe how the emperor would handle the situation. The former emperor? Qin Jue glanced at Xiao Liuzi, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Have someone attend to it. Xiao Liuzi respectfully acknowledged this, but the next moment, he suddenly raised his head in shock. He stood frozen, uncertain, and, after a moment's struggle, asked with trepidation, Your Majesty, how shall we attend to them? It was only natural for Xiao Liuzi to be alarmed, for these were the emperor's own father and brother. If the handling was as he feared, then his life as an informant would certainly be forfeit. Qin Jue's expression remained impassive as he uttered a few words, just as you imagine. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Xiao Liuzi fell prostrate on the ground, his head hitting the floor with a resounding thud. Even as blood flowed, he continued to bow, weeping, Your Majesty, I have followed you since childhood, serving diligently for over a decade without error. Please spare me, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Qin Jue found it rather amusing, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When did I ever say I intended to kill you? Tears glistened in the eyes of little Six, and though unspoken, the implications were evident. Were you concerned that this matter might become public, tarnishing your reputation as an unfilial sovereign? Were you contemplating using me as a scapegoat to quell public discontent? Qin Jue, unfazed, replied, Rest assured, no one will speak of this, nor would they dare. He continued, I have no desire to harm you. In this realm, no one possesses the power to do so. Upon hearing this, little Six steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and bowed fervently, declaring, "Your Majesty, I swear on my life that this matter shall remain a secret. Should anyone else learn of it, I shall offer my life as atonement." "Go," Qin Jue said, not elaborating further. "I take my leave." Once little Six exited the imperial palace, a sinister expression overtook his face. He silently vowed that this matter must remain known only to the emperor and himself. However, given the emperor's deep favoritism towards his subordinates, this situation required careful contemplation. Within the palace, Qin Jue paid little heed to the incident. His indifference stemmed from the fact that the former emperor and the late crown prince held no significance for him. As a time traveler, with parents existing in another realm, he had no interest in claiming another set of parents. Moreover, those two had recently opposed him. With Qin Jue's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would show them mercy. Dismissing the matter from his mind, a peculiar smile graced Qin Jue's face. Just moments ago, the long-quiet imperial seal stirred within his consciousness. With a mere thought, Qin Jue's awareness transported him once more to that extraordinary space. The seal emanated a gentle glow, quietly hovering in midair. He reached out and grasped it once again. A torrent of new information flooded into his mind, and after a while, he abruptly opened his eyes. Firstly, the number of blessings granted had increased by 2. However, this was secondary. The most significant revelation was the emergence of a feature within the seal known as the Civilization Mall. This mall was a treasure trove of items spanning across various domains, including technology, fantasy, cultivation, and magic. From powerful techniques and magical artifacts to mundane furniture, it had it all. According to the information relayed by the seal, all items required a currency termed civilization points for exchange. The unfortunate news was that he currently possessed 0 civilization points. How does one acquire these civilization points? This was the first query that flickered through Qin Jue's mind. The seal provided no guidance on obtaining civilization points. In addition to the blessings and the civilization mall, the seal granted Qin Jue a new ability, aptly named suppression. This ability was described as extraordinarily formidable. Within the boundaries of the Great Yu realm, he could forcibly suppress any opponent of the same realm, rendering them utterly defenseless. Importantly, this same realm was not a trivial distinction. For instance, even if Qin Jue were at the early stage of foundation establishment, he could easily suppress a practitioner at the pinnacle of foundation establishment or even a fake Dan practitioner. Emerging from that extraordinary space, Qin Jue fell into deep contemplation. Compared to the ability of suppression, the treasures within the Civilization Mall were what truly piqued his interest. Civilization Mall, civilization points. Qin Jue furrowed his brow in thought. After a considerable time, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. The imperial seal was, after all, intended for the advancement of civilization. Civilization, what precisely is civilization? Civilization is a multifaceted and intricately layered concept, encompassing the material foundations, social structures, cultural expressions, spiritual beliefs, and institutional frameworks created by a collective. To understand the notion of civilization points, one must delve into the essence of civilization itself. At this moment, Qin Jue casually picked up a teacup, feeling a subtle stir within him. In the next instant, the teacup vanished from his grasp, and a piece of information materialized in his mind. Teacup, crafted by mortal civilization, embodies a fragment of this culture, redeemable for 0.00001 civilization points. Would you like to redeem? Feasible. Qin Jue felt a surge of joy. However, upon discerning the redeemable civilization points, his smile abruptly faltered. 0.00001 civilization points? If memory served him correctly, even the most basic items like tables and chairs in the marketplace required 0.1 points. Wait. Qin Jue quickly revisited the marketplace, only to discover that the teacup he had just sold to the imperial seal had been listed for sale, and it was priced at 0.1 civilization points. How outrageous. The unscrupulous merchant was profiting off the difference. When he first encountered the items in this marketplace, they seemed to be of excellent quality at reasonable prices. The most basic cultivation techniques required merely 100 points, while items of a technological nature were even more affordable. For instance, foundational texts in science, physics, and chemistry could be bundled for just 10 points. However, upon closer inspection, the prices were exorbitant. Qin Jue took a deep breath and subsequently relinquished all items within the imperial palace to the imperial seal. The outcome, however, astonished him. After several hours of experimentation, Qin Jue arrived at several conclusions. First, Items that could be sold to the imperial seal must be creations or possessions of the civilization. Second, each type of item could only be sold once. This classification seemed to extend beyond mere material, encompassing a broad spectrum. Teacups, bowls, plates, etc. could only be sold once. Third, the price varied based on the degree of cultural essence contained within. For example, when Qin Jue sold his dark dragon robe, he was surprised to find it valued at 1 point. However, subsequent items like his crown were not accepted, given that he was selling civilization. Could more abstract concepts be sold? Imperial seal, there is a festival in my Grand Yu known as the Qi Shin Festival. Could it be sold? The imperial seal swiftly replied, Qi Shin Festival, celebrated by the mortal civilization of Yu on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, featuring deity impersonations, parades, and blessings, embodies a portion of this civilization's culture, valued at 0.0001 civilization points. Would you like to redeem? Such a possibility existed. Did this mean the entirety of his Grand Yu could be sold? Just as this thought crossed Qin Jue's mind, the imperial seal immediately responded, Yu civilization. A low-level amalgamation of mortals and practitioners, comprising 3 low-level practitioners, with the civilization primarily consisting of mortals, possessing a heritage of 800 years, civilization rating. Extremely low. Valued at 1,000 civilization points. Would you like to redeem? Qin Jue thought. Chapter 25, a small character. That was a close call. He almost sold himself. Based on previous explorations, once an item was sold, it ceased to exist. Would selling intangible concepts result in their absence as well? Bring someone. We shall inquire and ascertain the truth. Outside the door, another young eunuch caught the sound and hurriedly dashed inside. I have seen your Majesty, he announced. I have a question for you, replied the emperor. Do you know about the festival of seeking deities? The eunuch, somewhat puzzled, blurted out, Your Majesty. Wasn't the festival just celebrated? Qin Jue offered no response, feeling relieved internally. It seemed that these intangible matters would not vanish. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Jue continued to inquire, What is your name, and what is your current position? Your Majesty, I am called Wei He. I recently entered the palace and currently hold no official position, working under Eunuch Liu. Eunuch Liu was, of course, the young Liuzi, who had no formal name and was a confidant of Qin Jue. Within the palace, other eunuchs and maidens commonly referred to Liuzi as Eunuch Liu. Though designated as Eunuch Liu, he was, in fact, the most prominent eunuch in the imperial court. Wei He had been personally chosen by Liuzi from the common folk, groomed as a trusted aide, as evidenced by his placement outside the main palace. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Jue expressed his disinterest in the trivial affairs of the palace, preferring to remain uninvolved as long as his boundaries were respected. Wei He, I entrust you with a task. I require you to seek and collect various artifacts from across the realm. They need not be particularly precious. Qin Jue then described the items he sought in detail. Wei He understood that his opportunity for advancement had arrived, and he suppressed his excitement, diligently memorizing every word uttered by Qin Jue. Upon concluding, Qin Jue performed a magical gesture, producing an ancient-looking token seemingly out of thin air. Take this token. You must personally venture outside the palace to fulfill this task. However, do not rush. There is no set deadline. Just ensure to deliver a batch every 5 days. Any trusted personnel within the palace may be summoned to assist you. Wei He carefully received the token, placing it close to his heart, his body trembling with anticipation. It is said that the emperor is akin to a deity, and now he had witnessed it firsthand. I vow to complete this task and live up to your Majesty's immense grace. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jue dismissed him. You may go. Yes, I take my leave. May your Majesty enjoy eternal peace. Wei He bowed deeply, maintaining his posture until he had completely exited the vicinity of the main palace, at which point he straightened up. He gently stroked the token in his hand, his face trembling with excitement. Who would have thought that my opportunity would come so swiftly? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. What an extraordinary chance this is. This task was assigned directly by the emperor. If I perform well, might I not become another Eunuch Liu? Despite Liuzi's humble demeanor before Qin Jue, in the outside world, even the great clans of Jiangnan would bow in deference to him. The emperor despises corrupt officials and those who abuse their power. I must not act foolishly. I need to gather trustworthy individuals. If I execute this task well and earn the emperor's favor, who knows, I might even ascend to the realm of deities. Wei He felt his steps become significantly lighter, almost buoyant. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly bumped into the hurried Liuzi. Xiao Liuzi, upon seeing Wei He leisurely strolling about, was immediately filled with ire. He reprimanded, "You wretched dog, did I not instruct you to guard the outer palace? Why are you wandering aimlessly? If you hinder His Majesty in any way, how will your 100 heads suffice as recompense? Return at once." Though his words were harsh, a hint of protectiveness could be discerned beneath them. Wei He harbored a deep-seated fear of this esteemed eunuch and promptly relayed the matter entrusted to him by His Majesty. However, he refrained from providing specifics, merely stating that the emperor had urgent business for him to attend to. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liuzi's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Wei He from head to toe, then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, you are fortunate. Since this is a directive from His Majesty, you should hasten to fulfill it." Wei He, not lacking in social awareness, immediately smiled in response, assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed eunuch. This opportunity is indeed a blessing from you. In this palace, you are my only kin. Regardless of what may come, I shall always follow your lead." Xiao Liuzi's demeanor visibly softened, yet he corrected, "What do you mean by following my lead? We are both servants of His Majesty, and the realm belongs to him. It is His Majesty we should follow." Yes, I stand corrected," Wei He replied eagerly. "Now, go attend to your duties. In the realm where people reside, even the lowliest have their means of survival." In the capital, at the Peng residence, within a modest yet impeccably tidy study, Peng Gao slowly closed a memorial. Letting out a long sigh, he rose and opened the study door. A maid outside held a bowl of chilled beverage, which Peng Gao accepted and drank deeply. Though he had attained immortality, he still retained the habits of a mortal. Since the northern territories had stabilized, most officials had been purged, but fortunately, the court had urgently reassigned some to ensure basic operations continued. Now, daily memorials poured in like snowflakes from all over the country, not only from the north, but even from the south. The reports were meticulous and thorough. Naturally, all these matters were entrusted to Qin Jue for him to handle. Though he held the title of Chancellor, who in history has ever seen an emperor spend all day in the palace, oblivious to the affairs outside? While a chancellor merely reviews memorials, only Qin Jue would dare to do so. Every action comes with a price. To outsiders, he seemed to wield immense power as chancellor, with rumors suggesting he had overshadowed the emperor. Yet, only he knew that from the moment he gained power, he had become a mere puppet of Qin Jue. His thoughts and intentions were entirely transparent, for if Qin Jue so desired, he held no secrets. Nevertheless, Peng Gao harbored no regrets. Life was inherently a gamble, and this was merely a trifling cost incurred thereafter. It was time to take action against the southern factions. Gazing up at the sky, he recalled the 3 questions Qin Jue posed to him, which he had never forgotten. He had already purged his own household, and it was now time to address those southern clans. As for the Peng clan, he was not originally one of their own. He had assumed their identity, and they were aware of it. However, due to his remarkable talent and capabilities, he had risen through the ranks, and the Peng clan had subsequently included him in their genealogy. "Xiao Huanger," Peng Gao softly called. The maid by his side immediately responded, "This servant is here." Peng Gao chuckled softly, his voice gentle as he commanded, "Go fetch my armor. It is time to stir." In chapter 26, My Bones as the Banner. Before the bronze mirror, Peng Gao donned his armor, meticulously admiring his own reflection. Though he was merely a scholar, the heavy armor did not appear out of place on him. Rather, it added an air of sharpness to his demeanor. To the untrained eye, his very presence could evoke the illusion of a seasoned general, battle-hardened and formidable. "Indeed, my lord is truly majestic," remarked a nearby maid, her eyes wide with awe. Peng Gao paid her no heed, but instead drew a treasured sword. As he unconsciously recited poetry, he wielded the sword with grace. False names entwined in the miasma of war, a lone saddle points south as dusk descends upon the mountains. "For 20 years I have borne the grace of jade. This day, a green python replaces the red door." With a fierce cry, his sword sang as Peng Gao's gaze sharpened, infused with a hint of murderous intent. Beneath the solitary lamp, bones reflect the stars. Silent iron armor etches the moon-esque scars. Frosted blade, still young, splits the wild marsh. Blood cleanses the 1,000 peaks, proving the path of enlightenment. Today we march. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of iron armor accompanied the rhythmic beating of his heart, the heavy and synchronized footsteps shaking the earth. Peng Gao, standing upon his sword, ascended gracefully to the forefront. Behind him, a battalion of 5,000 heavily armored cavalry appeared, their bodies shrouded, leaving only their eyes visible, their faces obscured. An atmosphere of chilling ferocity enveloped the air. Flanking them were throngs of citizens, each face alight with excitement. A celestial being. Another celestial being. I knew the Emperor's retinue must include more than one immortal. Wait, that immortal. It seems to be the current chancellor. Someone recognized Peng Gao, and gasps rippled through the crowd. Were they not calling that chancellor a traitor? How can he be an immortal? Indeed, I heard that the chancellor hails from the Peng family of Hushi. Why is he leading an army today? Who are they to confront? Do you not know? The emperor issued an edict yesterday, dispatching the chancellor to conquer the Jiangnan clans. What have you been busying yourself with all day? Fighting against ourselves? You foolish blockhead. Clearly, this is the chancellor aligning himself with the emperor. He intends to personally pledge his loyalty. Have you not seen that the chancellor has become an immortal? Would one become an immortal without the emperor's favor? A seemingly astute man analyzed the situation. Peng Gao listened intently to the murmurs surrounding him, yet his expression remained unchanged. He had never been one to be swayed by external influences. In midair, he surveyed the iron floating tower recently crafted by the emperor. As they approached the city gate, Xiao Liuzi stood upon the wall, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly unfolded a decree. My bones as the banner. The edict states, wear the python robe and hold the jade talisman, march forth with the green python insignia. Within 3 months, subdue the 6 clans of Jiangnan. When the frost blade is drawn, if I encounter white-haired figures blocking the carriage, crush their skulls to pave the way. Should there be infants impeding the blade, sever their eyes to serve as pearls. I grant you 2 mandates. First, burn the ancestral halls. The ashes shall be mixed with brown sugar to feed the starving populace. Second, eradicate the bloodlines. For each clan extinguished, release all their servants, and I shall transform their fates, illuminating their rebirth. Behold, divine retribution? I am divine retribution. Upon hearing the words of the decree, a clamor erupted below. The iron floating tower dismounted, and the citizens fell to their knees. Even Peng Gao humbly descending to the ground in reverence. Upon hearing the contents of the imperial decree, all present were rendered speechless. Those of scholarly disposition gulped in disbelief. It was utterly audacious, shockingly ruthless. Particularly striking was the decree's commencement, which eschewed the customary by the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Instead, it boldly proclaimed a mere 4 characters. My bones serve as the banner. Such unabashed arrogance was astounding. The implications of these 4 succinct words were staggering. A disregard for heaven and earth, a lack of reverence for deities. With the proclamation that my very bones shall become the emblem. Indeed, I am the backbone of this realm. The content was equally venomous. Speaking of white hair as paving stones and swaddled infants transformed into luminous pearls, the current celestial sovereign was, without doubt, a complex figure. These thoughts surged within the minds of the populace. On one hand, his actions were ruthless. On the other, he exhibited unparalleled benevolence towards them. On the city wall, Xiao Liuzi slowly folded the decree, smiling as he remarked, His Majesty undoubtedly harbors great expectations for Lord Peng. Let us hope he does not disappoint the Emperor's trust. After receiving the decree, Peng Gao rose resolutely, declaring, I shall not betray His Majesty's confidence. The journey from the capital to the southern regions was exceedingly arduous, particularly in ancient times when roads were scarcely navigable. Fortunately, Peng Gao commanded a cavalry, which would allow for swifter travel, though still necessitating nearly a month's time. As Peng Gao's forces advanced for over half a month, news reached the southern territories. The realization that the emperor had ultimately decided to take action against the south instilled dread among the various clans of Jiangnan. Some fled under the cover of night, while others attempted to resist. The clans had managed Jiangnan as a solidly united front, particularly in terms of public opinion, where they had long held dominion. The common folk remained ensnared in a narrow scope of information. They were aware of the celestial being in the northern capital, yet were inundated with harrowing tales of Qin Jue's brutality. They spoke of his penchant for various forms of torment against the populace, exaggerating the northern plight to depict a land scorched and desolate, where countless souls were displaced. This bred within the southern folk a singular sentiment towards Qin Jue, fear. As word spread of the approaching army, not only the clans but also the common people were thrown into a state of panic. Within a tavern in Suzhou, Qin Jue, clad in coarse garments, sipped his drink while eavesdropping on the conversations of the patrons, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as the emperor had said, these clans were indeed capable of anything when cornered. He delicately picked up a peanut, savoring its flavor as he chewed. Secretly dispatched the day after the pacification of the north. He was not sent due to any lack of trust in Peng Gao, but rather to shield the southern populace from unwarranted calamity. On that day, Qin Jue had conveyed to him that, with the northern clans as a cautionary tale, the southern clans had but a few means to preserve their lives. One option was flight, yet they surely understood the futility of escape. After all, had not the northern clans, despite their numbers, been systematically hunted down? Thus, there remained but one recourse: chaos. To plunge all of Jiangnan into disorder. To incite such turmoil that the very foundations of the South, built over a century, would be obliterated. This was a task exceedingly simple for the clans who wielded control over Jiangnan. Having long propagated tales of Qin Jue's savagery, now, with the army visibly advancing southward, these clans needed merely to incite discord from the shadows to unleash pandemonium across the entire region. If they were truly allowed to succeed, the entirety of Jiangnan would be overrun with refugees, and the calamities would be relentless, a mere understatement. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. Fortunately, he dispatched him here in advance. After several months, Qin Jue has effectively managed to covertly seize control of the principal clans in Jiangnan. This has ensured that, despite the pervasive anxiety amongst the populace, true chaos has yet to erupt. The man named Peng, however, appears to have fortuitously benefited from this situation. While ostensibly tasked with pacifying Jiangnan, he is, in reality, merely reaping the rewards. To be frank, Qin Jue harbors a strong aversion towards Peng Gao. The man is exceedingly cunning, nothing is discernible on the surface. Yet every interaction with him leaves Qin Jue with an unsettling sense of discomfort. Chapter 27. The Peng clan as the formidable army approached the gates of Jinling. Peng Gao gazed upon the majestic and time-worn city with a profound sense of reflection. The Peng clan, or rather the clan in question, is not merely the grand family that many envision. In truth, what is termed as a clan is an extensive collective of interests formed over generations, where individuals of the same surname unite for mutual support. The Peng clan is no exception. In addition to their blood ties, they also embrace talents from outside. Acknowledging their ancestral roots, Peng Gao recalls his first visit to Jinling vividly. At that time, he was accompanied by members of the Peng family to the ancestral hall, where he underwent a change of name and identity without resistance. By the moment Peng Gao and his army arrived, the city gates were already flung wide open. On either side knelt a throng of trembling commoners, affluent merchants, officials, and members of the Peng clan. The 13th head of the Peng family, Peng Fei, had witnessed the celestial being. At the forefront, an elderly man led a small child, kneeling in the most prominent position. Peng Gao descended from the skies, approaching the elder with deliberate steps. "Is Huaji still among the living?" he inquired. Peng Huaji had once been his guide. Initially, his masquerade as a clan member would have warranted capital punishment, but he was spared by a direct descendant of the Peng family named Peng Huaji. Regardless of the motives behind this mercy, the gratitude is undeniably genuine. The elder sighed in response. "Esteemed celestial being, Huaji passed away several months ago. Even in his final moments, he spoke your name." As he spoke, he tugged at the small child beside him. This is the last of his bloodline. The child, appearing no older than 5 or 6, gazed up at Peng Gao with wide, curious eyes. "Where are his parents?" Peng Gao crouched down, gently ruffling the child's hair. Both of his parents serve in the military, having valiantly resisted the pirates, but alas, the elder fell silent, whether from sorrowful recollection or his adept performance. Shedding a few tears. "I see," Peng Gao replied, his tone betraying no discernible emotion. "Are the main direct descendants of the Peng clan still within the city?" "Indeed, esteemed celestial being. All 169 principal descendants of the Peng clan are present. None have fled. When the sovereign demands the death of his subjects, they cannot but comply. We, of the Peng clan, understand your Majesty's intentions and are unwilling to defy the imperial decree. Furthermore, though our lineage is of mortal flesh, you, esteemed celestial being, are our pride. The Peng clan shall never tarnish your celestial name." Listening to this, Peng Gao could not help but smile wryly. You, the clan head, possessed considerable capability. The elder's words, at first glance, seemed to stem from the depths of his heart, embodying both loyalty and filial piety. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, a treacherous scheme emerged. This was a ploy to sacrifice the lives of the Peng clan, thereby sullying the reputations of both Qin Jue and Peng Gao. In the direst of circumstances, one seeks a slender thread of hope, not merely to survive, but to leave behind a lineage. They wager not only on Peng Gao's familial affections, but also on his regard for his own reputation. Peng Gao chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gently infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the child. In the next moment, the child's breath ceased. He rose, his armor clattering with each step. Throughout the course of a mortal's existence, one ultimately seeks two things, either immense wealth and power, or a name that endures through history. Revered by posterity. Just months prior, I had devoted my entire life to the pursuit of such aspirations. I succeeded, until that individual arrived. Historical records are written for the benefit of future generations, who will gaze upon them centuries hence. Yet, how long shall I live beyond those centuries? Peng Gao turned, gesturing towards the ominous army. To claim he felt no emotional upheaval would be disingenuous. However, time has a way of erasing all, does it not? Witnessing that child perish before his eyes, the head of the Peng family staggered to his feet. Hua was right. You are as malevolent as a wolf, as cold-blooded as a serpent. We should have eradicated you long ago. Peng Gao, even if my clan were to perish today, your name, the Peng, shall remain unerasable for a millennium or more. Today, you tread upon our Peng lineage, but in the future, another surnamed Peng, or Wang, will bear your head to Qin Jue to pledge loyalty. With that, the elder, laughing mournfully, bit down on the poison concealed in his mouth. Amidst the crowd, the Peng heirs glared at Peng Gao with venomous eyes. Curses echoed from all directions as one after another. The direct descendants of the Peng clan succumbed to the poison, collapsing to the ground. Alas, a 1,000-year-old lineage met its demise in such a manner today. It is both pitiable and lamentable. Peng Gao lowered his gaze slightly. He walked away step by step, surrounded by numerous armored soldiers, yet his silhouette appeared so solitary. Truly, it is as the saying goes, beneath the city of Jinling. A lone wild goose wanders. Turning back, all past enmities and affections dissolve into dust. Pointing across the cold river, I break the old blossoms, donning dark armor as I stand upon a new grave. A millennium of genealogies reduced to ashes, the weight of power resting with the spirits of the dead. Even if immortality has its limits, who in this world remembers the annihilator of clans? The army marched forward with a heavy cadence, slowly entering the city. These iron cavalrymen were mostly soldiers who had followed Qin Jue to pacify the north, already well versed in the process of cleansing. From there on, it sufficed for Peng Gao to oversee the proceedings without needing to intervene directly. Days turned into weeks, and from Jinling, the iron cavalry traversed city after city. During this time, there were those who attempted to resist, but they were met with the cold edge of steel. Clan after clan was utterly eradicated, their blood nourishing this fertile land, laying a robust foundation for the rebirth of the Dayu Empire. Until, 2 full months later, the term clan became a mere sigh of history. In the 7th month of Dayu, the oppressive heat scorched the earth. The air shimmered under the relentless sun. In the fields, an elderly farmer toiled diligently. Despite the sweat pouring down his brow and the darkness of his skin, his face radiated with satisfaction. Old man, why labor in such sweltering heat? Why not take a break? A young man, clad in simple garb yet with sharp features, inquired with a smile. Ha ha ha, you young lad, now that His Majesty has eradicated the clans of the realm, vast tracts of land have been allocated. I, an old bones, never expected to receive dozens of acres of fertile fields. Thus, I am diligently preparing for the autumn sowing. What is a little hardship in comparison? Having toiled in the fields my entire life, I have sustained my family on just a few acres of dry land. Who would have thought that in these rare times, such a grand fortune would come my way? It is said by all that His Majesty is the embodiment of the Ziwei Emperor's star. I believe he is not only that, but also a reincarnation of the divine farmer. Oh, is it not said by many that His Majesty is tyrannical and prone to indiscriminate slaughter? Humph, who dares to spread such slander? The old farmer's anger flared. His Majesty possesses a heart of compassion, yet wields a firm hand. Since ascending the throne, has he ever executed the innocent? His targets have been those deserving of their fate, whether they be General Qin or the Prime Minister. Not a single innocent commoner has been harmed. Whom did you hear this from, young lad? Could it be the remnants of the clans? Inform me, and I shall deal with them. Wait. The old man's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he scrutinized the young man. The youth smiled and shook his head. Elder, I am no remnant of the clans. He squatted down, gently caressing the parched earth. In the next moment, Sprouts of wheat emerged from the soil at a visible pace. A celestial being. The old farmer's legs weakened, and he nearly knelt, but the youth supported him. Elder, having cultivated land your entire life, why not entrust this bounty to your sons and grandchildren to enjoy the fruits of your labor? After a moment of shock, the old farmer seemed to recall something inside. Your Majesty, who does not wish to enjoy a life of ease? Yet, many tasks must still be attended to. My son was originally a servant of the Wang family, but after the clans fell, he joined the military. Now he earns a fair wage each month. And with this additional land, we live comfortably. What more can an old man desire? Qin Jue smiled and stood. Elder, take care of yourself. Soon you shall enjoy a life of ease. This is my promise to you. Chapter 28. The realm stabilized. Human desires are insatiable. Currently, the common folk are content with having enough to eat and wear. However, as the Great Yu continues to develop, their aspirations will transform into something else. This is a historical inevitability that cannot be averted. As the sovereign of this empire, Qin Jue must, for both himself and to fulfill his ideals, steer the chariot of Great Yu forward relentlessly. The realm is now at peace, and it has been scarcely 5 months since Qin Jue traversed into this world. In these 5 months, a dynasty that was once on the brink of collapse and riddled with corruption has been restored through sheer will. Those officials stained with corruption have been imprisoned or executed, and the clans oppressing the common people have been entirely eradicated. Surrounding forces, whether the northern barbarians or the smaller states, have retreated into their shells upon receiving this information. Internal strife and external threats are no longer a concern for Great Yu at this time. Yet, this does not imply that Qin Jue is without tasks. The most pressing issue he faces is the scarcity of officials in various regions. Originally, officials across various regions were predominantly clan members, all of whom were eliminated without exception. Consequently, these positions naturally became vacant. Although the current peace is maintained, influenced by the esteemed reputation of the Immortal, it cannot last indefinitely. Yet, no better solution presents itself. Thus, as previously suggested by Peng Gao, it is necessary to temporarily appoint some well-regarded officials to fill these roles. Aside from this matter, there is indeed good news. Within the Yu Palace, Jiayu is engrossed in a tome, his brow furrowed in concentration. His expressions fluctuated between rapture and perplexity. Should one turn to the first page of the book, they would encounter several prominent characters. Fundamental sciences. Beside Jiayu lay several other volumes: fundamental physics, fundamental chemistry, and fundamental mathematics. These were all acquired over the past few months as Qin Jue continuously amassed civilization points, exchanging them in the marketplace. In addition to these foundational texts, there existed an extensive array of advanced subjects encompassing physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. These items were astonishingly inexpensive, with the entire collection costing merely 10 points. Initially, Qin Jue had contemplated that given the world's differences, he would need to modify the texts after redeeming them. However, upon reading through them, he was astounded to find that they were entirely congruent with the realities of his world. They did not adhere to material science, but rather aligned with his envisioned mystical science. This revelation profoundly altered Qin Jue's understanding of the imperial seal. If his conjecture held true, everything exchanged from the marketplace would adapt to suit the nature of his world. What do you think, Minister Jia? Qin Jue inquired, observing Jiayu leaf through the foundational texts. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I never anticipated that so many concepts could be elucidated in this manner. It turns out there exist countless microorganisms invisible to the naked eye, and this is how water, fire, thunder, and lightning are formed. This is an unprecedented path. A broad avenue. Jiayu's face radiated excitement, even bordering on fervor. Then, how long will it take for you to integrate this knowledge? Qin Jue chuckled lightly. Forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty, but this is an entirely new discipline, and its vastness is unparalleled. Even if I were to devote my entire being to it, I would hesitate to claim mastery over even one aspect. Jiayu contemplated. What if I were to grant you immortality? Qin Jue responded with an air of nonchalance. At this, Jiayu abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with incredulity. He stammered for a considerable time, failing to articulate a coherent thought. Do not struggle. Qin Jue dismissed Jiayu's fervor, gently placing his hand upon the latter's head. Since the pacification of the North, he had yet to utilize 2 additional blessing quotas. After careful consideration, given Jiayu's commendable abilities observed during this period, he resolved to bestow one of these quotas upon him. Yes, Jiayu replied, bowing obediently, feigning calmness. though his trembling form betrayed his inner exhilaration. Similar to Yu Jun and Qin Jue, the duration of the blessing was brief. Jia Yu felt a warm current coursing through his head, spreading throughout his body. The tingling sensation nearly compelled him to moan in delight. Until the blessings were bestowed, Jia Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, a force that could only be described as terrifying. This was the essence of immortality. His eyes slightly unfocused, Jia Yu gently clenched his fist, causing the very air around him to warp uncontrollably. The intensity of this sensation left him in a state of euphoric reverie. Once more, I inquire, how long will it take to fully comprehend these concepts? Cultivating immortality is not merely a transformation of the physical form. It significantly enhances a cultivator's memory, reaction speed, and logical reasoning. Moreover, cultivators require far less time for rest. What appears to be vast knowledge to mortals can be memorized by advanced cultivators in the blink of an eye. Jia Yu contemplated again, realizing that he could master these subjects within 2 hours at most. However, to truly integrate them, a certain amount of time is required. Scientific inquiry necessitates experimentation. He could not completely trust what was being stated without first-hand experience. After some thought, Jia Yu responded, "During my travels, I encountered many like-minded individuals, often perceived as unconventional by others. Yet, like myself, they possessed a wide range of knowledge and a distinctive character. If your Majesty permits, with the assistance of these compatriots, I could establish the scientific framework within a year, if not entirely complete, at least sufficient for dissemination across the realm." Qin Jue nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall establish a new department, the Department of Education, responsible for the enlightenment of all citizens. Your friends and associates may find positions therein. Furthermore, I have resolved to promote the dissemination of foundational science throughout the realm. Next year's inaugural imperial examination will focus primarily on this. Within 2 years, I aspire not only to cultivate higher education, but also to select ample talent to educate the next generation." Indeed, this is Qin Jue's vision for education. The emergence of the civilization marketplace disrupted his and Ping Gao's original plans, yet it is ultimately a fortuitous development. Fundamental science is not overly complex. By the following year, we will be able to identify a cohort of individuals possessing nascent scientific thinking. Those who exhibit high receptiveness or exceptional talent will be inducted into the court, while the less fortunate will serve as teachers across the nation. These individuals need not possess extensive knowledge. The ability to teach at the elementary level suffices. By the time the next generation is ready for advanced learning, it will take 5 to 6 years. At that juncture, the Great Yu will be adequately prepared to nurture even higher levels of talent. Your Majesty's magnanimity is truly admirable." Upon hearing Qin Jue's plans, Jia Yu expressed his heartfelt admiration. "As for the initial resistance from scholars towards science, it matters not. This is not the past. If one wishes to hold office or ascend in rank, learning is imperative. With the presence of immortals, those unwilling to learn will find others eager to do so." Chapter 29. The Spirit of Civilization. After further discussions with Jia Yu, he took his leave. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Jue rubbed his brow, suddenly sensing a reaction from the imperial seal. Subsequently, the long-dormant energy within him began to stir. A vast aura of spiritual energy materialized before him, continuously surging into his being. Foundation establishment, early stage, foundation establishment, mid-stage, foundation establishment, late stage. Boom. A formidable aura emanated from the Yu Palace, radiating outward in waves, until the entire capital was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of terror. Yet, this was not the end. Above the palace, the previously clear sky was suddenly overshadowed by dark clouds that gathered ominously, transforming into a colossal ebony dragon. The crowd gasped in horror, their gazes drawn upwards. Once the dragon had fully formed, it let out a thunderous roar before shrinking in size and plunging into the palace. What could this mean? A dragon. A black dragon. It had indeed entered the palace. Countless citizens cried out in astonishment. Ping Gao, Qin Jue, and Jia Yu soared into the sky, their brows furrowed as they surveyed the scene, sensing a profound change. All was well. The world was at peace. The fortunes of the Great Yu were coalescing. "And you all must prepare for a breakthrough," echoed the voice of Qin Jue in their minds. In the next moment, an uncontrollable, terrifying aura radiated from the three in the sky. They inherited 80% of Qin Jue's might. At the moment Qin Jue broke through to the latter stage of foundation establishment, the cultivations of the Blessed Ones also reached a new height. From the peak of Qi refinement to the early stage of foundation establishment, their simultaneous breakthrough was nothing short of monumental. Just like in the celestial palace, ethereal vortices of spiritual energy materialized around them, cleansing their forms. This phenomenon even benefited the citizens of the capital, as some of the dissipating spiritual energy was captured or drawn toward them. The entire populace felt a wave of relief wash over them. Alas, the trio's breakthrough was fleeting. As soon as they each succeeded, the ethereal energy that had appeared out of nowhere vanished just as quickly. Truly extraordinary. This is what it means to grow stronger effortlessly, Qin Jue murmured, feeling the stark contrast in her newfound power. In unity, we rise. In loss, we fall, pondered Jia Yu. As for Peng Gao, he remained silent. Upon his cultivation breakthrough, he immediately knelt in the sky, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor. May the Great Yu prosper eternally." Well said, Peng Gao. With those expressive brows and bright eyes, who knew you could flatter so well? Qin Jue and Jia Yu followed suit, promptly kneeling and shouting, "Long live our emperor." As the three celestial beings knelt, everyone in the capital, officials, wealthy merchants, scholars, and common folk alike, collapsed to their knees. The cries of "Long live our emperor. May the Great Yu prosper eternally," soared into the heavens. Within the celestial palace, Qin Jue was oblivious to the external clamor. He curiously observed the majestic black dragon that circled around him, obedient yet powerful. Spirit of civilization. This was the response from the imperial seal. When true civilization is grasped by its sovereign and its fortunes flourish, it can coalesce. This spirit of civilization was bound to its sovereign, sharing their cultivation. As long as the spirit endures, the sovereign shall not perish. It was akin to an ethereal doppelganger. Qin Jue was overjoyed. The spirit of civilization possessed the ability to absorb incense offerings. Once the offerings accumulated to a certain extent, they could nourish the sovereign of civilization. Furthermore, this spirit had another capability that Qin Jue desperately needed. Seed spirit. When someone venerates the sovereign of civilization, be it through a statue, a portrait, a sculpture, or heartfelt reverence, Qin Jue could choose whether to grant them a seed spirit. After planting the seed, the information of the recipient would be recorded within the imperial seal, allowing Qin Jue to access it at any time. Moreover, there exists a mutual resonance among those endowed with spirit seeds. Is this not the very solution to the civic hierarchy proposed by Peng Gao? Those who possess spirit seeds have thereby gained the recognition of Qin Jue, elevating them to the status of formal citizens of Daiyu. Furthermore, the individuals with spirit seeds can sense one another, thereby establishing a new class based on bloodlines. This is not the end. The physique of those with spirit seeds will undergo substantial enhancement, rendering them more suitable for cultivation. If it was once considered normal for 1 in 10,000 mortals to possess the aptitude for cultivation, then among 10,000 spirit seed bearers, at least half may now partake in the practice. As civilization continues to flourish, this ratio will only increase. The idea of a populace of divine beings is no longer a mere dream. Having just absorbed the information regarding spirit seeds, Qin Jue felt a stirring in his heart. With a mere thought, he was transported to a modest room. From his vantage point, he observed a stone statue positioned in the center of the space. This statue bore an uncanny resemblance to him, almost to the point of being indistinguishable. How could this be? Here he was, a young man. Yet the statue depicted an imposing elder exuding divine majesty. But that was not the crux of the matter. Before the statue, a man, a woman, and a child were kneeling reverently upon the ground, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. "Your Majesty, may you grant us your blessing. With the autumn sowing upon us, we humbly beseech for favorable weather this year. We are but simple folk, and these offerings are all we possess. We hope you will not scorn them. Your benevolence has allowed us to live in peace. We, the common people, are finally able to live like humans. Please take care of your health, and may you live for 100 years. The man murmured, but as he uttered the words "live for 100 years," the woman beside him immediately pinched his ear. "Foolish man, your Majesty is the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor, a celestial being. To wish for a long life is to cast a curse upon him." The man winced in pain, struggling to free himself, and hastily bowed several more times. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am the most foolish of men. I wish for your eternal life." Qin Jue couldn't help but chuckle silently. With another thought, he infused the 3 with unseen spiritual light. "Hiss! How strange, my ear no longer hurts." The man exclaimed, bewildered as he touched his ear. My eyes! My eyes! The woman suddenly cried out. Wife, what is wrong? Do not frighten me. I can see clearly now. Innkeeper, I can see clearly. The woman, who had previously struggled with blurred vision, now found her sight restored. Father, my head no longer hurts. The child suddenly embraced the man, his previously pallid complexion now flushed with color. My heavens! Could it be that the Majesty has manifested his divine spirit? The man realized the significance of the moment, exclaiming with excitement. Innkeeper, how is it that you appear more handsome today? The woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. The child, who had previously been distant, now clung affectionately to his father. The man, too, found his once unsightly wife suddenly appealing. However, at that moment, he seemed not to ponder such thoughts further. He excitedly dashed out the door, eager to share the news of His Majesty's manifestation with the neighbors. Chapter 30, The Announcement. The news of His Majesty's divine appearance spread rapidly, from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Qin Jue's accomplishments were already celebrated among the populace, with many erecting longevity statues in his honor. With the man's fervent promotion, an increasing number of individuals, whether believers or skeptics, began to establish shrines and images for Qin Jue, driven by a spirit of experimentation. Meanwhile, both Taoism and Buddhism commenced their own campaigns. The Taoists fervently proclaimed that Qin Jue was the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor's star, with the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain personally affirming this assertion. Regardless of the potential ulterior motives of these esteemed Taoist priests, their efforts undeniably propelled the movement forward. The Buddhists, not to be outdone, declared that Qin Jue was the reincarnation of the Golden Wheel Saint King. The Great Nirvana Sutra states, for the sake of protecting the Dharma, although one may commit evil deeds, they shall not be tainted by the consequences. Some of the common folk who adhered to Buddhism believe that Qin Jue was the incarnation of the Earth's store Bodhisattva, a notion that intriguingly mirrored Qin Jue's ruthless demeanor. These perspectives would later ignite considerable debate across the realm. However, that is a tale for another time, as we are merely witnessing the initial stirrings of this phenomenon. Within the Celestial Palace, Qin Jue's consciousness returned. He suddenly realized that this divine ability had other applications, such as the surveillance of the world. Wherever his statues or images were situated, his consciousness could descend. Although he could not exert influence directly, he could at least keep an occasional watch on matters among the people. Contemplating this, Qin Jue called out in his mind, Qin Goer. Just a short while after returning to his office, Qin Goer paused momentarily, then promptly handed over his tasks to his subordinates and soared towards the royal palace. Incidentally, the woman accompanying Qin Goer from the Jinui was quite intriguing. She was a striking figure, voluptuous and alluring, though marred by a prominent birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Jia Yu's sister, Jia Zhen. If Jia Yu was characterized by an elegant demeanor laced with venom, Jia Zhen was the epitome of ruthlessness. Despite having only joined the Jinui a few months prior, her reputation was already formidable, with the moniker Night Demon echoing even beyond the palace walls. Since breaking through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, Qin Goer had significantly improved his flight speed. Essentially, as soon as Qin Jue summoned him, Qin Goer was already at the palace gates. As for why he didn't fly directly to the Celestial Palace, well, what sort of place was that? Who would dare to fly above the royal palace? Upon recognizing Qin Goer, the guarding attendants immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, hastily opening the gates. This particular guard was none other than an old acquaintance whom Qin Goer had encountered several times before. As Qin Goer stepped through, he playfully remarked, "You're still serving here." In response to Qin Goer's jest, the head of the guards chuckled helplessly. "My lord, please do not tease me. Standing guard for His Majesty is a coveted position that others can only dream of. To have this honor bestowed upon me is already a blessing from my ancestors." Qin Goer cast a sidelong glance, appraising the guard captain with a knowing gaze. While others may not discern anything amiss, he perceived a familiar warmth. In the earlier encounters with the head of the guards, numerous ailments plagued him. Yet, today he exudes vitality, and his body is infused with strands of ethereal energy. Moreover, observing his aura, one can discern a gathering of purple energy above his head. Having steadfastly guarded the palace gates for years, the head of the guards has undoubtedly benefited from the auspicious energy of Qin Jue Long. Your words hold truth. This position is indeed a coveted dream for many. The earnestness in Qin Goer's remarks is palpable. Guarding the gates for Qin Jue, barring unforeseen circumstances, even a pig could attain immortality. After jesting with the head of the guards, Qin Jue strode purposefully towards the imperial palace. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Regardless of the circumstances outside, in the presence of Qin Jue, Qin Jue remained humbly submissive. Speak of the current state of the Jinui, Qin Jue inquired, his eyes closed. Voice calm. In response, Qin Jue promptly articulated, Your Majesty, the Jinui currently comprises 312 personnel, including 1,000 minor flags, 200 major flags, 100 captains, and 10,000 captains, in addition to myself as the chief commander, alongside a deputy commander. This initial selection predominantly consists of prisoners from the Bei clan conflict. And further refinement will occur. Once the orphans we are clandestinely nurturing mature, replacements for the current mid-level commanders will be instituted. The intelligence network, having benefited from your Majesty's prior purges of clans, now effectively encompasses the entire realm. Indeed, Qin Jue nodded slightly. To have developed to this scale within a few months is commendable. Furthermore, given that the Jinui has only recently been established, and with the celestial presence of Qin Jue overseeing it, corruption among the lower ranks should be averted in the short term. When signs of corruption emerge, the professionally trained members of the Jinui will be tasked with replacing those involved. And what of the remnants of clans you were assigned to deal with, as well as the petty landlords, thugs, and mountain bandits? Qin Jue continued his inquiry. Your Majesty, these malignant entities are still being addressed. We have apprehended many. Those deserving imprisonment are incarcerated, while those warranting execution have met their fate. Presently, the realm has very few who oppress the common folk, Qin Jue reported. Excellent. A smile finally graced Qin Jue's countenance. I have a matter for you to personally attend to. Your Majesty, please command. Qin Jue immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I require you to discreetly dispatch the Jinui to incite the populace to construct longevity shrines in my honor. Understood. Qin Jue nodded, though he sensed something amiss. Yet his countenance betrayed nothing. Qin Jue, aware that such a decree might seem shameless, who would expect an emperor to command his subjects to erect longevity shrines for him, acknowledged that although he had indeed achieved certain merits, such honors should ideally stem from the genuine reverence of the people. However, to expedite the critical process of civic identity recognition, he deemed it necessary to forego a modicum of dignity. With a stoic expression, Qin Jue remained impassive. Yet Qin Jue tentatively remarked, Your Majesty need not dwell excessively on this. Eradicating the oppressive clans that have loomed over the populace for millennia is an unprecedented achievement, and it is only fitting that the people erect a shrine in your honor. Flattery pleased Qin Jue, although he concealed any sign of approval. Instead, gently tapping the table, I am unconcerned with external opinions in my endeavors. Yet, you, on the other hand, have displayed notable acumen in discerning the hearts of men. At these words, Qin Jue was momentarily struck with trepidation, a shiver coursing through him. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I, Qin Jue, kneel before you. At a loss for words. My intention was merely to seek your favor, yet my cleverness has led to my own folly. Now, go and attend to your duties. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Manage your subordinate, the Jinui, for as I have said, in times of trouble, I shall only remember you. Qin Jue. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. I shall not forget. With a sigh of relief, Qin Jue withdrew, realizing that once a person possesses power, they are prone to losing themselves. Thus, one must be reminded often. Chapter 31. Elpa at a military camp on the northern border, General Yu Dynasty, clad in golden armor, sat at the head of the assembly, where a northern envoy knelt respectfully before him. Humph. Does your so-called Great Jing Emperor truly wish to bow to my dayu and establish a non-aggression pact with me? Upon reading the document presented by the envoy, Yu Dynasty could not help but burst into laughter. These barbarians certainly knew how to assess the situation. He had spent months purging the toxic elements within the border army, and after considerable effort, he finally thought he could unleash his might, only to find that His Majesty had acted even more swiftly, cleansing the lands of Dayu in mere months. Hearing rumors of Immortals within Dayu, the northern court hastily sent envoys to seek peace, offering to cede land and propose marriages. Accompanied by thousands of cattle and sheep and hundreds of boxes of jewels, they were clearly willing to pay a hefty price. Indeed, General, our Great Yu Dynasty wishes to recognize Dayu as our suzerain and bestow upon Emperor Yu a title of honor, Heavenly Khan. The other generals were electrified by this proclamation. The once formidable northern barbarians, who had once instilled fear in them, now appeared so abject in their plea for peace though this had nothing to do directly with them. Each could not help but stand a little taller. Only in the lower left corner stood a notably young commander, his displeasure evident. Yuzhen too felt discontent. What was His Majesty's intention in sending him here? Had the northern barbarians truly surrendered before him? Yet, he knew he could not make unilateral decisions. It was for His Majesty to determine. As he contemplated contacting Qin Jue, the voice of Qin Jue echoed in his mind. Convey my decree. Tell the envoy that should they desire peace, they must demonstrate sincerity. I shall hold an audience in half a month's time. And that false emperor must personally come to the capital to offer his apologies. Listening intently to Qin Jue's command, Yuzhen opened his eyes, a playful expression crossing his face as he looked at the envoy. Negotiating peace is not without possibility. Upon hearing this, the envoy raised his head, his face alight with joy. General, what further requirements do you have? I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, be it gold or beauties. Gold and beauties? Yuzhen scoffed. What beauties can your barbaric kin possibly possess? If you had wealth, you would not need to raid the south. Should you wish for peace, know this. His Majesty will hold a grand audience in half a month, and your so-called Great Yu false emperor must personally journey to the capital to atone. With this, not only the envoy, but even the other generals in the camp were taken aback. To compel an emperor to personally seek forgiveness in the capital is not merely a humiliation. It is a profound affront. The envoy's face momentarily contorted with a mix of shame and fury, but he swiftly masked his emotions. Yet, how could he possibly evade the keen gaze of Yuzhen? With another cold snort, Yuzhen unleashed the aura of an immortal. In an instant, a tempest arose within the camp, forcing the envoy to prostrate himself upon the ground. An immortal? The envoy's mind reverberated with disbelief, his visage betraying his terror. Observing the other generals, they seemed already aware, each bowing their heads in silence. Deliver my words to that faux emperor unchanged, should he fail to arrive within a fortnight. Do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. Escort him out. Once the envoy was carried away, only Yuzhen remained in the camp. What could the emperor be contemplating? He was perplexed. Despite the current stability within the Great Yu, bolstered by the presence of Immortals, vanquishing a mere northern barbarian would require no more than half a month. Could it be that he intended to accept the northern barbarian's peace proposal? This was not in line with the emperor's usual demeanor. While Yuzhen pondered in silence, a visitor sought an audience outside the tent. Come in. A youthful figure entered slowly. It was none other than the brow-furrowing young man from earlier. Lupa, what brings you here? Yuzhen's expression softened. This young Lupa was not a military man. However, months prior, his family had fallen victim to the northern barbarians. In a fit of rage, Lupa wielded a spear and charged into the grasslands, slaughtering any he encountered. By the time Yuzhen encountered him, Lupa had already decimated several small tribes, a truly terrifying feat. Yuzhen had sensed that this young man, with proper cultivation, would undoubtedly become a formidable general in the future. Indeed, after taking Lupa under his wing, the youth did not disappoint. Time and again, during minor skirmishes, he led the charge with unparalleled valor. I have seen General Yu. Lupa clasped his hands in salute and continued, I come with a matter that perplexes me. Why? Just as he began to inquire, Yuzhen interrupted with a wave of his hand. You wish to question why we do not directly assault the northern barbarians. Do you? Lupa was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, before he finally uttered, I understand. As Lupa turned to leave, Yuzhen called him back. I recognize your eagerness for vengeance and your desire to achieve merit. Rest assured, based on my understanding of the emperor, he will not let the northern barbarians escape unscathed. Be patient. Opportunities for you to shine shall arise. Lupa halted, uncertain whether to believe him. Lowering his head, he spoke slowly. How could I dare question the emperor's decree? Regardless of whether he chooses to act against the northern barbarians, I harbor no grievances. His words were sincere. His family had not originally belonged to these borderlands. They had escaped oppression from their clan, seeking refuge at the frontier. Lupa held a deep respect for the current emperor. It is good that you understand. Yuzhen nodded in satisfaction. By the way, you mentioned earlier that your weapon feels unwieldy. Bring forth the arms I commissioned to be forged. As the sound of Yuzhen echoed, a figure outside the tent struggled to lift a peculiar weapon into the enclosure. Upon seeing it, Lupa found himself unable to avert his gaze. The weapon's head was shaped like a cross, a central, sharp spearhead thrusting forward, flanked by crescent blades akin to curved hooks, their edges gleaming with a chilling light. capable of cleaving and ensnaring. The body of the spear was adorned with intricate dragon and cloud patterns, while red tassels dangled, adding an air of menace. The long handle, measuring 8 feet, was wrapped in lacquer and vine, with its end inlaid with dark iron, ensuring balance in its heft. Its form combined the sharpness of a war spear with the might of an axe. Such grandeur. This was Lu Po's immediate impression as he stepped forward. Seizing it with one hand, he swung it twice, and the sound of the wind surged within the tent. Excellent. Such natural strength. Yu Zhen, overjoyed, could not help but burst into laughter. This weapon was known as the Fang Tian Hua Ji, measuring 10 feet in length and weighing 500 jin. Do you like it? Lu Po, having wielded it a few times, could scarcely contain his joy. He promptly replied, I like it. It feels just right. Far away in the Yu Palace, Qin Jue observed this scene through Yu Zhen's eyes and fell into contemplation. To attribute 1 or 2 coincidences to fate might be plausible, but with so many similarities, it became somewhat perplexing. First, Yu Zhen bore a striking resemblance to the historical figure Yu Fei. Then there was Peng Gao, akin to a darker version of Yu Qian, and Jia Yu, reminiscent of Jia Su. Now, yet another figure resembling a counterfeit Lu Bu emerged. However, reflecting on the complexity of the world he inhabited, the presence of counterparts from his past life seemed somewhat justifiable. Chapter 32. The Northern Barbarians. Qin Jue certainly would not overlook the Northern Barbarians. Indeed, not just them, but the surrounding small nations, the maritime pirates, and the entirety of the world were subjects he aimed to conquer. For the time being, he decided to allow the Northern Barbarians a brief respite, primarily due to the recent influx of correspondents from neighboring small nations seeking to submit to the deal. Qin Jue contemplated holding a grand court assembly in half a month to announce a series of national policies, while also relishing the experience of nations coming to pay homage. Once the assembly concluded, he could then turn against them, igniting the flames of war. As for how the outside world would react, Qin Jue had never been one to concern himself with such matters. In the Northern Barbarian royal court, within the palace, did Yu Zhen truly say that? The newly ascended crown prince, Huang Xiaoji, upon hearing the envoy's report, was so enraged that he nearly contorted his nose. Such audacity! Such insolence! He hurled the cups from the table to the ground, pacing back and forth in the room in a fit of anger. Yet, as his fury subsided, a wave of despondency washed over him. What could he do? Could he simply not go? He had anticipated a smooth ascension to the throne, a southern expedition to seize the dragon, and the establishment of a prosperous dynasty that would be celebrated for generations. Yet, disheartening news continued to pour in, particularly regarding Yu, which had given rise to an immortal figure. How could this be possible? Initially, Huang Xiaoji was incredulous, conducting extensive inquiries, and after losing countless spies, he finally resigned himself to despair. Given Qin Jue's methods of dealing with the Yu clan, Huang Xiaoji could not believe that he was merely bluffing. As he pondered, Huang Xiaoji sighed deeply. Must I go in person? Would it not suffice to send a member of the royal family? He still held on to a glimmer of hope. The envoy gazed at Huang Xiaoji, trembling as he spoke. That Yu Zhen specifically mentioned your name, requesting your presence. Huang Xiaoji opened his mouth but found himself unable to summon the resolve. Observing this, the envoy's eyes flickered with determination as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Yu is grievously overstepping. Otherwise, why should we fight so hard? Our great Zheng possesses an army of 600,000, robust and valiant, certainly capable of waging war. No sooner had he uttered these words than Huang Xiaoji kicked him over. Fight! With what shall we fight? Shall we wager your head? Did you not witness how 30,000 troops besieged the capital, only to be slaughtered by that Qin dog with a single blade? Am I not being summoned to confront this personally? I shall go. I refuse to believe that Qin Jue dares to harm me. Ultimately, Huang Xiaoji resolved himself. At worst, he would adopt a conciliatory demeanor, lowering his stance. With so many people in the capital, surely Qin Jue would not dare to act against him, lest his reputation be tarnished. In that moment, the envoy continued his theatrics, clasping Huang Xiaoji's pant leg and weeping earnestly. No, Your Majesty, you must not go. You are a treasure beyond compare. How can you expose yourself to danger? Witnessing this, Huang Xiaoji's heart was somewhat eased, and his tone softened. I have no choice. Behind me stands great Zheng and countless subjects. Qin Jue, I shall have a proper conversation with you. In that instant, Huang Xiaoji exuded a semblance of imperial majesty. 10 days later, in the capital of Great Yu. Have you heard? In 5 days, His Majesty will hold a grand court assembly. and it is said he will grant a universal amnesty. Is that true? How do you know? Ah, my nephew told me. He serves under the current emperor as a guard. Really? What does your nephew do? He is a mere subordinate of the guard, but this news is absolutely true. Have you not noticed the influx of envoys from neighboring countries into the capital? It is said these small nations have come to acknowledge our great Yu, having heard of our celestial beings. That seems plausible. I saw the carriage of the northern barbarians king this morning. Indeed, I saw the people from Goryeo yesterday. You should have seen it. The Goryeo folks were as timid as turtles. Yesterday, their carriage accidentally collided with one of our citizens, and the occupants were so frightened they hastily disembarked, pleading and compensating with a hefty sum. That sounds like a fortune. I must try my luck, one man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to seek out a carriage. However, he was swiftly restrained by a companion. You fool! With the grand assembly approaching, you would bring shame upon his majesty. The emperor is a celestial being, residing beneath the sovereign's feet. You would not merely disgrace yourself. The man instantly felt a jolt of realization. Right, we are beneath a celestial being. We must maintain our dignity. How could I almost forget? He promptly slapped himself a few times. Just then, a figure appeared, soaring through the sky. Look, it is Lord Qin. A few individuals quickly raised their heads, having witnessed the spectacle of Qin Jue patrolling the capital for several consecutive days. Although the surrounding populace had seen it before, each time they still offered their unreserved admiration, their eyes betraying an undeniable yearning. As Huang Xiaoji's carriage arrived at the post station, he had just alighted with the assistance of several guards when he beheld the scene of Qin Jue surveying the city. He gazed skyward, his mouth agape in astonishment. Despite having heard countless tales of Immortals, the impact of witnessing it firsthand was far beyond what mere words could convey. Huang Xiaoji stood transfixed, and it seemed that Qin Jue in the heavens sensed his presence, suddenly halting and casting a glance in Huang Xiaoji's direction. That fleeting exchange rendered Huang Xiaoji as if struck by lightning. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The guards nearby were thrown into a panic, rushing to encircle Huang Xiaoji. At that moment, a sharp, mocking laugh echoed in the ears of those present. Do you foolish mortals think you can gaze upon an immortal? You are fortunate indeed. With the court assembly imminent, had it not been for Lord Qin's mere glance, you would all have perished. A young eunuch approached the group, his head held high, his eyes never once meeting theirs. His Majesty has sent me to arrange your accommodations. If you are still alive, follow me without delay. With that, the young eunuch turned on his heel and walked away. Huang Xiaoji struggled to rise, the shock within him almost overwhelming his physical discomfort. Is this truly what an immortal is? Just one glance, and he nearly met his demise. He took a deep breath, wiping the blood from his lips, completely abandoning any pretense of imperial authority. I am well, my good sir, please wait. Huang Xiaoji stood, quickly signaling to the guards beside him. What is it? The young eunuch halted, a frown marring his features as he slightly turned his head. This esteemed eunuch has surely toiled in recent days, and we must coexist for a while longer. Please accept this small token of appreciation. One of the guards held out a platter, his head bowed. As he lifted a corner of the cover, a glimmer of gold was revealed. Upon witnessing this, the young eunuch's expression darkened instantly. You insolent fool! How have I wronged you? Why do you seek to endanger my life? Huh? Huang Xiaoji was taken aback. Chapter 33. The nations pay homage. Who in the realm does not know of the emperor's deep-seated aversion to malfeasance, his contempt for corrupt officials? Beneath the palace lies the severed heads of countless such villains. Ever since the emperor stabilized the realm, he has proclaimed that the capable shall rise while the inept shall fall. To offer bribes to me, is that not a perilous folly? Despite being a palace servant, the emperor enforces the same principles within the palace as outside it. Advancement requires genuine deeds, and after several reforms, the culture of accepting gifts has vanished. This fool dares to attempt bribery? Moreover, he is in the palace, occasionally basking in the imperial aura. Not a single idealistic individual would cling to mere pieces of gold. We are all striving for transcendence, are we not? After delivering his scathing remarks, the young eunuch tossed his head and quickened his pace. Huang Xiaoji and his companions stood in a state of shock, particularly Huang Xiaoji himself, who felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness deep within. Even if Daiyu lacked immortal beings, as long as Qin Jue could reign as emperor for a decade or more, they would never stand a chance against Daiyu. Huang Xiaoji was not the only one experiencing this predicament. Numerous monarchs from surrounding nations had personally come to witness the current atmosphere of Dayu. With a heart full of complex emotions, Huang Xiaoji eventually found a semblance of calm. Although he and his entourage of a dozen were assigned to a rather modest dwelling, he refrained from voicing any complaints. 5 days later, at 9 in the morning, the sky was already bright. The radiant sunlight bathed the earth, as if heralding the rebirth of this nation. In the capital, the citizens poured out of their homes, filling the roads on both sides. Yet they instinctively made way for the main thoroughfare. A procession of horse-drawn carriages moved steadily, as officials from across the nation made their way to the palace in an orderly fashion. Upon nearing the palace, these officials disembarked and gathered outside, awaiting the commencement of the grand assembly. There was no clamor. A sea of dignitaries stood quietly, primarily due to the presence of 2 individuals hovering above them. Whether out of intimidation or reverence, they behaved like obedient children. Within the palace, Yu Zhen had been present for some time, accompanied by El Pa, as they made their way to the assembly. Unlike the external officials, as a trusted confidant of Qin Jue, Yu Zhen was assigned to the palace upon his return, which also benefited the young officer El Pa. The only regret El Pa felt was that, despite being there for several days, he had yet to lay eyes on His Majesty. Listen well, Purge. Remember your position is at the lower right corner. Do not stand incorrectly. Be mindful not to look around. And when His Majesty arrives, you must shout, "Long live His Majesty." No, it must be eternal peace. Furthermore, do not gaze directly at His Majesty, Yu Zhen reiterated. While El Pa nodded in agreement, despite having heard these instructions countless times. Nonetheless, he felt profoundly touched since the passing of his family. Only Yu Zhen had shown him such kindness. For this assembly, Yu Zhen had brought only him along, underscoring the importance he placed on El Pa. As the two arrived at the Wucheng Hall, formerly known as the Feng Tian Hall, now transformed by Qin Jue, the expansive square was devoid of anyone but the guards stationed around. After reiterating his instructions, Yu Zhen positioned himself at the uppermost right. El Pa proceeded toward the lower right corner. They did not have to wait long, for with a commanding shout of the officials enter the hall, the palace gates slowly opened. The officials outside had already arranged themselves in order of rank and entered in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Qin Jue and Jia Yu descended gracefully from the air. Qin Jue took his place beside Yu Zhen, while Jia Yu positioned himself on the left. It has been a while, General Yu. You appear even more impressive than before. Qin Jue greeted Yu Zhen with a smile. Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Yu Zhen, though not well acquainted with Qin Jue, returned the greeting with a smile of his own. Subsequently, the two fell silent. On the other side, Peng Gao and Jia Yu appeared to be in a deep and hushed conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company. As officials continued to flood in, the expansive square quickly became filled to capacity. Only after all the officials had gathered did Xiao Yoji raise his somewhat shrill voice and announce, "His Majesty has arrived." Draped in a dark dragon robe, Qin Jue was surrounded by a swirling black dragon as he approached with measured steps from the side. The civil and military officials below were momentarily spellbound by the sight, forgetting to pay their respects, their eyes wide with astonishment. Fortunately, Xiao Yoji called out again, and the sea of officials, roused from their stupor, fell to their knees in unison. "Long live our emperor! Long live the Great Yu!" The chants echoed 3 times, their volume so resounding that the citizens of the capital heard them distinctly. In the city, an astute individual, struck by inspiration upon hearing the cries, also knelt and joined the fervent applause. This act prompted others, regardless of their previous endeavors, to bow towards the palace, chanting "Long live our emperor," in a chorus that resonated throughout the capital. At the forefront, Qin Jue, a formidable figure in the later stages of foundation establishment and the embodiment of the civilized ruler's unseen authority, exuded an extraordinary presence. Further amplified by the black dragon at his side, he gazed down at the assembled officials and calmly commanded, "Rise, my beloved ministers. My subjects, rise." His voice, though not loud, was imbued with an undeniable gravitas, reaching the ears of not only the officials before him but the entire populace of the capital. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials scrambled to their feet, yet they kept their heads bowed, too intimidated to meet Qin Jue's gaze. In the lower right corner of the square, El Pa stole a glance at Qin Jue, his heart surging like a tumultuous sea. The figure of the current emperor was indelibly etched in his mind. This was the sovereign he, El Pa, ought to follow. After the officials had paid their respects, Xiao Yoji called out once more. "Announce the foreign envoys to meet His Majesty." A wave of attention turned towards one side. Huang Xiaojing and the monarchs of various nations approached the throne. Countless eyes fixated upon them. Even Huang Xiaojing, a monarch in his own right, felt his throat dry with anxiety. Upon reaching the throne, the foreign rulers found themselves in a predicament, uncertain whether to kneel. Ultimately, Huang Xiaojing steeled himself, bowing deeply. "We have come to pay our respects to your imperial majesty." Above, Qin Jue lowered his gaze slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed. The small monarchs from surrounding nations, bending low, awaited a response from Qin Jue, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat from the tension. Shao Yoji, having gauged Qin Jue's expression, suddenly turned cold and admonished the foreign rulers. "You, barbaric outsiders, why do you not kneel before His Majesty?" At this stern rebuke, the black dragon beside Qin Jue slowly detached itself, its formidable eyes glinting with ferocity as it circled the trembling figures. Though they were rulers in their own right, they had never encountered such a spectacle, particularly with the fearsome dragon scrutinizing them. One small monarch could no longer withstand the pressure. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "I, Li Jingguang, monarch of Goryeo, pay my respects to your majesty." With this declaration, the others hastily followed suit, kneeling in submission. Huang Xiaojing prostrated himself fully on the ground, his spirit utterly crushed. Even if he were to survive and return to his grand era, the emperor's reign had reached its limits. Chapter 34. Humiliation. Qin Jue had always acted according to his whims. This grand court assembly, which should have been steeped in intricate protocols, was entirely stripped of its formality by him. Furthermore, the reception of envoys or the meeting with these sovereigns should not have taken place outside the Hall of Martial Ascendancy. However, whatever Qin Jue wished to do, none dared to voice dissent. He gazed at the trembling rulers of the small nation sprawled before him and suddenly pointed at Huang Xiaojia. With a malicious glint in his eye, he jested, "I have heard that the people of your grasslands are skilled in song and dance. I wonder if you, as their sovereign, share this talent? This is my first grand assembly. Would you not grace us with a dance to enliven the occasion?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaojia clenched his fists in indignation, his head bowed in shame and fury. Suppressing his fear, he implored, "Your Majesty, you are the exalted one. Since we have already submitted to you, why must you humiliate us?" "Humiliate you?" Qin Jue stroked the head of the black dragon, chuckling lightly. "I merely request a dance from you. What humiliation could there be in that? Moreover, when did I ever accept your submission?" Qin Jue's indifferent tone sent a jolt through Huang Xiaojia's heart, causing him to jerk his head up. "But yesterday, we submitted our national documents, Your Majesty. You stated that as long as we came to the capital in person." The other small sovereigns quickly chimed in. "Was it not agreed that our personal delivery of the national documents would spare us?" "The national documents?" Qin Jue feigned contemplation for a few moments before feigning enlightenment. "Last night, the palace was too cold, and I noticed a few scrolls on the table, which I casually burned." "So that was your national documents?" "Xiaolu, why did you not remind me?" Xiaolu, standing nearby, instantly adopted a theatrical demeanor, feigning panic. "It was this servant's oversight. I beg your Majesty's pardon." "Oh, you forgot. Very well, do be more attentive next time." Their banter left the assembled officials in stunned silence. Huang Xiaojia's face turned a deep shade of crimson. This spectacle not only mocked him but also treated him as a fool. "Let us do this. Each of you shall perform a segment of dance. Whosoever dances most gracefully, I may consider accepting your submission. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time." 1 breath. 2 breaths. The words echoed like the whisper of death, the invisible pressure suffocating the assembled rulers. As Qin Jue counted to the 2nd breath, the king of Goryeo immediately stood up. "Your Majesty, I shall dance. Though I am no expert, it may amuse you." With that, the 50-year-old man began to twist and turn, desperately seeking to please. The scene was indeed quite distressing, leaving the officials agape. Some traditionalists turned their heads away, muttering about the degradation of propriety, while many others watched in wide-eyed curiosity. It was rare to witness a sovereign dance before their eyes. Lupo observed the Goryeo king's flamboyant movements and quietly inquired of a nearby courtier, "Does His Majesty always act so capriciously?" The courtier, appearing to be a local official, was thoroughly entertained. Upon hearing Lupo's question, he turned slightly. "His Majesty is a celestial being. What is amiss with acting according to his desires? After the assembly, I must capture this moment in a painting. Ha ha ha." Above. After the king of Goryeo concluded his dance, the other monarchs followed suit, attempting to mimic his movements. Although Huang Xiaojie was filled with sorrow and indignation, He had no choice but to close his eyes and accept the spectacle. It must be acknowledged, however, that the man from the grasslands possessed a certain prowess. In contrast to the rather painful performances of the others, Huang Xiaojie's dance exuded a rugged charm reminiscent of the vast steppes. As the performances came to an end, Qin Jue slowly began to applaud, remarking, "I have long heard of your small nation's talents in song and dance. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand." He commanded, "Bring forth seats for the esteemed rulers." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the assembled dignitaries were somewhat soothed, despite the embarrassment of the day. At least their nations had been preserved. After this farcical display concluded, Qin Jue adopted a more serious demeanor. His voice, imbued with an ethereal quality, resonated with authority as he proclaimed, "Since my ascension to the throne, over 7 months have passed. I have eradicated corrupt officials. And now that the realm is beginning to stabilize, envoys from various nations have come to pay their respects. I have decided to grant a universal amnesty. For the next 3 years, all taxes and labor obligations shall be abolished." A gasp rippled through the assembly, although they had heard whispers of this decree. Hearing it audibly left them astonished. To exempt the entire realm from taxes and labor for 3 years was an unprecedented act. Qin Jue paused momentarily before continuing. "The populace is the foundation of my great empire. However, the common people are often ignorant. I have resolved to disseminate knowledge of science, to enlighten the world. From this day forth, the 4 books and 5 classics, the orthodox teachings of Confucianism, shall be abolished in favor of a singular reverence for science. This emphasis on science would not conflict with the future cultivation of immortality, as the science espoused by Qin Jue was, in essence, a form of mystical science." If his previous declaration had left the officials in shock, this pronouncement nearly rendered them speechless. Confucianism had been the accepted doctrine of the dynasty for over a millennium. How could it be so easily discarded? The officials murmured amongst themselves, yet none dared to voice opposition. Thirdly, the new laws of the Yu will soon be promulgated, with the chancellor personally overseeing their implementation. Fourthly, I have decided to introduce a new monetary policy, for which the chancellor shall be responsible. Qin Jue gradually outlined the national policies that had already been established. Initially, the audience was merely astonished, but as he continued, they became increasingly numb to the magnitude of each revolutionary reform. How could Qin Jue possibly articulate over a dozen such radical changes in one breath? Gradually, silence fell over the assembly as they collectively realized a crucial truth. Qin Jue was not consulting them. He was issuing commands. Their only task was to execute his will. Finally, a cruel smile graced Qin Jue's lips. "Yu Zhen, where are you?" At the lower right, Yu Zhen, seemingly prepared, immediately stepped forward and declared, "This humble general is present. From this moment, I appoint you as the Grand General of Valor, bestowing upon you the Tiger Tally to command the armies of the realm. From today forth, I require you to lead the forces to sweep away all barbarian threats. Can you accomplish this?" Yu Zhen knelt on one knee, responding, "I will obey your command." The monarchs of the various nations, who had barely settled into their seats, sprang up like springs. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? You promised us." Their faces were etched with terror and disbelief. "I said I would consider it, and now my decision is made. You, barbaric lot, are unworthy to serve as subjects of my great empire." The Grand Assembly concluded swiftly, and the events that transpired within it spread like a tempest throughout the realm. Especially among the common folk, the announcement of tax exemptions and the cessation of forced labor ignited an overwhelming wave of exhilaration. Upon hearing various policies favorable to their welfare, countless citizens jubilantly proclaimed their loyalty to His Majesty. The Qin Jue Chongqing temples sprang up across the land like mushrooms after a rain. However, many learned scholars felt as though the sky had fallen upon hearing the edict to abolish Confucian teachings in favor of scientific pursuits. Yet, a significant number of enlightened students expressed a profound interest in science, especially upon witnessing the kings of various nations dance, prompting the populace to cheer and celebrate. Consequently, some in the community began to stage grand performances, aspiring to replicate this moment. Ultimately, when His Majesty declared his intention to conquer the barbarian tribes, countless fervent young men enlisted in the army, heralding a transformative era for the Great Yu. Chapter 35. I witnessed my conquest, brave sons, for a century. The northern barbarians have repeatedly invaded our borders, disrupting our people. Countless citizens at the frontier have perished at their hands, and this blood feud is an indelible stain upon our history. Yesterday, His Majesty publicly humiliated the false emperor of the northern barbarians in the Grand Court. An exhilarating moment indeed. Yet, His Majesty seeks further retribution. He demands that the northern barbarians repay their century-old blood debts with their own blood. As we prepare for battle, tell me, what shall we do? At the border, on the troop assembly platform, Yu rested his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, his resonant voice echoing in the ears of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Countless warriors looked to Yu, spirits soaring, and unitedly shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries shook the heavens, and Yu nodded in satisfaction. On this expedition, any who resist shall face no mercy. For every barbarian slain, cut off their left ear as a testament to military merit. When the war concludes, I shall earnestly petition His Majesty for your accolades. Let my command be known. Follow me into battle. There was no need for elaborate tactics. With Yu, a cultivator of immortal essence, none were required. His strategy was straightforward: penetrate deep into the grasslands, advancing relentlessly until they shattered the northern barbarian royal court. He even carried minimal supplies, for the grasslands were abundant with cattle and sheep, which he intended to seize along the way. It was merely the second day following the Grand Court Assembly, and the northern barbarians had received no word of the impending advance. The nobles within their royal court continued to revel daily, lost in indulgence. They had resigned themselves to the notion of submitting to the Great Yu, many thinking that such submission would have no bearing on their lives. Amidst the usual atmosphere of the grasslands, hundreds of thousands of troops had already infiltrated. Along the route, there was virtually no significant resistance. A handful of patrolling northern soldiers were swiftly dispatched before they could react to Yu's onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. led a cavalry of 5,000, galloping freely across the plains. He rode a magnificent steed, wielding a Fontian Huaji. His towering physique combined with the gallant horse made him a formidable presence at the forefront. Merely witnessing this sight would compel one to exclaim, "What a spirited young general!" Although Yu's tactics were uncomplicated, targeting the heart of the enemy. For reasons unknown, perhaps to cultivate Elpa, he was entrusted to first lead 5,000 cavalrymen to clear any resisting forces along the way. "General, we have spotted a tribe of approximately 300 barbarians ahead." A scout, riding swiftly, hastened to report to Elpa. A barbarian tribe? Upon hearing this, Elpajuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. He tightened the reins and swiftly turned his steed towards the direction indicated by the scout. Behind him, 5,000 cavalrymen followed closely in his wake. Meanwhile, the small tribe, consisting of fewer than 300 souls, remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. As usual, their chieftain had just finished paying homage to the eternal sky and was preparing to check on the tribe's flocks. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly beneath him. The elderly leader, having lived for decades on the steppes, paled instantly and hurriedly seized a somewhat rusty curved blade, rushing out of his tent. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The other men of the tribe, upon hearing the alarm, dropped whatever they were doing and rushed out, armed. The women, children, and the elderly scrambled to find safe places to hide. The sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly closer, and the aged chieftain could discern from the cacophony that a formidable force was approaching. Fear welled within him, yet considering the safety of his kin, he steeled himself to confront the encroaching adversary. "It is the cavalry of the Great Yu from the south," a tribesman exclaimed in horror. However, before he could utter another word, he was pierced through by Elpajuan's halberd, chilling him to the core. "Leave no man standing," Elpajuan bellowed, charging forth into the heart of the tribe, single-handedly wielding his halberd. One life after another fell at his hands, and he paid no heed to the pleas for mercy from these savages. Even as some laid down their weapons, he showed them no clemency. The slaughter continued unabated, rendering the once vibrant grassland a crimson tableau, until the tribe was reduced to the desolate wails of women and children. Dismounting, Elpajuan wiped the blood from his halberd. His expression impassive, he left a few men behind to secure the captives. The harrowing memories of his own family's brutal demise remained vivid in his mind. He felt no pity for the plight of these savages. After decimating this tribe, Elpajuan led his cavalry onward to the next target. Meanwhile, the main force led by Yu arrived tardily, and upon witnessing the aftermath of the massacre, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This lad is indeed ruthless. However, his concern was not born of compassion. He recalled the emperor's directive that any northern barbarian males who surrendered should be taken captive for future endeavors in the Great Yu. As for the women and children, The females were to be taken as slaves or distributed among the bachelors of Great Yu, while those under 5 would be subjected to re-education, an unflinching term for brainwashing. The campaign was progressing remarkably well, and under the rapid march, Yu encountered little resistance. In less than a day, they approached the very doorstep of the northern barbarian royal court, at which point the nobles began to realize the gravity of the situation. Within the northern barbarian royal court, due to the uncertainty surrounding the newly appointed emperor's fate, the second prince had been hastily thrust into power. What did you say? The army led by Yu is now less than 30 miles from the royal city. The second prince, upon receiving the scout's report, felt darkness cloud his vision and nearly collapsed. Why? Hadn't my elder brother already departed for the capital of Great Yu? Why would they launch an attack against us? The second prince's mind was a tumultuous mess. He was utterly unprepared. Or rather, he had never anticipated that Qin Jue would suddenly launch an attack. Who could have foreseen that merely a day after the Grand Court Assembly in Dayu, a formidable army would come charging forth? And to make matters worse, it was led by celestial beings. He could not afford to panic. He must remain composed. The second prince bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain his tranquility. He turned to a nearby minister, urgency lacing his voice. Waiting. How many soldiers are currently available for battle within the royal court? This minister had previously been an official from Dayu, taken captive during the border skirmishes. However, due to his exceptional intellect, he had been retained since the reign of the late emperor. Upon hearing the query, the minister furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "Given the sudden mobilization of Dayu's troops, we have been unable to summon warriors from the various tribes. Currently, there are fewer than 200,000 soldiers stationed around the royal court. 200,000. Even if doubled, they would stand no chance against celestial beings. Wei-Ching, what strategy do you propose? The Dayu army is nearly at our gates." The second prince paced back and forth, suddenly halting as a realization struck him. "I see it now. My insufferable elder brother must have offended the emperor of Dayu yesterday, provoking this attack. It had to be so. His elder brother was proud and dismissive of others. Wei-Ching, what if I send someone to negotiate peace with Yu? If we adopt a submissive stance, giving him whatever he desires, perhaps we might secure our lives." The minister sighed deeply at this suggestion, shaking his head in resignation. "I fear the situation is far from simple. While the emperor may be arrogant, he is not blind to the greater picture. At this juncture, there is only one option." "What option?" The second prince's eyes brightened instantly. "Flee," the minister declared decisively. "Flee?" The second prince was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, only by fleeing do we stand a chance of survival. How can mere mortals like us contend with celestial beings? Let alone the fact that the royal court possesses fewer than 200,000 troops. Even if we had 10 times that, it would be futile. Since the emperor of Dayu has resolved to eradicate us, our only hope lies in escaping far away." The second prince pondered this logic, and it resonated with him. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us gather our belongings and depart at once." He quickly turned to leave, only to be halted by the minister's firm grasp. "We cannot leave so recklessly. There are numerous nobles and officials in the city who are watching you closely. You should first proceed as I suggest." The minister whispered into the second prince's ear. Listening intently, the prince's expression shifted from excitement to contemplation before he finally nodded with determination. "Very well. Let it be as you say, Wei-Ching." Chapter 36. The slave. Is this the second prince of the northern barbarians, hastily elevated to a position of authority? He indeed possesses a certain gravitas. As the army of several 100,000 encircled the royal court of the northern barbarians, Yu observed the soldiers resolutely preparing to resist, a bemused smile gracing his lips. This was indeed unexpected. He had not anticipated that they would dare to fight back at this juncture. Yet, it was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Lu rode slowly to Yu side, his expression dripping with disdain. "I humbly request permission to take the lead and breach the royal court of the northern barbarians. I beseech the general to grant me this opportunity." Dismounting, Lu knelt on one knee, eager to fulfill his long-awaited ambition. Upon hearing this, Yu shook his head. Although the annihilation of the northern barbarians was imminent, there remained over 100,000 troops within the city. Capturing the city was a daunting task, while the men of Dayu were fearless in the face of death. They would not succumb to a futile demise. With these words, Yu drew the long blade from his waist and ascended slowly into the air. The northern barbarian soldiers guarding the city, witnessing Yu gradual ascent, could not help but swallow hard. their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It is worth noting that, even in antiquity, let alone in modern times before Qin Jue's crossing, witnessing a person fly would elicit gasps of astonishment. How much more so for these primitive ancient folk? Yu wasted no words, merely sweeping his blade lightly. In the next instant, an invisible wave of blade energy sliced through the city walls before him. The air suddenly fell silent. Having accomplished this, Yu descended back to the ground. Transmit the order of the general. Enter the city. Any who resist shall face execution without mercy. Boom. With the utterance of Yu command, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby city walls. Subsequently, the magnificent fortifications collapsed as if they were mere tofu. Elpa stood in stunned silence. This was the first time he had witnessed Yu in action. Previously, he understood the distinction between immortals and mortals and recognized the might of the former. Yet, he had never imagined it would reach such staggering heights. One strike, and the wall that had stood for eons was shattered. His gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. An immortal. This is what an immortal is. I, Elpa, shall aspire to become such an existence in the future. As the walls crumbled, the northern barbarian soldiers completely lost their will to resist. The ideals of defending their homeland, instilled in them by the second prince, were swiftly cast aside. Had they possessed the strength to fight, these soldiers might have fought bravely to the death. However, when the disparity in power was akin to that between heaven and earth, their so-called resistance became a mere farce. Without engaging in battle, tens of thousands of northern barbarian soldiers began to cry out and flee in all directions, and chaos reigned in the city. With the entry of Dayu's vast army, a horrific slaughter commenced. In the Yu Palace, Qin Jue reclined in his chair, flanked by Peng Gao and Jia Su. Conquest over neighboring nations had never occupied Qin Jue's thoughts. He was far more concerned about the development within Dayu. At this moment, the three were engaged in earnest discussion. Establishing a provincial government in the former northern barbarian royal court was indeed feasible. However, with the population of Dayu just exceeding 30 million, relocating citizens from afar would prove somewhat challenging, pondered Peng Gao. Qin Jue replied, "This is of no consequence. Once the living standards of the populace improve, the population will naturally experience explosive growth. We can initially establish protectorates and later facilitate migration." Peng Gao inquired, "Your Majesty, if you intend to assign the captured women from the northern barbarians and the various tribes to unmarried men of Dayu, should these women be granted citizenship?" Qin Jue responded, "Are you concerned that those with strong wills may disrupt social order?" Peng Gao acknowledged, "Your Majesty sees clearly." Qin Jue then asked, "What are your thoughts?" Peng Gao proposed, "The captured women could be centrally managed, with designated individuals responsible for their education. Those who qualify could be granted citizenship and betrothed to our men of Dayu." Peng Gao refrained from mentioning the consequences for those deemed unqualified, but it was evident what fate awaited them. Peng Gao continued, "The captured men will experience a similar fate. Within a mere 3 months, General Yu shall incorporate the surrounding small nations into the grand dominion of Dayu. According to your Majesty's intentions, the local populace, who do not resist and cooperate, will be granted the status of secondary citizens, while those who defy will be relegated to slavery. I have calculated, Your Majesty, that the number of those condemned to slavery may well reach several million at the very least. After accounting for the needs of major infrastructure, there will still remain a considerable surplus. Do you have any arrangements in mind?" Qin Jue remained silent, merely stating, "Continue." Peng Gao nodded and elaborated, "Thus, Your Majesty can seize this opportunity to engage in a slave exchange. Although the clans of Dayu's common folk have been dealt with, a substantial portion of the populace is still enslaved by others. Your Majesty could trade for slaves from the barbarians." At this juncture, Qin Jue emitted a cold snort. "If they desire slaves, let them purchase them. As for my subjects, from this day forth, no citizen recognized by me shall be subjected to slavery. Anyone who defies this decree shall face the annihilation of their 9 kin." Peng Gao was unsurprised, as if he had anticipated Qin Jue's response. He slightly bowed. "I shall expedite the implementation of this edict. So, Your Majesty, once the barbarians are conquered, may we commence the establishment of a hierarchy of citizenship?" Qin Jue pondered, his mind delving into the imperial seal to ascertain the current number of those possessing the seed spirit, over 8 million. Approximately a quarter of Dayu's native populace has already been imbued with the seed spirit. There is no rush. We shall announce its implementation to the world in 6 months. Peng Gao and the others were well aware of the seed spirit matter. The previously silent Jia Yu observed Qin Jue's expression and spoke, Your Majesty. I wish to voice a thought. Qin Jue, aware of Jia Yu's contemplation, gently urged, speak freely. Jia Yu, in truth, regarding the seed spirit. It would be more effective if Your Majesty were to issue the command personally rather than relying on the populace's passive acceptance. Jia Yu could surmise that Qin Jue hesitated to give the order, perhaps due to a sense of modesty about erecting statues and altars in his honor. Qin Jue cast a glance at Jia Yu, who immediately quelled his inner thoughts and hastily added, Your Majesty could certainly make the matter of the seed spirit public knowledge. Simply clarify that it is the key distinction between citizens and secondary citizens, and emphasize the numerous benefits to those imbued with the seed spirit. I believe no one would refuse it. Qin Jue contemplated this perspective and found it to hold merit. Very well, as you suggested. Let us make the seed spirit matter public. Instinctively, Qin Jue looked toward Peng Gao, but upon reflecting that this esteemed chancellor was likely busier than a workhorse in a production team, he redirected his gaze to Jia Yu. Since this was your proposal, you shall oversee it personally. Jia Yu was taken aback, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Is there anything else? Qin Jue inquired lightly. Jia Yu, I have one more matter. I humbly request Your Majesty to allocate a portion of the captured slaves to my education department. In the realm of biological sciences, extensive experimental materials are essential for human research. Jia Yu had long set his sights on those enslaved captives. Without questioning the rationale, Qin Jue nodded. Very well. Discuss with Peng Gao how many you require. Chapter 37. Among the people half a month later. A great victory. A great victory. Come and behold. A momentous victory has been achieved. General Wu Wei has decisively vanquished the northern barbarian army, slaying 100,000 foes and breaching the northern barbarian royal court within 3 days, capturing the pretender emperor alive. Amidst the bustling streets of a prosperous city in Jiangnan, a boy, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, excitedly shouts as he carries a basket filled with newspapers. This invention, recently developed by Jia Yu, was made possible by technological insights bestowed by Qin Jue, and it was swiftly mass-produced after its inception. In less than 10 days, it was disseminated across every city under the Great Yu. As the newsboy calls out, the mention of a great victory quickly attracts a throng of curious onlookers. A modestly dressed man, his face still bearing traces of earth, wipes the sweat from his brow and squeezes into the crowd, inquiring with a smile, as usual. I'd like a copy of the newspaper. Certainly, 1 copper coin. The newsboy swiftly retrieves a newspaper from his basket and hands it to the man. Although the man is illiterate, he has made it a point to purchase a copy each day since the advent of newspapers. As a farmer who toils in the fields, his greatest aspiration is for his son to learn to read and rise above their station. In times past, when knowledge was monopolized by the clans, such aspirations were but a distant dream. Now, however, the clans have fallen, and education has become accessible to the common folk. Additionally, since the clan's demise, the man has been allotted more land. With his wife also contributing through handicrafts, their living standards have risen significantly. Where once they could only afford meat on festive occasions, he can now boast that he can eat meat whenever he desires. With newfound resources, the man has not hesitated to secure a place for his son in a private school. Yet, to his dismay, the curriculum merely revolved around the 4 books and 5 classics, while all over the land, people are aware that His Majesty is promoting a new field of study known as science. What future could be found in the teachings of antiquity? Thus, the man and his son decided to withdraw from that school. They procured a set of foundational science books, and to his delight, the boy, though still young, seems to grasp the concepts of science remarkably well. Many subjects can be learned through self-study alone. Every day, the man buys the newspaper, although he cannot read it himself. He brings it home for his son to read aloud to him, appreciating the quality of the paper, which can also be used for practicing writing. However, today, the content of the newspaper appears to be somewhat different. Typically, the newspaper features a series of policies enacted by His Majesty, along with scientific trivia and various anecdotes. Today, however, the discussions among the crowd suggest a divergence from the norm. Not wishing to depart hastily, the man strains to listen amidst the throng. In the crowd, a well-dressed scholar, filled with excitement, lifts the newspaper and exclaims, his face flushed, "Good heavens! The northern barbarians have been subdued in 3 days. This occurred nearly half a month ago. General Wu Wei has since conquered the northern barbarians, Goryeo, Nanjiao, and Menglai." As the scholar's exuberant shout resonates, the surrounding populace is left in astonishment. The man hastily inquired, "Didn't we hear that His Majesty dispatched General Wu just half a month ago? How could it be so swift?" The scholar chuckled heartily and replied, "Ah, it seems you are unaware. It is well known that there are immortals in the presence of our sovereign, and indeed, even the emperor himself is an immortal. Allow me to pose a question. How many immortals accompany His Majesty?" The surrounding populace exchanged glances, and one person boldly exclaimed, "Who doesn't know? Besides His Majesty, there is Lord Qin, the commander of the Qin Jue, and also Chancellor Lord Ping." The scholar glanced at the speaker, a bright youth of merely 15 or 16 years. "But do you know," he continued, "that apart from these two esteemed immortals, the General Yu Shui, who is leading the expedition, is also an immortal?" A collective gasp arose from the crowd. "No wonder, no wonder," they exclaimed, their faces illuminated with understanding. The man chuckled foolishly, "No wonder it's so swift. It turns out the general is also an immortal." The scholar cleared his throat and elaborated, "In addition to General Yu, there is also Lord Jia, who oversees the education of the realm through the Ministry of Education." A hint of pride graced his countenance at the mention of Lord Jia. The surrounding crowd enthusiastically echoed their astonishment. "So, we have 5 immortals in our Great Yu." Once the topic of immortals was broached, the common folk seemed to open a floodgate of excitement, animatedly discussing the subject. Sensing a shift in the conversation, the scholar quickly added, "Aside from the great victory, there are matters of concern that pertain to us." The mention of issues relevant to them immediately hushed the crowd. The scholar, having skimmed through the document, noted several significant matters affecting the populace. He read through it, then articulated in simple yet clear terms, "His Majesty will soon initiate a nationwide infrastructure project, which means we shall receive new homes constructed for us at no cost." At the mention of free housing, the crowd erupted in astonishment, showering praises upon the benevolence and peace of His Majesty. Furthermore, upon noticing another policy, the scholar's eyes widened in surprise. The onlookers, intrigued by his expression, urged him to hasten his revelation. "Ha ha ha, you bachelors are in for a treat," he announced. "This time, General Yu will return with several 100,000 female captives, and His Majesty plans to distribute them among the bachelors of Great Yu." At these words, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, especially the older bachelors, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Where do we go to claim them?" cried one. "I never thought I'd find a wife after all these years." Another exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my family will finally have descendants." Calm down, calm down. "Oh, let go, I am not a bride." The scholar, having freed himself from the eager grasp of several desperate bachelors, quickly interjected, "You must wait a while longer. The female captives are currently being gathered and trained, and only once they are prepared will they be distributed to you. However, the newspaper states that those who meet the criteria can register at the local government office." The humble farmer, who had unknowingly drifted to the periphery, had his own wife and thus did not share in the fervor of others. With a silly grin, he quietly departed after absorbing the main points of the day's news. In the streets, or rather throughout the entire city of Yunkai, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped all. Within various taverns, tea houses, and restaurants, literate patrons animatedly discussed the events featured in the newspapers, creating a lively ambience akin to a festive celebration. Words of praise for Qin Jue echoed everywhere, accompanied by laughter that filled the air. Immersed in this cheerful atmosphere, a rural man approached a butcher's shop. "Ah, is that not old Li? The usual? 2 tails of pork, perhaps a bit fatty?" The butcher's assistant, seemingly oblivious to the written word, was engrossed in a newspaper, nodding occasionally in agreement. Upon noticing the customer, he reluctantly set aside the paper. "Today, I'll forego the pork and instead get a pound of lamb." Li, the man, chuckled foolishly. "Isn't this a grand victory? We must celebrate." The assistant laughed heartily indeed. After such a significant triumph, how could we not celebrate? "I shall also buy a pound of meat for home." After the assistant had prepared the meat and wrapped it up, Li purchased a moderately priced brush. Although his child had not voiced any complaints, he, as a father, recognized that the brushes he made were rather unwieldy. With the meat and brush secured, he pondered briefly before stepping into a tailor's shop to acquire several yards of fine fabric. Burdened with a substantial assortment of items, he finally made his way contentedly towards the outskirts of the city. As he exited the city gates, amidst the friendly banter of the guard, he ambled towards Li family village. In times past, carrying such valuable goods would have invited theft, but now Li felt no trepidation whatsoever. Within less than a year of the emperor's ascension, it was no mere rhetoric that the people could leave their doors unlocked at night and that lost property would be returned. Were there still robbers, thieves, or ruffians? Perhaps, but they likely languished in the dungeons of the Qin Jue. The sun had yet to set when he arrived home. "Shopkeeper, I'm back." A modestly dressed woman hurried to greet him, and upon seeing the bundles in his arms, she teasingly scolded, "You foolish spendthrift. You can't resist splurging whenever you have a little money." Though her words were scolding, the warmth in her tone betrayed no real displeasure. Such an amount was trivial for their family. "Today is a day of great joy. I bought some fine fabric to make you and Winter new garments." The man's words filled the woman's heart with sweetness. "What great joy! Has the emperor announced new policies?" She mused. "Our family could never have lived so well before. The emperor truly seems a reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. Indeed, the emperor is an extraordinary being. I shall tell you about the great news shortly. Where is Winter? She should be paying her respects to the emperor. Winter is currently reading. I shall fetch her at once." The Li family, a trio, had, since their clan's downfall, placed a wooden carving of Qin Jue in their home and diligently prayed and bowed each day. Recently, they had heard tales of others paying homage to the emperor, who had indeed manifested his divine presence. The Li family wholeheartedly believed in this, as one of their own had felt rejuvenated after a recent prayer. Shortly thereafter, the emperor himself had acknowledged this miraculous event, heeding the words of the authorities. It was said that only after paying homage to His Majesty and receiving his recognition could one be bestowed with a spiritual seed. Only with this seed could one be considered a citizen of Dayu, and only Dayu citizens could enjoy a myriad of rights. The man did not grasp the true essence of the spiritual seed or the privileges afforded to citizens. Yet, he understood that without the emperor's acknowledgement, he could not claim to be among his subjects. This realization rendered his every act of kneeling increasingly devout. Presently, the realm was adorned with numerous longevity shrines dedicated to the emperor. He felt an undeniable connection even with strangers, a warmth that spoke of kinship. Among family, this sentiment flourished, creating a harmonious household. Upon hearing his mother call for him, Li Wen stepped through the door. This child, appearing no older than 8, bore an ordinary visage. However, his gaze exhibited a maturity that belied his years. After greeting his parents, the trio made their way to a room specifically designated for displaying the exquisite Qin Jue wooden carvings. Though modest in size, the carvings were remarkably lifelike. Initially distributed freely by the government, as the family performed their customary and elaborate rites, the kitchen soon filled with the fragrant tendrils of smoke. The woman busied herself with meal preparations while the man shared amusing anecdotes with their son. Li Wen, despite being but a child, perused the day's newspaper, pondering deeply as he listened to his father's words. Grand infrastructure, paper currency, immortals, and science, within the span of less than a year. What he had initially thought was an ordinary ancient world revealed itself to be delightfully intriguing. A smile crept upon Li Wen's lips. Indeed, this was a vibrant world, akin to the dawn of a new sun. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Chapter 38. Another transmigrator, Li Wen, originally named Zhang Yao, was a scientist from a desolate world. Observing the information relayed through the Jade Seal, Qin Jue could not help but smile. This world was becoming increasingly fascinating. The emergence of another transmigrator within his domain elicited little surprise. After all, if he could traverse realms, why should others be barred from doing so? After reviewing Li Wen's personal details, Qin Jue refrained from taking further action. He felt no trepidation at the prospect of more extraordinary beings in his realm. On the contrary, he welcomed the presence of those destined for greatness, akin to an elder concealed within a ring or the reincarnation of a celestial sovereign. The stronger these individuals became within his territory, the stronger he would grow in turn. Wasn't it delightful to progress effortlessly? The great scientist of the wasteland, Qin Jue, found himself anticipating next year's imperial examination. Here follows Li Wen's recollections. Everything arrived with such suddenness. The collapse was disarmingly rational. The government and society crumbled within a mere 3 months. The survivors, like cockroaches, scuttled through the cracks of existence. Log of the 360-second resonance experiment. Countdown, 0:05:36. As Zhang Yao inserted the final 2 grams of plutonium, 238 fuel rods into the reactor, a sound akin to writhing insects echoed from the ceiling. Should one find themselves upon the surface, they would behold a scene of myriad silvery insects voraciously gnawing at the several-meter-thick granite layer. Presently, the entire Tiangong star is reduced to this subterranean laboratory. The quantum entanglement array is charged to 97, and the directional pulse is primed. Zhang Yao wipes the bloodstains from his protective goggles, the screen reflecting the faces of 5 surviving researchers. The chief quantum physicist of North America cowers in a corner, injecting himself with a coagulant using a mechanical prosthetic. Once a recipient of the Nebula Award, the prodigious Lin Yu now bears a half-encased body in a blood-seeping biological membrane. Warning, warning, insufficient energy, initiating backup power. A cold synthetic voice reverberates throughout the laboratory. It has failed once more. At last, one can indulge in a proper slumber. This utterance extinguished the last flickers of hope within several individuals. The once vibrant and charming prodigy now gazes with an unsettling indifference. She stretches languidly, a long-lost smile gracing her features. Yet, amidst the laughter, she squats down, quietly sobbing. The hurried footfalls, accompanied by heavy breathing, herald the arrival of Qin Mo, the former head of security, who bursts through the blast door, one of his arms now mysteriously absent. They have located the ventilation shaft. We have no more than 10 minutes, he declares. Responding to Qin Mo's words, a rustling sound permeates the air, reminiscent of countless slick tongues lapping at the cerebral essence of human civilization. Merely hearing this sound evokes a profound discomfort. No one replies, observing the expressions of his companions. Qin Mo falls silent. He retrieves a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. Had I known, I would have cooked more hot pot back then. In this atmosphere of despair, the seemingly youthful Zhang Yao remains composed, diligently processing the torrent of data on the screen. Their research on the quantum resonance projectile could have utterly obliterated the central nerve node of the maternal consciousness. Yet, just as success was within reach, fate played a cruel trick, revealing a disheartening secret. The brain-machine interface technology, once a pride of human civilization, has become the very medium obstructing the pulse rebound. There is still a chance. Beneath the flat mirror, Zhang Yao's gaze possesses a chilling calmness. He seizes a small knife and swiftly slashes at the nape of his neck. His fingers plunge into the wound, forcibly extracting a chip the size of a fingernail. It is futile. Time is of the essence. And the last energy source has just been severed, remarks Hannah, the North American chief scientist, observing Zhang Yao's actions. No, there is still energy, he retorts, retrieving a palm-sized battery from beneath the workbench. This is the battery I confiscated during Qin Mo's hot pot experiment. I have just modified the energy transmission route. Only a minimal amount of energy is required to activate the resonance projectile. His tone remains as composed as ever, as if only reason remains within him. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's words, those who had nearly surrendered their struggle rise once more. Qin Mo, the head of security, cannot help but laugh heartily. Who said I was wasting resources cooking hot pot? I shall become humanity's savior. He grasped the pristine firearm. Why pristine? This weapon, polished meticulously several times each day, appeared as if newly forged. With merely 3 minutes remaining, let us commence. Lin Yu and Hannah hastened to Zhang Yao's side, their fingers deftly dancing across their respective keyboards. The sound overhead grew increasingly pronounced, announcing the dwindling time, yet it seemed the adversaries above had discerned their actions. The rustling intensified. The trio's fingers moved with such swiftness that they nearly left trails. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated as the ceiling trembled violently. A falling rock struck Zhang Yao's shoulder, and the searing pain plunged him into darkness, causing his body to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Dr. Zhang, Qin Mo exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. Yet, a cascade of silvery particles suddenly descended from above. Countless nanobots swiftly devoured Qin Mo entirely. Just a moment too late. Lin Yu and Hannah felt the nanobots voraciously consuming them, yet she managed to strike the final key at the last possible second. Half of Zhang Yao's body had succumbed to numbness. The swarm of nanobots surged towards him with alarming speed. In his other hand, he still clutched a high-energy battery. Nevertheless, his expression remained as composed as ever. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Zhang Yao struggled to insert the battery into the launcher, pressing the activation button. Silvery insects had already infested his entire body. Zhang Yao suddenly chuckled, a collection of failed creations. Humanity shall endure. His consciousness gradually faded away. In the dead of night, in Li family village, Li Wen jolted awake from his slumber, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Another nightmare, he sighed, surveying the simultaneously familiar yet alien surroundings. A dazed expression clouded his eyes. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon his face, while the occasional sound of cicadas echoed outside. In this serene atmosphere, Li Wen sat in contemplative silence, unaware of the outcome of the final endeavor, nor the fate of humanity in his original world. He had done all that he could. After a prolonged moment, he regained his bearings, leaping from his bed to retrieve brush and ink, recording his thoughts by the moonlight, pondering whether he would ever have the opportunity to return. Chapter 39. The Department of Education in the Year of Dayu. A piercing chill swept through the winds. As the year drew to a close, the common folk began preparing for the upcoming festivities. Throughout the expanse of Dayu, joyous laughter resonated, and a festive ambience enveloped the streets. The battles in Yu Town neared their conclusion. The surrounding nations, both large and small, had been thoroughly subdued. Yet Qin Jue pressed onward. Leading his forces, Yu Town advanced towards the western regions, venturing into even more distant territories. Waves of slaves were being transported back into Dayu. This nation, with a population just surpassing 30 million, had already received an astonishing 800,000 slaves within a few months. Concurrently, a monumental transformation of Dayu's homeland was being executed methodically. An unceasing influx of slaves served as expendable resources, laboring on the front lines, whether repairing waterways, cultivating crops, or undertaking other perilous tasks. In the span of mere months, the agricultural revolution was swiftly realized. A multitude of slaves has supplanted the original farmers of Dayu, and countless lands have been cultivated and tilled. Coupled with the new crops transformed by the Bureau of Enlightenment through spiritual energy and innovative production tools, yields have seen an astonishing increase. Previously, the wheat and rice planted in Dayu yielded merely 2 to 3 stone per mu, even in the finest fields. Now, even the most inferior dry fields can yield at least 10 stone per mu. Qin Jue is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. As the technological products from the Bureau of Enlightenment are mass-produced, this yield will escalate dramatically. Before Qin Jue ascended the throne, famine was a frequent plight in Dayu. Now, even in remote areas, food is no longer scarce. The vast abundance of food has liberated the first-tier citizens of Dayu. However, Qin Jue has not allowed them to become lazy and inept. Under his deliberate guidance, Dayu is evolving towards a culture that values both martial prowess and scholarly pursuits. Large numbers of scholars have been dispatched to the populace to conduct a thorough literacy campaign. While he does not expect every individual of this generation to become an intellectual, Qin Jue aims for all citizens to be literate. With the agricultural revolution complete, the first industrial revolution in Dayu is also on the horizon. Basic machinery, such as the steam engine, has already been produced by the Bureau of Enlightenment, which is continuously improving upon it. Unlike in Qin Jue's previous life, Dayu's industrial revolution is arriving with unprecedented speed and intensity. Have you not seen the towering chimneys already dotting the outskirts of the capital? While this may sound fantastical, it is remarkably plausible upon reflection. Absolute dictatorship allows Qin Jue to command millions with ease. The technological data exchanged in the civilized commerce has eliminated the need for extensive scientific exploration, while the physique of the immortal accelerates development as if on a rocket. Qin Jue estimates that, within 2 years at most, Dayu could reach a level comparable to that of the 19th century in his former life. This is primarily due to the complexities involved in reshaping the thoughts of ordinary citizens. Naturally, this technological level pertains to civilian technology. In contrast, Qin Jue places greater emphasis on military technology, investing more resources therein. At the expansive headquarters of the Bureau of Enlightenment, on a shooting range, Qin Jue holds a firearm strikingly similar to the renowned Model 47 from his previous life, examining it closely. He then fires several rounds towards a target 300 meters away, the resounding gunfire echoing across the vast range. Your Majesty has excellent marksmanship. From a distance, several targets topple, all struck at the bullseye. Yu subtly flatters, awaiting Qin Jue's assessment of the rifle. Quite impressive indeed. How long until mass production? Qin Jue nods slightly. The technology behind this gunpowder-powered weapon is not particularly advanced. Given that the Bureau of Enlightenment possesses the finest resources in the realm and has the blueprints, it is hardly surprising they can produce it. Yu contemplates. The accompanying facilities are nearly developed. We now require additional resources for mass production. At most, 3 months. Qin Jue responds. State your needs for resources or personnel. I shall ensure that you receive ample support. By the way, how is the research on the tank and aircraft blueprints that I entrusted to you last time progressing? Yu replied with a wry smile. Your Majesty, compared to firearms, the technological complexity of those creations is considerably higher. Currently, aside from myself, the Ministry of Enlightenment lacks sufficient personnel, as the time for training has been rather brief. Furthermore, the necessary infrastructure is still under construction. Qin Jue responded, I have been too hasty. In just a few months, the Ministry of Enlightenment has been tirelessly scouting for individuals with scientific talent across various regions. But our talent pool remains woefully inadequate. Moreover, aside from Jiayu, everyone else is merely mortal, no matter how intelligent or eager to learn. They can only reach a level akin to high school in their previous lives. He suddenly recalled someone, Li Wen, but thought better of it. Considering the upcoming imperial examination in a few months and deciding to hold off on any urgency. After a moment, Qin Jue inquired, are there any improvements planned for the firearms? For mortals, these weapons are formidable, yet to cultivators, they might as well be mere sticks. Jiayu responded, indeed. I have attempted to substitute the gunpowder in the bullets with high-pressure spiritual energy, which has indeed resulted in a significant enhancement in power. However, the materials for the bullet and the gun itself remain ordinary and cannot withstand the increased force. If your Majesty desires these firearms to pose a threat to cultivators, we shall require superior materials. Naturally, when Jiayu referred to superior materials, he meant those imbued with spiritual energy. However, the world of Daiyu is merely a realm of mortals. Where might such materials be found? After surveying the Ministry of Enlightenment, Qin Jue returned to the Yu Palace. He closed his eyes, and a detailed map swiftly materialized in his mind. This map depicted the entire territory of Daiyu, including regions that had already been conquered. The areas conquered in Daiyu were marked in red, while the uncharted territories lay shrouded in mist. Scattered across the map were numerous small yellow dots, each representing a citizen of Daiyu recognized by Qin Jue. Among them, the farthest yellow dot was quite distant from his current location, representing the expeditionary force led by Yu Zhan. Another yellow dot, larger and more luminous, was moving in the opposite direction. That was Qin Jue's envoy, Qin Goer. Indeed, since the last Grand Court Assembly, Qin Jue had dispatched Qin Goer to explore the southern coastal regions continuously. Qin Jue yearned to comprehend the nature of this world. Was it indeed a singular planet, and did it have an end? If it truly had an end, what would it be like? He found it hard to believe that this world was merely a mundane realm. If so, many of his aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Chapter 40. The world's end 5 months had passed once more, and the sound of cicadas filled the air outside. Only a month remained until Daiyu's first imperial examination. Recently emerged from the examination hall, Li Wen gazed at the gradually rising skyscrapers in the city, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He had confirmed that the current sovereign, much like himself, was a traveler from another realm. Although uncertain if they hailed from the same world, it was evident that Qin Jue was undoubtedly a modern individual. Outside the examination hall, a simple-hearted father eagerly awaited, stretching his neck to gaze inside continuously. There were numerous parents and relatives who bore a striking resemblance to him. A few months prior, Qin Jue had abolished the existing administrative divisions, replacing them with a more straightforward 3-tier system of provinces, cities, and counties. The area where Li Wen resided was newly named Yunnan Province. Before officially heading to the capital for the imperial examination, one must first pass the county, city, and provincial assessments. As this imperial examination primarily focused on the sciences, it essentially featured standardized answers. Furthermore, Qin Jue placed immense importance on this examination, personally selecting officials to oversee the tests in various locales, rendering favoritism and malpractice nearly impossible. In fact, strictly speaking, the imperial examination had commenced 2 months prior during the county assessment. Qin Jue did not impose any age restrictions for the examination, thus, a remarkable scene unfolded outside the examination hall. Candidates ranged from 8-year-old children to 80-year-old elders, encompassing all genders and ages, having successfully passed both the county and city assessments. Li Wen's reputation as a prodigious child had already spread throughout Yunnan Province. At this moment, as Li Wen emerged from the examination hall, not only was his father present, but a crowd had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. The air was filled with expressions of admiration, causing Li Wen's father to stand a little taller. Come, my son, let us celebrate with a grand feast. Grasping Li Wen's hand, this earnest father did not inquire about the examination results. Having already passed the county and city assessments, Li Wen had achieved a level of distinction. He had heard that passing the county assessment granted an official certification as a teacher, allowing one to assume the role of a mentor. While he did not fully comprehend the significance of such a qualification, he presumed it was no less esteemed than that of a scholar in the past. Passing the city assessment was even more remarkable, with such credentials. Li Wen could serve as a government official at the city level. Securing a future as a local minor official seemed all but guaranteed. This meant that his 8-year-old son, once grown, could indeed hold an official position. He felt thoroughly satisfied with this prospect. Times had changed. The selection of officials was now exceedingly rigorous, and even a minor official had to emerge victorious from a sea of competitors. As for passing the provincial assessment, this honest farmer dared not dwell on such lofty thoughts. He had heard that passing the provincial examination could lead to positions among significant regional officials, or even opportunities to serve in crucial departments in the capital itself. How glorious that would be for their family. He had heard rumors that the emperor was about to publicly sell slaves, and their family had recently acquired some spare funds. When the time came, he intended to purchase a couple of young maidservants. After all, with a title in hand, it was essential to have some help at home. What do you desire, my son? I shall procure it for you. The recent harvest has been bountiful, and I have secretly saved a little. But do keep this from your mother. Indeed, with the land now tended by those slaves, it was an easy matter to earn money while doing nothing, leaving one feeling rather restless. He had heard that General Yu had ventured far into distant territories, and many people were setting sail for various adventures. Rumor had it that numerous individuals had struck it rich. He and your mother were contemplating whether to have another child, preferably a son. At that time, let your younger brother learn martial arts. Your Majesty advocates for a balance of both literary and martial prowess. Given your frail constitution since childhood, martial training may not be suitable for you. However, if a brother were to pursue martial arts, the Li family would indeed embody the ideal of being well-versed in both disciplines. Old father prattled on endlessly, yet Li Wen felt no impatience. Instead, a warm feeling blossomed within him. The very first question after completing the examination was not about how he performed, a sentiment that, even in this era of nascent liberation, was rare to encounter, even less so in his own time. Your Majesty, there appears to be an obstruction ahead, reported Qin Jue. On the boundless sea, he gently reached out, brushing away what seemed to be an ordinary expanse. Yet, with the caress of his palm, the space before him suddenly rippled like water. For 10 months, although Qin Jue did not fly swiftly and took frequent rests, he, a nascent cultivator, traversed the ocean until he collided with an invisible barrier. Far away, countless miles distant in the grand capital of Danyu, within the imperial palace, Qin Jue observed this scene through Qin Jue's eyes and fell silent, pondering deeply. After a prolonged moment, he commanded Qin Jue in his heart, attack the barrier before you, starting with 10% of your strength, gradually increasing the force. Upon hearing Qin Jue's voice, Qin Jue hesitated not. He withdrew a distance before unleashing a strike with his spiritual energy, targeting the barrier. The impact, as Qin Jue instructed, was executed with 10% of his strength. However, when the flying sword struck the barrier, it merely caused a slight ripple in the air before disintegrating into fragments. Furrowing his brow, Qin Jue made another attempt, this time employing 20% of his strength, directly channeling his spiritual power towards the barrier. Yet, the result mirrored the previous attempt. The ripple was merely larger, but the barrier remained unaffected. He escalated his efforts to 30, then 40%, until he unleashed his full power against the barrier. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged, yielding little effect. In the imperial palace, Qin Jue's brow furrowed deeply. Diving beneath the water, he descended to the depths, where Qin Jue, without hesitation, plunged into the ocean upon receiving the command. He submerged 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 meters deep, until nearly half an hour had passed before he reached the ocean floor's abyss. Without waiting for further orders from Qin Jue, he harnessed his spiritual energy and struck forward with a palm. The surrounding seawater was explosively displaced, creating a brief vacuum, yet the barrier remained immovable. It was puzzling. Though the water ahead was tangible, and he could see peculiar creatures swimming beyond, it was as if a mirror separated two realms entirely. Could it be some sort of grand formation? Qin Jue mused, uncertain. It might even be a creation of an advanced civilization, akin to a plasma shield. Though the Jade Seal granted him the ability to cultivate, it had not revealed the nature of the world beyond. After a period of contemplation, Qin Jue finally issued a command for Qin Jue to return. Before long, Qin Jue once again sensed the summons of Yushin. Your Majesty, for the past month, since encountering the last nation, I have journeyed westward, yet have seen no signs of civilization. At this moment, it appears as though there is a wall here. Chapter 41. The contemplation of Li. When the land area of this world spans approximately 3 2 billion square kilometers, nearly twice that of the original world. It consists solely of a single continent, while the remainder is ocean. The original territory of Dayu lies at the extreme eastern edge of this vast landmass. Observing the roughly complete map in his mind, Qin Jue pondered deeply. As Yu Zhen traveled westward, he encountered nearly 100 nations of various sizes, while Qin Jue delved deeper into the southern seas, finding nothing but scattered small islands and no substantial landmass. Qin Jue surmised that despite many undiscovered places, this world, veiled by an unknown shield, has a population that barely exceeds 200 million. The ratio of a population of 200 million to a land area twice that of Earth is indeed quite imbalanced. Moreover, gazing at the somewhat square maps in his mind, Qin Jue couldn't shake the impression of artificiality. After mulling over this for a while and receiving no response from the Jade Seal, he reluctantly set the matter aside for the time being. Research on the mysterious shield would undoubtedly continue, but Dayu currently lacked the necessary talent. Development, development, development. This is the paramount task for Dayu at present. It is June of the first year of Dayu. With less than 10 days remaining until the official imperial examination, students from across the nation, having passed the provincial examinations, were making their way to the capital in horse-drawn carts and ox-drawn carriages. In a modest carriage, Li Wen's family was squeezed together. So this is the capital, truly bustling. Outside the city, the three members of Li Wen's family leaned out of the window in unison. Li Wen remained composed, while his simple, honest farmer parents were overwhelmed by the sights outside the carriage, exclaiming in awe. As the capital of Dayu, the city under Qin Jue's feet naturally attracted more resources, leading to swifter renovation projects compared to other regions. While retaining the foundational architecture of the original capital, Qin Jue undertook a comprehensive overhaul of the entire city, followed by continual expansion beyond its original boundaries. Today, the capital is divided into two parts: the inner city, which is the original capital, and the outer city, which has expanded over time and is referred to by the populace as such. The inner city maintains a genuine ancient style, while the outer city blends modern and ancient elements, though the latter still predominates. There is no particular reason for this preference, except that Qin Jue simply favors the charm of antiquated architecture. As for the area, it has more than doubled. The outer city lacks city walls. In fact, the walls of the inner city have taken on a more symbolic role. Spacious and bright concrete roads extend continuously from the outer city, where busy laborers, under the watchful eyes of soldiers, tirelessly construct building after building. When Li Wen's carriage entered the outer city, a soldier clad in peculiar yet aesthetically pleasing attire, wielding an unusual weapon, halted them for the customary inspection. "Greetings, I am Lu Dahu, a soldier from the mobile troops under the Tianwu Guard. Welcome to Kyoto. I kindly ask for your cooperation during our routine inspection." Lu Dahu clenched his right fist and gently struck his chest, a gesture representing the latest military salute of Dayu. Upon hearing the sound, Li Wen's family swiftly exited their vehicle. With both hands clasped in a salute and a slight bow, Li Fengshou politely introduced himself, saying, "Hello, hello. I am Li Fengshou, and this is my son Li Wen and my wife Huang Xiaoyan. We hail from Yunnan province, bringing my son to the capital for the examination. What do you need to inspect?" Lu Dahu, upon learning that they were in the capital for the examination, noticed that Li Fengshou's son was merely an 8-year-old child, and his face immediately registered surprise. "I did not expect such a prodigy. Well, the inspection is complete. You all possess the aura of spiritual essence. No further checks are necessary." A smile graced Lu Dahu's face, as he was aware that this was something that could be sensed from afar. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Such a young lad, and yet you have passed the provincial examination. Your future is indeed limitless. As for participating in the imperial examination, regardless of whether you succeed, this alone is remarkable. Perhaps even His Majesty will take notice of you. Lu Dahu's eyes gleamed with envy. He then gestured towards a direction where many were already queuing. "You will register for the imperial examination there. Once you successfully register, a designated person will escort you to a resting area. I have official duties to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further." "Li Wen, right?" "I, Lu Dahu. Wish you success in your examination. When the time comes, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Ha ha." Lu Dahu chuckled as he squatted down to pinch Li Wen's tender cheek, completely oblivious to the child's expression of disdain. After a hearty laugh, Lu Dahu strode away, gun in hand, while Li Wen's family followed the direction Lu Dahu had indicated. Spacious and bright, this was Li Fengshou's first impression upon entering the capital. The roads were remarkably wide, and although there were numerous tall buildings surrounding them, they were arranged in an orderly fashion, creating a rational layout that did not feel oppressive. The streets bustled with people, an endless stream of pedestrians. Each individual exuded warmth and friendliness, especially towards Li Wen's family, who appeared to be from out of town. It was not long before several individuals approached, offering assistance. This scene not only astonished Li Fengshou, but also left Li Wen deeply moved, reflecting on his own world. He thought how the native residents of Kyoto would often look down upon outsiders with disdain, unlike the amiable demeanor displayed by the people here. Every few steps, volunteers stood by the roadside, offering food and water, all distributed free of charge. Hello, hello? Just as they declined the offer of help from a passerby, a young woman dressed in a light blue gown, adorned with red ribbons at her wrists, called out to them. She approached with a large bundle of food in her arms, jogging slightly. You are here for the examination, right? Here, this is for you, after your tiring journey. His Majesty has generously provided this food for you. It was freshly prepared this morning. The young woman, appearing no older than 16, wore her long dress gracefully and flashed a smile that revealed two small canine teeth as she extended the food box towards Li Fengshou. Among them were several bottles of beverages contained in glass. Ah, thank you, Li Fengshou said, scratching his head in embarrassment, still not fully comprehending as the items were already in his hands. No need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it is His Majesty. I wish you all the best in your examinations. I must attend to my duties now. It seemed that perhaps due to Li Wen's charming appearance, the lady, after speaking, patted Li Wen's head similar to how Lu Dehu had done, saying, "What a cute little child." Once the lady had departed, Li Fengshou finally opened the elegantly designed food box. It was two-tiered, containing 5 dishes and a soup, featuring both meat and vegetarian options. Is this really beef? He exclaimed, noticing the steaming dishes within. Although recently Qin Jue had abolished the prohibition against privately slaughtering draft cattle, beef was still a delicacy not easily accessible to everyone. What is this? Can it truly be consumed? After a cursory glance at the dishes, Li Fengshou's attention was drawn to the blue beverage in the glass container. Glass, which was previously referred to as lioli, was something he had never encountered until now. However, with the onset of extensive infrastructure development, various factories had begun to emerge, allowing glass to gradually permeate civilian life. Yet, the beverage inside was something he had never seen before. As he spoke, his wife playfully pinched him at the waist. What are you saying? How could His Majesty's gifts not be drinkable? The glass bottle was indeed quite beautiful, and it would make a lovely ornament to take home later. Just then, a vintage-style bus rumbled by the roadside. Oh my, a monster! Li Fengshou exclaimed in surprise, crouching down in fear at the sight of the strange vehicle, which moved without horses. His reaction drew laughter from those around him. A passerby helped him up, saying, "This is no monster. It is the latest mode of transportation developed by our education department. It is called a bus, and it is currently in trial operation. You must be here for the examinations, right? Candidates and their families can ride for free. Would you like to give it a try?" Despite still feeling a bit apprehensive, curiosity ultimately led Li Fengshou to board the bus with his family. They found their seats, and the bus began to move, slowly making its way toward the registration point. The couple was filled with curiosity and excitement, while Li Wen fell into deep contemplation. The first-generation gas engine bore a striking resemblance to the Otto Langen free-piston engine, albeit with apparent improvements. Li Wen furrowed his small brow. As a great scientist from a wasteland, he could roughly gauge the technological level simply by the sound of the engine. This gas engine seemed akin to those from the late 18th century in his past life. Moreover, the various technologies within the vehicle did not appear to be manually produced. It exhibited the preliminary characteristics of a semi-automated production line, with processing techniques reaching the 19th century standard and weapon technology astonishingly leaping to the 20th century. Was this reasonable? It had barely been 2 years. While he could understand the Emperor's drive for technological advancement, this leap seemed excessively rapid. Were no innovations from the interim being utilized? Could it be that His Majesty possesses a system? Li Wen suddenly recalled some online literature he had perused in his previous life. Chapter 42, The Imperial Examination, featured 1,132 individuals. One should never underestimate the populace. Given a sufficient base, genius is perpetually in abundance. Although this was the inaugural imperial examination, the county-level test was akin to elementary school, the city level to middle school, and the provincial level to high school. Yet, it is noteworthy that over 1,000 candidates, without any guidance, had self-studied to reach a level comparable to that of outstanding high school graduates in less than a year. In the palace, within the newly renovated and expanded Wucheng Hall, 1,123 individuals sat in an orderly fashion, their postures upright. Qin Jue occupied the foremost position. It was early June, and the sun blazed fiercely, yet the scholars present felt no trace of heat, instead experiencing a refreshing coolness. The atmosphere was serene, with students of varying ages, including a small number of women, all sitting straight and casting furtive glances towards Qin Jue. Each heart was brimming with suppressed excitement as they endeavored to present their best selves before His Majesty. Among them, a notably conspicuous figure was the 8-year-old Li Wen, standing out amidst the throng of scholars. How remarkably youthful! This was Li Wen's immediate impression upon seeing Qin Jue. Such authority. Despite his youth, Qin Jue exuded an aura as vast as the ocean, and even a mere glance instilled in Li Wen a sense of pressure. At the front, Qin Jue smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the students, lingering for an extra moment on Li Wen, his eyes conveying a depth of meaning. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Jue gestured, and the young assistant, Xiao Yozi, instinctively understood, announcing in a sharp voice, "The examination time has begun. Distribute the papers." At his command, tension enveloped the assembly, with some candidates even breaking into a cold sweat. Soldiers methodically distributed the thick examination papers. This imperial examination comprised 5 sessions over 3 days, with one session in the morning and another at noon, covering subjects such as Chinese literature, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. The first examination focused on Chinese literature, which was essentially a combination of history, politics, and geography from his previous life. Upon opening the examination paper, Li Wen did not rush to answer, but instead meticulously reviewed the entire document. Afterward, he closed his eyes to reflect for a moment. Politics held the largest proportion, encompassing numerous discussions and extensions regarding national policies. Although Li Wen had been a science student in his former life, he had engaged with such topics, and particularly in this era, his perspective undoubtedly surpassed that of many. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he began to write fervently. The examination hall was filled with the rustling of papers as candidates turned their sheets. Most scholars appeared slightly relieved upon seeing the questions, for they had studied national policy suggestions and improvements at home. With their pens gliding across the pages, nearly all began to write earnestly. Above them, Qin Jue observed quietly. With 5 subjects over 3 days, he had allotted ample time for each examination, with no strict enforcement of time limits for paper collection. Upon conclusion, he would not bother to review the overall results. True polymaths are a rarity, yet individuals possessing extraordinary talent in specific domains abound. The 5 subjects serve as a selection process for various talents. Take, for instance, the subject of literature, which encompasses politics, history, and geography. Those who excel will be chosen to replace officials with poor performance. The examination paper presented numerous questions, and Li Wen swiftly pinned answers to the simpler ones at the beginning. As he progressed, the questions grew increasingly challenging. After more than an hour had passed, Li Wen began to slow down, particularly on the final major question that piqued his interest. The development of the economy will give rise to a new class. How can one suppress this emerging class while fostering economic growth? Li Wen's eyes narrowed slightly, for he understood full well what this new class entailed and the immense power it would wield once established. However, considering the emperor's approach and the thorough dismantling of the original clans, coupled with the emperor's evident intention to forge a somewhat distorted utopia, the question was not insurmountable. After some contemplation, he wrote, "The resources of the realm should be entirely nationalized, with currency restricted to the purchase of ordinary goods. Utilizing spiritual seeds as a medium, a point system should be established for contributions, with high-value materials exchanged solely based on citizen contributions. The concept of spiritual seeds is known throughout the land as a means of distinguishing between citizens and lesser beings. Yet, how could Li Wen not perceive the deeper implications? Those marked by spiritual seeds are likely not merely symbols of status. If his conjecture was correct, they could be entirely controlled by the emperor. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to such matters. He viewed spiritual seeds as an ideal means to dismantle the existing class structure and create a utopia. With a privileged minority as the backbone, all other citizens would be mandated to equality. Resources would no longer be privately owned, but distributed uniformly by the empire. Regardless of wealth, one could only acquire mundane items. Observing current trends, Li Wen was not surprised that in the future, even those ordinary items might be provided free of charge as citizen privileges. In such a scenario, what purpose would the accumulation of commonwealth serve? Yet, the magnitude of citizen privileges would inevitably foster a plethora of elites. Thus, to access better resources and attain advancement, contributions to the state would be imperative. He reflected further and continued writing. A system for the iteration of spiritual seeds should be established, with assessments conducted at regular intervals to determine whether to retain one's spiritual seed. A threshold must be set. Should one fail to meet this criterion, the spiritual seed would be revoked, relegating them to a lesser status. This assessment could encompass various aspects and need not demand substantial contributions, but it should ensure that a portion of indolent citizens does not recline in complacency. For instance, should the emperor later implement a universal elite education system, completion of academic studies could be recognized as a contribution. Rights and responsibilities must be commensurate. To enjoy privileges, one must bear the corresponding costs. He could surmise some of Qin Jue's thoughts, yet he remained unaware of the precise definition of citizenship within Qin Jue's framework. Nonetheless, he believed that citizens should not be allowed to enjoy privileges without merit. Li Wen, with a swift and determined hand, filled 3 entire pages with the strategies that flowed from his mind. Upon completing his writing, he meticulously reviewed the entire paper from beginning to end, ensuring its accuracy before raising his hand to submit it. He was not the first to finish. Among thousands, there were scholars dedicated to the study of national policy. Yet his speed was indeed commendable. Gradually, more and more candidates completed their exams. Once the soldiers collected the papers, the students who had finished quietly departed. It was only after these scholars exited the examination hall in the palace that they began to converse in hushed tones. Li Wen, trailing behind the group, was remarkably conspicuous as an 8-year-old child. Many curious glances were cast in his direction, yet none approached him. Only his anxious parents waited outside. As before, they did not inquire about his performance. The family of 3 returned to their designated quarters. After a simple meal, Li Wen retired to rest. The afternoon would bring a mathematics exam, but for him, a great scientist, the upcoming assessments posed no challenge whatsoever, a mere formality. Chapter 43. Waiting unlike the morning. When the afternoon examination commenced and the papers were distributed, a collective gasp arose from the thousands of scholars present as they beheld the questions. Not only the local candidates, but even Li Wen felt a momentary astonishment at the difficulty of the problems presented. He had anticipated a challenging final assessment, but he did not foresee questions that exceeded the syllabus. The initial problems were manageable, akin to university-level material, touching on calculus and algebra. However, the latter questions were utterly beyond the grasp of anyone without postgraduate experience. The final few major problems were entirely at the doctoral level. Surrounding candidates fidgeted nervously, the sound of sighs echoing throughout the hall. Many, unable to bear the psychological strain, even broke into tears. While the questions were challenging for others, Li Wen, after a brief moment of surprise, took up his pen and resumed writing with fervor. This time, he worked even faster, in less than half an hour. He completed the entire examination. After finishing, he did not even bother to check his answers. Raising his hand to submit his paper, he bowed respectfully to Qin Jue above him, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of those around, he exited the examination hall. Above, Qin Jue reclined slightly, beckoning with a finger as Li Wen's paper flew into his grasp. He had long since memorized the answers to these questions. Without needing to compare, he perused the paper from start to finish. A satisfied expression emerged on Qin Jue's face. Truly a great scientist, he had found a treasure. He nodded with a smile. The answers were entirely standard. Many questions had been addressed with multiple solutions, even accompanied by Li Wen's extended thoughts. Gently closing the examination paper, Qin Jue tilted his head slightly and instructed Xiaoyozi, select a residence near the inner city close to the palace to bestow upon Li Wen, and choose 100 exceptional servants to send along. Xiaoyozi, bending in attentive silence, felt a surge of astonishment at this command. He remains oblivious to the fact that Li Wen is a time traveler and can only marvel inwardly. What a prodigious talent! How could His Majesty hold him in such high esteem? Little Lu bowed and withdrew, while Qin Jue continued to observe the candidates below. The 5 days swiftly elapsed, and the first imperial examination of the Great Yu came to a close. Throughout the capital and beyond, indeed across the entire realm, Countless individuals engaged in spirited discussions regarding this examination, from taverns and tea houses to roadside stalls, encompassing both the high-ranking officials and the common folk. Everyone speculated on which scholar would emerge as the top contender. As the examination papers circulated, those scholars and citizens who were not privileged to participate gathered in small groups, each expressing their opinions. Regardless of their ability to comprehend the questions, since a multitude of slaves had taken on various tasks, the citizens had been liberated. Moreover, thanks to Qin Jue's relentless literacy campaigns over the past year, even the formerly illiterate farmers had acquired some degree of reading and scientific understanding. An atmosphere of learning was beginning to take shape throughout the Great Yu, even if one could not fully grasp the content. Engaging in conversation about it was a matter of pride. Among the most renowned figures of these past few days, undoubtedly, though the official list had yet to be released, the reputation of Li Wen, this gifted child, had spread like wildfire throughout the capital. In every examination, Li Wen was the first to submit his paper, which Qin Jue personally reviewed, nodding in approval with a constant smile. These accomplishments had been eagerly disseminated by other scholars. A prodigy had emerged from Yunnan province. This fact had become common knowledge among the millions in the capital, and it continued to propagate outward, with the anticipation that soon all the world would remember the name Li Wen. In the inner city, in close proximity to the palace, stood a residence that had once belonged to a high-ranking official. However, since that official was investigated by Qin Jue, the estate had remained vacant. It was subsequently bestowed upon Li Wen's family and is now known as the Li Mansion. Within the Li Mansion, Li Fengshou, clad in new attire, graciously bid farewell to the guests of the day, his heart brimming with reflection. He felt as though he were living in a dream, as if everything around him seemed unreal. It was not due to material conditions, for in his former home, thanks to the emperor's reforms, he had also been allocated a spacious house. With ample land at his disposal, he need not toil in the fields. He could simply relax and receive his income, lacking for nothing in terms of sustenance and livelihood. Nor was it a mere elevation in status, for there existed no class distinctions among citizens. This was a principle that His Majesty had consistently emphasized and instilled over time. Citizens formed a unified privileged class. Those in official positions, regardless of their rank, were equal in status to ordinary citizens, for their roles were equivalent to mere employment. Previously, common folk would bow deeply before even the smallest officials, but now, aside from the emperor, even if the current chancellor stood before them, it would suffice to offer a respectful salute. What struck him as surreal was his brilliant son. At times, he genuinely questioned whether this child was truly his own. Why was his son so astute while he, as a father, felt so naive? Your Majesty has spent a year in literacy training, and he has just managed to recognize all the Chinese characters, grasping some basic arithmetic. However, delving deeper into the subject merely brings him headaches. He finds it utterly perplexing. In the end, Li Fengshou can only conclude that the ancestral grave of the Li family has emitted green smoke. My lord, it is time for dinner. A voice interrupted his musings at the entrance of the Li residence. A maid, dignified in appearance and exuding an extraordinary temperament, approached him gracefully. Her head bowed as she spoke softly. Suyin, I understand now, Li Fengshou replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. In the common folk, the buying and selling of slaves is permissible, yet the prices have risen considerably. He had initially contemplated purchasing a few maidservants for his beloved son, but to his surprise, the emperor had already bestowed them upon his family. Furthermore, the status of these slaves is remarkable, particularly the one named Suyin, who was formerly the third princess of Goryeo. After the emperor annihilated the kingdom of Goryeo, this once exalted princess had been reduced to slavery. Where's Wunner? Both the young master and mistress are waiting for you. Yes, I will go at once. Li Fengshou lifted his foot, suddenly scrutinizing Suyin from head to toe. Deep in thought, she appeared quite proper, not much younger than Wunner. Her upbringing was commendable, yet alas, she was a slave. The citizen class system has been in place for some time, and Li Fengshou is well aware of the distinctions among citizens, second-class citizens, and slaves. While second-class citizens have avenues for advancement, it seems that slaves do possess some opportunities as well. He recalls that the emperor recently supplemented the citizen system, stating that slaves, after serving a certain period and with their master's endorsement, could aspire to attain second-class citizen status. After some contemplation, Li Fengshou declared, "You shall accompany Wunner from now on. She is in need of a personal maid." This honest farmer, despite having the power to execute the slaves in his household at will, remained steadfast in his kind-hearted nature. treating even slaves with a friendly demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin felt a surge of joy within her, though she maintained her composure, bowing respectfully to Li Fengshou. "Thank you, my lord." Who would willingly accept the fate of a slave? No one, especially not she, a former princess of high standing. She refused to resign herself to such a destiny, vowing to employ every means at her disposal to rise above this wretched existence of servitude. During the time of Reformation, she had exhibited exceptional obedience and diligence. Initially, after her transformation, she served in the palace. However, upon hearing of the prodigious reputation of Li Wan, she recognized that her opportunity had arrived. Through various methods, Su Yin successfully secured a position arranged by the 6 princes within the Li residence. Chapter 44. The announcement has been made, my lord. The results are out. 3 days later, in the back garden of the Li residence, Li Fengshou, dressed in a coarse linen garment, was diligently tending to a small vegetable patch. A robust and sturdy northern slave approached him, excitement evident in his quick steps. The announcement has been made? Startled from his labor, Li Fengshou abruptly lifted his head, disregarding the dirt on his face, hastily wiping it away as he intended to rush outside. However, just as he took 2 steps, he was firmly grasped by his wife. "Why the hurry? Do you not feel embarrassed to go out like this? Change your clothes, and let us leave together." Li Fengshou, held back by his wife, lowered his gaze to his dirt-stained garments and managed a sheepish smile. He promptly dashed into the house to change into a clean outfit. The family of 3 hurried towards the palace. Upon their arrival outside the palace, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. The crowd consisted of curious onlookers and candidates awaiting the examination results, creating a cacophony of voices, interspersed with gasps and jubilant shouts, adding to the lively atmosphere. Despite the multitude, the scene remained orderly, thanks to the guards maintaining decorum. Moreover, with the renowned prodigy Li Wen approaching, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. "The prodigy has arrived." A voice rang out, and suddenly, all eyes were drawn to the family of 3. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Li Wen remained composed, while his parents, Li Fengshou and his wife, appeared somewhat flustered. "Congratulations, brother Li. Your son has excelled," exclaimed a bystander. "Indeed, the prodigy is like the celestial star of literature, achieving first place in all subjects except for the national exam." A wave of admiration swept through the crowd as they erupted in a chorus of praise. In that moment, Li Fengshou, despite his usual demeanor, comprehended the gravity of the situation. His body trembled with excitement, and before he could express his gratitude, he hurriedly led Li Wan to the announcement board. There were 5 boards corresponding to 5 subjects, each displaying the results for 10 days. Li Fengshou's heart raced as he scanned the lists, aside from the national exam. Where his son placed 3rd, Li Wan had secured 1st place in the remaining 4 subjects, achieving full marks in all. The overwhelming joy rendered Li Fengshou momentarily speechless. In a surge of exhilaration, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and he fainted. "Father! Oh dear!" Li Wen's mother gasped in alarm and rushed forward. The onlookers stirred in concern. Fortunately, a physician among the crowd stepped forward. After assessing Li Fengshou's condition, he swiftly took out a small needle kit and administered a few acupuncture treatments. Before long, Li Fengshou regained consciousness, albeit faintly. "Your excitement has overwhelmed you, causing a rush of blood. You shall be well after a period of rest," the physician assured him. Thank you. Li Fengshou's wife expressed her gratitude earnestly. "No need for thanks," the young physician replied with a smile. With Li Fengshou's recovery, the crowd resumed their lively chatter. Following the brief incident, the atmosphere grew exuberant once more, while the physician quietly blended back into the crowd, disappearing from sight. In the midst of joy and despair, those who had succeeded reveled in their triumph, while the unsuccessful candidates were naturally less jubilant. Nevertheless, having passed the county, city, and provincial examinations, they were still regarded as rare talents in the current era of Daiyu. Qin Jue would surely make suitable arrangements for these over 1,000 individuals. This evening, a grand banquet shall be held within the palace, where he intends to personally meet these prodigies. The fireworks are truly splendid, since His Majesty ascended the throne. The common folk have been in joyous spirits. At night, in this Kyoto where ancient charm intertwines with modernity, fireworks bloom in the sky like blossoms. On the streets, men and women of all ages revel in the vibrant atmosphere, their faces adorned with smiles, illuminated by the glowing lights. This era, often referred to as a flourishing age, has indeed favored this generation. Upon the inner city wall, Qin Jue, clad in a fish-scale robe, sits leisurely, a jug of wine in hand. Beside him sits a graceful woman, her striking figure marred by prominent birthmarks on her face. Qin Jue takes a hearty swig of wine, gazing at the lively scene below, and cannot help but voice his sentiments. His Majesty is an unprecedented sage ruler. In such prosperous times, what is there to wonder? The woman, cool and composed, subtly shifts her position, maintaining a distance from Qin Jue, who, sensing her reticence, feels a tinge of embarrassment and takes another gulp of wine. With the days now leisurely passing, an uncomfortable restlessness envelopes him. In the days of the clans, there was movement and activity. Now, he finds himself confined to a bureaucratic existence. Struggling to find a topic, he ventures, "What? Do you long for the days when the clans exploited the common people?" The woman casts a sidelong glance at him, her voice devoid of inflection. The remark catches Qin Jue off guard, and he hastily replies, "No, no. I would never dare to say such a thing." Stumbling over his words, he finds himself at a loss for further conversation. The atmosphere grows awkward until, after a moment, the woman suddenly rises. "If there is nothing else, I shall proceed with my patrol." Wait. Qin Jue stands up. I came across this while shopping today. It seemed rather lovely, and in a moment of impulse, I bought it. However, I find it may not be of use to me." He retrieves a small box from his robe, revealing a butterfly-shaped hairpin. "I believe it is meant for you." After a hesitant presentation, this fearsome commander of the Qin Jue, typically instilling terror, exhibits an unexpected shyness as he places the box into the woman's hands. Having completed this act, he offers her no chance to respond and immediately adopts a serious demeanor. Today, as the results are announced, His Majesty is celebrated throughout the realm. With the multitude of people in the capital, disturbances are inevitable. It is imperative to conduct thorough inspections. With that, Qin Jue leaps off the city wall in a swift motion. On the wall, the woman gazes at the small box in her hands, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She delicately takes out the hairpin, cradling it in her palm, and suddenly bursts into laughter. Her laughter resembles the song of a lark, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. After glancing at the spot where Qin Jue had jumped down, she deftly inserts the hairpin into her hair and slowly descends from the city wall. Jiayu, a foreboding sensation lingers. Outside the palace, the festivities are in full swing, and within, the atmosphere is equally vibrant. Qin Jue reclines languidly at the head of the table, while the scholars sit on either side. In the center, a group of dancers perform gracefully. These women, in both beauty and form, are truly exceptional. Among them were even Caucasian women with high noses and blue eyes, as well as ladies with brownish skin and red hair. They hailed from various corners of the world, some being former princesses, others the daughters of high-ranking officials, or of other notable status. Most of the students were captivated, utterly enthralled, except for an 8-year-old child seated at the lower left of Qin Jue, who paid no attention, solely focused on his feasting. Chapter 45. The Essence of Blessing. Is there a character for Wonder? Qin Jue inquired with a smile, suddenly directing his gaze towards the gluttonous Li Wan. As he spoke, the eyes of everyone present inevitably fell upon Li Wan. Wonder, Xiao Liuzi gasped inwardly. The emperor's tone was so affectionate, indicating that this little prodigy held great significance in His Majesty's heart. The expressions of others were somewhat peculiar as well. Upon hearing Qin Jue's words, Li Wan paused, wiped his mouth, and hurriedly stood up to bow. "Your Majesty, I come from humble beginnings, and my family has yet to bestow me with a courtesy name." "Ah, I see," Qin Jue responded, his gaze laden with meaning. "Then let me give you one. We shall call you Hui Ming. What do you think?" Hui Ming. The others pondered the implications of these two characters. Li Wan, too, mulled them over, and after a moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, his heart skipping a beat. A fleeting look of shock crossed his face. While others might not grasp the significance of these characters, he quickly comprehended their meaning. Hui derives from the concept of the end times in Ming, subtly aligning with the imagery of a wasteland, while Ming signifies the light of scientific rationality and phonetically hints at the reincarnation of life, drawing from Zhou Li where Hui Ming reveres the celestial order, alluding to wisdom that traverses time and space. This subtly indicated that he had discerned his identity as a transmigrator. No, not only did he recognize himself as a transmigrator, but he also understood that he was a scientist from a desolate world. How did His Majesty know this? And how could he be so well informed? Li Wan slightly bowed his head, adopting a compliant demeanor, while a tempest of thoughts swirled in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, He revealed an innocent smile and replied, "I thank your Majesty for bestowing me this name. In my humble opinion, the characters Hui Ming should reflect the notion for me she see that the suspended image signifies brightness, greater than the sun and moon, just as the transition from dusk to dawn conceals the celestial trajectories. And the brilliance illuminates the landscapes. It aligns perfectly with the principles articulated in Zhou by Xuanjing regarding the sun's daily path and the moon's 13 degrees." Suddenly, Li Wen tugged at the jade pendant around his neck and chuckled. In fact, the most amusing aspect of these characters is found in Sui Shi Guangji, which states, "On the day of Hui, we send away poverty. On the day of Ming, we welcome wealth. The last day of the lunar month can help the palace save on lamp oil, while the full moon night is perfect for sneaking a peek at the royal kitchen preparing honey cakes." The crowd erupted in laughter at his words. Qin Jue joined in the merriment, amused by this interpretation of the two characters. However, Li Wen recalled the teachings from Yan Shijia Sun. A child should speak sparingly to preserve simplicity, and one must observe the minutiae with keen insight, from every perspective. The name Hui Ming was indeed splendid. Li Wen maintained a serious demeanor, while Qin Jue was so entertained that he leaned on the table, laughing heartily. "Excellent. From now on, you shall be known as Hui Ming." After this light-hearted interlude, the atmosphere became even more vibrant. Particularly, the examinees realized that Qin Jue was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. The young emperor of the Immortals exuded a remarkable warmth towards his subjects. Upon realizing this, the attendees gradually shed their initial reservations. Some candidates, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, began to recite poetry and create verses, elevating the atmosphere to yet another peak of revelry. The banquet continued until the late hours, concluding amidst the reluctance of the guests to part ways. While others returned to their homes, only Li Wen was retained by Qin Jue. Qin Jue grasped Li Wen's hand as they made their way toward the Yu Palace, their steps deliberate yet imbued with a commanding presence. Throughout the journey, the two engaged in no conversation. Upon reaching the dimly lit Yu Palace, Qin Jue took a seat and with a wave of his hand, illuminated the room as bright as day. As he settled in, the smile on his face slowly faded, and he spoke with an air of authority. "Do you understand why I have kept you here?" Qin Jue inquired, his tone measured. Li Wen stole a glance at Qin Jue's expression, unable to discern much. After a moment of contemplation, the innocence that once graced his youthful visage had given way to an unexpected composure, incongruent with his age. "The student is unaware," Li Wen replied, "but rest assured, Your Majesty, now that I have entered this world, I shall fulfill my duties to the best of my abilities, with nothing to conceal." And knowing that Qin Jue was already aware of everything, it was better to acknowledge the truth openly. Surely, Qin Jue would not wish to harm him, would he? A smile tugged at the corners of Qin Jue's mouth upon hearing this. "You are indeed forthright. I have no concerns about your capabilities. As long as you reside in this nation, no one can evade my grasp. I intend to separate a portion of the powers from the Department of Education to establish the Great Yu Academy of Sciences. This will be an independent entity, accountable solely to me. I believe a distinguished scientist such as yourself, hailing from the wasteland, should be well equipped for this task." Li Wen pondered in silence for a moment before affirming, "I shall exert my utmost efforts. However, I have another request. Speak freely. Resources, personnel, and various technological materials will be provided to the fullest extent," Qin Jue replied. "I wish to become an immortal," Li Wen declared. "The science you advocate differs greatly from what I learned in my previous life. Without becoming an immortal, I cannot pursue further research." This bold statement marked him as the first to boldly request an immortal position from Qin Jue. Qin Jue's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he gazed intently at Li Wen. The atmosphere within the small palace grew notably tense. Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Wen's forehead, yet he maintained his gaze upon Qin Jue, his eyes reflecting both madness and serenity. As the rhythmic knocking continued, the air around them seemed to quiver. Suddenly, Qin Jue ceased his tapping, and his countenance returned to one of amiability. "Do not resist. Take a moment to truly feel," Qin Jue instructed, gently placing his hand atop Li Wen's head. He still possessed one last blessing to bestow. The recipient would harness 80% of their original power, an opportunity far too precious to be merely described as valuable. Originally, Qin Jue had intended to reserve this blessing for El Pu, whose commendable performance and conduct had aligned perfectly with his expectations. However, it now appears that bestowing the blessing upon Li Wen would yield better results. At this moment, Qin Jue remained oblivious to the fact that this blessing was far more precious than he could ever imagine. Nor did he know that this would indeed be his final opportunity. Li Wen rose from his seat and reverently knelt before Qin Jue, a gesture of submission. Just like Qin Jue and the others, Li Wen could feel a pure and potent energy gradually permeating his being. Yet, unlike the previous recipients of the blessing, he was not entranced by the burgeoning power. Instead, he attentively absorbed the essence of this energy, his mind engaged in contemplation. It was not mere spiritual energy, but rather a different, enigmatic force. Just days prior, he had encountered Qin Jue, whose aura of spiritual power was entirely distinct from the energy being bestowed upon him by Qin Jue. To be precise, it did not resemble energy. It felt as if. Li Wen slightly opened his eyes, and as the blessing continued, he could distinctly sense the surroundings transforming. He and this place, no. More accurately, he had developed an affinity with this realm, the fortune of the dynasty. The phrase inexplicably sprang forth in Li Wen's mind. Chapter 46, 25 years, so that was it. So that was the essence. As the blessing reached its conclusion, Li Wen once again gazed at Qin Jue. This time, he no longer perceived him as a majestic and imposing emperor, but as a sun that encapsulated the fortune of the entire great universe. With the heavens behind him and countless subjects at his side, Qin Jue was the bearer of this empire's fortune. After receiving the blessing, Li Wen had become akin to a vassal or a clan related to Qin Jue. Much like a pyramid, Qin Jue stood at the apex. Li Wen occupied the next tier, having drawn a portion of fortune from Qin Jue onto himself. This was the very essence of the blessing. Observing Li Wen in deep thought, Qin Jue chose not to interrupt. With his hands clasped behind his back, he waited until Li Wen opened his eyes before he spoke softly. You are the first to discern the essence of the blessing. Quite impressive. Qin Jue smiled, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. Both Qin Jue and Peng Gao, when they received their blessings, were entirely captivated by the expansion of power, completely unaware of the true nature of the blessing. In truth, it was through research that Qin Jue himself had come to uncover this essence. He had not anticipated that Li Wen would grasp it so swiftly. Power comes at a cost. From this moment on, you shall be irrevocably bound to me and to this nation. The Academy of Sciences is entrusted to you. I believe you shall provide me with remarkable surprises. After a brief pause, Qin Jue continued, as long as you can satisfy me, upon your return, I shall assist you in realizing your desires. His tone was resolute. In the second year of the Great Universe, in July, the Academy of Sciences of the Great Universe was officially established. To the astonishment of the world, this academy, which had absorbed a multitude of the nation's resources, had as its chief scientist and president a mere 8-year-old child. Speculation and doubt filled the air, yet no one dared to openly contest it. Decisions made by Qin Jue were always executed without question. However, since the moment Li Wen revealed his celestial identity, the external skepticism began to dissipate. The name Li Wen resonated throughout the entire realm. In the subsequent years, the vast nation had long since found its rhythm, leaving little for Qin Jue to worry about. The talents selected from the inaugural imperial examination gradually replaced the original officials. Science began to take root in this country. The number of students capable of passing the provincial examinations was scarce. Those who succeeded typically became officials, while others joined the Department of Education or the Academy of Sciences. As for those who passed the county and municipal examinations, a portion were appointed by Qin Jue as local officials, while a significant number became educators. With the emergence of this first cohort of teachers, the educational system meticulously planned by Qin Jue commenced its implementation. From the smallest county towns to the provincial capitals, schools sprouted at an astonishing rate. Primary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities, 4 stages akin to the previous era, with a 6-year primary education, 3 years each for middle and high school, and 4 years of university. Although the stages mirrored those of the past, the educational system was entirely different. As the citizens of Daiyu faced no survival pressures, the atmosphere for learning was notably relaxed. Furthermore, with Qin Jue's steadfast adherence to the principle of elite education for all, and the presence of Jiayu, a scholar of remarkable intellect, corruption was virtually non-existent. In this year, the implementation of various policies alleviated concerns over food, housing, and transportation. Education became free, naturally igniting an unprecedented fervor for childbirth among the populace. In the third year of Daiyu, a survey regarding births from the previous year revealed that eligible male and female citizens constituted approximately 20% of the total population. The infant mortality rate plummeted from 60% before Qin Jue's ascension to 30%. In the second year of Daiyu, the birth rate reached 520,000, with 29,000 deaths, resulting in a net growth of approximately 1%. By the third year, following the conclusion of the second imperial examination, the teaching resources were once again replenished. Coupled with the Academy of Sciences achieving notable advancements in healthcare, alongside the efficacy of spirit seeds, the mortality rate among Daiyu citizens continued to decline. That year, the birth rate soared to 800,000. Railways sprawled across the entirety of Daiyu, significantly improving the citizens' mobility. In the fourth year of Daiyu, electricity became widespread throughout the nation, and various infrastructure projects neared completion. The gradual liberation of women and the continuous dissemination of knowledge led to a remarkable surge in the population of Daiyu. Conversely, the mortality rate among captured slaves worldwide reached a shocking level. In the fifth year of Daiyu, civilian technology underwent yet another revolution. Aided by the eminent scientist Li Wen and a plethora of technological resources, the initial stages of technological development encountered no bottlenecks. That year, civilian technology attained a level comparable to that of the 18th century in the previous era. Millions of slaves, their flesh and blood serving as fuel, laid the foundation for this increasingly powerful empire. By the sixth year of Daiyu, civilian technology had been thoroughly disseminated throughout the land. The citizens experienced a peculiar illusion that the world transformed daily, with a pace of development so rapid that it was almost overwhelming. As the days of the seventh and eighth years of Daiyu passed, Qin Jue remained perched upon the imperial throne, observing the nation progress toward the vision he had envisioned. In the 25th year of Daiyu, within the imperial palace, Qin Jue's aura grew ever more potent. The passage of 25 years had left no trace upon his visage. Before him stood Ping Gao, Jiayu, and Li Wen, all in respectful attendance. The first cohort of formally educated citizens had reached adulthood, numbering approximately 30 million, which constituted one-third of the total population. Jiayu spoke with a calm demeanor, questioning the logic behind this figure. It might seem unreasonable at first glance, yet it is indeed quite rational. Over the span of 25 years, 30 million individuals have received formal education. Remarkable, isn't it? However, do not be astonished. For among these 30 million, 90% are not the natural offspring of the original citizens of Daiyu. Qin Jue has often asserted that Daiyu citizens do not regard lineage but rather the essence of the spirit. Following the conquest of the entire world, approximately 30 million slaves were captured. These individuals lacked basic human rights and were treated as expendable resources. Given this status, it was expected that they would exhibit various forms of passive resistance and hold little hope for life. A turning point emerged. Jiayu, the cunning strategist, conceived a brilliant plan. Since Daiyu citizens do not prioritize bloodline, why not encourage these slaves to reproduce prolifically? The offspring would be uniformly raised and educated by the government. Growing up without parents, these children would naturally harbor loyalty only towards Daiyu and the emperor. The original slaves, incentivized by the prospect of breeding, would enhance their social standing among their peers by producing more children while contributing less labor. This approach served a dual purpose, motivating the slaves to survive while simultaneously addressing Daiyu's population deficit. With renewed purpose, millions of slaves would fervently procreate, thereby explaining the significant imbalance in demographics. Would these individuals face discrimination from the original citizens? There is no cause for concern, regardless of their proportion. The notion of spirit essence would subconsciously diminish any discriminatory thoughts among the citizens. Qin Jue even harbored a premonition that, as Daiyu continued to evolve, this model might establish itself as a prevailing trend. The concept of family would gradually diminish, with the state taking full responsibility for raising the children born from this arrangement. Additionally, a segment of the lower class would ascend to citizenship through various avenues, resulting in Daiyu's population soon surpassing 100 million within 25 years. A staggering figure, with one-third being individuals of standardized education. What a formidable ratio! In just 2 years, as these individuals graduate and enter various professions, Daiyu shall witness yet another leap forward in progress. After a moment's pause, Jiayu continued to report on various aspects of education. Overall, Daiyu's educational system maintained a consistently positive trajectory. Upon the conclusion of Jiayu's report, Qin Jue turned his gaze toward Peng Gao. The seasoned chancellor, who had served for countless years, remained as inscrutable as ever. Meeting Qin Jue's gaze, he spoke slowly. In terms of officials, the local officials have all been rotated out, and the construction of provinces beyond the original Daiyu is complete, with fresh blood populating all levels of local governance. Regarding officials, Qin Jue has consistently adhered to the principle of promoting the capable while relegating the inept. Consequently, the political arena in Daiyu resembles a true battlefield. Whether central or local officials, they tirelessly strive for political achievements. They dare not impose hardships on the citizens. Instead, the ones who suffer are the slaves and the lower class. In this world, the land area is twice that of the previous existence, beyond the original boundaries of Daiyu. Many provinces boast an area nearly half that of Daiyu itself. However, the population remains insufficient, with only a small fraction of citizens migrating from various regions. Consequently, local officials are in short supply. Fortunately, a plethora of young talents has emerged, barely managing to extend their influence across the globe. After Ping Gao's report, the others began to speak in succession. In terms of technology, the past 25 years have been marked by an unprecedented explosion of innovation. Civilian technology has evolved to a level reminiscent of the dawn of the first information revolution of the previous era, while military advancements are even more remarkable. Tanks, fighter jets, and aircraft carriers have been developed, all undergoing rapid iterations and upgrades. Should a traveler from another realm arrive at this moment, they would undoubtedly be bewildered by the vibrant culture of Daiyu. One half of the youth epitomizes modernity, while the other half communicates in archaic language, often resorting to classical Chinese. Urban construction across various regions showcases a distinctive style, with ancient gardens nestled among a few towering skyscrapers. At the heart of each city stands a statue of Qin Jue. The juxtaposition of technology and cultivation, ancient and modern, fantasy and science, presents a curious amalgamation of prosperity and absurdity, reminiscent of Li Wen's assertion that this nation is relentlessly progressing toward a grotesque utopia. Chapter 47. The movement of the imperial seal as the year 25 of Daiyu drew to a close, peace reigned across the realm. Within the imperial palace, Qin Jue, immersed in his cultivation, suddenly sensed a disturbance in his mind regarding the imperial seal. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a tremendous wave of the dynasty's fortune surged toward him from all corners of the world. The entire palace, nay, the entire capital, was enveloped in a golden aura. This immense fortune coalesced into tangible forms, manifesting as golden clouds, while celestial phenomena of dragons and phoenixes materialized in the sky. The citizens of the capital, and indeed the entire realm, felt a stirring in their hearts. At that moment, regardless of their activities, they instinctively looked up. What is happening? Oh heavens, a phenomenon. The appearance of dragons and phoenixes heralds good fortune. Could it be that His Majesty has grown even stronger? The golden clouds blanketed all of Daiyu, imparting a warm sensation to everyone. In the capital, Peng Gao and 4 other immortals soared into the sky, gazing in awe at the celestial spectacle. The phenomena in the heavens continued to coalesce until a towering shadow emerged. As Peng Gao and his companions gazed intently, they were struck with astonishment upon recognizing the visage of the shadow. It was none other than His Majesty, Qin Jue. A breakthrough is imminent. Within the imperial palace, Qin Jue felt the fortune continuously flooding into his being, gradually coalescing into a golden elixir. From its initial ethereal state, it became increasingly solid. After a quarter of an hour, the golden elixir within his dantian transformed entirely into a tangible form. Boom! The soaring momentum radiated from the palace. Qin Jue's consciousness ascended, merging with the heavenly shadow. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of the entire realm, the shadow slowly opened its eyes. A wondrous sensation enveloped Qin Jue, as he felt an extraordinary transformation after coalescing with the ethereal shadow and forming the golden elixir. The scenery before his eyes underwent a profound metamorphosis. The world he once knew was now interwoven with delicate, translucent filaments. These threads, dense and intricate, connected myriad luminescent orbs. Within the confines of the spiritual realm, Qin Jue gently lifted his hand, reaching toward one of the threads. Outside, the ethereal figure mirrored his movements. Upon touching the thread, the scene before him erupted into a tumultuous shift. Your Majesty has manifested. May your reign be eternal. In a distant corner of the great universe, a man knelt reverently before the celestial anomaly, fervently whispering prayers for the eternal reign of his sovereign, his face alight with fervor. Remarkably, Qin Jue perceived not only the sight, but also the thoughts swirling within the man's heart. With a sudden impulse, Qin Jue's consciousness intertwined with that of the kneeling figure. The man, who had been respectfully prostrated, slowly rose, gazing down at his own hands. This action alarmed those around him. A child, no older than 12 or 13, tugged urgently at his father's pant leg. "Father, kneel. The sovereign has manifested. We must not show such disrespect. The sovereign may bestow punishment." The child's voice trembled, tinged with distress. Others murmured anxiously, their faces etched with concern. However, the man remained unfazed, surveying his surroundings with a contemplative expression, until suddenly, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, he regained consciousness, bewildered. "Father, are you all right?" "Oh no, the sovereign is angry. What shall we do?" The man awoke, dazed and confused. What has transpired? What an intriguing manifestation of the Tao heart. Following his ascension to the golden elixir, his ability to perceive spiritual seeds had evidently evolved. Initially, he could only discern basic information about the spiritual seed bearers. Now, he could directly inhabit their forms. Was this not akin to the Tao heart manifestations he had encountered in novels of his past life? What did this signify? It implied that he could possess an infinite number of avatars, as long as there remained a single bearer of the spiritual seed. Qin Jue could seize control and be reborn. Anomalies in blessings and official titles following this breakthrough. The imperial seal ceased to grant Qin Jue new blessing quotas. Instead, it endowed him with the capacity for official title blessings. The so-called official title blessing pertains to the officials of the Great Universe, ranging from the 9th rank to the 1st, who receive varying degrees of fortune according to their rank. This ability was not tethered to an individual, but to the official title itself. As the heavens rumbled, Qin Jue completed his breakthrough, yet the celestial phenomena did not dissipate. Rather, they intensified. Qin Jue and the other four soon followed suit, transitioning from the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, and ultimately to the golden elixir. With 80% of Qin Jue's cultivation, he himself was but at the early stage of the golden elixir. Yet, this formidable energy propelled them from the initial stage of foundation establishment straight into the golden elixir realm. But this was only the beginning. Aside from Qin Jue and his companions, officials, both prominent and obscure, throughout the capital and the entirety of the great universe were also graced with the favor of fortune. What a place the capital was. A multitude of first-rank officials resided here. With the favor of fortune, these individuals began their transcendence from mere mortals towards celestial beings. At the headquarters of the Jinui, Jiazhan, a third-rank official, had reached the age of 41. Originally an ordinary person, she accompanied her brother, Yu, to the capital at the tender age of 16. Her brother, endowed with exceptional talents, quickly caught the emperor's attention. Due to her remarkable skills, she found herself working under the command of Qin Jue. Over the course of 25 years, she ascended from a minor rank to the esteemed position of deputy commander of the third-rank Jinui, without relying on others. She clawed her way to this esteemed status in a bureaucratic world that valued merit above all else. Now at the age of 41, though her figure remained alluring, the passage of time had undeniably left its mark upon her. Her superior, Qin Jue, had pursued her for many years. This was no secret. Yet, she had consistently declined his advances. She found him endearing in his simplicity, yet she was acutely aware of the chasm that separated the celestial from the mortal realm. As she gazed at Qin Jue, basking in the golden aura of fortune, her eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. Lowering her head, she humbly knelt upon the ground. Unbeknownst to her, a portion of that vast fortune was diverting towards her. Suddenly, as she bowed her head, Jiazhan felt a warm current surge through her body, and her form involuntarily ascended into the air. She was not alone. Many others found themselves rising as well. Among them were officials from the current dynasty, ranging from 9th rank to the 1st rank, nearly 1,000 in the capital alone. The influx of fortune invigorated their beings, causing their auras to expand at an astonishing rate. Jiazhan keenly sensed the burgeoning power within her, her eyes widening in disbelief. From the first to the second layer of Qi refinement, she reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The fortune surrounding her gradually dissipated. The fortune allocated to her, a third-rank official, had propelled her to the realm of complete Qi refinement. Meanwhile, those of the 1st rank had ascended to the late stages of foundation establishment. The collective breakthroughs created a spectacle of unprecedented magnitude. The entire capital, both citizens and slaves alike, stood in awe, while the capital's populace had witnessed celestial beings before. In other regions, 99% had never laid eyes upon one. Yet today, before countless witnesses, Even a humble ninth-rank official had transcended from mortality to the first layer of Qi refinement, becoming a celestial being. The world was in shock. Chapter 48. The civilizational radar. The celestial phenomena persisted for over half a day, until the last official fully transcended the mundane. At which point the golden aura returned to the cosmos. The extraordinary event subsided, yet the repercussions continued to resonate, particularly among the officials. From the lowly ninth rank to the esteemed ministers, they stood in a daze, marveling at the tumultuous power swirling within them. Ultimately, it was Qin Jue who issued the command to personally elucidate this matter. The people of the realm suddenly realized that merely holding an official position could grant one the semblance of immortality. Conversely, should one err and lose their office, all their strength would dissipate, reducing them to mere mortals. The world was abuzz. Who among the populace does not yearn for longevity? Who does not desire the formidable power to shift mountains and drain seas? The era of seeking wealth through officialdom has long passed. Now, one serves not for riches, but to attain the status of an immortal. In the Yu Palace, Qin Jue remained indifferent to the reaction of the outside world. His conferral of official titles was merely a means to exert pressure on the officials of Daiyu. The officials are the backbone of the nation's operation. Under pressure, they shall strive all the harder. There were a total of 68,432 practitioners at the Qi refinement stage and 321 at the foundation establishment stage. This was the tally of all cultivators in Daiyu following the bestowal of official titles. The abundance of low-level practitioners stemmed from Daiyu's vast territory, necessitating the appointment of numerous lower-tier officials. This, too, constituted a considerable force. This ratio would continue to expand, though it should not be construed that he could arbitrarily create new positions. The bestowal of official titles clearly stated that the number of such titles was bound to various factors, including population and territory. Currently, the positions that Daiyu could establish accounted for nearly 70% of this figure. Why, then, was Qin Jue so certain that this number would keep increasing? This brings us to the recent advancement to the Golden Core stage and the newly added function of the Imperial Seal, the primary civilization radar. The primary civilization radar, consuming 100 civilization points for a search, can identify worlds of civilization level 13. This is more than a timely boon. Regarding the protective shield at the borders of the world, Qin Jue had spent over 20 years researching without any progress. He had initially believed he would need to wait longer in this realm, but unexpectedly, a solution presented itself so swiftly, with access to other worlds. Conquering them would ensure Daiyu's continuous development. Qin Jue held the conviction that one day, even through sheer brute force, he would shatter that protective barrier. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jue decisively expended 100 civilization points to conduct a search. Over the years, he had tasked the young eunuch Wei with the continuous collection of various items, accumulating 531 civilization points. After accounting for expenditures on technological data and other necessities, he still had over 400 remaining, sufficient for 4 searches. However, as of now, he had essentially gathered all that Daiyu could exchange for. His civilization points had not increased in quite some time. Yet, this was of little concern, if necessary. He could conquer other worlds to collect more. Perhaps he could even package and sell the conquered worlds? With this thought, Qin Jue felt a shift in his mind, and his wallet balance dwindled by 100. The civilization radar began its search in earnest. In his mind, ripples of energy radiated outward as he waited in silence. Approximately 3 hours later, the ripples ceased, successfully locating the first world. Unknown civilization, civilization level 1, awaiting exploration, a level 1 civilization. The classification of civilizations was not extensively explained on the Imperial Seal. He only knew that Daiyu was currently a level 2 civilization. Thus, this level 1 civilization should pose minimal danger. As Qin Jue felt a stir in his heart, a brilliant azure portal materialized before him. Observing this gateway, which stood merely at his height, he furrowed his brow. Fortunately, the Jade Seal provided timely feedback, revealing that he could freely manipulate its dimensions. With a mere thought, the portal, originally of a human stature, expanded significantly, filling the entire Imperial Palace. Suddenly, it shrank to a mere palm's size. After experimenting with its size, Qin Jue retracted it, opting not to rush into exploration. As an emperor, presiding over a vast nation, how could he personally engage in such matters? Summon my command. Call forth the commander of the Jinui, Qin Jue, the Grand General Yu Zhan, and the Chancellor to discuss affairs in the Imperial Palace. Rising to his feet, a gleam of ambition flashed in his eyes. A new world awaited. Conquest was imperative. In another realm, in a field outside Luoyang, an elderly farmer, laboring under the sun, was startled by the sudden appearance of the portal, which fluctuated in size and then vanished. He fell to the ground in terror. Heavens above, in broad daylight, under this scorching sun, the shocking spectacle nearly caused him to faint. Forgetting his crops, the frightened farmer fled home, exclaiming about encountering a ghost. Before long, the incident became common knowledge throughout the village, yet no one believed his tale. Undeterred, the farmer reported the occurrence to the local authorities, only to be met with skepticism. Unbeknownst to the villagers, something monumental was about to unfold. Only the farmer remained vigilant, frequently returning to the site. In the 25th year of the Great Yu, during the winter solstice, the realm had yet to recover from the earlier phenomenon when another news ignited the populace. The emperor was initiating a large-scale conscription across the nation. This announcement swept through the Great Yu like a tempest, reaching every corner of the realm within mere days. Citizens, subordinates, and even slaves were enraptured. Since the conquest of the world and the ensuing peace, the army had dwindled to a minimal size. The new conscription signified immense opportunities. Citizens were exhilarated at the prospect of earning military accolades and potentially ascending to immortality. Subordinates and slaves saw enlistment as a relatively accessible path to advancement. Each reason was compelling enough for these individuals to embrace the call. On the second day following the announcement, the gates of government offices were thronged with citizens eager to enlist. Men, women, the young, and the elderly. Every age group was represented, save for children. In Jiangnan, at the capital of Huazhong province, in the ancient city of An, at 10 in the morning, Wang Huan, a newly appointed clerk, was humming a cheerful tune as he briskly made his way to his office. At just 23 years old, clad in the latest black down jacket and sporting a neat haircut, he bore no outward difference from the modern individuals of Qin Jue's former era. Good morning, Aunt Wang. Oh, is that not Xiao Qian? It's been a while. Good morning, young Master Wang. Wang Huan walked with a light step, his face radiating joy. As he strolled along, he greeted the neighbors with a cheerful smile. Among them were those adorned in simple modern attire like him, as well as others dressed in elaborate traditional garb, their hair styled in intricate buns. Some responded to his greetings with a simple hello, while others clasped their fists in a formal salute, exuding a scholarly air. Wang Huan found nothing peculiar in this. He was aware of his origins as the son of a slave, having been raised in a government facility. Yet, he felt no shame, for he bore a spirit seed, making him no different from any other citizen. Last year, he had successfully passed the provincial examination and had begun his career in the ancient city of Guan. Though all citizens were deemed equal, his status as a minor official had soared recently, undoubtedly inciting envy among many. Naturally, Wang Huan also aspired to ascend to immortality. He had already taken a step towards the celestial realm. How could he not feel elated? Lost in his joyful musings, he was taken aback upon arriving at the entrance of his workplace. What an overwhelming crowd! Viewing the throngs of people encircling the government gate, Wang Huan's mind momentarily faltered. Had he missed something significant? There was no notion of overtime in Yu, and despite being a civil servant, he had spent the previous evening enjoying beer and barbecues with friends, only to return home and sleep until 9 o'clock. Curiosity piqued. He tugged at the sleeve of a man dressed in an ancient-style robe beside him and inquired, "Good sir, might I ask what has transpired to gather such a multitude here?" The man turned, incredulous, and replied, "Brother, the emperor is about to commence conscription, and you are unaware. By the way, please spare me the formalities. I wear this attire simply out of fondness, and that flowery language gives me a headache." Conscription? Chapter 49, Exploration. Wang Huan was momentarily stunned. There seemed to be no enemies in this world, so why would there be conscription? Yet, he quickly reconsidered. The emperor was a transcendent being, and there must be sound reasoning behind such actions. "Thank you, brother. I must head to work now, so I shall not delay you further." Wang Huan patted the man's shoulder and squeezed through the crowd, making his way inward. The man was left pondering, incredulous that a civil servant could be oblivious to such news. Indeed, it took Wang Huan considerable effort to navigate through the throng. Within the spacious and well-lit government office, most of his colleagues had already arrived. Some rotund leaders leisurely sipped tea, greeting Wang Huan with friendly smiles as he approached. "Good morning, boss. You're here quite early today?" In Yu's bureaucratic circles, there was no semblance of elitism. The relationship between leaders and subordinates was remarkably harmonious. Wang Huan and his fellow minor officials affectionately referred to their plump superior as boss. "I couldn't afford to be late, after all," The year-end evaluations are just around the corner. What if I fail to achieve any political merit and find myself dismissed? As he spoke, the plump leader unintentionally revealed a hint of authority, prompting envious glances from the surrounding colleagues. This is indeed a true celestial being. Although, according to the latest cultivation level directives issued by His Majesty, our leader has only attained the first layer of Qi cultivation, merely stepping onto the path of practice. The mere enjoyment of 150 years is enough to incite envy in countless hearts. Boss, I heard that His Majesty is about to commence conscription? Wang Huan inquired with a smile, filled with envy. You little rascal, you are not even eligible to enlist, so why are you so invested in this? The leader chided playfully. This matter is indeed true. A large-scale conscription has been decided upon from above. It is expected to officially commence in 3 days. However, what will happen thereafter remains uncertain. The concrete information indicates that this conscription will primarily select from slaves and lower-class citizens. As for ordinary citizens wishing to enlist, they will be chosen from specialized military academies to fill officer positions. I see, Wang Huan pondered for a moment. Those citizens outside might be disappointed. The leader chuckled and shook his head. I can understand the enthusiasm of our compatriots to serve His Majesty and their country. Yet, the key issue is that we seem to be an agency for childbirth, the corpulent leader remarked, glancing at the plaque and then at the crowd outside, somewhat speechless. The first batch of soldiers is expected to recruit 5 million, forming 5 legions, and currently, the graduates from various military academies can adequately fill the ranks of junior officers. Here, each legion comprises 100,000 men, so do not draw parallels with reality. However, once the recruitment is completed and to establish a certain combat capability, at least 3 years will be required. Yu Zhun remains in his armor, and though the DU technology has advanced significantly, this veteran, who has witnessed the rise of DU, continues to cherish his own set of armor. He stands tall, reporting each word with precision. No matter, the existing military forces are sufficient to contend with the First World. This conscription is not for a world of merely level 1 civilization. As more worlds are discovered in the future, the size of the army will continue to grow. 5 million is merely a beginning. Whether in the past life or this world, the advancement of military technology far surpasses that of civilian technology. In 25 years, to speak frankly, apart from not having developed nuclear weapons, DU's equipment level is on par with that of the previous world. Although the total standing army of DU, including reserves, is fewer than 1 million, in most ordinary worlds, Qin Jue even possesses the confidence that, without the intervention of his cultivators, the sheer force of steel could achieve a sweeping victory. Prepare for deployment. You may very well need to take action this time, Qin Jue stated in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhun's eyes instantly lit up. For a martial general, enduring 20 years of peace is a profound challenge known only to him. I am willing to serve as the vanguard and lead the army into battle, Yu Zhun proclaimed, kneeling on one knee. Do not be hasty. When the time comes for you to take action, matters will not be so simple, Qin Jue replied. Your subordinate, Lu Pe, is quite promising. Once Qin Jue and the others ascertain the situation of that world, he may have the chance to undergo some training. 2 days prior, after discovering that world, Qin Jue had dispatched Qin Jue along with a portion of the Imperial Guards to survey the situation ahead of time. It is estimated that it will take some time to grasp the general circumstances. Time rewinds to 2 days ago. In another realm, it remains the same agricultural land outside Luoyang. An elderly farmer, nearly 60, leans on his staff, sitting dazedly in the field as he gazes at the expanse before him. Each day, he spends countless hours here, and the peculiar scene from a few days prior lingers in his mind, refusing to fade. It even haunts his dreams. No one believes him. His family thinks he has lost his mind. Yet, he alone knows the truth of what transpired. The sun beats down mercilessly on his face, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his sunken, weathered cheeks. Nevertheless, he shows no sign of movement. As the sun approaches the horizon, he lets out a deep sigh before slowly rising to return home. Just then, a ripple appears in the air before him, followed by a spatial portal, several times larger than the one he had encountered days prior. The farmer's eyes widen, and his heart races. However, this time he does not flee. Instead, he bravely steps forward to investigate. As he approaches the azure portal, a leg emerges slowly from within. A ghost. The farmer is startled, falling to the ground, his newfound courage vanishing in an instant. What? There is someone? A somber voice resonates in the farmer's ear as Qin Jue steps forth from the portal. Upon his arrival, He immediately channels his internal energy, erecting a protective barrier around himself. Anticipated attacks do not come, and he cautiously extends his consciousness to survey the surroundings, narrowing his eyes upon the prostrate farmer. Following his emergence, a procession of individuals begins to step out behind him, exactly 100, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Gathering intelligence is a fundamental task of the Imperial Guards, and this mission holds great significance. Qin Jue meticulously selected this elite group from the ranks of the Imperial Guards, forming teams of 10, each led by a foundational cultivator. The rest possess no less than the cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with many in the intermediate stage. After ensuring the area posed no threat, Qin Jue instructed his subordinates to temper their auras. He then looked down at the farmer. A mere mortal? Qin Jue murmured, lifting the farmer with a single hand to commence a soul search. In this world, where cultivators arise from a realm of ordinary beings, there are no established techniques or spells. The soul search, a minor spell, was acquired by Qin Jue through the civilization mall. To note, it was quite costly. This seemingly trivial spell cost him 10 civilization points, a price that stung him for quite some time. A golden core expert can extract the essence of a mortal's soul in mere moments, and soon, Qin Jue gleaned all that the farmer knew. The keywords emerged: the Great Sway, the Jianghu, and Luoyang. It appears this is no simple mortal realm. The farmer, being just a simple peasant, possesses limited knowledge. He is aware only that the court known as the Great Sway is nearing its end, with chaos erupting in various regions, and the Jianghu, of which he has only heard whispers, is filled with formidable heroes, though he knows little else. Remember this information well. Qin Jue turned to his subordinates and spoke calmly. Commence operations as per the original grouping. We shall reconvene here in a month. It is imperative that our identities remain concealed. With a casual gesture, he dispatched a physical transcendence to the already senile old farmer. Yes, my lord. 100 Imperial Guards bowed in acknowledgement. Just as they were about to depart, Qin Jue suddenly added, "Jenner, proceed with caution." He regarded one of the women leading the team. The birthmark on her face had long since vanished, replaced by a strikingly serious countenance. Upon hearing Qin Jue's voice, she paused momentarily. Understood, she replied, without turning back, and strode in a designated direction. As for the other Imperial Guards, they adopted a demeanor of indifference, pretending to have heard nothing, and hastened away. It was only after all his subordinates had left that Qin Jue made his move. As a formidable practitioner of the Golden Core stage, he naturally preferred to operate alone. His destination was, of course, the nearest city, Luoyang. In the chaotic times at the end of the Sui dynasty, amidst the rising dust, 2 dragons emerged from the water. A day shattered the heavens, and a relic consumed the empire. Surely someone can surmise the nature of this world. Chapter 50. Lu, the wealthy merchant from your attire. It seems you are a person of the martial world? In a carriage en route to Luoyang, Qin Jue had donned a new outfit of agile attire. Inside the carriage, aside from himself, sat a rotund man, his eyes nearly squinting shut, adorned in resplendent silk garments befitting a wealthy merchant. Surrounding the carriage were numerous burly attendants, their physiques imposing. Whether they possessed true martial prowess remained unclear, yet their appearance was certainly intimidating. Qin Jue had encountered this group while traversing the official road to Luoyang. The merchant, Lu, had invited him aboard the carriage, seemingly out of curiosity regarding his solitary presence. He was not truly a figure of the martial world, merely a man dressing to impress in these turbulent times. With a smile that belied his former somber demeanor, Qin Jue replied, "Indeed, these times are rather unsettled." "Indeed, the world is far from peaceful," Lu the merchant continued, engaging in conversation. "Recently, insurrections have begun to sprout across various regions, and their scales grow ever larger." Qin Jue's eyes flickered with interest as he subtly continued, "These rebels are truly detestable. I have heard that His Majesty has dispatched troops to suppress them. I wonder how the situation fares." Qin Jue was unaware of whether the emperor in this world had indeed sent forces to quell the unrest, but it did not hinder his fabrication. To his surprise, Lu the merchant suddenly adopted a conspiratorial tone. Lowering his voice, he said, "Let me speak frankly. But do keep it to yourself. The current emperor is cruel and tyrannical. The burdens of labor and taxes have suffocated the common folk, and the populace has long been discontented. They say he has dispatched troops to suppress the rebellion, but whom might he send? General Yuan? It is uncertain if he can command them effectively. This world is not governed for the benefit of the people. Even many noble families have begun to express their dissatisfaction with him. Who knows what may transpire? Lu the merchant did not elaborate further, casting Qin Jue a significant glance. Qin Jue remained silent. If even a merchant dared to speak so freely of such matters, it was evident that the Great Yu's fate was indeed precarious. Your Majesty, it is indeed lamentable that a few years ago, there was talk of relocating the capital to our Luoyang. In name, Luoyang has become the imperial city. Yet the emperor himself has retreated to Jiangdu. Alas, what a burden it is for the people and a drain on the treasury, sighed the merchant Lu. Qin Jue, upon hearing this, felt a stir within. He had not anticipated that Luoyang still held the facade of the Great Sui capital. By the way, might I inquire what brings this valiant man to Luoyang? Although I am merely a humble merchant, I possess some capabilities and may be of assistance to you. My young brother, as we engaged in pleasant conversation, I dared to address you as brother. I trust you do not mind? Qin Jue chuckled softly, saying, What merit do I possess? Such kindness from Lu Gu is truly beyond my expectations. I must confess, I am but a farmer. Given the unrest in the world, I thought perhaps I could find some influence in Luoyang, rather than remain alone. After discerning the general situation of this realm, Qin Jue deftly shifted the topic to the various factions of the Jianghu, which piqued his interest. He was yet unaware of the true caliber of the so-called martial artists of the Jianghu. Ah, I see. In these chaotic times, it is indeed wise to seek a backing. However, the forces within Luoyang are intricate and multifaceted, with allegiances running deep. One must tread carefully, lest one meet an untimely demise. What do you think of this? I find myself in need of a personal bodyguard, and I perceive in you a spirit akin to that of a dragon. Your presence suggests at least a second-rate martial prowess, if not more. Fear not. Serving as my guard would not leave you wanting. At last, Qin Jue understood the source of Lu's enthusiasm. It appeared that Lu had taken a liking to him. Shaking his head with a smile, Qin Jue replied, I appreciate your sentiments, Lu Gu, but I aspire to carve my own path. Receiving a direct refusal did not anger Lu. He remained amiable and said, It is commendable for the youth to possess such vigor. In that case, I shall not press you. As for the factions within Luoyang, the most prominent is undoubtedly the Luoyang gang, which controls the transport of goods, gambling houses, and brothels in this region. Its influence cannot be understated. The leader, Rong Fengxiang, is renowned as a formidable hero. I have some acquaintances among the gang's leaders and can assist you in gathering information. Additionally, there is the Iron Spear Society, which oversees the city's escort services. Other factions, such as the Golden Blade Temple and the White Horse Society, also hold a modest reputation. Evidently, Lu was well-versed in these matters and provided a thorough introduction to the various powers in and around Luoyang, speaking until his throat grew dry. After taking a sip of water, he said, Qin Laudi, I still recommend you consider the Luoyang gang. It holds great promise. He was about to continue when a guard outside quietly reminded him that they had arrived at the city gate. Might I inquire if you have a place to stay? Qin Laudi? You are welcome to rest at my humble abode. Qin Jue shook his head, replying, There is no need to trouble you, Lu Gu. I would appreciate it if you could direct me. I would like to venture forth on my own first. Lu replied, Very well. The Luoyang gang does not recruit openly. If you head to the west of the city, you will find a gambling house named Fortune Awaits. There, you may seek an individual named. As they dismounted the carriage, the guards at the city gate conducted their customary checks. Others presented a document resembling an identification proof. Qin Jue stole a glance and, with a deft motion of his hand within his sleeve, miraculously produced a slip of paper. He also managed to retrieve 2 pieces of silver without drawing attention, discreetly handing them to the guard. The effect was immediate. The soldier, not even bothering to check for identification, allowed Qin Jue to pass through the gate. In the city, Lu, the wealthy merchant, clasped Qin Jue's hand, reluctant to part ways. He chattered incessantly, and only after a lengthy exchange did they finally separate. Before bidding farewell, he earnestly remarked, If you encounter any difficulties, dear brother Qin, do not hesitate to come to my Lu residence in the east of the city. Rest assured, I shall always welcome you. Certainly, certainly, Qin Jue replied hastily, extricating himself from the merchant's plump grasp, and with a few swift steps, he vanished into the throngs of people. Once Qin Jue had departed, the captain of the guards approached, his face etched with confusion. My lord, why do you place such importance on that lad? I sensed no internal energy from him. He hardly resembles a person of the martial world. The once jovial Lu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a profound seriousness in his eyes. Shao, you have accompanied me for quite some time now. Yet your skills remain at a mere third-rate level. Although I do not practice martial arts, my discernment is not lacking. This man, despite lacking visible internal energy, exudes a palpable aura of killing intent. His presence is far beyond that of an ordinary individual. If I am not mistaken, he must possess the caliber of a top-tier expert in the martial world. Moreover, his demeanor does not resemble that of a mere farmer. Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be the guard captain's eyes widened in realization? Haha, do not delve too deeply into others' identities. Simply understand that more friends equate to more paths to tread. Come, there is still much for you to learn. Chapter 51. Is this it? Qin Jue moved through the crowd like a ghost. The bustling street was filled with people. Yet no one noticed his presence. The Yu's knowledge of cultivation was woefully inadequate, lacking any point of reference. Not only was Qin Jue oblivious to the formidable power of Golden Core cultivators, but even Qin Jue had only a vague understanding. As for the existence of the civilized mall, it was rather amusing. It indeed sold foundational materials on cultivation, yet the categories were overwhelming. While the cultivation systems of different worlds may sound similar, they are worlds apart. Some foundational practices are tied to celestial principles, while others showcase saints capable of uprooting trees with a mere punch. Qin Jue was uncertain which particular system he was practicing, as the Jade Seal offered no clarity. In a matter of moments, Qin Jue arrived at the casino known as Fortune Comes. Outside, a few lackeys leaned against each other, yawning repeatedly. Inside, the cacophony of noise and shouts created a lively atmosphere. Qin Jue maintained a stoic expression, not sparing a glance for the gatekeepers, and proceeded directly inside. With just a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he identified his target, the hallmaster introduced by Lu, though he did not personally know him. A cursory glance revealed that among the throngs of gamblers, this individual possessed the most vigorous life force. May I inquire if this is Hallmaster Qin Jue? Qin Jue approached with a smile. The Hallmaster, Qin Jue, sat confidently in his chair, a beautiful woman nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing a sound, he slightly raised his head, scrutinizing Qin Jue with narrowed eyes. A stranger? Who are you, and how do you know me? I am Qin Jue, sent by Lu Kai. Brother Lu, he stated directly, revealing his intentions. Lu Kai? Qin Jue adjusted himself slightly, appearing to contemplate this name. After a moment, realization dawned upon him. Ah, that merchant. He remembered the individual, who indeed made offerings monthly. Qin Jue pushed aside the woman in his embrace and stood up, circling around Qin Jue to inspect him closely. You appear robust, but not just anyone can join our Luoyang gang, he said meaningfully. Qin Jue, hearing this, internally scoffed, though his demeanor remained unflinching. He then retrieved a substantial silver ingot from his sleeve and stepped closer, saying, I kindly request Brother Qin to make an exception. I have long admired your esteemed gang and have come specifically to join. With that, he placed the ingot into Qin Jue's hand. As Qin Jue weighed the noticeably hefty ingot, a broad smile spread across his face. Though our Luoyang gang does not accept just anyone, I find your demeanor quite exceptional. I shall make an exception this time. Despite his words, greed stirred within him. The ability to produce such wealth indicated that this individual was no ordinary man. Oh, thank you, Brother Qin. Qin Jue expressed his gratitude promptly, then lowered his voice. To be honest, I have another valuable item to present to you. This item I acquired in my younger years. Consider it a token of respect, and I hope you might look after me in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Jue was indeed intrigued. He immediately inquired, what valuable item? Qin Jue glanced around and feigned modesty. There are many people here. Is there a quieter place we could discuss? Qin Jue regarded Qin Jue with a knowing look and suddenly grinned. A quieter place? Yes, of course, follow me. He patted Qin Jue on the shoulder and started towards a small room behind him. Following closely, both men harbored ulterior motives, yet neither revealed their intentions. Upon entering a secluded chamber and securing the door, Qin Jue turned, his demeanor shifting dramatically. The jovial facade he had just worn morphed into that of a ravenous wolf. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? What is your purpose? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qin Jue observed this intimidating transformation and suddenly chuckled. He had little desire for further dialogue and swiftly grasped Qin Jue by the throat. The burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted off the ground. Qin Jue, caught off guard, instinctively struggled against the grip. However, Qin Jue merely exerted a hint of his golden core pressure, and Qin Jue felt as if an immense weight had descended upon him. Without further ado, Qin Jue commenced a soul search. After a considerable time, as Qin Jue's eyes glazed over, Qin Jue casually tossed him aside. Having sifted through the memories of this man, a peculiar expression crossed Qin Jue's face as he thought to himself, is that all? Despite being a figure in the underworld, Qin Jue's knowledge paled in comparison to that of an old farmer, even possessing a faint understanding of certain clandestine matters. Is this what one refers to as a second-rate expert? Qin Jue regarded Qin Jue, who resembled a lifeless dog, with unabashed disdain. This so-called second-rate expert, let alone him, even a mere novice in Qi refinement, could easily crush him. As for the leader of the Luoyang gang, he was merely of first-rate caliber. According to memory, it was said he could contend against 100 foes. 100 foes? When Qin Jue achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he single-handedly breached an army of hundreds of thousands. After perusing this person's memories, Qin Jue abruptly questioned whether he had been overly cautious. After a moment's contemplation, he strode out of the small room, indifferent to his surroundings. He intended to seek out this absurd leader of the Luoyang gang, Rong Fengxiang. He had neither the time nor the inclination to gradually ascend within the Luoyang gang's ranks. Just as when he arrived, no one noticed the young man who had just conversed with Qin, who had vanished. It wasn't until several hours later that someone sensed something amiss. As the prominent leader of the Luoyang gang, Rong Fengxiang was a formidable figure within Luoyang. Based on Qin Jue's recollections, Rong Fengxiang owned several estates in the area. However, he most frequently resided in a tranquil location in the eastern part of the city. To be prudent, Qin Jue meticulously visited each of the locations known to Qin Jue. Yet he found no sign of Rong Fengxiang. Could he possibly be at the headquarters of the Luoyang gang? After some consideration, it seemed reasonable that he might not be at home during this time. Thus, he proceeded towards the Luoyang gang's stronghold. At the headquarters of the Luoyang gang, in a spacious chamber, Rong Fengxiang sat at the head of the table, flanked by approximately a dozen individuals, both men and women, all sharing an unmistakable trait. They did not appear to be virtuous souls. In the room, they seemed to be deliberating on some pressing matters. Leader Wang Shichong is duplicitous. With the current unrest outside, his fervent attempts to court us warrant caution, intoned a burly man with a scarred face. It is merely mutual exploitation. He requires our Luoyang gang to maintain order and gather intelligence, while I too seek to leverage his power for further advancement, Rong Fengxiang replied, taking a sip of tea with a nonchalant air. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Wang Shichong, as the garrison commander in eastern Luoyang, wields significant military and political authority over the region. Since he wishes to ally with us, we must appear agreeable on the surface. Very well. This matter requires no undue concern. I shall make the necessary decisions. You may proceed as usual. With that, Rong Fengxiang rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and sauntered out. The others in the room fell into silence for a moment before departing as well. Why did he persistently feel a sense of unease? After the high-level meeting of the Luoyang gang concluded, Rong Fengxiang did not rush to leave. For the past 2 days, he had felt an inexplicable unrest and, while wandering, found himself in a garden without realizing it. Observing the flora within the garden, his mood lightened slightly. However, he abruptly awakened to the realization that he had initially intended to seek out Wang Shichong. How had he ended up in the garden instead? A chill surged from the depths of his heart as Rong Fengxiang abruptly turned his head. Behind him stood a young man, grinning at him with an unsettling familiarity. Chapter 52, The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Who are you? Rong Fengxiang retreated several paces, distancing himself from Qin Jue. Simultaneously, he began to circulate his internal energy, readying himself for confrontation. You are Rong Fengxiang? You appear to be far more formidable than that fellow named Qin Jue. Qin Jue remarked, folding his arms and scrutinizing Rong Fengxiang with an unabashed gaze, akin to that of a shepherd observing a lamb. Qin Jue? A sense of foreboding welled up within Rong Fengxiang, his expression darkening. You stealthily infiltrated the headquarters of my Luoyang gang, truly an impressive feat. May I inquire which esteemed individual from the 2 factions of the demon sect you represent? As he spoke, Rong Fengxiang suddenly launched an attack. He hurled a flying dagger with remarkable speed and simultaneously crushed a round concealed weapon in his palm. Swish! The dagger sliced through the air, hurtling towards Qin Jue at breakneck speed. Unbeknownst to him, the shattered device released a wave of purple poison that enveloped the surroundings. Soul capture. But this was not the end. Rong Fengxiang shouted, unleashing his most potent strike. This was the secret technique he had mastered at the Laojun Temple, the soul capture technique. Through his gaze or words, he could manipulate the hearts of men, and it was this very technique that had allowed him to establish a vast empire in Luoyang. Yet, he was aware that the soul capture technique could only bewilder mere mortals. The individual before him was not so easily swayed. Nonetheless, confrontations between masters occur in the blink of an eye. If he could disrupt Qin Jue's focus, even for a moment, the likelihood of vanquishing his opponent would significantly increase. The two factions of the demon sect? Qin Jue reflected on Rong Fengxiang's words, seemingly unperturbed, offering no defense whatsoever. Seeing this, Rong Fengxiang felt a surge of elation. As he followed the trajectory of the flying dagger, he too advanced. But in a fraction of a second, he was left dumbfounded. Qin Jue, who had stood still just moments ago, had seemingly teleported, now standing directly before him. The poison dagger halted mere inches from him, and the surrounding noxious vapors were swiftly inhaled by Qin Jue. Meanwhile, Rong Fengxiang found himself ensnared by a single hand around his throat. You. Rong Fengxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind blank. How could this be possible? He was a top-tier master in the martial world. He was but a half-step away from the realm of the Grandmaster. Yet why did all his techniques appear to be mere jests before this individual? Grandmaster? Rong Fengxiang flailed helplessly, managing to utter those two words with great difficulty. In his understanding, only a Grandmaster could render him utterly defenseless. A Grandmaster? If your so-called top-tier mastery is at this level, then the Grandmasters are likely not much stronger, Qin Jue remarked, his enthusiasm for this world completely extinguished. He had anticipated a formidable challenge, only to find this instead. Rong Fengxiang did possess some merit, but it was limited. The seamless series of attacks he had just executed might have ensnared a novice cultivator at the first or second realm, but beyond that, it was merely that. Listening to the tone of disdain in Qin Jue's voice, Rong Fengxiang's eyes widened once more. He had numerous questions, but evidently, Qin Jue would not grant him the opportunity to inquire. Once again invoking the soul's search, moments later, this seemingly notorious local tyrant met his silent demise within the stronghold of the Luoyang gang. What a surprise! He was actually the leader of the two factions of the demon sect and the Six Paths. Qin Jue did not anticipate this local tyrant possessed another layer of identity. With a slight sigh, Qin Jue began to organize the information known to Rong Fengxiang. The two factions of the demon sect, Sihong Jingjai, Hishibi, the evil emperor's relic, the evil king's Shizixuan, the heavenly blade Song Ke, the Inho Zhu Yuyan, Master Liao Kong, and the leader of Sihong Jingjai. Oh, this so-called master appears to be stronger than I had anticipated. Within Rong Fengxiang's memories, he had witnessed Song Ke unleash his prowess. A single strike severed a cliff. With blade energy extending 3 kilometers, such destructive power was formidable indeed. An ordinary Qi refinement practitioner would not possess such capability. And he seemed even stronger than Rong Fengxiang at his peak of Qi refinement. Such a vast disparity in combat prowess? A top-tier expert at the first level merely compares to the first or second tier of Qi refinement. Yet a master is akin to a foundation establishment practitioner. Of course, that destructive capability only matches the early stages of foundation establishment. Yet should a foundation establishment practitioner appear, they could effortlessly overpower this so-called master. After all, not to mention anything else, merely the endurance is not on the same level. Having thoroughly grasped the information of this world, Qin Jue relinquished the last shred of caution within him. To be frank, with just a breath, he could easily dominate this realm, devoid of any challenge. Nevertheless, he refrained from engaging in a solitary confrontation with this world, for it appeared that His Majesty intended to utilize this realm for military training and to experiment with the latest technology. Qin Jue's task for him was merely to gather intelligence. He dared not engage in any superfluous actions. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jue's figure gradually vanished within the garden. Meanwhile, within the Yu Palace, the information acquired by Qin Jue was concurrently transmitted into Qin Jue's mind. He digested the known information and, after a moment, slowly uttered a few words. The legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. This world was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, the well-read Qin Jue could confidently describe it as familiar. The overarching narrative was quite simple, recounting the chaotic end of the Sui dynasty, where the small-time ruffians Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, having stolen the Taoist classic Chongqing, became embroiled in the martial world. Mastering unparalleled martial arts, recognizing the Kaguryo heroine Fu Juanru as their mother, only to witness her tragically slain by the Yuan clan. The two were determined to conquer the world, forming the Xiao Shui army, navigating between various factions, seeking treasures, cultivating, and growing stronger. Yet, judging by the feedback provided by Qin Jue, the entire storyline seemed not to have commenced. After all, although Emperor Yang of Sui was at this time still alive and well, the protagonist had yet to emerge. Could it be that the novels of the past had transformed into a tangible reality? Reflecting on the general plot of the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, Qin Jue could not help but ponder. Yet, considering that he had already traversed dimensions and engaged in cultivation, the transformation of fiction into reality seemed rather unremarkable. After pondering for a moment, a jade seal gradually materialized before Qin Jue. Gazing at the unremarkable jade seal, he murmured, "The seal of civilization, what exactly are you? Why have you chosen me? What is your purpose? However, I find myself in dire need of you at this moment." Qin Jue narrowed his eyes, and with a mere wave of his hand, the jade seal vanished from sight. "Summon my orders. Reorganize the army. We shall march forth in 7 days." He had no inclination to engage in the petty schemes and intrigues reminiscent of children's games in the tale of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. Now that he comprehended the situation, there was but one task before him: conquest. What nonsense regarding masters, the Sui dynasty, or the Li Tang. All shall be crushed without exception. Coincidentally, the number of slaves in the Great Yu has significantly dwindled. It is high time to replenish their ranks. Those tanks and aircraft could also be utilized for training. The Great Yu lacks spiritual energy, and my long-cherished plan for universal cultivation cannot be initiated. However, the martial arts manuals may be gathered to establish martial authority across the realm. Qin Jue was eager to witness whether it was the obstinacy of those masters or the might of cannons that would prevail. Chapter 53. Add fuel to the fire in the world of the Tang dynasty, within the temporary palace at Jiangdu. Although this was the temporary palace of Emperor Yang of Sui, it was no less grand than his residence in Chang'an. In the opulent chamber, Emperor Yang rested his elbow on his hand, a delicate beauty reclining in his embrace. He sipped wine while shaking his head, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Report, Your Majesty. General Yuan requests an audience." A guard hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee. Emperor Yang, without turning his head, laughed. "Oh, my great general has arrived? Let him in." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Huaji, clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, slowly stepped inside. "This humble servant salutes Your Majesty." Yuan Huaji bowed and then stood upright, an act that could hardly be deemed respectful. Yet, the emperor seemed oblivious, remaining lost in the delightful atmosphere. "What brings you to me, my beloved minister?" He gently set down his wine cup and casually drew another dancer into his embrace, his hands roaming. The tinkling laughter of the dancer filled the chamber, causing Yuan Huaji to furrow his brow slightly at the sight. He remained silent, tightening his grip on the spear. Though Yuan Huaji did not respond, Emperor Yang continued unabated. "My dear Yuan, these beauties were specially captured from the western regions, each one a paragon of beauty. Come, select one, I bestow her upon you." As Emperor Yang approached him, pointing at the dancers and laughing heartily, Yuan Huaji lowered his head, saying, "I dare not." "Oh, dare not? Is there anything in this world that Yuan Huaji dares not do?" Emperor Yang lightly tapped the breastplate of Yuan Huaji. "Then let me ask you, if I command your death, would you dare refuse?" Yuan Huaji's expression remained impassive. Upon hearing this, he knelt on one knee. If the sovereign wishes for his minister's death, the minister must comply. Emperor Yang laughed heartily. "Arise. How could I bear to let you perish?" He chuckled, extending his hands to help Yuan Huaji to his feet. "Then tell me, as I endeavor to construct canals for the benefit of the populace, why does the blood of the common people flow thicker than the waters of the Luo? I seek to abolish the imperial examinations and the aristocracy. Why do the bones of the impoverished stack higher than the Ming Hall?" Suddenly, he became frenzied, smashing his wine cup against the form of a dancer. The dancer cried out in pain, yet immediately embraced the injured part, silencing herself once more. "I inquire again. Does your Yuan family's ice-cold technique freeze the eaves of the palace, yet fail to subdue the 37 rebel banners beyond the pass? I demand those wretches live. Why do they rebel against me?" The voice of Emperor Yang of Sui rose several decibels, the intensity of his emotions causing him to clutch his chest as he coughed up blood. "Yu Wenhua and Chinemo." The emperor's gaze turned frigid, and he staggered back to his throne. After patting the dragon throne beneath him, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Do you covet the position beneath me? Alas, I have truly become a solitary figure." The emperor's expression shifted to one of desolation, and with a self-mocking smile, he fixated on Yu Wenhua, slowly uttering 2 words, "Wretched people. The old emperor has fallen. A new emperor must rise. The dragon emerges from the pass, and heaven will choose its master. The world cannot remain in chaos for long. This era's journey shall be entrusted to you, Fei Xian." In a serene temple in Luoyang, scattered citizens reverently worshipped Buddha, praying to quell their inner greed. Deep within, the current head of the Cihang Jingjai, Fan Qingwei, lowered her gaze slightly and instructed a young woman clad in white beside her. This woman appeared no older than 18, standing gracefully, her face like frost, her demeanor strikingly elegant, exuding an aura of icy tranquility. After listening to Fan Qinghui's words, she nodded slightly. "Yes," she replied, then turned to depart. Shortly after her exit, another woman dressed as a nun emerged from an unknown direction. Fan Qinghui regarded the nun, speaking softly, "The old emperor has fallen. The He Shi Bai should now reveal itself. He who possesses the He Shi Bai shall possess the world. This task is entrusted to you. Have you heard? His Majesty has passed. Is that true? How could I not know? Shu, lower your voice. This news comes from a letter from a relative serving in Jiangdu, urging me to prepare early. It seems the world is on the brink of chaos. I heard that the northern Li Tang has already raised the rebel banner, and the Wagong stronghold is also gaining momentum." In a tea house within Luoyang, 2 tea patrons whispered, though their conversation was clearly overheard by those around them. At a window-side table, Qin Jue listened to the discussions, chuckling softly. "It seems Luoyang has become lively. According to His Majesty, the plot should be unfolding." Sipping his tea lightly, he felt a distinct shift in Luoyang's atmosphere since the soul-searching of Rong Fengxiang a few days prior. Each day, numerous citizens entered the city, and he could sense, without doubt, that not only were there second-rate experts, but also a considerable number of first-rate ones. Many appeared to be spies disguised as common folk. Furthermore, in recent days, Wang Shicheng had secretly intensified his consolidation of military power in Luoyang, exhibiting ambitious intentions. As His Majesty mentioned, Luoyang is the very heart of the tale of the twin dragons of the Great Tang. Various factions, including the demon sect, Cihang Jingjai, Li Tang, and Li Mi's Wagong army, essentially revolve around this place. "Let me stoke the flames for you," Qin Jue murmured, and his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. The teacup on the table still emanated warmth, yet the surroundings remained oblivious. The news of Emperor Yang's demise swept across the realm like a tempest. Within mere days, uprisings erupted in various regions as ambitious souls seemingly emerged from the shadows overnight. Meanwhile, Qin Jue had arrived at a temple, Jingyan Zen Temple, a sacred Buddhist site, and the fabled resting place of the He Shi Bai. At this moment, the He Shi Bai had yet to manifest, and the temple appeared to be an ordinary sanctuary. Qin Jue entered the temple, resembling an ordinary devotee. "Amenba, esteemed patron, have you come to make a wish? Please, follow this humble monk," greeted a young monk as he approached. Devotees bustled around them, yet the monk only stopped Qin Jue. Amused by this, Qin Jue remarked, amidst the throng of worshippers, "Why do you single me out?" The monk, with palms together, shook his head. "My master foretold that a most extraordinary person would arrive today. Your wishes are immense. Thus I was sent to greet you." "And how do you know that I am that person?" Qin Jue inquired. The young monk replied, "I do not know. But the moment I laid eyes upon you, I was certain." "Interesting indeed," Qin Jue chuckled, tilting his head slightly. Without further ado, the monk turned and led him deeper into the temple. As they approached a chamber, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish resonated within. "Please, enter." The monk gestured with a slight bow. Qin Jue cast a glance at the monk before striding into the room. Inside, a stone statue of the Buddha stood at the center, while an elderly monk tapped the wooden fish with one hand. The young monk followed closely behind. There were no others present. In this world, one is expected to offer gold to the Buddha, yet you, with your bald head, choose to sculpt the stone likeness. How insincere, Qin Jue observed, casting a glance at the old monk and then fixing his gaze upon the statue. The elderly monk ceased his rhythmic tapping and turned to Qin Jue, gesturing for him to sit upon a nearby mat. A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Jue's eyes, and he chose not to comply. Observing this, the old monk withdrew his hand, his palms pressed together in earnest reverence. The old monk remained silent, but the young monk spoke. "My master says that the Buddha resides within the heart, whether clay or gold. Without sincerity, they hold no value." "Huh, is sincerity truly effective? Countless worshippers come daily, yet I have not witnessed the Buddha manifesting," Qin Jue replied, his tone laced with unmasked scorn. The young monk responded, "My master teaches that one must cultivate merit in this life to reap rewards in the next." "Humph, such pretenses," Qin Jue scoffed, striding towards the statue. Slowly, he extended his hand and placed it upon the stone figure. Without any visible action, the next moment, the statue collapsed with a thunderous crash, shards scattering in every direction. The young monk's eyes widened in disbelief. As he opened his mouth to admonish, he was halted by the old monk's hand. "Have I destroyed this statue of the Buddha? Will I face retribution in the next life?" Qin Jue turned, locking his gaze onto the elderly monk, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. The young monk, suppressing his anger, reiterated the words of the elder monk. "Master says that the Buddha does not harbor resentment towards the unwitting." "The unwitting?" Qin Jue erupted in laughter. "You, old ball donkey, are quite amusing. Pray tell, how did you know I was coming?" Indeed, Qin Jue was genuinely curious. The old monk's internal energy surged, indicating a formidable strength. According to the classifications of this world, he undoubtedly possessed the power of a grandmaster. Yet, how could even a grandmaster foresee his arrival? The elder monk lowered his gaze and retrieved a circular jade disc from his sleeve. The young monk continued, "Master said that 4 days ago, the He Shirbai exhibited unusual movements, the stars shifted, and the world would face great calamity. Especially today, the disturbances of the He Shirbai have intensified. Master also mentioned that the He Shirbai could be given to you. But he hopes you will show compassion for the suffering of the people and refrain from committing further slaughter." As the young monk spoke, the anger that had once consumed him dissipated, replaced by incredulity and even terror. For the phenomena predicted by his master foretold that the common folk would suffer greatly, living lives worse than death. And all of this stemmed from the person before him. "Ha! You old bald donkey, you indeed possess some remarkable insight." Qin Jue, with a swift motion, summoned the He Shirbai into his grasp. The jade disc, once agitated, immediately became still and tranquil. "Whether to commit slaughter is not for me to decide. However, I suspect your fate will not be pleasant. As for the common folk, what a jest. The populace of this world does not count as citizens of the Yu." Qin Jue, steadfast in the will of Qin Jue, believed that apart from the citizens of the Yu, none else could be regarded as human. Even if everyone in this world perished, he would harbor not a shred of pity. "Enjoy yourselves while you can. Your good days are numbered." With the He Shirbai in hand, Qin Jue stepped out of the room. In the courtyard, he stood quietly, the He Shirbai continuously ascending into the sky until it hung high among the clouds. Suddenly, the He Shirbai erupted with a pearlescent glow, radiant as a second sun. Countless citizens of Luoyang, captivated by this brilliance, looked up in awe. Observing this, Qin Jue felt a hint of dissatisfaction. With a flick of his hand, 2 illusory golden dragons appeared beside the He Shirbai. Simultaneously, a phrase involuntarily echoed in the minds of everyone in the vicinity of Luoyang. "He who possesses the He Shirbai shall command the world." Boom. Whether it was Wang Shichong of Luoyang or the benevolent He Qinghui of Cihong Jingzhai, or the spies from the demonic sect and the secret agents of the Li Tang, countless individuals gasped in horror. Qin Jue's actions were, of course, a manifestation of Qin Jue's intent. This was merely a ploy to draw the attention of the entire world to Luoyang in the days to come. It would be best to initiate the great battle in Luoyang ahead of time, allowing the DU army to annihilate all the living forces of this world in one fell swoop, thus saving the trouble of seeking them out individually. Chapter 54. Decapitated Feast within Cihong Jingzhai, where the atmosphere was always tranquil. The mastermind He Qinghui suddenly envisioned the phrase "He Shirbai commands the world," causing her expression to change dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished from her room and appeared outside. At this moment, numerous disciples of the Cihong Jingzhai were captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon. Even Fen Qinghui lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with disbelief. What was happening? Why had the He Shirbai manifested prematurely, accompanied by the auspicious signs of dragons and phoenixes? The usually unflappable Fen Qinghui found her mind in utter disarray. Was this the work of the demonic sect, or perhaps another force? As this thought flickered through her mind, she quickly dismissed it. It was inconceivable. She herself could not have orchestrated such an event, nor could anyone within the demonic sect. Thus, only one possibility remained. The He Shirbai had undergone some unknown transformation. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Fen Qinghui sprang into action, her figure vanishing like a specter as she raced toward the Jing Nianzhen temple. She was not alone in her thoughts. Forces from the demonic sect, righteous path, and various factions within Luoyang, all stunned for a moment, unanimously made their way to the Zen temple. Meanwhile, the very individuals responsible for this commotion within the Jingmian Zen temple slightly raised their heads, admiring their own handiwork. The old monk and the young monk followed suit, with the latter gaping in astonishment, while the former wore a visage of agony. Having heard of Master Kong's esoteric technique of silent Zen, which was extraordinarily mystical, each year of silence refining one's true energy, after over 30 years of such practice, one could only wonder at the level of mastery he had achieved. Qin Jue turned slightly, inquiring with a smile, "What do you see?" The pain on Master Kong's face deepened as he remained silent. This time, even the young monk did not respond. "Did you see it?" Qin Jue approached Master Kong, locking eyes with him. "Did you witness hell on earth? Or perhaps, yourself lying on Li Wen's dissection table? Oh, you may not know who Li Wen is. He is a madman, and I suspect you would not take a liking to him." Qin Jue grinned ominously, gradually lifting some of the pressure of his golden core aura. The renowned Master Kong, a formidable figure, instantly collapsed to the ground. With a dismissive thought for the old bald monk, Qin Jue turned his attention to the temple's exterior, where numerous skilled practitioners had already arrived. "You cannot enter just yet, but I can offer you a taste of what's to come." Qin Jue chuckled lightly, a wisp of spiritual energy rising from within him and merging with the He Bai. Outside the Zen temple, Fan Qingwei and others, racing to enter, collided with an invisible barrier. The sound of ringing echoed as the assembled experts were flung back, landing in disarray, their former prowess utterly dissipated. Yet, what defines a true expert? One by one, they rolled over and, upon rising, appeared unperturbed. Fan Qingwei, wielding her whisk and clad in unblemished white, though feeling a slight ache from her collision, maintained a semblance of poise. She gazed toward the Zen temple, but saw nothing through the layer of milky light that enveloped it. She then turned her attention to the others nearby. Especially on the man and woman, she lingered for a few seconds longer, stealing a glance when Qingwei gazed ahead. Her voice laced with a hint of mockery as she remarked, "What a lively gathering. I never expected that one day, outside the sacred grounds of our Buddhist sect, I would encounter such an array of extraordinary patrons. Are you all here to pay your respects to the Buddha?" The moment these words escaped her lips, it was akin to launching a verbal assault. Numerous individuals from the demonic sect were present, and immediately, a multitude of eyes turned towards her. Yet, no one dared to act. Those bold enough to come here were at least first-rate experts. They possessed discernment, simply standing there. The aura emanating from Fan Qingwei was formidable and intimidating, unmistakably suggesting that she was not to be trifled with. Not far off, a burly man contemplated the Zen temple before him. Upon hearing Fan Qinghui's words, he let out a cold snort and retorted with a sardonic tone, "Indeed. The Jingmian Zen temple worships a true Buddha, but I wonder what kind of Buddha is venerated in that place." The exchange was terse, with both individuals having made their points, leading to a moment of silence. However, the assembly of experts instinctively formed a line. The members of the demonic sect shifted to one side, while those claiming to be righteous gathered around Fan Qingwei. Yet, the demonic faction was not entirely unified. For instance, a strikingly beautiful woman was fixated on Shiji Xian, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. The atmosphere was peculiar, yet no conflict erupted. They all understood the gravity of the situation. Amidst this strange ambience, the crowd began to explore the Jingmian Zen temple, particularly the He Bai suspended in the sky. Shortly thereafter, beams of milky white light cascaded down from the He Bai. Shiji Xian raised his hand, an array of light entered his palm. In the next instant, he felt an extraordinarily pure energy converging within him. The potency of this energy was such that even a mere fragment caused his inner true Qi to contract. Simultaneously, he noticed a slight increase in his cultivation level. Though faint, it was tangible. It is worth noting that since reaching the Master Realm, his prowess had not progressed for a considerable time. Yet today, even such a small amount of energy was enough to stir his cultivation. A look of astonishment crossed Shiji Xian's face as he resolutely activated the Undying Seal technique, fervently absorbing the radiance emanating from the He Bai. The others were quick to react as well. After their initial shock, they each sat down to meditate and cultivate. Inside the temple, Qin Jue observed this scene and chuckled coldly. "Savor it. Absorb as much as you can." The headless rice isn't so easily digested. Qin Jue could already foresee the fate awaiting these individuals, estimating that most would end up being utilized by Li Wen for research purposes. Ever since an incident where he nearly fell victim to Li Wen's schemes, he had taken to avoiding that person at all costs. Qin Jue would never forget that day when he was diligently carrying out his duties, and Li Wen suddenly approached him, claiming that he needed his cooperation for a research project, implying that it was at the behest of the emperor. The moment Qin Jue heard this, he was elated and promptly followed along. What was the outcome? That lunatic had ended up treating him like a power bank. The Blessed Ones possess a remarkable quality. The cultivation bestowed upon them by the grand fortune of the universe manifests as a form of energy distinctly different from the ethereal powers typically associated with luck. Logically, one would assume that the absence of spiritual energy within the great universe would hinder their abilities. Yet these favored individuals can effortlessly replenish their internal energies after mere moments of rest. This notion sparked Li Wen's curiosity to explore whether fortune could indeed be transformed into spiritual energy, and if so, what the essence of this transformation entailed, as well as the inherent differences between the two. Naturally, Qin Jue found himself coerced into becoming an unwitting subject for an extended period. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He gazed at the martial experts before him, a flicker of pity in his eyes. For their fate in Li Wen's hands promised far greater agony than a swift demise. As days passed, the news of Emperor Sui Yang's demise had yet to fully disseminate. Yet the extraordinary phenomena over Luoyang became widely known within a mere 2 days. The phrase "he who possesses the he sure by shall conquer the world" proved irresistibly enticing. In that fleeting moment of revelation, various factions across the realm could no longer remain idle. The Li Tang, the Huagang, and other regional powers hastily mobilized their forces towards Luoyang. Meanwhile, Wang Shichong, the local authority in Luoyang, found his original plans disrupted by the unusual occurrences surrounding the he sure by. Yet, this turn of events proved fortuitous for him. On the second day following the appearance of the phenomena, Wang Shichong installed a puppet emperor in Luoyang, proclaiming, "The Bai emerges from Luoyang, thus decreed by heaven." Remarkably, his declaration, coupled with the grand spectacle, convinced many commoners of its veracity, resulting in a sudden surge of support for Wang Shichong's previously weak faction. In the blink of an eye, the realm's dynamics shifted dramatically. Luoyang seemed to emerge as the epicenter of a struggle for supremacy. Little did anyone suspect that a mastermind orchestrated these events from the shadows, regarding all with disdain from beneath the he sure by. Armies from all directions advanced toward Luoyang. Meanwhile, in the great universe, a multitude of tanks stood in orderly formation, poised for action, while helicopters hovered above. In the air, Elpa, wielding the Fong Tian Huaji, surveyed the soldiers below, patiently awaiting the opening of the spatial portal. Though his official rank was modest after receiving the imperial favor, and his cultivation stood at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he had been exceptionally appointed by Qin Jue as the commander of this expedition. The emperor's favoritism left Elpa both astonished and eager to prove himself, gripping his weapon tightly as he gazed ahead. On the 4th day following Emperor Sui Yang's passing, forces such as Li Mi's Huagang and the Yuan clan, situated in close proximity to Luoyang, swiftly gathered their armies and infiltrated the city. Other factions, like the Li Tang, slightly further away, dispatched elite troops to Luoyang in advance. The news of the he sure bai's potential to aid in cultivation continuously drew martial artists from across the realm, including skilled individuals from the distant northern steppes of the Turks and the southern seas of Yingzhou. The situation in Luoyang grew increasingly tumultuous. By the 5th day post-Emperor Sui Yang's death, various factions had entrenched themselves in Luoyang, leading to inevitable conflicts. Various small-scale conflicts have been incessantly unfolding. Those martial artists, in their fervent quest for the opportunity to cultivate beneath the he sure by, have frequently resorted to violent confrontations. On the 7th day following the demise of Emperor Yang of Sui, the clashes between various factions escalated once more, particularly between Li Mi's forces and Wang Shichong of Luoyang, culminating in a significant confrontation. This battle resulted in casualties exceeding 10,000 on both sides. On the 8th night after the emperor's death, within the encampment of the Huagang army, Li Mi perused the casualty reports from the previous skirmish, his brow furrowing in distress. He had underestimated Wang Shichong, lamenting inwardly as he had originally intended to seize Luoyang City before other factions could establish a foothold. However, he had not anticipated Wang Shichong's alliance with the Dugu clan, which had significantly bolstered the opposing forces, coupled with the strategic difficulty of assaulting Luoyang. After a prolonged siege yielded no success, he was compelled to withdraw. This setback entailed more than mere loss of soldiers. Failing to capture Luoyang allowed other factions to arrive in succession over the past 2 days. Among these were the formidable 8,000 elite cavalry of the Li Tang, the remnants of the former Sui dynasty controlled by the Yuan family, the Xian Wang of Hebei, and the Liang Emperor from the south. While Li Mi's Wagong army and Wang Shichong's troops currently comprised the largest forces, the other factions were not to be underestimated. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mi felt a throbbing headache. It was utter chaos. In such a tumultuous situation, anyone daring to act first would surely meet their demise. He rubbed his temples, intending to rest briefly when he suddenly sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet. Huh? Li Mi's gaze sharpened instantly. He hastily exited his tent. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The urgent cries of the sentinels echoed throughout the camp, accompanied by the rapid thundering of hooves. Li Mi, possessing martial prowess that could be deemed exceptional, squinted into the distance as a sizable cavalry force charged towards him. It was the Li Tang. How could Li Mi not recognize this cavalry? They were none other than the elite troops dispatched by Li Shimin, stationed nearby. Li Mi's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. This cavalry numbered only a few thousand, while he commanded an army of 300,000, at least 200,000. Despite some exaggeration, such a cavalry could not possibly overwhelm him. However, calamity often comes in pairs. Just as he steadied himself to command his forces, a soldier rushed towards him in a state of panic. Report. Chief, it's bad. Wang Shichong's army has emerged from the city. They are less than 3 miles away. Boom. The news struck Li Mi's mind with a thunderous clarity. The Li Tang had allied with Wang Shichong. When had this occurred, and why was he unaware? What were his scouts doing? A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Li Mi's face hardened with resolve. Convey my orders. Maintain discipline. Anyone sowing discord among the ranks shall face execution without mercy. Thus, the stage was set for an unexpected clash. The Li Tang, in league with Wang Shichong, launched a surprise assault on Li Mi's Wagong army. The cries of battle shattered the tranquility of the night, as the cacophony of a conflict involving hundreds of thousands resonated throughout the land. After initially being caught off guard, Li Mi's Wagong army gradually stabilized its position by leveraging its numerical superiority. However, it was evident to discerning observers that their defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, the battlefield is always fraught with uncertainties. As dawn broke, a formidable force abruptly joined the fray. It was the former Sui army led by Yuan Hua. Chaos ensued. Complete and utter chaos. The scale of the conflict escalated from 3 factions to 4, and ultimately, every force that had reached Luoyang sought to stake their claim. The intensity grew, blood staining the earth crimson, with corpses scattered across the ground. With more factions entering the fray, the initial plan of Li Tang and Wang Shichong to encircle Li Mi had transformed. It was no longer a question of whether to conclude the battle, but rather one of being unable to withdraw at all. From the deep of night to the break of day, the various forces, driven by bloodlust, poured in an ever-increasing number of troops. At the heart of the battlefield, Li Mi, drenched in blood, felt a soldier attempting to ambush him, nearly collapsing to the ground. The strain of hours of intense combat was taking its toll, even on a martial arts master like him. Chief, we must retreat. Too many brothers have perished. A trusted aide rushed to support Li Mi, his voice laced with urgency. The chaos was overwhelming, with forces from all sides present. His words were filled with anxiety. Of the 300,000 troops, less than half remained after the melee. If this continued, they would all perish. Damn it! Li Mi's eyes blazed with fury. The he sure by was within reach. And to retreat now would drastically diminish his chances of unifying the realm. He was unwilling to concede. Yet, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Relay my orders to the army. Just as Li Mi was about to issue his command, suddenly, boom, a thunderous sound erupted from the clear sky, so immense that it nearly toppled the hundreds of thousands of soldiers present. The once tense battlefield fell silent for a moment. Countless gazes turned skyward in astonishment. In the previously vacant space, an enormous, azure, strangely shaped portal seemingly tore through the heavens. Whether it was Li Mi, Li Shimin, or the rear guard led by Wang Shichong, or the numerous masters of both righteous and demonic paths outside the Chan temple, all paused in their activities, rising to their feet with wide, astonished eyes fixed on the spatial gateway. Boom! A peculiar, almost suffocating sound reverberated from beyond the portal. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the other side. It was a person, a figure suspended in midair. The individual wore a trident-structured purple-gold crown. With 3 sharp iron tridents pointing towards the sky, red peacock feathers cascading down its sides, swaying majestically with each step, reminiscent of flames scorching the air. Clad in a beast-faced, head-swallowing chain mail, the armor was tightly fitted, resembling dragon scales, emanating a cold, profound light. The shoulder armor featured a golden lion's head, its eyes embedded with blood-red jade, fangs bared as if eager to devour its foes. A dark red satin battle robe billowed out from beneath the armor, its hem adorned with golden threaded cloud and thunder patterns, subtly revealing the ominous aura of the battlefield. The armored boots, crafted from rhinoceros leather, enveloped his legs, adorned with copper studs that resembled a starry expanse. Each step he took resonated like the thunder of war drums, heavy as mountains. In his hand, he wielded an enigmatic weapon, its shaft a deep obsidian, intricately patterned with spiraling dark motifs. The spearhead, forged from cold steel, bore a crescent blade sharp as frost, while its tip, akin to a piercing cold star, seemed capable of breaching the heavens. Merely standing aloft, an imposing aura emanated from him, expanding ominously in all directions. Truly a sight of regal might and overwhelming presence. The soldiers below, upon witnessing Lu Po's formidable appearance, could only feel astonished dread. Yet, had a modern individual laid eyes upon him, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Brother, where did you procure such armor?" As for the reason behind Lu Po's classic attire, do not inquire. It was merely a whimsical indulgence of a certain individual's imagination. Upon his emergence, Lu Po lowered his head slightly, surveying the still battlefield beneath him. A faint, disdainful smile began to trace his lips. The countless soldiers below remained ensnared in the astonishment brought forth by Lu Po's arrival. Suddenly, the portal resonated once more, and peculiar yet sleek, violence-imbued machines began to emerge. 1, 2, an ominous array of tanks materialized before all eyes, their menacing cannons aimed directly at the battlefield. Accompanying the tanks were dozens of roaring warplanes. What could this possibly be? Humans invariably fear the unknown, and the scenes unfolding before them had utterly shattered their comprehension. A palpable dread of the unfamiliar surged within every heart. The battlefield fell eerily silent as soldiers stood transfixed, gazing at the tanks, the aircraft, and the figure of Lu Po suspended in midair. The masters outside the silent Zen temple felt a profound unease, caught in a moment of indecision as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. However, this bizarre atmosphere did not linger for long. In midair, Lu Po surveyed the battlefield once more and softly uttered 2 words. "Fire." With that command, a cacophony erupted. The dark array of tanks unleashed a thunderous roar. The aircraft above began to rain down shells. Explosions erupted amidst the soldiers, who were still reeling from shock. Boom, boom, boom. Like divine retribution, countless flames erupted in various locales, shockwaves scattering debris and severed limbs through the air. Stunned, the ancient soldiers, accustomed to combat with blades, had never witnessed such carnage. After a brief stupor, the vast army descended into chaos. Cries of terror and disbelief filled the air as everyone desperately fled in all directions. What on earth was happening? Li Mi stood transfixed, his mind paralyzed by the apocalyptic scene before him. A martial arts master and leader of the Wagong army rendered powerless. Suddenly, a bullet struck his chest. The searing pain caused Li Mi to collapse to the ground. "Leader!" The guards surrounding him gasped in horror and rushed to his side. However, from a distance, heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, mowing down the guards like wheat in a field. No, Li Mi, collapsed on the ground, was not yet dead. He yearned to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength and could only unleash a heart-wrenching roar. In the distance, a DU soldier gazed upon Li Mi, who had astonishingly survived a gunshot, and could not help but exclaim softly. Coming from a humble background, this soldier had earned a rare opportunity to fight. Upon his first glance at the extraordinary Li Mi, he thought to himself that this individual might prove significant, potentially garnering substantial military merit. To his surprise, however, the shot had not claimed Li Mi's life. Yet, he paid it no mind. A few more shots would suffice. He continued to aim, firing in rapid succession. The soldier targeted Li Mi's head, emptying half a magazine, until Li Mi was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The slaughter was one-sided, an indiscriminate massacre. What martial arts masters, what vast armies. There was no need for cultivators to intervene. This torrent of steel would utterly crush them all. Outside the Jing Zen temple, numerous experts from both righteous and demonic factions watched the unfolding scenes, each swallowing hard. Even masters like Shi Xian, Qin Jue, and Ji Yuyin felt their hearts quiver at the sound of the thunderous gunfire. They could not comprehend it, despite possessing the might to move mountains and drain seas. They were confounded by it all. Within the Jing Zen temple, Master Liao Kong's eyes brimmed with sorrow, tears of blood streaming down his face. The malevolent forces spoke, and after over 30 years of silent meditation, he found his voice. Struggling, he managed to utter 2 words and sank to the ground, beginning to chant sutras in a low murmur. His cultivation visibly waned at an alarming rate, until moments later, he was entirely extinguished. Qin Jue did not intervene in this calamity. In this world, there was no right or wrong, merely differing stances. He considered this a final act of dignity for the venerable monk. Above the battlefield, Elpa glanced at the one-sided conflict below and let out a sinister laugh. With a swing of his Fang Tian Hua Ji, accompanied by the sound of thunder, he surged toward the distant Jing Zen temple. According to Lord Qin, the world's masters possessed remarkable prowess, and he was eager to witness it firsthand. Where are you all headed? As the situation grew dire, several experts outside the Jing Zen temple prepared to flee. With a casual thrust of his spear, Elpa dispatched a fleeing martial artist, his maniacal laughter echoing through the skies. Fun Qinghui and the other experts raised their heads to see Elpa approaching step by step, towering over the gathered warriors. Who are you, and why do you commit such atrocities? The assembled experts, sensing the gravity of the situation, clustered together. In this moment, the rare alliance of righteous and demonic factions was formed. A righteous-looking master, radiating virtue, brandished a long knife, his hand trembling. Yet he summoned the courage to question Elpa. Who am I? Ha! A splendid inquiry. Elpa tilted his head slightly, his Fang Tian Hua Ji enveloped in spiritual energy. I am Elpa, the commander of the 1st Expeditionary Force of the Du Empire, personally appointed by His Majesty as the general of the expedition. I have come here for but one purpose, either to slay you all or to be slain by you. Who shall be the first to step forth? No, let us all engage together. Ha! After a fit of maniacal laughter, Lupa resolutely took action. Swinging his Fang Tian Hua Ji with a thunderous roar, sweeping towards the crowd below, he intended to challenge the pinnacle of this world single-handedly. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. With a fierce cry, Fan Qinghui realized she could no longer remain detached from the unfolding chaos. Channeling the principles of the compassionate sword cannon, she found herself wielding a 3-foot-long azure blade, striking towards Lu Po in kind. Simultaneously, she communicated telepathically with Shi Zhishuan and Zhu Yiyan. Evil forces have invaded. We cannot stand idly by. This man leads the demonic army. Let us join forces to eliminate him. Though Shi Zhishuan and Zhu Yiyan harbored deep-seated enmity as practitioners of the demonic path, they understood the gravity of the situation. Without uttering a word, they unleashed their formidable skills. The 3 masters ascended into the air, encircling Lu Po with an overwhelming presence. Come on, bring it on, they shouted, their energies surging to an astonishing degree, standing firm against Lu Po. The latter was exhilarated, his internal energy surging as he charged toward the comparatively weaker Zhu Yiyan. Lacking any finesse, relying solely on brute strength, his figure transformed into a blur, a single strike infused with immense force aimed at Zhu Yiyan's head. Tian Emoda Fa. Zhu Yiyan exclaimed in alarm, swiftly activating the celestial demon great technique, warping the surrounding space, momentarily slowing Lu Po's movements. The spear missed its target. Yet the residual energy cleaved a gash through the mountainside. Truly terrifying. Do not hold back. This display of power rendered the 3 speechless. Fan Qinghui shouted to her companions, directing her azure blade toward Lu Po while a series of resonant mantras echoed, attempting to disrupt Lu Po's energy flow. This was the signature technique of their compassionate tranquility sect, the sound of purification. However, for one who had mastered martial arts, no matter how formidable this technique, how could it possibly disrupt his spiritual energy? Especially considering Fan Qinghui's other skill, Sword Heart Clarity, which predicted the enemy's moves, achieving victory through non-action. Unfortunately, Lu Po was not bound by any traditional techniques. He completely countered Fan Qinghui's abilities. As for Shi Zhishuan, he proved to be somewhat troublesome, employing life and death transitions and the illusory demon technique, creating countless afterimages, blurring the line between reality and illusion, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Yet, this was merely a prelude. Failing in one attempt, Lu Po's figure reappeared in front of Fen Qinghui, finding her an ideal target to counter. With another forceful strike, this time he did not miss. In an instant, his weapon struck solidly against Fen Qinghui's protective energy. In less than a fraction of a second, the master-level protective barrier shattered. The Fang Tian Hua Ji retained its ferocity, striking directly at Fen Qinghui's chest. A thunderous roar resounded. The esteemed member of the Compassionate Tranquility sect was sent hurtling like a severed kite, crashing into the ground. The entire mountainside trembled violently. The residual shockwave mercilessly tore through countless onlookers below. Ah, she is still alive? He marveled. He had not held back in that strike. Yet this woman merely sustained grave injuries. A fleeting thought crossed Shi Zhishuan's mind, and seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a deadly strike. Beside him, Zhu Yuyan wielded her twin demon blades, striking towards Lu Po. In the vast expanse of the Yuan Palace, Qin Jue observed the fierce battle through Lu Po's eyes. He tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the merits of martial arts. Previously, he mistakenly believed that the destructive power of a master could rival that of an initial foundation-level practitioner, which was a grave error. In Rong Fengxiang's memories, he had witnessed Song Ke's prowess. Strictly speaking, Song Ke was not an ordinary master, but rather a superior grandmaster. Besides Song Ke, this world also boasted figures such as Ning Daoqi, Bai Xian, and Fu Kailan, all of whom were grandmasters far beyond the realm of an ordinary master. The strength of top-tier experts lay within the levels of Qi training from 1 to 3, while ordinary masters typically resided within levels 5 to 7. As for those grandmasters, they should be positioned at levels 8 to 11 of Qi training. This analysis pertains solely to destructive capability. Furthermore, Yu's cultivators lacked any magical techniques. Otherwise, a comprehensive assessment of their strengths would necessitate re-evaluation. Chapter 57. Grandmasters. The scene shifted back to the battlefield where Lu Po faced the three grandmasters. As Fen Qinghui sustained grave injuries, the calculating Shi Zhishuan finally launched his lethal strike. Among the myriad phantoms surrounding them, one particularly fearsome silhouette erupted with a terrifying wave of true energy, plunging a dagger towards the back of Lu Po's neck. Death. Shi Zhishuan's hair stood on end, and he succumbed to utter madness. In contemporary terms, Shi Zhishuan could be described as an individual suffering from severe schizophrenia. At this moment, the frenzied side of him emerged amidst the chaos of battle. Thud. The dagger did not miss its mark. However, this meticulously planned assault halted just 3 centimeters from Lu Po's neck. Zhu Yuyan's twin blades were similarly repelled by an invisible shield. The accuracy was commendable, yet the force fell short. Lu Po turned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, his phoenix-wing purple-gold crown accentuating his wild yet imposing demeanor. Shi Zhishuan's pupils constricted sharply. He wished to retreat, yet his body moved sluggishly, out of his control. With a sinister grin, Lu Po thrust his spear forward, effortlessly piercing Shi Zhishuan's protective true energy, plunging the long spear deep into his chest. Though the battle seemed lengthy, it transpired in mere moments. In a brief interval, one grandmaster lay severely wounded, another's fate unknown, leaving only the infamous In Ho, Zhu Yuyan. Witnessing the dire fates of her comrades, her will to fight evaporated. Without hesitation, she turned to flee. In that instant, she unleashed a speed that seemed almost unnatural. Lu Po fixated on Zhu Yuyan's retreating figure, but chose not to pursue. Instead, he weighed the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand, snorted coldly, and hurled it with great force. Zhu Yuyan, racing through the air, was struck as if by lightning, plummeting from the sky. The scene fell into a profound silence. Other experts below, witnessing this spectacle, trembled uncontrollably. 3 grandmasters, legends of the martial world, had fallen so effortlessly? Perhaps they would never comprehend the chasm that lay between cultivators and martial artists. Or rather, the disparity between spiritual energy and true energy. Far weaker than I had anticipated. Lu Po let out a cold snort, brimming with disdain. These 3 individuals are merely masters. In this world, there are still a few who possess a modicum of strength. Unbeknownst to Lu Po, Qin Jue had appeared by his side, chuckling lightly. Lord Qin, Lu Po said, clasping his fists in salute. Qin Jue nodded in response. Indeed formidable. No wonder His Majesty holds you in such high regard. Qin Jue patted Lu Po on the shoulder, then with a single hand gesture, he lifted Shi Zhishuan and his companions into the air. Infusing them with a trace of spiritual energy, he preserved their lives. These individuals still have their uses. They cannot be allowed to perish. Lupa nodded in agreement, aware that these individuals still held value, and he had intentionally restrained his strength. He silently noted Qin Jue's earlier remark about the existence of a few with considerable power, igniting his fighting spirit once more. Suspended in midair by Qin Jue's spiritual energy, Shi Xian and his companions listened to the conversation between Lupa and Qin Jue, their eyes filled with terror. Particularly, the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Jue made them feel as though they were facing divine wrath. If Lupa still possessed some capacity for battle, upon witnessing Qin Jue, the thought that struck them was akin to a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. From what formidable faction do these two hail? What are their intentions? Even their subordinates are so powerful, and what of that terrifying, dark mass of steel constructs? What manner of existence is this His Majesty they speak of? In their ignorance, the three were completely engulfed by the unknown. Not long after Lupa concluded his confrontation with the masterful adversaries, the iron tide of Dai Yu had utterly flattened the hundreds of thousands of troops. Yet these iron beasts did not halt their advance amidst the thundering cacophony. They arrived at the gates of Luoyang. On the city walls, not a single soldier was in sight. Below the walls, the gates stood wide open. As waves of Dai Yu soldiers entered the city, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The once bustling streets lay desolate, with houses casting fearful glances. The entire city of Luoyang appeared as if it were ripe for the taking. By the decree of His Majesty, the city is to be searched for martial artists. Those who dare resist shall be executed without mercy. A stern-looking general, adorned with notable insignia, proclaimed. In this world, there were only a few things capable of enticing Qin Jue. At the forefront were various martial arts manuals, followed by land and populace. The martial arts manuals were, of course, intended for the subsequent dominion over the world, while the population served as a means of replenishing slaves and constituted a resource in itself. As part of the army entered the city to apprehend martial artists, the towering spatial gates continued to expel the Dai Yu expeditionary forces in a steady stream. Once these troops emerged, they advanced relentlessly towards prearranged destinations. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty ants, they incessantly consumed this realm. In a single day, the entire territory of Luoyang succumbed. Whether commoners or martial artists, no one could thwart the march of this army. Within 3 days, the mechanized forces had already flattened half the southern region, and news of the demonic invasion swept across the land. In the central plains, within an unremarkable Taoist temple, the man known as the foremost figure of the Central Plains Taoist sect, Ning Daoqi, lay in seclusion. On this day, Ning Daoqi slowly emerged from the temple. Outside awaited a small contingent of Dai Yu mechanized troops. The scale is modest, comprising merely a dozen armored vehicles and 100 soldiers. This small contingent surrounds the humble temple, with dark gun muzzles aimed menacingly at the entrance. Ning Daoqi meticulously sweeps away the last fallen leaf within the temple before stepping outside. He gazes calmly at the formidable army before him. Opposite him, the commander of the soldiers also regards Ning Daoqi with equal intensity. Without uttering a word, the commander glances at Ning Daoqi and decisively issues the command to fire. In an instant, a hail of bullets is unleashed towards Ning Daoqi. Yet, in the following moment, these projectiles come to an abrupt halt before him. The commander furrows his brow slightly and gestures for the use of heavy weaponry. Boom, boom, boom. Tanks unleash torrents of fire, shells trailing long streaks of flame. A barrage of shells bombards his protective aura. Within moments, cracks begin to appear in Ning Daoqi's master-level protective energy. Still, Ning Daoqi remains composed. He raises his gaze slightly and finally makes his move. With a subtle motion of his hand, he presses downwards. Instantly, the soldiers of the army feel an overwhelming force descending upon them from the heavens. These ordinary men are powerless to withstand such celestial pressure. Many of them bleed from their orifices, collapsing to the ground in agony. This is the embodiment of unity between man and heaven, a manifestation of the preeminence of the Central Plains Taoist sect. However, just as Ning Daoqi prepares to crush this battalion, an even more formidable presence suddenly emerges from the surrounding atmosphere. This overwhelming force shatters the celestial pressure he had summoned, its residual power effortlessly breaking through his master-level protective energy. Ning Daoqi himself is instantaneously pressed to the ground. In that moment, a flicker of astonishment finally crosses his usually tranquil eyes. Desperately, he channels his internal energy in an attempt to rise. Yet the unknown force looms above him like an expansive starry sky, rendering him utterly immobile. Fortunately, this overwhelming presence arrives as swiftly as it departs. A few breaths later, Ning Daoqi struggles to his feet, casting a glance at the disoriented soldiers nearby, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Then, with a sudden leap, he soars into the air, heading towards Luoyang. He is not alone in this encounter. 3 other renowned masters share a similar fate, Bai Xian, Fu Kailan, and Song Ke. These few exceptional masters of the realm silently proceed towards Luoyang as well. According to various accounts, some classify Song Ke as a pinnacle master, while others deem him a grand master. For this narrative, he is included among the grand masters. In the outskirts of Luoyang, suspended in midair, El Pe stands proudly, spear in hand, awaiting the inevitable. From the horizon, 4 figures race towards him with fervor. Upon nearing El Pe, they come to an abrupt halt simultaneously. Without exchanging words, the 4 grand masters direct their gazes towards El Pe. The imposing presence of the grand masters is astonishing. Merely their presence distorts the surrounding space. El Pe grins, his sharp eye surveying the area as his own aura swells in intensity. Will your words hold true? Song Ke inquires, polishing his long blade, his piercing gaze akin to a razor's edge as he fixes his stare upon El Pe, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Strike me down, and my word shall hold true. The figure of El Pe, wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji, flickered with ominous lightning. Excellent, Song Ke exclaimed as he suddenly raised his blade, unleashing a slash that cleaved the very fabric of the air itself. Heavenly blade, 8 absolutes. First blade, inquire the heavens, he uttered with a low growl. This singular strike placed him leagues apart from Zhu Yuyan and the others. Come forth. El Pe bellowed with laughter, advancing rather than retreating, his entire being pulsating with spiritual energy, crashing violently against the blade's aura. Boom. The shockwave obliterated everything within several kilometers, the surrounding space echoing with anguished cries. Now, this is exhilarating. Amidst the swirling dust, El Pe materialized before Song Ke, the Fong Tian Hua Ji poised menacingly at his throat. Yet, Song Ke's reflexes were not to be underestimated. In a heartbeat, he deftly sidestepped, the long spear grazing past him. Simultaneously, he thrust his blade upward, aiming to sever El Pe's torso. Second blade, sever water. Clang. This strike flowed seamlessly, akin to the surging tides of the ocean. Yet El Pe skillfully parried it with his spear. The sharp clash of their weapons resonated through the heavens. Any ordinary onlooker would have been rendered lifeless by the mere sound. Failing to land his blow, Song Ke swiftly altered his approach. Third blade, slash the moon. Each strike he executed was imbued with a natural elegance, as if he were born to embody the supremacy of the sword. Truly living up to the moniker of Heavenly Blade Song Quebec El Pe, however, was no pushover. He wielded his cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi with masterful precision. A born warrior, unfettered by any incantations or techniques. Each swing of his spear emanated a profound simplicity, a singular force that transcended myriad methods. In the blink of an eye, their duel surpassed 300 exchanges. Their speeds escalated, drawing closer to a blur, until only 2 fleeting shadows collided in the air. The ensuing shockwaves surged forth relentlessly, the residual force scorching the earth beneath their feet into barren soil. Ordinary individuals, or even those renowned as top-tier masters, could not hope to perceive the clash unfolding before them. Fortunately, the 3 spectators were formidable grandmasters, fully attuned to the spectacle. Fourth blade, shatter the earth. Fifth blade, incinerate the stars. Song Ke's blade surged with increasing ferocity, each subsequent strike amplifying exponentially in might. Sixth blade, return to dust. Seventh blade, formless. With 7 of the heavenly Tao's 8 absolutes unleashed, El Pe remained unvanquished. Instead, he grew ever more resolute, his protective spiritual energy shattered, his armor in tatters. Yet his fighting spirit intensified. After the 7th strike, Song Ke abruptly halted. His internal energy had dwindled significantly, yet, like El Pe, his resolve remained steadfast. It had been ages since anyone had unleashed the 8th strike against me. The manic fervor on Song Ke's face gradually ebbed, replaced by an eerie calm. Accept this next strike, and you shall triumph. With that, he suddenly relinquished his grip, the long blade that had accompanied him for an eternity plummeting toward the ground. 8th absolute of the heavenly blade, abandon the blade. The abandoning blade technique, where one becomes the blade, rendering all things as a potential edge. Rending. Though he held no weapon, Song Ke mimicked the motion of slicing through the air. The heavens and the earth were engulfed in a sudden tempest. A sharp sensation ceaselessly slicing across Elpo's cheek. With a fierce determination, Song Kei's eyes widened, and he brought his hands down with great force. An invisible blade of energy cleaved the clouds in twain, this strike carrying the weight of the cosmos, imbued with an unmatched might, aimed directly at Elpo. A blinding radiance enveloped the world, so brilliant that it could be seen from miles away. The other masters retreated, yet their gazes remained fixed upon the clash of the two. Who would emerge victorious? This thought simultaneously flickered through the minds of the three. As the white light gradually dissipated, a towering figure slowly materialized. The armor that once adorned him had turned to ash, and his body was marred with countless cuts. Kneeling in midair, gasping for breath. Truly formidable. Elpo gasped for air and slowly rose to his feet. Before him, Song Kei crashed to the ground. With a sigh, Elpo turned to the others. Next, Fu Kalen observed Elpo's condition, furrowing his brow as he spoke. You are gravely injured. Even if we were to win, it would be a hollow victory. I said. Next, Elpo straightened, his aura once again surging upward, regaining his peak in mere seconds. Such bravado. Yet I admire this quality in you, young man. You have not brought shame upon me. In a deep pit, Elpo lay, his fate uncertain. His halberd had shattered into 2 pieces. His body was riddled with injuries, one arm entirely missing. A deep, authoritative laughter reverberated in his ears. Through his blurred vision, a golden-armored veteran gradually squatted beside him. The old general patted Elpo's cheek, chuckling. Are you dead? If not, then stand up for me. The general straightened, speaking in a commanding tone. Elpo, trapped in the pit, felt his eyelids growing heavier, his vision fading. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Ultimately, Elpo's eyes closed, yet 2 seconds later, he abruptly opened them wide. Staggering, he summoned his last ounce of strength to rise unsteadily. Excellent. Excellent. Now, this is the soldier of mine. General Yu Jun laughed heartily, placing his hand upon Elpo's shoulder. A more refined, greater surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Under the cleansing power of this energy, the scars and mutilations on his body healed at a visible rate. Moments later, Elpo was restored to his prime. General Yu. Elpo beamed with joy, akin to a child eager for praise after excelling in an examination. However, General Yu's expression suddenly turned grave. Do you think I would commend you? Do you believe that defeating these so-called masters alone is worthy of boasting? The authoritative aura of the golden core emanated from Yu Jun, instantly pinning Elpo to the ground. His Majesty is quite displeased with your performance. Due to your reckless actions, the expeditionary force suffered unnecessary casualties. You are unfit to be a commander. These are the exact words of His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the fearless Elpo was drenched in cold sweat. General, casualties on the battlefield are an inevitability. Elpo wished to argue, yet Yu Jun interjected with a cold snort. Elpo felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. These 4 grandmasters could be subdued or captured without incurring any losses, simply by dispatching a foundational-level cultivator or a heavily armored composite brigade. The soldiers you sent to locate these grand masters could have been guided by a mere thought from Lord Qin or myself. This is war, not a stage constructed for your performance. If you have anything to convey to His Majesty, do so. Chapter 59. The Imperial Academy of Sciences. One may serve as a general, but not as a commander. Without stepping outside, one can discern the affairs of the world. Qin Jue has always observed the journey within the realm of the Great Tang's twin dragons. Elpo possesses courage and martial prowess, but lacks leadership. He can serve as a valiant warrior charging into battle, yet he falls short of being a commander of multitudes. Fortunately, this expedition is to a lower-tier world. Had the opposing realm been of higher caliber, the losses would not merely be a few soldiers. Summon Elpo back. His rank shall be reduced by 2 levels. The remaining matters are to be handled by you personally. In the Yu Palace, Qin Jue spoke lightly. His voice traversed 2 worlds, resonating in Yu Jun's mind on the other side. In the Great Tang world, on the outskirts of Luoyang, Yu Jun, having just chastised Elpo, heard Qin Jue's voice reverberate in his mind, instantly straightening his expression. I shall faithfully obey His Majesty's decree. After respectfully acknowledging, Yu Jun turned to Elpo. His Majesty summons you back. Your rank has been reduced by 2 levels. Elpo's face fell, and he bowed his head, saying, yes. Seeing his disheartened demeanor, Yu Jun's anger flared once more. What? You cannot bear a mere 2-level demotion? His Majesty is too lenient with you. According to my perspective, you should face military discipline. Go back and reflect on your actions, and do not disgrace me again. with a wave of his hand. Elpa was instantly whisked away outside the spatial gate. That concluded the matter, and Yuzhen sighed softly to himself, reflecting on his youthful impetuosity. Without casting a glance at the four grandmasters sprawled about, he gathered them and, in a flash, arrived at the temporary command center in Luoyang. By the decree of His Majesty, I shall now take charge of matters here. Yuzhen casually tossed Ning Daoqi onto the ground. Firmly seated himself at the head of the command center. We salute General Yu. Though this command center was hastily established, it was adequately equipped with modern information technology. Numerous figures bustled about, most of whom were young and unfamiliar to Yuzhen. However, while he did not recognize them, they were well acquainted with his name, even expressing a sense of admiration. Upon learning that Yuzhen would oversee the upcoming affairs, the young officers could hardly contain their excitement. Report on the current progress. Yuzhen commanded, his tone imbued with authority. An elegant female officer promptly stepped forward, clasping her fists, reporting to General Yu. The advance of the expeditionary forces is proceeding exceptionally well, and we have not encountered any effective resistance. The aerial forces have reached Chang'an, and this capital has already been secured. The ground armored units have comprehensively occupied the entire southern region and are currently resupplying, with an advance to the north anticipated by tomorrow, if all goes as expected, within half a month. The entirety of the former Great Sui will be completely under our control. Upon hearing this, Yuzhen furrowed his brows slightly and inquired about the Xianyuan army. The Xianyuan army is the first military force of the Great Yu, entirely composed of cultivators, numbering fewer than 1,000. However, their configuration is formidable. As a Golden Core cultivator, Yuzhen nominally commands the Xianyuan army, which includes a couple of Foundation establishment cultivators, with the remainder being Qi refiners. If his memory serves him correctly, this army was also dispatched for training purposes. Why have they not been seen? The female officer hesitated upon hearing his question. Yuzhen's expression hardened, and he coldly commanded, "Speak." Startled, the female officer quickly responded. Commander L ordered that the Xianyuan army remain stationed in Luoyang and not be deployed. Yuzhen's anger surged at these words. What does it mean to guard Luoyang? What is so significant about that place? That young rascal must be afraid that the Xianyuan army would seize his military achievements, hence keeping them here. With this thought, Yuzhen resolved to report this matter faithfully to His Majesty. If that young brat does not learn a lesson, who knows what he will become in the future? Deploy the Xianyuan army to cooperate with the mechanized units. I want to see the banners of our great U.S. Black Dragon flying across this land within 7 days. After issuing his orders, Yuzhen pointed to the 4 individuals at his feet, instructing, send these 4 back to the Academy of Sciences, and gather all captured martial artists together. Conduct a thorough census of the population in this realm, bringing all children under 3 back to Great Yu. Classify and transcribe all recorded martial arts and techniques. How many prisoners of war do we currently have? The female officer replied, we have a total of over 410,000 prisoners of war. Yuzhen commanded, all shall be enslaved and marked with the slave brand, segregating martial artists from commoners. Methodically, Yuzhen issued military directives, illustrating the fundamental difference between a commander and a fierce general. A competent commander knows what needs to be done and how to arrange matters to achieve the greatest benefit with minimal risk. In this world, nothing can impede the expeditionary forces of Great Yu. Completely incorporating the world under the governance of Great Yu is merely a matter of time. In the outskirts of the capital lies the Academy of Sciences of Great Yu, occupying an exaggeratedly vast expanse. The civilian technological level of Great Yu is undergoing its first information revolution, while here, technology a full era ahead of the civilian sector is already in widespread application. This place is a hallowed ground for countless aspiring scholars across Great Yu, not only presided over by the Golden Core cultivator and esteemed scientist Li Wen, but also home to thousands of research teams, large and small. From pure physical sciences to the application of spiritual energy technology, research thrives. Ordinary people have only a vague understanding of this place, knowing that every major technological revolution in the world begins here, yet they remain unaware of its true significance. Within the underground high-risk laboratories of the Academy of Sciences, numerous buildings exist, the most central being a towering spiral structure of 9 stories that pierces the heavens. The obsidian base supports a spiraling tower of alloy that ascends a staggering 128 layers, its surface adorned with flowing patterns of liquid metal, animated by ethereal energy. Every 9 tiers is interspersed with a suspended Taiji ring, The left half is composed of a psychic computing array, while the right half is embedded with clones, forming an energy-gathering matrix bestowed with official titles. At the pinnacle unfurls a transparent crystalline membrane, 300 meters in diameter, which refracts sunlight into beams of psychic energy by day and projects celestial maps to elucidate the laws of the cosmos by night. This architectural marvel is known as the Hall of Primordial Mechanisms, beneath which lie over 300 clandestine laboratories. These laboratories are referred to as high-risk facilities within the upper echelons of the great universe, primarily conducting a series of taboo experiments that defy moral boundaries and pose great peril. Lu Yuxing is a junior researcher at the Imperial Academy of Sciences, having recently embarked on his journey within this esteemed institution. On this day, he dons a pristine white lab coat, emblazoned with a fearsome emblem resembling a black dragon upon his chest. Following closely behind him are several soldiers clad in obscure alloy armor, wielding peculiar firearms, their bodies radiating waves of spiritual energy. Suspended behind these soldiers are 4 unconscious figures, the renowned Grandmasters Ning Daoqi and his companions. Identity verification successful. Junior researcher Lu Yuxing. Welcome to the Hall of Primordial Mechanisms, a cold female voice intones as the imposing door of unidentifiable alloy gradually opens. With an impassive expression, Lu Yuxing steps inside. On the first floor of the hall, numerous individuals clad in white lab coats bustle about, each absorbed in their tasks. The researchers merely cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious figures before returning to their work. Lu Yuxing exchanges nods with a few acquaintances before proceeding to the elevator, pressing the button for the lower laboratories. Chapter 60. 3 choices. The elevator descends slowly, its spacious interior enveloped in silence, with no one, including Lu Yuxing, uttering a word. Upon reaching the basement level, Lu Yuxing gazes through the transparent elevator walls. The number of researchers remains substantial, with the entire floor divided into multiple sections, each constituting a separate laboratory. In the first laboratory, an array of bizarre creations is contained. There are creatures with human faces and equine bodies, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Others resemble hideous beasts, flayed and hyena-like, with robust limbs and glistening claws. Additionally, there are large, fleshy trees, relentlessly battering against the laboratory's specialized glass. The aberrant virus remains unstable, with a high probability of mutation, rendering it unsuitable for military application. However, these failed creations possess abundant spiritual energy, making them viable as biological batteries. A group of researchers points and discusses the terrifying entities before them. Lu Yuxing observes this spectacle. Enraptured, when shall I have the opportunity to partake in such research? He muses internally. The first floor is not the terminus. The elevator continues its descent. On the second floor, through the glass, he first encounters several humanoid mechs. These machines are suffused with spiritual energy, appearing almost lifelike. Yet, their strength remains inadequate, and they consume too much ethereal energy, providing only a marginal enhancement to practitioners below the mid-stage of Qi refinement. There is no alternative. The current material strength is excessively low, and the intelligent combat assistance system remains rather rigid. The outcome now hinges on whether the artificial intelligence in the laboratory can achieve breakthroughs. Perhaps we could explore the possibility of housing the spiritual consciousness of cultivators within it. Recently, did not the Imperial Expeditionary Forces capture a group of martial artists? Might we procure a few to collaborate with the biological laboratory on the first floor, to investigate the development of biological battle armor? This notion has merit. I shall submit a request. The elevator continues its ascent to the third floor. Ding. The elevator doors gradually part, and Lu Yuxing takes a deep breath before stepping out. The space is spacious and illuminated, similar to the preceding 2 floors. This level is also bustling with researchers. Within the glass chambers of the surrounding laboratories float various specimens, their eyes wide with terror as they observe the passing scientists. If one approaches closely, they can sense the fluctuations of true energy emanating from within them. Lu Yuxing, his expression impassive, leads a contingent of soldiers to the entrance of the innermost laboratory on the 3rd floor. Please enter, a dispassionate voice resonates. Lu Yuxing bows his head and steps inside. While the soldiers turn to depart, the 4 hovering grandmasters follow Lu Yuxing into the laboratory. Inside, a bare figure lies on the experimental table, surrounded by numerous tubes. Computers around the room continuously process data. The true energy within the grandmaster's body has mutated compared to that of other martial artists, exhibiting a higher purity. A researcher gestures toward the Grand Master on the table, glancing at the experimental data in hand. However, compared to spiritual energy, it is still not on the same level. Nonetheless, this so-called true energy has shown promising signs. These are preliminary experimental data. If subsequent tests succeed, artificial synthesis may be feasible. The researcher hands the experimental data to Li Wen. Li Wen scans the information, committing it to memory. He points to a specific area, saying, "The extraction frequency of true energy here is excessively high. We need to re-examine this." Understood. The two engage in their discourse, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Until after some time, Li Wen turns his attention to Lu Yuxing and the several unconscious Grand Masters behind him, smiling. It appears we have new materials once again. In the early months of the 26th year of the Great Yu, January, it has been over a month since the expeditionary forces invaded the world of the twin dragons of the Great Tang. The war has progressed remarkably well, and the entirety of the Great Tang world has essentially been conquered. Of course, this conquest refers not merely to the boundaries of the Great Sway but encompasses the entire realm. The information from the other world has not been concealed by Qin Jue. It has been made public. After all, as more worlds are discovered, Qin Jue envisions not just the Imperial Army's involvement, but also the delegation of exploration rights to the populace. This idea had occurred to Qin Jue at that time, but its actual implementation requires several conditions. Firstly, the average strength of the citizens must reach an ideal threshold. For instance, would it not be splendid if everyone attained the Golden Core stage, or even higher? Secondly, the number of worlds collected must be sufficient to fully satisfy official requirements. In the quiet, cold palace of the Yu Palace, only Jia Yu and Qin Jue remain. Your Majesty, the integration of the martial arts techniques is still underway. However, the Department of Education has already compiled the first universal martial art manual. Might you consider incorporating it into the foundational curriculum? Jia Yu presented a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Martial Arts to Qin Jue, speaking slowly. Qin Jue remained silent as he perused the manual from cover to cover before finally inquiring, "To what highest realm can one cultivate?" Jia Yu replied, "This manual amalgamates a significant portion of the profound martial arts from the 0-1 world, including the longevity scripture, the compassionate navigation sword manual, and the heavenly demon strategy, among others. Aside from the War God Codex, which you specifically requested, almost all others have been integrated. The War God Codex is still being sought by General Yu. Currently, in its theoretical state, this version of the manual can lead one to the realm of an ordinary Grandmaster." Qin Jue asked, "Has it been tested?" Jia Yu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. This was conducted by Lord Li, and here is the detailed report." He handed over another document. According to Lord Li, the physical constitution of the inhabitants of the 0-1 world differs slightly from that of our DU citizens, prompting him to modify the manual. He also stated that citizens, or more precisely, those possessing spiritual seeds, cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Among two individuals, both with spiritual seeds, one could attain entry-level proficiency within half a day and develop a thread of internal energy within a day. In contrast, no ordinary person has yet managed to cultivate internal energy. Qin Jue gently closed the booklet, finding little surprise in this information. The introduction to spiritual seeds had been quite clear from Yu Shi. He even pondered whether these spiritual seeds might be akin to what is referred to as spiritual roots, a sort of artificially created spiritual root. After a brief pause, Qin Jue inquired, "Have any officials practiced? Does this conflict with their bestowed titles?" Jia Yu shook his head. "There is no conflict among the experimental group. There are also those with bestowed titles. After cultivation, the spiritual energy remains intact, merely supplemented by internal energy." Qin Jue contemplated this before stating, "Let us not rush. We shall wait until General Yu locates the War God Codex. The endeavor to equip the world with martial arts pertains not solely to the populace, but is intrinsically linked to Qin Jue himself. Imagine if all citizens under his command became grandmasters. What heights might he then ascend to? Nascent soul? Or perhaps transformation?" Thus, Qin Jue is deeply invested in this matter, hoping that the integrated manual will eventually mature to the point where even an ordinary citizen can cultivate to the realm of void shattering. Indeed, based on Qin Jue's understanding of the world of the twin dragons of the Great Tang, the Grandmaster is not the ultimate limit. There exists a notion of void shattering, though it seems no one has ever achieved it. After Jia Yu concluded his report and departed, Qin Jue pondered for a moment. At that moment, the jade seal within him stirred once more. Qin Jue felt a surge of joy. Each movement of the jade seal heralded good fortune. What surprise might it bestow upon him this time? His consciousness slowly immersed into that peculiar space. After a while, Qin Jue opened his eyes, his gaze deep in contemplation. Refinement? Following his conquest of the world of the twin dragons of the Great Tang, the Jade Seal had acquired an additional function, termed refinement. As its name suggests, Qin Jue now has the option to refine the world of the Great Tang. Upon refinement, one can obtain an entity known as the source of the world. According to the Jade Seal, this source has but a singular purpose, to be infused into the native realm of the great universe. Once infused, not only will the land's expanse expand, but the entire world will undergo various transformations. Will it give rise to spiritual energy? This thought sprang forth in Qin Jue's mind. The Jade Seal did not elaborate, merely stating that many wondrous changes would ensue. Thus, Qin Jue found himself faced with three choices: to refine the Great Tang world, to keep it as a hidden retreat, or to sell it to the civilization mall. Reflecting upon this, Qin Jue felt no urgency. The option of selling to the civilization mall was undoubtedly the least advantageous, as the prospect of selling that inferior martial world for even 1,000 was uncertain. It would be wiser to send someone to gather items rich in the essence of Great Tang civilization for gradual exchange. Between preserving it as a fallback and refining it, Qin Jue leaned towards the latter. Although he was unaware of the specific changes that would follow the refinement of the great universe's native realm, there is an adage that curiosity can lead one to peril. Indeed, Qin Jue was quite intrigued. However, should he choose to refine it, he would need to relocate the entire population of the Great Tang world. Who knows if the refinement would also assimilate those inhabitants? They are invaluable resources. As he pondered, Qin Jue suddenly recalled that he had dispatched a young eunuch to the realm to gather various items. What was his name? Wei He. Now that the items containing the essence of civilization within the great universe had nearly been collected, it would be prudent to send him back to the Great Tang world to continue his original task. Come forth, Qin Jue summoned. Little Lu hurried in. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Little Lu appeared unchanged, with over 20 years leaving no mark upon him. The palace eunuchs and maidens are all part of a system, and it was no surprise that little Lu, now possessing cultivation, retained his youthful countenance. Fetch Wei He, Qin Jue commanded lightly. Little Lu nodded respectfully and exited. In the Great Tang world, Luoyang. After more than a month, the battles in the Great Tang world had largely subsided. Commander Yu Zhen found himself with a bit of leisure. Still no news of the Hall of War Gods? He asked, frowning deeply as a general from the Xian Yuan army reported. Indeed, since the high-level combat power of this world was incapacitated by El Po alone, the primary task of Yushin's Xian Yuan army over the past month had been to seek out the fabled Hall of War Gods. Yet, despite the numerous cultivators, there had been no leads after an entire month, without a fixed manifestation in the world. It required fortuitous circumstances. This was the information Qin Jue had conveyed regarding the Hall of War Gods. What could be deemed as fortuitous circumstances? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yu Zhen. Could we locate Ko Zhong and Su Xiling? How could he have forgotten these two? According to His Majesty, they were the original protagonists of this realm. If fortuitous circumstances were necessary for discovery, he could not believe that these two favored by heaven lacked such fortune. General, those two have long been located and are currently still in Yangzhou City. I recall you mentioned that these two are extraordinary, thus I refrained from excessive intervention. They have mastered the longevity scriptures and have discreetly organized a small faction opposing our DU. Over the past month, they have engaged in minor disturbances, though none have caused significant damage. Upon hearing the young commander's words, Yu Zhen could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Your name is Han Xing, correct? If my memory serves me right, you graduated from the Imperial Military Academy 3 years ago, did you not? Han Xing slightly bowed his head, his expression remaining grave and composed. In response to Yu Zhen's evident admiration, he replied calmly, Yes, General Yu, I graduated from the Imperial Military Academy 3 years ago. I am currently serving as a lieutenant in the Xian Yuan army. The soldiers of the DU army are predominantly commoners and slaves. Anyone who successfully graduates from the military academy starts their career as a junior officer. Han Xing's position as a lieutenant, though modest as a 6th-rank title, speaks to his capabilities, especially considering he has achieved this within 3 years in the Xian Yuan army, an army composed entirely of cultivators. Yu Zhen, upon hearing this, cast a meaningful glance at Han Xing. This individual possesses the talent for leadership. However, recalling the lessons learned from Lu Pe, he was cautious not to hastily draw conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, Yuzhen spoke. I believe the key to finding the war god temple lies with Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. What do you think? Han Xing clasped his fists, without hesitation. Indeed, I also believe the crux lies with those two. Over the past month, I have been observing them discreetly. They were merely street ruffians before, but since their engagement with the longevity scriptures, they have experienced remarkable progress. Within just a month, they have risen to the level of top-tier martial artists, which is truly astonishing. Furthermore, I have made slight attempts to test them, yet they have consistently turned peril into safety. Upon hearing this, Yuzhen nodded. The so-called children of destiny are indeed exceptional. After a moment of thought, Yuzhen suddenly smiled and said, since you also believe the breakthrough lies with them, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can find the war god temple, I will personally commend you to his majesty. Han Xing replied, thank you, General, for your trust. I shall exert all my efforts. Yuzhen chuckled and shook his head. Handle your tasks this afternoon. Han Xing performed a crisp military salute, affirming, yes. As Han Xing exited the military camp, Yuzhen's figure vanished from sight. He would not entrust this matter entirely to Han Xing. It was not a question of trust, but rather a duty assigned by His Majesty that required his discreet oversight. After leaving the military camp, Han Xing boarded an armed helicopter, flying towards Yangzhou City, currently holding a 6th-rank official position. His cultivation level stood at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Although he could fly, he believed that if there was a more expedient method, why complicate matters? Inside the helicopter, Han Xing closed his eyes to rest. The uniform of the Xian Yuan army was entirely distinct from that of ordinary soldiers, exhibiting a deep black hue adorned with the visage of a malevolent spirit. The design of this spirit held great significance, allowing differentiation of rank within the Xian Yuan army. The insignia on Han Xing's uniform depicted a horned, fanged, red-eyed demon face. He himself did not possess an extraordinary appearance. However, his demeanor exuded a calmness, and coupled with the imposing military uniform, his mere presence seated there emanated a subtle sense of authority. The distance between Luoyang and Yangzhou was considerable. After a flight of over 2 hours, the helicopter finally landed at the temporary military camp within Yangzhou. As he disembarked, several ordinary soldiers from the Xian Yuan army under his command gathered around to greet him. We have met the lieutenant. The soldiers performed a military salute. Han Xing nodded slightly and promptly got to the point. What is the current situation with Ko Zhong and Su Xiling? One soldier reported solemnly. The two continue their usual antics in secret. However, their cultivation speed is astonishing. My observations today suggest they are on the verge of a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level. Han Xing remained expressionless, showing no surprise at the news. He continued to issue orders. Destroy several secret military points in the east and west of Shuzhou to force them out of the city. Send someone to discreetly leave them a way out, but do not make it too obvious. As he spoke, Han Xing glanced at the time. It was nearing evening. Summon Su Hua and inform him it is a command from Commander Yu, requiring his cooperation for this operation. Su Hua was one of the few foundational powerhouses in the Xian Yuan army, and Han Xing was taking precautions. It was imperative not to alert the enemy prematurely. The operation would commence at dawn. Chapter 62. Reality is not a romance drama that night. In Shuzhou, within an unremarkable tavern, the spacious establishment was eerily quiet. Ever since the Daiyu Expeditionary Army took control of Shuzhou, the city had been under martial law, not only at night, but even during the day. The streets of Shuzhou were nearly deserted. Recently, the Daiyu Expeditionary Army had been vigorously capturing martial artists, and although ordinary citizens were not yet directly affected, the atmosphere was rife with anxiety. Most residents were holed up in their homes, anxiously awaiting the unknown. Inside a modest room of the tavern, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were seated cross-legged, practicing their cultivation under the shroud of night. The occasional sound of patrolling soldiers echoed outside, but otherwise, the silence was unnerving. After a long while, Ko Zhong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting the internal energy that had been emanating from him. If a knowledgeable expert were present, they would immediately recognize that his internal energy was gradually evolving into true Qi. A young man, seemingly under 20, had already attained the realm of a top-tier master at such a tender age, a feat that would have left many dumbfounded in earlier times. Yet, he still felt elusive, always just short of that crucial breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Ko Zhong lowered his voice. But I have a premonition that a breakthrough to Grandmaster should occur within the next few days. Su Xiling, hearing this, also withdrew from his meditation, glanced outside, and similarly lowered his voice. Indeed, achieving the Grandmaster level sooner would afford us some measure of self-protection. The inspections by that sinister army within the city have become increasingly stringent. Shuzhou is no longer a place to linger. We must devise a plan to relocate the young Marshal S army. Ko Zhang shook his head at this. Easier said than done. Those ordinary sinister soldiers are manageable. Aside from their peculiar weapons, they are merely mortals. In a realm overshadowed by dark forces, a faction of malevolent soldiers proved to be formidable. Recently, Ko Zhang felt an urge to voice a thought, reminiscent of a sorrowful memory, but it ultimately transformed into a profound sigh. Su Xiling, witnessing this, offered solace, stating, "You mustn't blame yourself. None of us anticipated such an outcome." Although Su Shu met his tragic end at the hands of that evil entity, he saved the lives of our other comrades. I believe that, should he possess knowledge in the afterlife, he would not hold you accountable. Now let us rest. Just yesterday, I observed a number of these dark soldiers departing on peculiar flying creatures. This may present an opportunity for us to escape the city. Their conversation abruptly ceased, leaving an air of silence in the dimly lit room. Unbeknownst to them, a figure concealed in the shadows outside was eavesdropping on their every word. As dawn broke, casting a gentle light upon the land, the city of Shuzhou began to stir with life. The streets saw a scattering of hurried passers-by, disguised as ordinary citizens. Ko Zhang and Su Xiling lowered their heads and blended into the throng, making their way toward the western part of the city, where they had painstakingly established a clandestine stronghold against the tyrannical Yu. "How curious," Su Xiling remarked. "Why are there so few soldiers in the city today?" Observing his surroundings discreetly, he continued in a hushed tone. Ko Zhang, also taking note of the diminished military presence compared to previous days, contemplated. "I heard there was an uprising in the grasslands a couple of days ago. Perhaps it is connected to that incident. But what of the Turkic Grandmaster's involvement?" Su Xiling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although they were sworn enemies of the Turkic forces, the adage that an enemy of my enemy is my friend resonated with them. Adhering to this principle, they had quietly amassed considerable strength. Their whispered exchange continued until they reached the exterior of an unremarkable residence in the western part of the city. However, as they approached, they were taken aback to see a squad of armed soldiers encircling the house. Alarmed, they exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They could do nothing as the soldiers produced round devices and hurled them over the wall. The resounding explosions erupted, shaking the very ground of the western district, sending nearby civilians fleeing in terror. "No!" Su Xiling cried out, his eyes aflame with anguish. His outcry drew the attention of the nearby soldiers, some of whom broke from formation, weapons drawn, advancing toward them. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Ko Zhang urgently grasped Su Xiling's arm and urged him to retreat in the opposite direction. The soldiers, witnessing their flight, did not hesitate to open fire. Meanwhile, the squad leader activated a communication device, uttering orders. As top-tier martial artists, Ko Zhang and Su Xiling possessed remarkable speed, swiftly outpacing their pursuers. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the ominous sound of armed helicopters roared above, closing in rapidly. "Run!" There was no time for contemplation. The instinct to flee overwhelmed any thoughts of resistance. If one were to say that those ordinary soldiers wielding firearms could still be dealt with. The two had witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the steel bird overhead. It was akin to the emissaries of the underworld. The two of them, in a panic, clutched their heads as they scurried away, the helicopter above them resembling a cat toying with its prey, persistently trailing them at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, machine gun fire would erupt, bullets whizzing past them and stirring up clouds of dust. They must head east. At this juncture, diverting to any of the other strongholds was out of the question, for it would surely endanger others. Likewise, fleeing towards crowded areas was inadvisable, as these malevolent forces cared not whether one was an ordinary civilian. Thus, there was but one recourse: escape the city. The two of them fervently channeled their internal energy, their speed increasing exponentially, until they became mere shadows darting through the streets. They reached the city gates, only to find a squad of soldiers awaiting them. Boom! As soon as they came into view, a tank opened fire. The shell detonated before them, the violent shockwave sending them tumbling several meters away. The impact disrupted their internal energy. Xiling. Ko Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld Su Xiling beside him. An arm blown off. The tank, having scored a hit, ceased firing. A group of armed soldiers aimed at the two, advancing slowly. I refused to accept this fate. With their backs against the wall, Ko Zhong's eyes burned with frustration. Yet, at that moment, numerous armed warriors suddenly emerged from the surroundings, without uttering a word. They charged towards the soldiers in front of the two. Rat-a-tat-tat. These unexpected warriors instantly drew the soldiers' attention, transforming the scene into chaos in an instant. Qian Su Xiling, using one hand for support, struggled to rise. He looked towards one striking woman among the warriors. These individuals were, in fact, the martial artists they had covertly gathered. Escape. Flee. The woman, brandishing a long sword, turned her head slightly and cried out. But just as her words left her lips, a bullet from an unknown source struck her in the head. No. Su Xiling stood frozen, his body starting to tremble. One familiar figure after another fell before his eyes. The hatred within him surged like an unrelenting tide. Run. Ko Zhong seized Su Xiling, taking advantage of the chaos to dash towards the city gates. Not far from the gate, in a tea house, Han Xing stood with arms crossed, observing the unfolding events with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Enough, let them go, Han Xing said lightly, turning to a fellow officer clad in the same Xianyuan military uniform. The next steps are yours to handle. What trouble? It's merely a task. The officer chuckled softly. In an instant, he and Han Xing vanished from the scene. Amidst the turmoil, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling ultimately managed to escape. They dared not look back, fleeing for a full day and night until their internal energy was entirely depleted, finally shaking off the helicopter above them. They found themselves in a mountainous region, and after evading the helicopter, they could no longer sustain themselves, collapsing onto the ground. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the surroundings in serene tranquility. Occasionally, the sound of cicadas could be heard, and apart from the bloody duo, everything else was so peaceful. In the vast expanse above, Han Xing and the officer Su Hua quietly observed the unfolding scene. As night deepened, a snow-white ape suddenly swung through the trees. The creature glanced at the two men, scratched its back, and produced two small fruits, which it promptly placed into their mouths. Subsequently, it grasped both individuals and ventured deeper into the mountains. Chapter 63, The War Goddess Codex. High in the sky, Han Xing and Su Hua exchanged a silent glance, remaining concealed among the clouds. Below, the white ape leaped gracefully with its two passengers until it finally paused before a picturesque waterfall. Upon arrival, a multitude of small animals quickly gathered around, each exuding an extraordinary intelligence akin to that of the ape. Curiously, they circled around Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. The ape waved its long arms and uttered a series of peculiar sounds. As if obeying an unspoken command, the surrounding creatures scattered in an instant. Before long, they returned, each carrying an assortment of bizarre herbs in their mouths. A small heap of these herbs was formed, and the white ape scratched its head, pondering how to feed Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. After a moment of contemplation, it pried open their mouths and hastily stuffed the herbs inside. Having completed its task, the ape settled down beside them, patiently awaiting their reaction. Time passed, and gradually, the sky began to brighten. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon Ko Zhong and Su Xiling's faces. I am so thirsty, Ko Zhong murmured, awakening first. In a daze, he felt as if his throat were ablaze. Without taking a moment to assess his surroundings, he leaned over the water pool and drank voraciously. At that moment, Su Xiling also stirred from his slumber. Ugh ugh. Upon noticing the two had awakened, the white ape emitted an excited call, producing a pile of fruits seemingly from nowhere and placing them before them. It gestured, urging them to eat. What a remarkable creature, Su Xiling thought, feeling a surge of gratitude. However, just then, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Turning to inspect the area where his arm had been severed by an explosive, he was astonished to see that the wound had healed. These herbs, he had heard tales of miraculous plants with extraordinary healing properties, but to witness their effects firsthand was beyond his imagination. Thank you, dear ape. I shall repay this kindness in the future, Ko Zhong remarked, feeling significantly revitalized, uncertain if the white ape comprehended his words. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Xiling, both their eyes reflecting a shared sorrow, rendered speechless. What shall we do next? They were at a loss, facing the menacing forces of evil with no means to defend themselves. Even if they were to attain mastery, what would it matter? It would merely grant them a modicum of self-preservation. The world knew well that many martial arts experts had fallen before a single malevolent general outside the Jing Yin Zen Institute. One step at a time, Su Xiling murmured, closing his eyes in pain. This vengeance must be avenged, regardless of the cost. How can I let go of this profound hatred? with friends and brothers falling before my eyes. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. At that moment, the white ape bounded back to their side, pointing with its elongated arm in a particular direction. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling exchanged glances. Brother Yuan, do you wish for us to accompany you? The white ape promptly nodded. Though perplexed, the duo reasoned that since this white ape had saved their lives and gathered an abundance of herbs for them, it likely harbored no ill intentions. With this thought, they rose and followed the white ape deeper into the wilderness. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious pool, where the white ape finally halted. It was an unremarkable location, distinguished only by its picturesque scenery. As they surveyed their surroundings, an unexpected tremor coursed beneath their feet. Alarmed, they quickly summoned their inner strength, adopting a defensive stance. Suddenly, the pond erupted in agitation, its once placid surface seemingly drawn upward by an unseen force, defying the laws of nature. In the center of the pool, a vast void emerged, and a magnificent palace gradually materialized. This extraordinary sight caused both men to widen their eyes in astonishment. Even Han Xing and Su Hua, who had been observing from above, furrowed their brows in concern. Before long, the water that had once occupied the space vanished entirely, replaced by a grandiose palace enveloped in an enigmatic aura. The entrance faced the two men, and inscribed upon the plaque in swirling characters were the bold words Hall of the War God. In that moment, an overwhelming desire surged within both men. We must enter. Quickly, there lies great fortune within. High above, Su Hua briefly glanced at Han Xing, ready to make a move, but was halted by a gentle hand from Han Xing. Without uttering a word, Han Xing simply shook his head. Below, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling shared a brief silence before resolutely stepping toward the Hall of the War God. Yu Shuai, I implore you to take action, Han Xing whispered, sensing something peculiar about the hall that Su Hua might not be able to handle. As his words faded, the figure of Yuzhen slowly materialized beside him. Surprised, Yuzhen glanced at Han Xing, then, exuding unmatched authority, he swiftly advanced behind Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. The oppressive aura of a golden core master was terrifying. Merely emanating his presence caused the surrounding space to warp slightly, even making the hall tremble. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, who had already ventured halfway into the hall, suddenly found themselves frozen in place, unable to move. Yu Zhan ignored them as he entered the hall and casually waved his hand. Instantly, the two were struck as if by lightning, hurtling backward. Han Xing and Su Hua descended from the sky to the ground, similarly disregarding Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, their gazes fixated on the wondrous hall before them. At that moment, even if Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were slow to react, realization dawned upon them. They were being pursued. Inside the Hall of the War God, as Yu Zhan charged in, the surrounding space underwent a sudden transformation. Before him, a pitch-black demonic dragon, exuding a foul stench, lunged toward him. Beast, Yu Zhan remained unmoved. Despite the dragon's terrifying appearance, its aura was merely that of a great master and posed no threat to him. With a single hand wielding spiritual energy, Yu Zhan forcefully struck the massive head of the demon dragon. Boom. Under the weight of that blow, the demon dragon offered no resistance, instantaneously disintegrating into dust. Following the demise of the dragon, a radiant golden light suddenly illuminated the surrounding walls. Golden characters began to emerge one by one. The War Goddess Codex. Yu Zhan narrowed his eyes, swiftly committing the surrounding inscriptions to memory. Yet at that moment, the War Goddess Hall seemed to realize that Yu Zhan was not the fated individual it sought. The inscriptions around him began to vanish at an alarming speed, and the Grand Palace rapidly became ethereal. Yu Zhan's heart raced. He no longer held back. His golden core erupted with a searing brilliance, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the War Goddess Hall, expanding outward. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, until the entire Great Tang world could feel that dreadful force. Countless individuals looked up, the atmosphere in the Great Tang world shifting dramatically, as if a heavy stone pressed upon everyone's hearts. Weaker martial artists struggled to breathe. The War Goddess Hall, which had been hastily fading, was forcibly slowed. Qin Jue, assist Yu Zhan with your strength. In the Yuyuan Palace, Qin Jue slightly opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Within the capital, the figure of Qin Jue vanished in an instant, traversing the spatial gateway and arriving outside the War Goddess Hall as if teleporting. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Jue unleashed her full power. With both golden cores striking simultaneously, the War Goddess Hall lost all means of resistance. A faint wail echoed as it was imprisoned above the pond. Bring it here. Qin Jue's voice resounded in their minds. The war goddess Hall was tethered to a fragment of the world's rules of the Great Tang. As long as it was brought to the Daiyu homeland, it could no longer fade away. As per your Majesty's command, Yu Zhen and the others spoke in unison, their spiritual energy coalescing into a massive hand, seizing the Grand Palace and swiftly propelling it towards the location of the spatial gateway. Like twin suns soaring in the sky, countless people throughout the Great Tang, regardless of their location, could gaze upward and witness that awe-inspiring scene. Chapter 64. The world is armed in the Daiyu homeland. A colossal palace abruptly appeared in the high heavens. Citizens of the capital raised their heads in unison. Upon arriving in the Daiyu homeland, the war goddess Hall indeed seemed to lose its sustaining power, and the profound aura surrounding it vanished in an instant, transforming into an ordinary palace. Within the Yuan palace, Qin Jue slowly raised his hand. The war goddess Hall was drawn down, settling in a corner of the capital's outskirts. Qin Jue's figure also appeared beside the war goddess Hall in an instant. Is the war goddess codex recorded? Qin Jue inquired, surveying the hall. Your Majesty. It has all been recorded. However, this war goddess codex is quite peculiar. At the moment I inscribed it, an invisible force seemed intent on erasing that portion of my memory. Do not worry. Qin Jue's eyes narrowed slightly. It is said that the war goddess Hall was left behind by the immortal Guangqingzi, a place of ascension. This rumor appears to hold some truth. He approached the hall, reaching out to caress its surface while simultaneously communicating with the Jade Seal. The Jade Seal quickly provided feedback. Low-level martial civilization's anchor point for ascending to a higher world. It inscribes a basic cultivation technique, the War Goddess Codex, with a total value of 3,000 civilization points. Would you like to exchange? The War God Codex, a relic left by advanced cultivators, featuring a basic technique, rated as low, valued at 50 civilization points. Would you like to exchange it? This aligned closely with Qin Jue's expectations. Indeed, the War God Temple was a place of ascension. However, what surprised Qin Jue was that this War God Codex was actually a cultivation technique. Although merely basic, it was undeniably authentic. Even more astonishing was the fact that the War God Temple was valued at 2,950 civilization points. It is worth noting that at that time, he had only sold the Great Universe for about 2,000. Should he sell it? An impulse surged within Qin Jue, but he swiftly suppressed it. Compared to those 2,000 civilization points, he was far more intrigued by the world connected to the War God Temple. To be rated as an advanced cultivation civilization by the Imperial Seal was no trivial matter. Currently, his Great Universe was merely classified as a primary cultivation civilization by the Imperial Seal. After pondering for a moment, he realized that despite his curiosity, he could not activate that ascension passage at present. Setting aside any necessary prerequisites, what if an ancient monster emerged and obliterated his Great Universe with a mere slap? For now, he could only remain stationed here and contemplate his options for the future. Consequently, did this mean that his plan to refine the Tang Dynasty world must also be shelved? If he were to refine the Tang Dynasty, would the Ascension Passage still hold any value? Numerous thoughts crossed his mind, and after a brief silence, Qin Jue instructed, return to your duties. Taking one step at a time, he still possessed nearly 400 civilization points and could explore several worlds. At worst, he could leave the Tang Dynasty world intact. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had passed. In the 26th year of the Great Universe, early April, the weather gradually turned warmer. Since the commencement of hostilities with the Tang Dynasty world, for months had elapsed. Although the conflict had settled, public discourse surrounding the matter remained fervent. Many citizens were exceedingly curious about this other world. As Qin Jue gradually opened exploration permissions, a trend for interdimensional tourism began to gain popularity among the populace. Outside the Imperial Palace, numerous research institutions had sprung up around the War God Temple. Li Wen was particularly fascinated by this portal-like entity and had established numerous research institutions dedicated to studying the so-called Ascension Anchor Points. Simultaneously, over the span of 4 months, the Education Department, after incorporating the War God Codex, finally compiled the first universally accessible technique, detailed martial arts. In the Yu Palace, Qin Jue slowly closed the booklet in his hands and softly uttered these words. He nodded inwardly. The detailed martial arts could essentially be regarded as a simplified version of the War God Codex. The War God Codex was a cultivation technique, and since the Great Universe lacked spiritual energy, direct practice was impossible. However, this simplified version did not require spiritual energy. It began with the cultivation of internal force, progressing to true energy, reaching the realms of Master and Grandmaster. Would true energy subsequently be convertible into spiritual power? Before Qin Jue stood Jiayu and Li Wen, both standing silently. Upon hearing his words, Li Wen replied, "It is indeed possible. I have conducted experiments with Grandmasters. After transitioning to the War God Codex, Grandmasters from the 0-1 world entered the practice with remarkable speed, absorbing energy from the spiritual energy batteries. Their internal true energy would transform into spiritual power. Among the subjects, the first experimental subject, Ning Daoqi, exhibited the most rapid progress. Within a mere 4 months, the vital energy within him had been entirely transformed into spiritual power. Following this complete transformation, preliminary experiments indicated that he had already attained combat capabilities akin to the early stages of Foundation establishment. However, Li Wen paused momentarily before continuing. It is rather peculiar that, despite possessing Foundation-level strength, Subject number 1 is significantly weaker in comparison to those who have received official blessings. The minister speculated. It seems that cultivators endowed with auspicious fortune may generally surpass their peers of the same level. This was merely an initial hypothesis, with further experiments still underway. Qin Jue nodded lightly upon hearing this. Regardless of whether Li Wen's speculation held any truth, at the very least, there was a piece of good news. Once ordinary citizens reached the realm of Grandmaster, they could directly transition to cultivating spiritual power without conflict. What is the production status of the spiritual energy batteries? Qin Jue inquired further. The spiritual energy battery, akin to a spirit stone but artificial, is created through a series of processes that involve extracting and purifying the spiritual energy from cultivators, storing it in specialized devices. This battery represents the sole current solution to the lack of spiritual energy in Dayu. However, mass production of these batteries has yet to be achieved. The number of official blessings is limited, and the clones used for experiments have already occupied a considerable portion of the available slots. Expanding the scale would disrupt the normal operations of the court. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Jue stated, starting this year, let us incorporate martial arts into the compulsory education curriculum. In the future, those with exceptional talent shall be prioritized for the supply of spiritual energy batteries. Following his pronouncement, Jiayu nodded in agreement. For now, this was the only course of action. In May of the 26th year of Dayu, a piece of news ignited the entire realm. His Majesty intends to arm the world. The initial application of information technology within Dayu spread this news with remarkable swiftness. Within a single day, nearly all citizens were made aware of this development. Excitement surged among the populace, and there was credible information that the Emperor aimed to enable the entire world to practice cultivation techniques, which not only promised longevity, but also a future transition to spiritual power and ascension. The dream of universal cultivation and a nation of immortals was no longer a fantasy. Chapter 65, Memories in Dayu, Southern Tian Province. Mom and Dad, I'm home. A small boy, seemingly no more than 8 years old, bounced into the house, tossing his backpack onto the sofa. In the kitchen, a woman under 30, hearing his voice, stepped out with a smile, carrying a plate of food. Little Tian is back. Did anything interesting happen at school today? She asked, placing the food on the table and affectionately ruffling her child's hair. Hee. Today our teacher took us to visit the Academy of Sciences. There were so many fascinating things there, like a gigantic robot, even bigger than Dad. It drew me a little turtle. Little Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. And there were microscopes. The old grandpa said that in places we can't see, there are many tiny creatures. He continued to dance around, eagerly sharing his experiences. The woman listened with indulgence. It seems my little Tian is destined to become a great scientist one day. Little Tian shook his head vigorously. No, I want to be a soldier. I aspire to serve His Majesty just like my father. The 8-year-old child declared, his eyes brimming with resolve. The woman smiled gently. Being a soldier is splendid. My little Tian will surely become a great general in the future. At that moment, steady and powerful footsteps resonated from outside. Ha ha ha, truly my son, destined for greatness. Once you become a soldier, we shall fight side by side. Before the man even entered, his hearty laughter echoed. A man clad in the Dayu military uniform, possessing an unremarkable appearance yet exuding a calm demeanor, stepped inside. He scooped up little Tian, exclaiming, "What do you think, little Tian?" "Yes, I want to be a great general and fight alongside Daddy." The woman watched the duo with a smile in her eyes. "What brings you back today, busy man?" She approached, adjusting the man's military attire with tenderness. "The battles in another world have subsided, so I have been reassigned," he replied. "I happen to be on leave for the next few days. Of course, I must come back to accompany my wife and child." As he spoke, he planted a kiss on the woman's face. Seeing this, little Tian playfully scratched his face. "Daddy and Mommy are shy? Haha. Would you like to visit another world and have some fun? Daddy is on leave these days. I'll take you out." "Yes, yes." Little Tian immediately burst into excitement. Dancing joyfully, the family of three radiated warmth and harmony. However, in truth, little Tian was not their biological child. This couple had been raised under the Diyu's centralized cultivation, both being descendants of slaves. Little Tian had been adopted shortly after birth. Yet, the principle remained. Diyu values the spirit seed over bloodline. This family structure has gradually become the prevailing trend in Diyu. The younger generation, having received a elite education, possesses a liberated mindset regarding marriage and procreation, just like the seemingly ordinary family, where the man serves in the military and the woman is a researcher at a provincial biological research institute. After dinner, once little Tian finished his homework, he went out to play, leaving the couple to resume their conversation. During this period, the martial arts compendium compiled by the Education Department will be distributed to the public. It seems His Majesty wishes for all citizens to practice. Furthermore, there are rumors that those with exceptional talents will be prioritized for training by the court. The man lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. "This is indeed a positive development. You are concerned about little Tian's aptitude, aren't you?" The woman nestled against the man. Speaking softly, she continued without allowing him a chance to respond. "You need not worry about that. All citizens possess spirit seeds. Our laboratory has conducted experiments confirming that those with spirit seeds can cultivate without exception." The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Have you already acquired the techniques?" The woman shook her head. "They are for experimental use. We cannot disseminate them just yet, but it's not urgent. Besides, you hold a position in the military. I refuse to believe you haven't obtained anything." "Hee, my wife is truly clever. Anything of value is prioritized for distribution within the military. The martial arts compendium will be no exception, as it will be disseminated to the entire army immediately upon completion." The man smiled, suddenly emanating a subtle wave of inner strength. Has he truly cultivated inner power so swiftly? The woman, sensing this fluctuation, was momentarily astonished. This martial arts elucidation appears remarkably accessible, according to the revised hierarchy set forth by the Ministry of Education. My husband has already attained the status of a level 3 martial artist. In our military, this is indeed considered a rapid advancement. The man wore an expression seeking praise. A level 3 martial artist is akin to a third-rate expert in the realm of the Great Tang. Progressing further, a level 2 corresponds to a second-rate, while a level 1 signifies a first-rate. Upon reaching the master stage, one would receive spiritual energy batteries from the military, enabling the transition to the true war goddess codex, thereby becoming a genuine cultivator. After a brief display of his achievements, the man inquired, "How is the development of the gene serum on your end?" It's still in the early stages. Currently, we are only conducting preliminary experiments, and it will be a considerable time before it matures for mass production." After a casual conversation, the man changed into another outfit and took the woman out for a stroll. Just as they stepped outside and turned a corner, they encountered their neighbor. This neighbor was a retired veteran, now nearing 60, yet he appeared to be only around 40, showing no signs of aging. "Greetings, Brother Liu." The man greeted with a military salute, his eyes filled with respect. "Good afternoon, Xiao Wang," responded Liu Dehu, who was practicing Tai Chi. "Brother Liu, you truly embody the vigor of one who served as His Majesty's personal guard." Liu Dehu was indeed a notable figure in the area. Having witnessed the rise of the Great Yu and once serving in the elite Tianwu Guard established by the Emperor, it was said that this veteran had participated in countless battles, having traversed and conquered numerous nations alongside General Yu during the era when the world was not yet unified. With such remarkable achievements, one would expect him to be a celestial being by now. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose to retire from the military and settle here for a peaceful life. "Brother Liu, is it true that you have seen His Majesty in person, shared drinks with General Yu, and even touched Minister Li's head?" The man suddenly recalled something and curiously asked. Upon this inquiry, Liu Dehu's spirits lifted. "Hey, you little rascal, how could this be false? Back in the day, I was just an ordinary citizen in the capital, constantly oppressed by those aristocratic rascals, until His Majesty." Liu Dehu then opened up, recounting tales with fervor. The man and his wife listened quietly, their eyes filled with longing. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd gathered around, captivated by his stories, casting envious glances at Lu Dehu. To have personally met His Majesty is a tremendous honor. It is known that in present-day Great Yu, the Emperor is the one true deity, the towering pillar in the hearts of millions of citizens. To have seen His Majesty even once is a tale worthy of a lifetime of boasting, not to mention that Lu Dehu had conversed face-to-face with him. On that fateful day, with the northern clan's 300,000 troops poised at the city gates, a scoundrel named Wang Zhan audaciously insulted our emperor beneath the city walls. How could I possibly endure such an affront with my fiery temper? At that moment, I sought the command of Lord Qin, intending to behead that treacherous Wang Zhan. Regrettably, Lord Qin intervened. "Brother Lu, were you not afraid?" came a voice from the crowd. "Afraid? How could one not be?" replied Lu Dehu. The northern clan's army numbered 300,000, a dark sea of soldiers as far as the eye could see, while only a few thousand stood guard atop the city walls. Yet, I thought to myself, I have but one life. The emperor has decreed I should act like a man. What difference does it make if I perish? I reasoned that killing one would not be in vain. Killing two would be a boon. But who could have anticipated that, lo and behold, we had an immortal among us? Lu Dehu's eyes shimmered with profound reminiscence as he spoke, unaware that night had fallen. The streetlights flickered to life, and his throat was parched from storytelling. The crowd grew ever closer. And then, what became of that Audiheo kingdom after its defeat? "Brother Lu, did you acquire a concubine or something?" Lu Dehu took a sip of water and glanced at the time. "You little rascals are exhausting me. I can't take it anymore. Let us discuss this tomorrow." He maneuvered through the throng and returned to his spacious home, a 3-story villa steeped in ancient charm. Yet, in that vast abode, he was utterly alone. Seated upon the couch, he lit a cigarette, the smile fading from his face as shadows of painful memories flickered in his eyes. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the cigarette's ember, while the world knew of his glorious past. None understood why he had chosen to resign from the military and depart from the capital amidst his meteoric rise. "Ergo, my brother, I am truly sorry," he murmured. And unexpectedly, a grown man began to weep softly. That year, he had fought alongside Yuzhen, conquering a nation known as Xuanli. It was during this time that he met a woman while overseeing the capture of slaves. Their love blossomed amidst the chaos. A citizen and a slave. It seemed inconsequential, as slaves had avenues for advancement, provided they had a guarantor and demonstrated good behavior. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that woman, fueled by deep-seated resentment, deceived him. His beloved brother perished at his hands, leaving him in a state of despair. In response to this tragedy, the emperor even instituted a new policy prohibiting relationships between citizens and slaves, threatening the loss of citizenship for any transgressor. Having smoked an entire pack, Lu Dehu gazed at the ceiling, succumbing to slumber. The next morning, his phone rang. "Brother Lu, hurry and log onto the Imperial website. The details of martial arts have been unveiled to the world." Groggy, Lu Dehu rose, noticing the wooden carving of Qin Jue on his desk. He beheld the imposing, lifelike sculpture and choked back tears. Kneeling before it, he beseeched, "Your Majesty, will you forgive this humble subject?" Chapter 66. The national craze for cultivation. Since the 25th year of the Great Yu Dynasty, the advent of information technology had begun to permeate the land. Now, in the 7th month of the 26th year, devices such as mobile phones and computers had become ubiquitous among the populace. Moreover, these electronic products have bypassed their nascent stages from the very outset. For instance, mobile phones emerged without the intermediary of keypad devices. The initial offerings were exclusively touchscreen models. Within a mere year, these innovations have undergone continuous updates approximately every 2 months. On the 15th of the 26th month, at the break of dawn, as the comprehensive martial arts explanation was unveiled on the official court website, millions surged forth simultaneously. Fortunately, this was the official site of Daiyu. Had it been the potato server of Qin Jue's previous life, it might have collapsed under the weight of such traffic. In his chamber, Lu Dehu logged into the court's official website. The connection was swift, opening instantaneously. He navigated to the newly established section dedicated to cultivation. Before him lay an article exceeding 1,000 words on martial arts techniques, accompanied by illustrative images. Scrolling down, he encountered a series of detailed explanatory videos. At the pinnacle was an educational video, wherein a stern man clad in military attire began to speak. "First and foremost, we must comprehend the essence of cultivation. The so-called martial arts do not merely expound techniques, but illuminate, through a scientific lens, what cultivation truly entails. The subsequent videos delved into the specifics of practice, elucidating every step, highlighting critical considerations, and detailing the necessary auxiliary resources in abundance. The instructions were so meticulous that they could be likened to a foolproof guide. Within the subsection of this cultivation area, there was also a segment dedicated to martial skills, chronicling various techniques such as the twin demon blades and the 8 absolute cuts of the heavenly blade. Each martial skill was accompanied by its own explanatory video. The wealth of content encompassed the quintessence of martial arts from another realm, with even the most commonplace techniques once coveted by warriors now publicly accessible online for any citizen to peruse. Luda, who briefly skimmed through the entire content before returning to watch the educational video on cultivation in its entirety. After committing it to memory, he turned his attention to the martial techniques. He invested considerable time internalizing the comprehensive martial arts elucidation. Following the video's guidance, he procured a substantial amount of supplementary food for cultivation, primarily consisting of meats. Only then did he commence his practice as demonstrated in the video. Across Dayu, countless individuals mirrored his actions. The scientific dissemination of knowledge fostered a commendable habit among citizens, an innate curiosity to explore the essence of matters. Science and the fantastical are, in truth, not mutually exclusive. Science serves as a tool, a mode of thought, and a means to achieve a more efficient and profound understanding of all things. Consider, for instance, a citizen of Dayu and a commoner from the Tang Dynasty both undertaking the same cultivation technique, even in the absence of spiritual seeds and with equivalent aptitudes. The Dayu citizen would undoubtedly progress at a significantly swifter pace. As Luda, who closed his eyes and assumed the lotus position, entering a state of cultivation, the spiritual seed within him began to flicker imperceptibly. It continuously absorbed his vital essence, transforming it into internal energy at an astonishing rate. After 2 hours, a rumble emanated from his stomach. He exited his meditative state and indulged in a hearty meal. Continuing his cultivation, he persevered until twilight descended. At long last, he sensed a flicker of internal energy. It is said that 80% of citizens can cultivate inner strength within a single day, while the remaining 20% typically achieve it within 5 hours. Remarkably, there were even those who managed to condense their energy in less than a minute. As Qin Jue felt the stirrings of the world's spiritual seeds, he pondered silently. The potency of these seeds was indeed formidable. Even individuals of the most mediocre talent, when graced with a spiritual seed by Qin Jue, could potentially cultivate, if not become geniuses, at least attain the ability to practice. As for those already blessed with superior talent, the results were even more pronounced. With the cultivation of over 100 million citizens, an inexhaustible stream of fortune surged towards Qin Jue from all directions, visibly augmenting his prowess. The recently attained early stage of golden core began to stabilize, progressing towards the mid-stage. If the previous influx of fortune could be likened to an ocean, then this new wave, arising from the relentless cultivation of countless citizens, resembled a continuous stream converging within Qin Jue's being. After conquering the Tang Dynasty world, Qin Jue did not hasten to seek out the next realm. The great universe required time to assimilate the fruits of this conquest. In the 27th year of the great universe, one must never underestimate humanity. Given a sufficient base, geniuses abound. In just 6 months, over 100 top-tier talents within the great universe had transcended levels 3, 2, and 1, reaching the master realm. To consider that in merely half a year, there existed over 100 masters is truly astonishing, especially when the original Tang Dynasty world had scarcely a dozen masters combined. This year, Qin Jue's cultivation flourished, attaining the mid-stage of golden core. In the 28th year of the great universe, as more citizens embarked on their cultivation journeys, the internet brimmed with a plethora of training videos. Citizens generously shared their insights, and some of the most exceptional talents began to innovate their own martial techniques. Additionally, it is worth noting that several years prior, the great universe launched satellites into the sky. However, as was the case before, even the heavens have their limits. Upon reaching a certain altitude, an invisible barrier obstructed further ascent. This remains the sole concern weighing on Qin Jue's mind. By the 29th year of the great universe, the number of citizens who had transcended the master realm reached a staggering 100,000. This figure is not exaggerated. The resources of 2 worlds, alongside nearly 1 billion subcitizen slaves, sustain the over 100 million citizens of the Great Universe. The citizens of the Great Universe face no shortage of fundamental resources for cultivation, apart from a scarcity of spiritual energy batteries, and even this is in surplus. In the same year, Qin Jue approved the establishment of the first Academy for Cultivation in the Great Universe. This institution will select 1,000 individuals annually, drawing from the best talents across the realm. The reason for this specific number is that the annual production of spiritual energy batteries supplied to the populace is slightly over 1,000. In other words, the Great Universe can reliably produce at least 1,000 true practitioners each year. In the 30th, 31st, and 32nd years of the Great Universe, 3 more years passed. And according to the statistics from the Ministry of Education, currently, the population of master-level citizens within the Great Universe has reached a staggering 1 million, with the number of Grand Masters soaring to 3,000. Excluding the newborns, citizens who have cultivated for a minimum of 5 years have, at the very least, attained the realm of level 1 warriors. Among them, over 1,000 have undergone the transformation through the Divine Warriors Codex, fully emerging as foundational cultivators. By this point, the paths of cultivation within the Great Universe have become exceedingly clear. One must delve into martial arts, attain the Master Realm, transition to the Divine Warriors Codex, absorb spiritual energy, and ultimately become a cultivator, depending on their innate talent and the realm they occupied during the transition to the Divine Warriors Codex. These citizens generally find themselves at varying levels of cultivation, ranging from the peak of Qi refinement to the early stages of foundational cultivation. This exemplifies the advantages of scientific cultivation. Cultivators possess sharper intellects, with countless dedicating themselves to the realm of research, thereby propelling scientific advancement, which in turn facilitates further cultivation, a symbiotic relationship. Were it not for the constraints of spiritual energy, Qin Jue is confident that within 50 years, every citizen of the Great Universe could attain true cultivation. In the 33rd year of the Great Universe, 6 years post-conquest of the Tang world, the populace of the Great Universe has surged once more. Countless infants have been gathered by the Great Universe court from the hands of slaves in both worlds. In addition to natural births from local citizens, the current population of the Great Universe has reached 200 million, with nearly 40% comprising children under the age of 6. This year, Qin Jue successfully broke through to the late stage of Golden Core. Excluding those bestowed with official titles and blessings, nearly 5,000 cultivators have reached the foundational level through normal cultivation. The number of masters has astonishingly surpassed 6 million, albeit with a slight bottleneck in the transition from level 1 warrior to master. Over the course of 6 years, the Great Universe has not only made remarkable strides in cultivation, but has also experienced rapid advancements in technology. Weapons such as atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs have long been developed, with technology reaching a preliminary maturity and spreading among the populace. Within the Great Universe military, the first generation of individual battle armor has been widely adopted across the forces. Equipped with intelligent combat assistance systems and emergency medical systems that significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the soldiers. Additionally, innovations such as drone swarms and gene-targeted weapons are emerging continuously. The Great Universe has even established a comprehensive low-orbit missile defense satellite system, enabling the court to monitor the entire realm without reliance on spiritual seeds. In the 34th year of the Great Universe, the first generation of human genetic enhancement serums has been unveiled. This project had actually commenced over a decade ago, personally overseen by Li Wan. Within the palace, Qin Jue scrutinizes the azure vial in his hand. After a long pause, he solemnly inquires, "What are the potential side effects?" Opposite him, clad in a white lab coat, Li Wan replies with calm assurance. The Tai Su Foundation Type 1 gene serum has undergone over 10,000 experiments and has thus far revealed no adverse effects. Qin Jue then asks, "What are its effects?" Li Wan responds, "Through the dissection of several Qi refinement and foundational cultivators, I discovered that their genes continuously optimize with ongoing practice. Most notably, their adaptability to spiritual energy particles significantly improves. This gene serum is designed with that objective, and upon injection, it markedly enhances the human body's affinity for spiritual energy. In simpler terms, should a citizen receive the injection, the minor bottleneck preventing a first-tier martial artist from breaking through to the realm of a grandmaster will cease to exist. Furthermore, The probability of transitioning to the War God Codex and directly surpassing the foundational stage will be significantly enhanced. Qin Jue pondered for a moment. Let us first popularize it on a small scale. If there are no adverse effects, we shall then implement it among the entire citizenry. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Excellent. In the 34th year of Daiyu, Qin Jue gathered over 10,000 volunteers from the populace who were stuck at the first-tier martial artist level and administered the genetic serum to them. Qin Jue did not harbor doubts about Li Wen, the great scientist from the wasteland, whose prowess was beyond question. However, given the gravity of the situation affecting the entire realm, this matter could not be treated lightly. That year, Qin Jue personally observed these 10,000 individuals. To his astonishment, the efficacy of the Tai-Su Type 1 genetic enhancement solution exceeded his expectations. Within less than a week post-injection, the thousands of volunteers began to break through the Grandmaster threshold. After nearly a year of observation, they thrived vibrantly, exhibiting no adverse effects whatsoever. At this juncture, Qin Jue finally felt reassured. By the 36th year of Daiyu, Qin Jue, with an overwhelming force, disseminated the genetic serum throughout the populace. No one questioned or expressed concern. Countless citizens rushed to purchase it. In their eyes, Qin Jue was akin to a deity. They would unhesitatingly execute his will. This was the esteem Qin Jue commanded among the people. At the end of the 37th year of Daiyu, a martial artist census was conducted by the Ministry of Education. The total number of registered citizens in Daiyu was 215, 323, 341. The number of grandmasters reached 93, 425, 532. The number of great grandmasters stood at 9, 516, 789. The foundational stage, including those bestowed with official titles, numbered 18, 312. There were 32 Golden Core practitioners, inclusive of those granted blessings and the prominent officials of the first and second ranks. Boom. Above the capital, boundless purple fortune converged from across the realm towards the Yu Palace. Inside the palace, Qin Jue's realm of Golden Core perfection instantaneously broke through. Within him, the Golden Core shattered, and a miniature version of himself gradually took form. The primordial infant. An even more terrifying phenomenon than his previous Golden Core breakthrough enveloped the heavens and the earth. The momentum emanating from Qin Jue surged relentlessly. The primordial infant was not the terminus. Early-stage primordial infant, mid-stage primordial infant, late-stage primordial infant. Primordial infant, perfect completion. Alas, his fortune still fell slightly short. Just a hair's breadth away from ascending to the next realm. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Jue slowly opened his eyes. Now, Daiyu had developed to such an extent that it still could not propel him to the next level in one breath. What could the next realm be? Transformation of the spirit? Qin Jue sensed that, compared to the primordial infant, the forthcoming transformation would be earth-shattering. Chapter 68. Outsiders, Daiyu Civilization, Primary Spiritual Energy Technological Civilization. Within it, 5 primordial infant practitioners, 213 Golden Core practitioners, and several foundational practitioners. Civilization rating, level 35, showing initial potential. Activating the civilization radar. Searching the world. This search consumes 100 civilization points. It can locate level 13 civilizations. Shall we proceed with the search? As Qin Jue's confirmation resonated within him, the civilization radar in his mind emitted ripples once more. He patiently awaited developments. At that moment, Qin Jue suddenly perceived an unfamiliar foundational aura within the vast realm. The instant he sensed this alien presence, Li Wen's voice echoed in his mind. Your Majesty, there has been a disturbance in the unknown energy barrier at the world's border. Qin Jue narrowed his eyes, responding, I am aware, there is no need for concern. His gaze traversed thousands of miles, directed towards the far western expanse of the great universe. How unfortunate. He had not anticipated the presence of demon beasts within this celestial cave. Fortunately, he possessed the Heartguard mirror. In the far west of the great universe, upon a desolate stretch of land, a man clad in a blue robe, with long hair cascading casually down his back, spat out the sand from his mouth and struggled to rise. He gazed mournfully at the Heartguard mirror, now shattered in his hands, and sighed internally. The ancient texts had not deceived him. He had indeed stumbled upon a celestial cave of a transformation deity. But where exactly was he? The man stood upright, surveying the barren surroundings. Strangely, there was no spiritual energy present. Could it be that this was the incense realm once inhabited by that transformation deity? According to his sect's scriptures, transformation cultivators could create celestial caves within themselves. and some would nurture mortals within these realms to harvest incense. Had he inadvertently wandered into that so-called incense realm? This cultivator felt uncertain. His sect had only one golden core ancestor, and he had never encountered a transformation deity himself. How could he discern the truth? To speak of transformation deities. Even nascent soul cultivators were but a handful in his territory, and he, a mere acolyte, lacked the qualification to witness them. After contemplating, he realized it was not the time to dwell on such matters. He patted his storage pouch, retrieved a pill, and consumed it, sitting cross-legged to restore his internal spiritual energy. Once he had replenished enough energy, he rose and soared in a particular direction on his sword. As he flew, he muttered to himself, "What dreadful misfortune! I should never have been so greedy. I came away with nothing and lost so many treasures and elixirs. Damnation!" The cultivator was unaware of how long he had been flying when he caught a glimpse of a city's outline in the distance. Approaching, he paused to observe the towering buildings and the cacophony that reached his ears. Oh, there are actually people here? But what was this? The towering structures, coupled with the noise he could hear from afar, left him perplexed. Pondering for a moment, he furrowed his brow and stowed his flying sword into his storage pouch. Disguising himself as a mortal, he cautiously made his way towards the distant city. The Emo City, the westernmost city of the Great Universe, was populated predominantly by second-class citizens, with 99.9% of its inhabitants living in hardship. This place was harsh, aside from a few adventurers and citizens assigned here. The rest were either second-class citizens or slaves. The city sprawled extensively, home to over 3 million residents. Of course, when speaking of difficult conditions, it was relative to other regions of the Great Universe. Taken on its own, this city was no less impressive than those first-tier cities from Qin Jue's previous life. As the cultivator entered the city, he was met with a striking scene. As he raised his gaze, towering skyscrapers flanked him on either side, while unknown flying machines occasionally soared overhead. On the ground, futuristic vehicles traversed the bustling streets, where people jostled for space. Some donned simple attire, while others, akin to him, wore traditional robes. The neon lights of the shops glimmered vibrantly, rendering the scene utterly mesmerizing for this cultivator. Is this truly a realm of mortals? In his recollection, humans were not supposed to exhibit such vitality, nor should they appear so well-dressed. How is it that even the most ordinary individual here seems better attired than he? Lost in his thoughts, he was abruptly yanked aside by a large hand. Coming to his senses, he was about to express his indignation when a sleek, futuristic single-person flying machine zoomed perilously close to him. "Are you seeking death?" The man who had seized him exclaimed. This middle-aged individual, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, bore a scruffy beard and an expression of palpable anxiety. "You dare to obstruct a citizen's vehicle? Do you not fear for your life?" Upon hearing these words, the cultivator's eyes flickered. He was still uncertain about the situation at hand and decided to exercise caution. Lowering his posture, he performed an unusual bow. "Thank you, kind sir. I am newly arrived here and unfamiliar with these customs." The bearded man regarded him with an odd expression. "You are not from our Demo city, are you? A visitor from afar?" Indeed, the cultivator replied. "I have just come from outside to visit relatives in Demo City." He then subtly inquired, "The citizens here have grown increasingly arrogant. Our lives are at stake." To his astonishment, the moment his words left his lips, the middle-aged man's face paled, and he staggered backward several steps. The surrounding crowd, filled with dread, hastily distanced themselves from him. In mere seconds, a wide expanse of space opened up around the cultivator. His expression darkened as he realized he had misspoken. At that moment, the flying machine that had just whizzed past suddenly returned. Alarmed, he discreetly reached for his storage pouch at his waist. The vehicle halted before him, barely an inch away, and the door swung open, revealing a stylish young man who descended while chewing something and looking haughtily upward. "Who dares to obstruct my vehicle, this wildling?" Upon his arrival, everyone around, regardless of their prior activities, promptly knelt in reverence. The cultivator found himself standing out like a crane among chickens, momentarily unsure of how to respond. It was not fear, but rather the strange energy emanating from the young man that caught his attention. It was not spiritual energy, yet it was unmistakably not of a mere mortal. "Ah, you wildling are rather intriguing," the young man remarked, maintaining his arrogant demeanor, though a fleeting glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "It seems I am in need of a servant. You appear quite suitable. How about following me?" Hearing this, the cultivator squinted slightly, yet it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. As soon as the young man spoke, He lowered his head respectfully, a smile gracing his face. Is that so? Thank you, esteemed sir. However, before he could finish his sentence, the young man suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. His mastery evident as he thrust a palm toward the cultivator's chest. The scene was far from over when several figures suddenly appeared on the horizon, each exuding an intimidating aura. Foundation Establishment Cultivators. No, there were also Golden Core Elders. Chapter 69. The truth: the cultivator before them was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from the Golden Core was enough to pin him to the ground, rendering him incapable of rising. Under the weight of a single palm strike from the young man before him, the already injured cultivator nearly met his demise. Well done. 3 cultivators descended slowly from the sky. As they touched down, the citizens of the city obediently prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Among them was the Golden Core powerhouse, known as Majesty, a high-ranking official stationed in the far west. Observing the demeanor of the citizen youth, he offered a word of praise. Thank you for your commendation, Lord Ma. It is my duty. When this individual approached the desert city, I sensed something amiss. A stranger without a spiritual root dared to swagger into the city, truly oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. The young man scoffed, his previous arrogance vanished. Ma Xian smiled. Your contributions will be accurately reported to the court. I will take this individual into my custody. With that, he swept up the dazed stranger, who was murmuring incoherently. How is this possible? How can there be a Golden Core expert in a place devoid of spiritual energy? Why? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but he could make no sense of it. Not only the Golden Core cultivator, but even the Foundation Establishment practitioners beside him were brimming with spiritual energy, clearly not simple characters. The young man who had just acted so fiercely appeared to be an ordinary citizen. How could he possess such strength? That palm strike was nearly comparable to that of a slightly weaker Foundation Establishment cultivator. What kind of place is this? The cultivator lamented inwardly, but alas, no one would provide him with an answer. The imposing voice of the Emperor Qin Jue resonated in Ma Xian's mind. Ma Xian's expression turned serious. Yes, Your Majesty. After addressing the air, Ma Xian lifted the unfamiliar cultivator into the sky, his figure instantly transforming into a blur as he headed towards the capital. How fortunate it is to encounter such an opportunity while merely out for a stroll. The citizen youth regarded Ma Xian's swift departure with a glimmer of envy. However, that smile soon faded from his face. Casting a sideways glance at the surrounding prostrate citizens, he scolded, What are you staring at? Get back to work, you bunch of peasants. At that moment, a single-person flying device approached. A splendidly dressed woman emerged from it. What has happened? The woman descended from the vehicle, her high heels clicking as she approached the youth. He grinned, pulling her into an embrace. Great news, I'll tell you all about it shortly. As the woman stepped out of the vehicle, the surrounding citizens could not hide their envy. She had once been a common citizen herself, but recently, after passing an assessment, she was bestowed with a spiritual root, elevating her status. This is the current era of Daiyu, where lineage and background hold no sway. Even if one were a slave one moment, a mere second later, upon becoming a citizen, their life could undergo a tremendous transformation. High above, as the distance to the capital diminished, the cities below flourished in grandeur. Occasionally, colossal aerial vessels would glide past in close proximity, leaving the cultivator in awe at the overwhelming energy surging from below, nearly rendering him speechless. Golden Core, hundreds of Golden Cores. How could there be so many? It was not until they reached the inner city of the capital that Ma Xian finally descended. Awaiting them was a solitary figure. Well done, Qin Jue remarked with a less than pleasant smile. Master Qin, Ma Xian bowed respectfully, slightly raising his hand to present the cultivator he had brought to Qin Jue. With a fleeting glance at the cultivator, Qin Jue's demeanor shifted dramatically. The cultivator felt as if struck by lightning, his spiritual energy spiraling chaotically. Yuaning. A Yuaning elder. And not just any Yuaning. After exchanging greetings, Qin Jue led the cultivator towards the outer chambers of the Yu Palace. Inside, Qin Jue savored his tea leisurely. The cultivator was unceremoniously tossed onto the floor like a discarded dog. Leave, Qin Jue spoke coolly. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Jue replied respectfully before departing. Struggling to lift his gaze, the cultivator beheld an exceptionally youthful countenance. Yet, as he locked eyes with this visage, the world around him transformed. He glimpsed an endless expanse, a myriad of divine beings and demons. Qin Jue, seated calmly, exuded an overwhelming sense of profundity and vastness that enveloped the cultivator with an oppressive aura. Without uttering a word or making any visible motion, the cultivator's storage bag automatically flew into Qin Jue's hands. With no hindrance, the bag was violently torn open, and an array of items erupted forth: magical artifacts, elixirs, techniques, and garments. Qin Jue picked up a flying sword and flicked it lightly. With a mournful cry, it shattered instantly. Unknown materials, decent strength, Qin Jue mused inwardly, then picked up a vial of elixirs. The vial was adorned with peculiar patterns, with spiritual energy swirling about it. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Qin Jue inhaled deeply. Infused with unknown herbs, should possess healing properties. Not bad. This was his first encounter with genuine elixirs, far superior to those he had concocted himself. His heart swelled with delight, though his demeanor remained impassive. He then perused several volumes of techniques. True water technique. Despite being a Grand Yuan cultivator, he read slowly, akin to an ordinary person, leisurely flipping through the pages. In the vast Yu palace, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the gentle sound of turning pages. The cultivator, kneeling on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart brimming with dread of the unknown. He yearned to speak, yet under the intangible pressure, he found himself utterly voiceless. After a prolonged silence, Qin Jue finally set down the true water technique. Lacking a concluding section, it can at most facilitate foundational cultivation. Useful, but limited. He continued to peruse the remaining basic text one by one. Aside from the true water technique, the others comprised various spells, including a tome on formations and alchemy. Upon concluding his examination, Qin Jue's gaze finally settled on the cultivator, suppressing the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Qin Jue spoke softly. "I ask, you answer." Upon realizing he could finally speak, the cultivator quickly seized the flicker of hope for survival. Without regard for his dignity, he bowed deeply several times. "Senior, I have inadvertently entered your divine realm. I have done nothing wrong. I beseech you, spare my life." Qin Jue remained silent, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. "This is your final opportunity." His voice was soft, even indifferent. Yet, alarm bells rang loudly in the cultivator's heart. He hastily replied, "Senior, my name is Gu Huan, an elder of the Baishui sect in the Eastern Qin domain." Eastern Qin domain? Baishui sect? Qin Jue processed this information within himself. "Speak of all that you know. There remains a sliver of hope." He leaned back casually, his demeanor languid. Yes. Senior, please inquire as you wish. I shall conceal nothing." Upon finishing his sentence, he noticed that Qin Jue remained silent. Summoning his courage, Gu Huan began to speak on his own. "Senior, the Eastern Qin domain comprises 1 pavilion, 2 sects, and 3 schools. The pavilion is the Yunmeng Immortal Pavilion, which is entirely composed of female cultivators, with the ancestral figure being at the nascent soul stage. The 2 sects are the Baishui sect and the Lihua sect. The former's nascent soul ancestor has passed away, while the latter still possesses one. The 3 schools, Qingming, Hunyuan, and Qingwei, are all led by Golden Core ancestors. Besides these sects, there are several nascent soul loose cultivators, but as for places further afield, I truly do not know. In my early years, I obtained an ancient tome that recorded a fallen cave abode of a transcendent cultivator. Driven by greed, I ventured there with several friends, and somehow ended up in your divine realm." Qin Jue listened quietly, committing this information to memory, and then inquired, "How did you enter that cave abode?" Upon hearing this, Gu Huan quickly pointed to the token that Qin Jue had taken out and placed casually on the table. "Senior, I entered the cave abode relying on that token." "Oh?" Qin Jue extended his hand, and the seemingly unremarkable token flew into his grasp. He had not previously noticed anything peculiar about it. After scrutinizing it closely, he found no discernible material or unique feature. It appeared ordinary, with a faint engraving of the character for Cloud. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jue suddenly opened his eyes and pulled Gu Huan closer with a swift motion. He then placed his hand upon his head, beginning to probe his soul. He would not take this man's words at face value. After a brief interval, he cast aside the dazed Gu Huan and furrowed his brow in deep thought. It appeared that Gu Huan had indeed spoken the truth. Every word he uttered was accurate. The realm of incense and offerings? Qin Jue murmured as he summoned a map from his mind. The map depicted the entirety of the Great Yu's land as a square, and he had sensed the pervasive traces of human manipulation. Now, it appeared to possess a degree of credibility. After a moment's reflection, Qin Jue grasped the token. and in an instant, his figure vanished from the Yu Palace. When he reappeared, he found himself at the boundary of the Great Yu's territory. Such was the prowess of a nascent soul cultivator, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Chapter 70. The cave abode on the boundless expanse of the sea. A colossal platform floated majestically. People moved about, and occasionally scientists reached out to touch the invisible protective shield before them. Suddenly, a figure began to materialize slowly from the sky. The figure, clad in a dark dragon robe, surrounded by a black dragon, commanded immediate attention. As the spectators looked up and beheld this presence, an involuntary jolt of astonishment surged through their hearts. Your Majesty. In that instant, all individuals on the platform, regardless of their endeavors or ranks, knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The unified chorus ascended to the heavens, each face adorned with unabashed fervor. Be at ease, resonated Qin Jue's deep voice in the ears of every onlooker. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon rising, a female researcher from the crowd soared forth, arriving at Qin Jue's side. I am Su Qian, a senior researcher at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. I have the honor of meeting Your Majesty. The admiration in her gaze nearly overflowed as she looked upon Qin Jue's visage. Ensure that those below maintain their distance. Qin Jue instructed calmly, raising his hand to press a token against the protective barrier before him. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly ordinary token erupted in radiant brilliance, detaching from Qin Jue's grasp and levitating in midair. Suddenly, a cascade of golden light enveloped the surroundings, revealing the previously invisible shield that now materialized above them. At that moment, across the vast expanse of the Great Yu homeland, countless citizens looked up in astonishment. The once empty sky unveiled an arcane shield, intricately inscribed with various runes, floating high above. Qin Jue narrowed his eyes. Communicating telepathically with Qin Jue and the others, maintain order in the capital. Instantly, Qin Jue and the others received the command, unleashing their formidable nascent soul aura, compounded by the presence of over 100 golden elixirs, casting an overwhelming aura over the entire Great Yu homeland. Before Qin Jue, the shield, more accurately described as a formation, revealed its true nature and suddenly opened a portal. At the moment the portal manifested, a rich, almost palpable essence of spiritual energy surged forth from the other side, flooding in wildly. This was spiritual energy. The crowd on the platform erupted in exclamations, feeling every cell within their bodies rejoice in exhilaration. The indescribable sensation of euphoria enveloped them. Just then, the surface of the sea stirred ominously. Beneath the waters, a 1,000-meter-long dragon surged forth, lunging towards Qin Jue with a menacing intent. However, Qin Jue remained unmoved, while the black dragon beside him sprang into action, swiftly severing the creature's head. The massive dragon's body plummeted back into the depths of the sea. Bathed in the spiritual energy, Qin Jue's lips curled into a smile. Where is Yu Zhen? He inquired, and in an instant, Yu Zhen, located far away in the capital, materialized beside Qin Jue. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? He bowed respectfully. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. Qin Jue gestured towards the opposite side. Dispatch troops to eliminate the sea beasts, retaining a portion for breeding. You shall personally lead a team to investigate this so-called transformation of the divine cave. As he spoke, Qin Jue transferred all pertinent information from Gu Huan's memories into Yu Zhen's mind. Understood. The seasoned general offered no further words, merely bowing in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Qin Jue's figure vanished once more. He gazed across the expanse, absorbing the rich spiritual energy that permeated the atmosphere. The vast array enveloping the entirety of the Diyu homeland had not dissipated. Rather, it had opened a substantial breach upon the ocean's surface. Spiritual energy surged forth relentlessly. And soon, the populace along the coast began to sense the profound transformations occurring in the world around them. This energy swept through the land like a tempest, engulfing the Diyu homeland. Spiritual energy, spiritual energy, spiritual energy. Within a mere day, it saturated every corner of the Diyu territory. Countless individuals inhaled the energy greedily, their astonished exclamations rising in a chorus. Those citizens who had been trapped at the Master and Grand Master levels, unable to advance due to the absence of spiritual energy batteries, promptly set aside their tasks to meditate and cultivate. One by one, they transformed their internal true energy into spiritual power within that single day. After this conversion, the least among them achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement, with many breaking through directly to the foundation establishment stage. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, as so many individuals simultaneously ascended. Swirling vortices of spiritual energy filled every city. Furthermore, Qin Jue, with his perfected nascent soul cultivation, experienced another breakthrough amidst the endless tides of fortune. The small figure of his nascent soul became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a true divine spirit. In that moment, as Qin Jue opened his eyes, the scene before him shifted once more. He perceived the very laws that suffused the cosmos. Those who had transcended to the God transformation stage witnessed their nascent souls metamorphosing into divine spirits, initiating their first encounters with the laws of the universe. From that instant onward, they began to carve their own paths. They could refine their internal realms and manifest their own worlds. This knowledge had been gleaned from Gu Huan's memories regarding God transformation practitioners. In the Eastern Xin realm, there had not been a God transformation practitioner for millennia. Even Gu Huan's understanding of them was limited to mere rumors. What then was my path? Qin Jue pondered, recalling that in Gu Huan's memories, Eastern Xin cultivators required spiritual roots for their practice. Furthermore, these roots were categorized by attributes. For example, the 5 elemental roots could be cultivated until reaching the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching this stage, one would comprehend the laws of the universe and embark on their own journey. After gaining initial insight, they would further grasp the cosmos and thus break through to God transformation. Yet, as he observed the citizens of Daiyu, who had been bestowed with spiritual seats, he noticed no distinction in attributes. Moreover, he himself had never grasped any cosmic laws. Chapter 71. Beneath the Deep Sea. The path of the Emperor? The path of fortune? The path of civilization? Or perhaps, the path of heaven? In Qin Jue's speculation, if he were to discover his own path, it would likely fall within these few categories. However, there was no rush to seek his own path. He had just attained God transformation and had ample time to explore, setting this matter aside for the moment. His current interest lay in the so-called cave of the God transformation practitioners. The God transformation practitioners. In Gu Huan's memory, such beings had not graced the Eastern Xin realm for over 1,000 years. What treasures might lie within a cave left behind by a God transformation practitioner? This cave could well address the current deficiencies in the Daiyu realm's cultivation foundations. Qin Jue lifted his gaze, his vision traversing thousands of miles, aligning with that of Yuzhen. General Yu, the target sea area has been cleared. Shall we proceed further? Once again, over that vast expanse of sea. The colossal offshore platform stood deserted, having seen the complete withdrawal of researchers. An endless array of aircraft carriers stretched across the horizon, bustling with countless soldiers engaged in their duties. Swarms of drones ascended, soaring towards distant horizons. Blood still dripped from El Po's halberd as he executed a military salute, reporting in a booming voice. This young general, once highly regarded by Qin Jue, had suffered a demotion of 2 ranks after a previous misstep. Nevertheless, El Po exhibited remarkable fortitude. Following his demotion, his demeanor underwent a transformation, becoming significantly more composed and reserved. He declined the bestowed titles and privileges, opting instead to commence his cultivation anew. Over the span of more than 6 years, he ascended from an ordinary mortal to the mid-stage of foundational establishment. The mere act of rejecting titles and pursuing self-cultivation was beyond the reach of the average individual. Yet, it was evident that he possessed a rare talent, prompting Yuzhen, who had initially lost faith in him, to reassess his potential. Let us not rush. We shall act once the drone swarms ascertain the situation ahead, Yuzhen stated, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he approached El Po. Having broken through to the stage of transformation, Yuzhen exuded an even more formidable presence, his righteous visage instilling an innate sense of trust. Have you encountered any perplexities in your recent cultivation? He inquired, observing the busy soldiers around them. El Po raised his gaze to meet Yuzhen's eyes and replied with less solemnity, none at all. Ever since I transitioned to the War Goddess Codex, I have yet to encounter any bottlenecks. Moreover, I have a premonition that I shall soon break through to the late stage of foundational establishment. Upon hearing this, Yuzhen's gaze deepened. His Majesty has recently established a new elite force, the Celestial Killers, comprising solely of self-cultivating practitioners. I have interceded on your behalf and had your name included among them. With that, Yuzhen awaited El Po's reaction in silence. Upon receiving this news, El Po's heart was a tumult of emotions. In the imperial court of Daiyu, the capable ascend while the inept are cast aside. His previous errors still bore the weight of punishment. Yuzhen's intercession with the emperor was no trivial matter. It was far from the ease with which Yuzhen had spoken. General Yu, Elpa began, his mouth opening to speak. But he found himself at a loss for words. Yuzhen shook his head. Just don't embarrass me further. The atmosphere fell into silence. But it was not long before an officer approached with a report. General Yu, the drone swarms have detected a large-scale beast tide. According to the readings from the spiritual energy response device, there are golden core beasts among them. Golden core, Yuzhen murmured, his inner reaction subdued. This was not the first encounter with such a creature. Dispatch the Qin Yuan army to handle it, he commanded after a moment's contemplation. Yes. The officer responded promptly. Wait. Elpa, you shall join them as well. Yuzhen glanced back at Elpa. Elpa quickly clasped his fists. I shall obey General U.S. orders. From the rear, a contingent of over 100 soldiers clad in dark uniforms, adorned with the visage of a fearsome demon, swiftly ascended into the skies. Led by a nascent soul master, they were accompanied by 10 golden core warriors, with the remainder being foundational cultivators. Elpa also took to the air, joining this formidable force as they surged towards the horizon. As he watched the Qin Yuan army depart, Yuzhen turned again to give further instructions. Activate the satellites for real-time monitoring. Should they encounter insurmountable odds, notify them to return immediately. The commanding style of General Yu is renowned for its steadiness. Even when faced with a cave left behind by a transformation realm cultivator, of which he himself is a part, he adheres to the principle of caution, striving to achieve the greatest gain with minimal cost. Above the vast ocean, a group of Qin Yuan military cultivators hasten towards their target. Lupa trails behind them in silence. Occasionally, he receives glances laden with unspoken meaning from fellow cultivators, but he chooses to remain oblivious. He understands their thoughts, a hint of disdain towards him. In his former temperament, he would have reacted with fury on the spot. However, after several years of introspection, he has come to a crucial realization. Only by distinguishing oneself can one earn the respect of others. This truth is particularly evident within the ranks of the Dayu army, where capability and strength command respect. The group does not fly at great speed, for the expanse of the ocean beneath is vast beyond measure. After several hours of flight, the leading Yuanian cultivator slightly raises his hand, signaling everyone to halt. This leader, an experienced veteran named Dong Jun, had served in the military since the days of the Dayu, back when it was still known as Dian. Once he signaled the group to stop. He squinted as he extended his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. After a moment, he spoke. Form teams of 10, descend. With that, he plunged headfirst into the sea, prompting the others to follow suit without hesitation. Upon entering the water, Dong Jun released his spiritual energy, immediately creating a vacuum around him. He continued to dive deeper, hundreds of meters, then thousands, until he reached the ocean's most profound depths, where he finally came to a halt. Observing his surroundings, he raised his hand, and a shattered, peculiar weapon flew into his grasp. It was not crafted by Dayu. Its unknown materials were a mystery. Remain vigilant, he instructed in a low voice, becoming acutely aware of his surroundings. Given that this was a cave of a transformation realm cultivator, the appearance of broken artifacts was not unexpected. However, the possibility of intelligent beings lurking here, such as sentient demonic beasts, could not be dismissed. General Dong, there seemed to be traces of intelligent life activity here, suddenly spoke a late-stage Foundation establishment soldier from Qin Yuan. This soldier was none other than Han Xing, who had previously discovered the War God Temple. Holding a luminous pearl, Han Xing scrutinized it and remarked, this pearl contains a residual trace of spiritual energy. Not natural spiritual aura. It bears a striking resemblance to the energy fluctuations found within the demonic beasts we are here to hunt, albeit with a subtle difference. He handed the luminous pearl to Dong Jun, then turned his attention to a certain direction. General Dong, there is movement in the northwest. Are you certain? Dong Jun inquired. Absolutely, Han Xing replied with conviction. All right, everyone follow me. According to the research conducted by the Imperial Academy of Sciences, after mortals cultivate, a fortunate few develop various talents. Some exhibit affinity with the 5 elements, while others possess pure spiritual energy within them, and Han Xing is one such individual. His talent is enigmatic, succinctly described in 2 words, intuition. Back in the Tang world, he had the foresight to release Ko Zhong and his companion from the city, driven by a premonition that their departure would lead them to the War God Temple. Thus far, his intuition has proven infallible. Chapter 72. The Cave Occupied by Beasts. What exactly is this? Beneath the sea, in the northwest, lies a magnificent, grand palace, nestled quietly on the ocean floor, thousands of miles away from the team of Xianyuan soldiers. Within the palace, a man garbed in resplendent golden robes, his visage imposing and adorned with two horns, sits upon a chair crafted from spirit stones, contemplating a peculiar drone in his hands. This curious device was recently retrieved by a minor demon during a patrol. According to the demon, it was surrounded by a myriad of such devices, their buzzing sound quite unsettling. As the demon observed from the depths, one of the drones suddenly descended. Could it be a creation of the Myriad Beast Mountain? He pondered, yet found it incongruous, as this contraption appeared to be a product of artifact refinement, lacking any offensive capability. What purpose could it serve? While he was deep in thought, a massive lobster wielding a trident rushed in, exclaiming, "Report, Your Majesty, dire news. In recent days, there has been unusual activity among the wild beasts in the eastern extremity, and a large-scale tide of feral creatures is surging towards us." The horned monarch snorted disdainfully. A horde of mindless beasts dares to assault my dragon palace? With a cold snort, his aura erupted fiercely, revealing him to be a formidable demon at the nascent soul stage. Where are the turtle and serpent generals? Dispatch them to handle this, and ensure that the western extremity falls under my dominion. This horned figure, known as Ao-Hai, is the embodiment of a white dragon and the sovereign of these waters, self-proclaimed as the Dragon King. The western extremity is predominantly inhabited by feral beasts, those devoid of intellect. The sheer numbers of these creatures are daunting, and among them lurks a black flood dragon, which even he regards with trepidation. Fortunately, the black flood dragon has long resided in the Western Sea, maintaining a non-interference policy between their territories. After issuing his command, Ao-Hai fell into contemplation. The feral beast rarely exhibited such behavior. Could the black flood dragon be in trouble? An ominous premonition gnawed him. Sensing the turtle and serpent generals departing the dragon palace, he decided to stealthily follow. The turtle and serpent generals, as their names imply, are a turtle demon and a serpent demon, both of whom have attained shape-shifting abilities, akin to cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The turtle general resembles a lecherous old man, carrying a massive shell on his back, while the serpent general appears as a beguiling woman, her figure exceptionally alluring. The two moved leisurely towards the western extremity, away from the dragon palace, when the turtle general whispered slyly, slow down. That area harbors a nascent soul demon flood dragon. We are merely at the Golden Core stage." Upon hearing this, the serpent general slowed her pace. Her lovely eyes filled with contemplation. However, this was a command from the king, and they must proceed. The turtle general shook his head. "Let us merely circle the outskirts of the western extremity. We can claim that the black flood dragon is entrenched there, leaving us with no recourse." The serpent general nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Consequently, their already leisurely pace slowed even further, adopting an appearance of procrastination. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction, a group of cultivators led by Dong Jun cautiously approached. Two factions, the tortoise and serpent generals, were lost in thought, while Dong Jun and his entourage proceeded with utmost caution. As the two parties drew within 1,000 miles of each other, Dong Jun was the first to sense the presence of the tortoise and serpent generals. Beings? No, not humans. How could the consciousness of the tortoise and serpent generals, who were in the nascent soul stage, be detected? Soon, Dong Jun accurately tracked their movements. Upon discerning their appearances through his spiritual sense, he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon sensing the fluctuations of demonic energy emanating from them, he instantly recognized that something was amiss. Should he take action? This thought swiftly crossed Dong Jun's mind. Observing the fluctuations from the two transformed demon beasts, he noted they were merely at the Golden Core stage. If he were to strike, he could easily seize them in an instant. After a thorough examination, confirming the absence of any other presence, a glint of cold light flickered in Dong Jun's eyes. He signaled the soldiers from Xianyuan behind him to halt and swiftly vanished from sight. Before the tortoise and serpent generals, Dong Jun's figure suddenly materialized. Without further ado, his spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, reaching out to grasp the two. At that moment, the tortoise and serpent generals were still unprepared, on the verge of being captured by Dong Jun. However, just then, Ao-Hai's silhouette emerged behind them, striking towards Dong Jun with a palm. A nascent soul, great demon. Dong Jun's heart raced, and he conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy before him. Ao-Hai's palm landed squarely on Dong Jun's protective energy, sending him hurtling backward. "Who are you?" Ao-Hai exclaimed, astonished. His strike had not held back. Compared to his late nascent soul cultivation, the individual before him was merely at the early nascent soul stage. Yet his attack had only sent him flying without breaching his protective energy. Dong Jun quickly regained his composure and immediately called for reinforcements, then turned his gaze towards Ao Hai. How did he fail to notice this presence earlier? It must have been concealed by some clandestine method. He never expected to encounter an intelligent demon beast within this cave heaven. As General Yu had previously informed him, the cave of transformation was rich in spiritual energy, and there was a possibility of encountering awakened demon beasts. To encounter one so soon was truly unexpected. Ao Hai regarded Dong Jun with a mix of caution and scrutiny, and after a prolonged observation, he suddenly exclaimed in horror, "You are human." Upon his utterance, the tortoise and serpent generals were equally taken aback. Human? The humans recorded in ancient texts? How could this be? This realm had never seen the presence of humans. Ao Hai's astonishment was profound. He understood that the world he inhabited was a cave heaven cultivated by a great practitioner of the transformation stage. The practitioner had raised many demon beasts within this cave, and he was one of them. Following the demise of that transformation practitioner, they had lived and propagated in this realm for over 3,000 years. This was the first time he had encountered a living human. This human practitioner was undoubtedly from the outside world. Ao Hai's heart surged with exhilaration. He realized that there were indeed humans in the realm of incense and fire, but those humans were mere mortals. This unfamiliar nascent soul practitioner could only be from beyond. With this thought in mind, Ao Hai wasted no time. He clutched his storage bag, and a spear crackling with lightning materialized in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward Dong Jun. The emergence of the nascent soul beast created a commotion far beyond mere words. The waters of the vast sea boiled instantaneously, and a terrifying pressure radiated outward, palpable even within the entire cave realm. In the cavern, the other nascent soul beasts were roused by Ao Hai's formidable aura. One by one, they soared into the sky, gazing toward the western sea region. Dong Jun's eyes flickered, yet he remained undaunted. He unleashed the full extent of his nascent soul energy, although he was merely at the initial stage of nascent soul cultivation. His aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Ao Hai. He refrained from drawing a weapon, for although the technology of the great universe had advanced significantly, the limitations of materials rendered the weapons produced of little assistance to cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The absence of a weapon was inconsequential. He did not need to defeat the beast. Simply delaying until reinforcements arrived would suffice. With a flourish, Dong Jun summoned spiritual energy, manifesting as a long spear. The two forces collided instantaneously. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding waters within a radius of 10,000 miles evaporated, and the shock waves sent the sea surging toward the horizon, forming towering waves exceeding 10,000 meters. It is noteworthy that their confrontation took place at the ocean's deepest depths. After merely one exchange, Ao Hai sensed something amiss. Why was this human, at the initial stage of nascent soul, harboring such pure spiritual energy? This was far beyond what one would expect from someone of that level. Dong Jun felt perplexed as well. This intimidating nascent soul beast appeared significantly weaker than he had anticipated. If that were the case, perhaps he would not require reinforcements and could slay or capture it himself, achieving great merit. Casually observing the movements of Lu Po and others behind him, Dong Jun surged toward the ocean's surface. Ao Hai narrowed his eyes. Perhaps concerned about the repercussions on his dragon palace, he pursued closely. The two ascended toward the ocean's surface, clashing all the while. Before reaching the surface, they had exchanged countless blows. The surrounding waters had completely evaporated, causing the very space to tremble slightly. The more they fought, the more astonished Ao Hai became. This individual was undoubtedly a prodigy in the outside world. Yet why had he not yet employed any spells or even drawn a magic treasure? Could it be that he was still holding back? Such arrogance. Ao Hai felt insulted. With a furious roar, he transformed into his true form. His massive dragon tail lashed toward Dong Jun. You may be renowned in the outside world, but to underestimate this king shall surely come at a cost. True dragon secret technique, Li Tian. Dong Jun, it's not that I am unwilling. I simply do not possess one. Chapter 73, The Dumbfounded Beast. The might of a nascent soul cultivator is truly terrifying. Lu Po and the others had retreated to a distance of 10,000 miles, yet the aftermath of their clash still rippled toward them in relentless waves. Even those among the Xianyuan army who were golden core cultivators found it necessary to channel their spiritual power to withstand the residual force. One day, I too shall reach such heights. Lu Pa tightened his grip on the Fong Tian painting halberd, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, at the site of the confrontation between Dong Jun and Ao Hai, the two had already ignited a fierce battle in mere moments. Their figures became mere phantoms, continuously colliding upon the surface of the sea. Each encounter unfolds like the cataclysmic detonation of countless nuclear warheads, rendering the scene utterly terrifying. Initially, Dong Jun managed to contend with Ao Hai in a manner that seemed evenly matched. However, Ao Hai, a venerable white dragon that has existed for millennia, possesses methods far beyond Dong Jun's capabilities. Gradually, Dong Jun found himself at a disadvantage. Truly formidable, Ao Hai's massive dragon maw snapped at empty air, only to follow with a powerful tail swipe. His body bore numerous wounds, with golden dragon blood dripping incessantly, each drop infused with intense heat, evaporating the surrounding seawater upon contact. Dong Jun, in a state of disarray, wore a tattered Xianyuan military uniform, remaining trapped in a defensive position. Facing Ao Hai head-on was proving too challenging. He needed to buy time. He could distinctly sense Ao Hai's spiritual energy waning, while his own remained robust. If he could endure, victory would surely belong to him. Oh, it's quite a sight to behold General Dong in such a plight, struggling to subdue a mere little loach. Do you require assistance, General Dong? A light chortle resonated from the horizon, followed by the slow emergence of a young officer clad in Xianyuan military attire. This officer appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an air of youthfulness. Upon hearing the voice, the two combatants momentarily slowed their actions. Ao Hai's heart sank, another ally. Meanwhile, Dong Jun's composure faltered. This individual was another officer from the Xianyuan army, with whom he shared a contentious relationship. Dong Jun scoffed. At your age, must you still act like a youthful dandy? I require no help from you. After cultivation, one's appearance can be adjusted, yet many seasoned veterans in the Xianyuan army retain their original looks. Conversely, some individuals, despite advancing in years, revert their appearances to youthful forms. This seemingly youthful officer was one such case. Hearing Dong Jun's words, the young officer merely curled his lips, crossing his arms and observing from above. Although he refrained from intervening, Ao Hai remained distrustful. Despite their apparent discord, they were clearly allies. What if he were to receive a sudden strike from behind? Qinghu, why do you still hesitate to act? Our hope lies before us. What are you waiting for? He bellowed, creating some distance from Dong Jun. As his words echoed, the space behind him shimmered slightly. Subsequently, a total of 9 formidable Yuan Ing demons emerged. Well, I never expected my brother Ao Hai would seek my assistance, a pure-faced, alluring woman stepped forward with a melodic laugh. The other demons displayed various expressions, having arrived the moment they sensed Ao Hai's aura, having been silently observing the situation. However, now that Ao Hai had openly called for them, remaining hidden was no longer feasible. With Ao Hai, there were now 10 formidable demons, all eyes directed toward Dong Jun and his companion. That dandy looks quite appealing. I shall claim him, Qinghu remarked, pointing at the Xianyuan officer beside Dong Jun with a flirtatious tone. This amused Dong Jun, prompting him to turn and jeer. TSK, Wang Chong, you truly are fortunate. This little fox has taken a liking to you. Ha ha. He stroked his beard, laughing without regard for decorum. Wang Chong cast a fleeting glance at Dong Jun and retorted without hesitation, at least I have been acknowledged, while you have not even attracted a glance. If you two harbor grievances, take them to the martial arena. Why create a ruckus at this moment? A voice, tinged with icy disdain, echoed behind them. Subsequently, 3 more practitioners adorned in the garb of the Xianyuan army gradually materialized. The speaker was a strikingly graceful woman, who astonishingly possessed late-stage nascent soul cultivation. The assembly of great demons before her darkened their expressions at the sight of yet another trio of nascent souls. Ao Hai thought to himself, 10 against 5. The advantage is mine. Just as this notion crossed his mind, Dong Jun summoned 3 more nascent souls. 10 against 8. Still an advantage. He declared, why not let the 2 of you duel first? Fear not. Should anything go awry, I shall personally explain to Commander Yu. A light laugh followed, and 5 more individuals appeared in succession. Ao Hai, 10 against 15, there is still a glimmer of hope. Indeed, our Xianyuan army has always let our fists do the talking. We cannot allow these beasts to ridicule us. A tumultuous surge of nearly 30 nascent soul auras swept through the air as Dong Jun's faction amassed close to 50 nascent souls. At this point, the 10 formidable nascent soul demons across from them could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces paled in shock, and Ao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of force is this? Even when my master was alive, his sect could not muster such a number of nascent souls. Could it be from a sacred ground of the central Qian? Before he could fully process his astonishment, a resounding voice, imbued with overwhelming authority, reverberated through the air. It seems I have been too lenient with you all. Do you wish to test the laws of the Xianyuan army? From the heights, Yu Jin approached with deliberate steps. His aura as a transformation stage cultivator radiated outward, causing the very space around to strain and fracture. Transformation stage. Ao Hai and the other demons were struck with sheer terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The moment Yu Jin appeared, Dong Jun and the other commanders of the Xianyuan army immediately fell silent, bowing their heads like obedient children. Ao Hai's mind went blank, with only a few words echoing. How is this possible? However, having lived for several millennia, his thoughts raced. In less than a fraction of a second, a fierce look flashed across his face. He then brazenly launched an attack on the other great demons nearby. The other 9 demons were still in a state of stupor, completely unprepared. This strike, devoid of mercy, left the group gravely injured. After executing this maneuver, Ao Hai promptly fell to his knees, bowing deeply towards Yu Jun high above. Senior, Little Dragon did not intend to oppose you. It was truly forced by these beasts, with the bloodline of a true dragon coursing through him. He could serve as your steed. I implore you, Senior, spare Little Dragon's life. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of the earlier arrogance and authority, replaced instead with a sycophantic demeanor. The Xianyuan army's nascent souls nearby could hardly believe their eyes. Even Yu Jin above was momentarily taken aback. As for the other nascent soul demons who had been ambushed, they were rendered utterly petrified. Amusingly, far away in the Yu Palace, Qin Jue could not help but chuckle at this spectacle. This little demon certainly possesses character. Chapter 74, Heritage and Letters. Utterly shameless, murmured someone amongst the Yuan-ing of the Xianyuan army. Though the voice was not loud, how could those present, all of whom were at least at the Yuan-ing stage, fail to hear it? Ao Hai, with his posterior held high, maintained a pleasing expression despite the remark. Yu Jun, however, remained composed, his face devoid of emotion as he descended step by step. You truly know how to read the room. Upon reaching Ao Hai, Yu Jun gently raised his hand and scrutinized Ao Hai from head to toe, chuckling softly. Senior, your praise is excessive, Ao Hai replied, his face beaming with delight. If I were truly oblivious to the circumstances, would I have survived this long? After all, I possess a trace of true dragon bloodline, rich in treasures. Without some cunning, I would have long been flayed alive. Whether to kill you or not is not solely my decision. Yu Jin contemplated, communicating mentally with Qin Jue, eager to discern how Qin Jue intended to handle these great demons. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Jue lightly tapped the table, deep in thought. At present, the Great Yu is flourishing, with abundant spiritual energy and little lacking. However, the beasts within this cave realm could be retained, perhaps for artificial hybrid breeding, cultivating a populace adept at beast mastery. In doing so, Great Yu's national strength could ascend to new heights. After some consideration, he instructed Yu Jun, for now, retain them and inquire about the current state of the cave. Instantly grasping the implication, Yu Jun turned to Ao Hai and stated coolly, you are fortunate. His Majesty has decided to spare your lives. Ao Hai and the severely wounded great demons rejoiced at once. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Senior. Simultaneously, these great demons pondered the information implied in Yu Jun's words. These individuals were not from any sect, but from a nation. This was rare. As in the realm of cultivation, sects predominantly rule. Nations merely serve as subordinate powers to sects, mere mortal realms. They had never heard of a nation with such a multitude of cultivators. Perhaps the world has changed dramatically in the thousands of years since they last ventured out? The scheming thoughts of these great demons did not escape Yu Jun's notice, yet he paid them no mind. His Majesty's decision to retain these great demons must hold purpose. They would inevitably come into contact with Great Yu in due course. What are your names? Yu Jun inquired directly. Ao Hai promptly responded, reporting to Senior. The little dragon is named Ao Hai. I have long found this name unappealing. I humbly request a new name from you. Yu Jun found himself speechless. Ao Hai's flattery rivaled even that of the eunuch Xiao Yozi. Refrain from superfluous words. Answer only what I ask, Yu Jun instructed sternly. Yes. Ao Hai nodded fervently. Besides yourselves, Are there any other Yuan-Ing or Huashan great demons within this cave, or anything else? Reporting to Senior, aside from our 10 Yuan-Ing demon clan members, there are over 100 Golden Core lesser demons, and nothing more. However, there is a realm of incense on the other side of the cave. Its current situation is unknown. Yuzhen then asked, do you have any information regarding the fallen Huashan cultivator? Ao Hai replied, this cave was bequeathed by my former master, who was named Gu Chongshan, an elder of the Huashan from Yunxian sect, located in the central Xian region. Within the sect, there exists a formidable being in the form of a unified entity. However, after several millennia have elapsed, the current circumstances remain unknown to the little demon. Yuzhen squinted. Please elaborate on the state of the cultivation world. Ao Hai paused momentarily, quickly conjuring a thought in his mind. Could it be that these individuals are not from the cultivation realm? He dared not inquire further and respectfully replied, the cultivation world is vast and boundless, populated by numerous sects, broadly categorized into 5 regions: East Xian, West Xian, North Xian, South Xian, and Central Xian. The little demon knows very little about the 4 outer realms. Central Xian, however, is the heart of the cultivation world, teeming with cultivators, including those who have undergone tribulation. The sect of my former master is merely a second-tier sect within Central Xian. Yuzhen inquired, what realms exist beyond the transformation stage? Ao Hai responded, beyond the transformation stage, there are the realms of unification, refining the void, great ascension, and tribulation. Yuzhen pondered for a moment before continuing. Are there any techniques or treasures within this cave heaven that are in your possession? Ao Hai replied, Honorable Senior, the little demon indeed possesses a legacy left by my former master, but most of it was conferred by him. The true inheritance of my former master resides within his cave abode, which can only be accessed with the Master S token. After my Master S demise, we sought the token but were unable to locate it. The token? Yuzhen frowned. At that moment, Qin Jue's voice resonated in his mind, and an ancient token materialized before him. Extract the soul of that toad spirit. Yuzhen nodded in affirmation and grasped the token. However, upon closer examination, Ao Hai's eyes widened as he exclaimed, yes, 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 that is indeed the token. Yuzhen remained silent, securing the token, and with a casual gesture, summoned one of the 10 great demons, a toad spirit. The toad spirit transformed into human form, its face riddled with sores, appearing utterly repugnant. Yuzhen felt no disturbance within himself. Without hesitation, he commenced the soul extraction. This action terrified the other great demons, leaving them speechless and bewildered. They could not comprehend why the seemingly amicable Yuzhen had suddenly turned hostile. After a brief moment, the toad spirit's life force extinguished, and he casually tossed it to a Yuan-Ing of the Xin Yuan army. Deliver this to the academy. Master Li should find it intriguing. You all, dispatch personnel to thoroughly secure this cave heaven. With that, Yuzhen turned his gaze towards the other 8 great demons. If you wish to survive, your subsequent actions will determine your fate. He refrained from elaborating further. The demons, unless foolish, would naturally understand what was required of them henceforth. With that, he seized Ao Hai and declared, lead me to that cave abode. Instantly, their figures vanished, leaving dozens of Yuan-Ing from the Xian Yuan army and the great demons staring at each other in bewilderment. What are you dawdling for? Move. The cave heaven was indeed extensive, and it took Yuzhen and Ao Hai 3 teleportations to reach their destination. It is worth noting that a transformation stage cultivator could traverse several laps around the vast expanse of the universe in a single teleportation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave abode, Yuzhen immediately sensed an extraordinary density of spiritual energy incomparable to that of other locations. Senior, beneath this cave abode lies a spiritual vein, Ao Hai quietly remarked, as if reading Yuzhen's thoughts. Ignoring Ao Hai, Yuzhen extended his hand. Before him, a formation gradually materialized, and as he subtly channeled his spiritual energy, the anticipated attack did not ensue. He distanced himself slightly, then produced the token. Once the token soared forth, it appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually merging into the small array before him. In the next moment, the entire formation began to dissolve, revealing an ancient stone door. You, enter, Yuzhen commanded, casting a glance at Ao Hai. Instantly, a shiver ran down Ao Hai's spine. Yet under Yuzhen's stern gaze, he could only reluctantly step into the cave dwelling. After a considerable pause without any sound from within, Yuzhen finally followed him inside. The cave was modest in size, but remarkably tidy, devoid of even a speck of dust. It contained a table and a chair. Upon the table lay several bottles of elixirs, a storage bag, a hairpin, and a letter. With a wave of his hand, Yuzhen summoned the storage bag and elixirs into his grasp. He turned his attention to the letter. Frost, I am sorry. Your husband cannot fulfill his promise to you. The opening lines were a farewell message, and as Yuzhen continued reading, the body of the letter revealed a series of sentimental words from Gu Chongshan directed at a female cultivator named Han Shuang. However, nearing the conclusion, the tone shifted dramatically. Guhi, may you meet a wretched fate. Frost, do not believe Guhi's words. He is deceiving you. Leave the sect. Leave the sect. The handwriting became increasingly hasty and chaotic. Merely reading this passage, Yuzhen could feel a profound hatred emanating from it. The final sentence read, if a fated person should come across this, please deliver this letter to the Yunxian sect. Bestow upon them great fortune, ascend to immortality. Chapter 75. Acquisitions ascend to immortality? Huh. Qin Jue tossed the letter aside, his eyes filled with disdain. Ascend to immortality? What a farce. Although he had yet to formally engage with the realm of cultivation, he was not foolish enough to undertake the ridiculous task of delivering a letter to some Yunxian sect. Moreover, after several millennia, the existence of that Yunxian sect was highly questionable. Nonetheless, this letter did divulge some intriguing information. For instance, the ancestor of the Yunxian sect seemed to have some peculiarities. The phrase leave the sect was written with intense emotion by Gu Chongshan. Yet, as always, it was of no concern to him. With a wave of his hand, he seized the storage bag. This was, after all, the most significant acquisition of this venture. As spiritual energy flowed into it, he noted, there's a restriction. It was not surprising for a storage bag belonging to a transformation stage cultivator to possess restrictions. Qin Jue was unfamiliar with such constraints, but as a fellow transformation stage cultivator, this minor obstacle should pose no challenge for him. After some exploration, he successfully unraveled the small restriction. His consciousness delved within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Truly, it was worthy of a transformation stage cultivator's legacy. With a grand gesture, numerous items burst forth from the storage bag, instantly filling the entire space of the universe. Techniques. Elixirs, magical treasures, spirit stones, precious herbs. There were countless assorted items, a veritable treasure trove. Ice Heart Technique, Blazing Sun Divine Skill, Mystic Thunder Body, Refinement Technique, Blood Ignition, Secret Method, True Understanding of Swordsmanship, just the techniques alone numbered in the hundreds. Furthermore, upon a cursory examination, Qin Jue discerned that the lowest among them reached the Yuaning realm. Among these techniques, there were even insights into the principles comprehended by Gu Chongshan. Qin Jue picked up the cultivation insights and read them attentively. After over 2 millennia of arduous practice, he had finally attained the Yuaning stage and gained an understanding of the principles, a truly challenging feat from the lofty mountains. He had sat in meditation for 500 years, ultimately comprehending the profound path of the towering peaks, merging his essence with the spirit of the mountains, thus grasping the grand momentum of myriad hills. What is the Tao? The Tao is a path, a manifestation of the heart, eloquently expressed in thousands of characters, meticulously detailing how he attained the path of the mountains. Setting aside everything else, this cultivation manuscript alone would be considered an invaluable treasure in the outside world. Countless Yuaning masters would vie for it. Oh, ancient Chongshan, you have truly bestowed upon me a tremendous surprise. Qin Jue laughed heartily at his desk. With this insight in hand, the Yuaning cultivators of Diyu would undoubtedly avoid numerous detours in their training. Moreover, the storage pouch contained a wealth of spell manuals, addressing the long-standing issue of Diyu cultivators lacking spells. Additionally, it was replete with manuals on formations, alchemy, and artifact forging, essentially filling all the gaps in Diyu's knowledge. The foundation of a cultivator who has practiced for several thousand years encompasses far more than these. In another corner, various herbs radiating peculiar glows were piled high. An abundance of rare treasures whose names Qin Jue could not recall, but which were undoubtedly of great value. These items, while insufficient for the general populace, were more than adequate to fortify the current dynasty. Come forth. Summon Li Wen and Jia Yu to see me. Shortly thereafter, Jia Yu and Li Wen arrived in a flurry. Your humble servants pay their respects to your Majesty. Both declared in unison, bowing deeply. Jia Yu, having long held a high position and now a Huashan cultivator, maintained a countenance that, while still fair, bore an undeniable air of authority in his every gesture. Li Wen, on the other hand, retained his usual expressionless demeanor, appearing devoid of emotional fluctuations. Minister Jia, Minister Li, observe the treasures surrounding us, Qin Jue said, in high spirits, gesturing towards the overflowing bounty. The moment they entered, Jia Yu and Li Wen had already noticed the dazzling array of items, and upon Qin Jue's prompt, their gazes swiftly swept around the room. Jia Yu, after a brief glance, fixated intently on the numerous manuals on the table, his eyes betraying an unmasked desire. Meanwhile, Li Wen approached the peculiar treasures, picking up a strangely shaped, faintly glowing iron block. Qin Jue smiled, allowing the two to explore freely. So many techniques, Li Wen exclaimed, flipping through the manuals, occasionally gasping in awe. Unknown materials, with exceptional strength. If the quantity is sufficient, the timeline for the spirit energy battleships can be advanced. A newfound contemplation appeared in Li Wen's typically tranquil gaze as he lifted a vial containing an unknown liquid. Slowly, he opened it and inhaled deeply. Such dense spiritual energy. It seems to possess healing properties. If the formula can be researched for mass production, the survival rate of the army would significantly improve. Ah, a foundation establishment pill? It appears my thoughts were correct. The ingredients of this pill resemble those of the Taishu Foundation establishment liquid. And this pill? It seems it may enhance the probability of forming a core. I wonder if it can be refined further. The spirit stones he examined were similar to spirit energy batteries, albeit with slightly mixed spiritual energy. This stone is quite remarkable, a natural vessel for storing spiritual energy. The two individuals resembled children entering a toy store, eagerly picking up this and inspecting that. After some time, Jia Yu reluctantly set down a martial arts manual and spoke, Your Majesty, with these scriptures now in our possession, I earnestly beseech you to establish new departments and academies. In particular, fields such as formations, talismans, and alchemy merit the creation of dedicated institutions to select talent from across the realm. Qin Jue smiled and replied, Indeed. These martial arts are intended for your Department of Education to organize and refine. However, before that, a copy must be made for Minister Li. Compared to the alchemical and formation techniques detailed in these scriptures, Qin Jue placed greater faith in technology. He envisioned a time when the Imperial Academy of Sciences would thoroughly research these subjects, leading to fully automated and streamlined alchemical processes and talisman crafting. With sufficient resources, he believed it would not be a dream for the citizens of Daiyu to casually consume elixirs like candy. What is your opinion, Minister Li? Li Wen, upon hearing Qin Jue's inquiry, returned to reality. Everything in existence can be explained through a scientific lens, whether it be alchemy, talisman crafting, or artifact forging. Alchemy, for instance, is merely a matter of the quantities and proportions of various herbs, potentially requiring precision down to micrograms, or even more rigorously. My suggestion is that these matters be entrusted to the Academy of Sciences, without burdening the Department of Education. Li Wen's calm assertion instantly displeased Jia Yu. Minister Li, your reasoning is flawed. While science is indeed rigorous and efficient, some elements still rely on human inspiration and insight. As long as there is sufficient talent, there will always be geniuses who innovate. Li Wen shrugged, non-committal. Jia Yu was correct, whether in traditional material science or contemporary spiritual energy science. Creativity remained the essence of continuous development. I have not considered this thoroughly, Li Wen conceded, though he did not turn his head, returning instead to his pursuits. Qin Jue observed the exchange and shook his head. Whether it be science or cultivation, as long as it serves to strengthen Daiyu, I shall lend my utmost support. Once these materials are organized, they shall be delivered to you. Chapter 76, A New World in the 38th Year of Daiyu. The Department of Education took the lead in organizing the martial arts scriptures and began disseminating them throughout the realm. In stark contrast to the complete public release of the War God Codex, this time, Li Wen adopted a phased exchange system. In simple terms, for instance, the Ice Heart technique could be cultivated from a mortal to the Yuaning stage. Therefore, citizens wishing to practice the Qi refinement phase would have access to it entirely free of charge. After reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement, the Foundation establishment phase would also be free. However, subsequent stages, such as Golden Core and Yuaning, would require contribution points. The citizen-level iteration system had been in place in Daiyu for some time, designed to prevent the emergence of idlers within the populace. Over the years, this system had proven quite effective. Contribution points were not difficult to obtain for a normal citizen, from birth to the completion of their education. A substantial amount of contribution points would be accrued. Those who were not suited for scholarly pursuits could still shine in other fields, such as literature and the arts. In summary, as long as one did not languish at home, living off others without contributing, there was no fear of being unable to exchange for subsequent martial arts techniques. The Great Yu is not as decadent as other feudal dynasties. Throughout the Great Yu, regardless of the profession one pursues, the pathways to advancement are exceptionally clear. With diligence and capability, one can ascend the ranks. This is an inconceivable notion in most places, yet in the Great Yu, under the absolute rule of Qin Jue, it is a stark reality. Particularly in the realm of governance, it resembles a true battlefield. There are always citizens whose innate talents are lacking, and for them, holding an official position becomes one of the few viable paths. Consequently, the competition within the bureaucratic sphere transcends mere intensity. Officials are fervently striving for political achievements, fearful that a single misstep might cost them their positions. Traditionally, a non-greedy official was deemed a virtuous leader, while serving the populace rendered one a good official. However, in contemporary times, if one does not relentlessly develop their jurisdiction, they might as well resign themselves to a mundane existence. Although citizens enjoy welfare benefits akin to those of celestial beings, the majority of them are equally committed to self-improvement. After all, second-class citizens possess pathways for advancement. Those who manage to elevate themselves from second-class to citizen status are anything but ordinary. Once they attain citizenship, their appreciation for their newfound status is immeasurable. Having experienced a life devoid of rights, they toil even harder than the average citizen. The societal structure of the Great Yu is indeed distorted, a fact that Qin Jue does not deny. Yet, this system is remarkably efficient. Talent is abundant. Despite the Great Yu's population being just over 200 million, the number of individuals in the research sector alone exceeds 30 million. Notably, any one of these 30 million could easily surpass the so-called PhDs of the previous world. There is no shortage of cultivation prodigies either. Among the military, ordinary soldiers have long been phased out. A mere soldier without the strength of a master would feel ashamed to claim such a title. As for other aspects, the crime rate? With the presence of spiritual seeds, the crime rate among citizens has remained at zero for decades. Hatred among citizens is virtually impossible, as is any form of tyranny. The spiritual seeds fundamentally inhibit hostility among citizens. However, there exists a modest crime rate between second-class citizens and slaves, though even that is pitifully low. A second-class citizen who commits a crime is relegated to slavery, and a slave's crime does not end simply in death. The celestial version of the Jinui prison. Local academies require vast amounts of resources. One would not wish to suffer soul extraction or be subjected to bizarre experiments by those mad scientists, would they? Speaking of soul extraction, there exists a genius within the high-risk research institute of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. This madman has developed a mechanical body, incessantly muttering about the frailty of flesh and the ascension of machinery. Not only has he created the soul banner, but he has also devised a plethora of peculiar prosthetics. Notably, his recent research on a cultivation-type prosthetic is meticulously crafted according to the meridian distribution within the bodies of golden core cultivators. Remarkably, the efficiency of cultivation is quite high, and with the potential for continuous self-upgrade, Qin Jue perceives it as superior to that of the average cultivator. Though mad, some citizens who meet untimely deaths indeed find their souls housed within, granting them a new lease on life. Therefore, if you happen to stroll through a city in the Great Yu and encounter highly intelligent robots, do not be astonished. They are also citizens. To return to the main topic, ever since the dissemination of numerous cultivation techniques to the populace, the citizens of the great universe have been in an uproar. Ordinary citizens, who once found their cultivation stunted at the foundation establishment stage, now have a path forward, inciting a frenzy among them. In the world of the Great Tang, Qin Jue has not refined this realm. Nearly a decade has passed since Qin Jue conquered this world, which has undergone profound transformations. The most apparent change is the infusion of technological marvels into what was once an antiquated and traditional environment. Additionally, the skies are occasionally graced by the diverse forms of great universe citizens. The indigenous populace of the Great Tang has been relegated to a secondary status. In Luoyang, a city that has begun its journey towards modernization, prosperity still reigns. Although labeled as second-class citizens, the lives of the original populace have not changed drastically. One might even argue that their existence has improved. The oppressive grip of aristocratic families has waned, granting the secondary citizens a measure of human rights, while the great universe citizens do not indiscriminately harm them. Coupled with the influx of various technological products and the relentless efforts of local officials for development, the common folk have shed their former pallor and dullness, instead radiating vitality. The citizens of the Great Tang harbor a profound respect and admiration for His Majesty Qin Jue, spontaneously erecting countless shrines dedicated to longevity across the land. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. On the streets of Luoyang, a man chewing gum and clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt embraces a woman in a qipao, leisurely enjoying their day. The surrounding citizens quickly part ways, bowing their heads in deference and avoiding direct eye contact. Beside them, a somewhat portly middle-aged man grins broadly, ingratiating himself. Esteemed citizen, I, Lu, have resided in Luoyang for the better part of my life. I am acquainted with every nook and cranny of this city. Rest assured, with me as your guide, you shall not go astray. This obsequious middle-aged man is none other than Lu Kaishan, the wealthy merchant who once encountered Qin Jue during his initial exploration of the aristocratic families of the Great Tang. The gum-chewing man is Wang Xiaodian, the honorary citizen renowned for his clever capture of foreign cultivators in the desert city. Today, this esteemed individual stands as a bona fide cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. As Wang Xiaodian listened to Lu Kaishan, he suddenly halted, curiosity piqued. I heard you have some connections with Lord Qin. Is that true? Lu Kaishan immediately forced a smile, a hint of pride infusing his words. Oh, I dare not presume. Our meeting was purely fortuitous. At that time, I was unaware of Lord Qin's status. With 100 lives, I would not dare to act presumptuously now. Wang Xiaoyan's gaze turned contemplative. Your luck is unparalleled. In my lifetime, I have only encountered the highest authority as the governor of the Western extremes. The citizen assessment occurs in just 10 years. Do you have confidence? Lu Kaishan replied. This matter ultimately hinges on whether His Majesty acknowledges a humble citizen like me. For years, I have burned incense daily for His Majesty, hoping to one day earn his recognition. Esteemed citizen, what do you believe His Majesty truly represents? Is it true that he is the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor star as rumored? How could you presume to discuss His Majesty? Wang Xiaoyan's expression hardened as he shot Lu Kaishan a stern glance. Furthermore, I have never laid eyes on His Majesty. How would I know? Wang Xiaoyan's tone was imbued with a hint of yearning. Your Majesty is a paragon of wisdom and martial prowess, an unparalleled sovereign throughout the ages. If I could behold you in person, it would be worth my very life. The woman nestled in his arms chimed in agreement. Indeed, His Majesty must be extraordinarily handsome. I've heard that he has yet to take a consort, making him the dream lover of countless women across our great realm. Who knows which woman will eventually win his favor? The girl's eyes sparkled with unrestrained infatuation, tinged with a trace of jealousy. By the way, dear brother Xiaodian, which cultivation technique are you practicing? I have yet to find one that suits me. As she spoke, she swiped her hand across the watch on his wrist, projecting a luminous screen before them. The official court website opened, revealing a plethora of cultivation techniques. I primarily practice the Qin Jue and supplement it with body-refining secrets. I have tested you, dear brother Xiaodian, and you possess the Thunder Spirit Root. How remarkable. The concept of spiritual roots lacks categorical properties, yet some citizens naturally possess them. And Xiaodian is one such individual. The combination of a spirit seed and a Thunder Spirit Root indeed marks him as an extraordinary talent. Suddenly, Xiaodian glanced at the official website, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, Your Majesty intends to delegate the rights for exploring new worlds to the populace. Upon encountering this latest information, Wang Xiaodian hastily disregarded the woman in his embrace and urgently activated his personal terminal for further details. In a first-level civilization world, one could apply for exploration rights, with results determined within a day. The announcement mentioned a new world discovered by the civilization radar, the Yu Palace, Biohazard. Although merely a first-level civilization, the decision to release exploration rights to the public was a significant one. Qin Jue had deliberated extensively before allowing this, believing it was high time for citizens to engage in some practical training. It was an opportune moment to refine this world and observe the changes it might bring to the homeland of the Yu. Chapter 77. The Mad Scientist. Our mission is to create and safeguard the future of humanity, striving to transcend the boundaries of life through technological breakthroughs. The Umbrella Corporation. In 2002, over the Pacific Ocean, a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier group was on a patrol mission. Admiral Lawson, then a prominent figure in the Navy, lounged against the railing, leisurely savoring his afternoon tea. His deep blue eyes gazed out across the endless sea, as if pondering something profound. A peculiar door radiating a blue luminescence? Ah, I suspect the minds of those congressmen must be muddled. There are even scientists claiming it to be a spatial gateway. This is not a science fiction film. Turning around, Lawson leaned against the railing. Approximately a year prior, according to classified reports from the U.S. Intelligence Department, a bizarre blue door-like phenomenon had briefly appeared in these waters, only to vanish without a trace. The incident had stirred considerable commotion, with reports claiming that satellites around the globe had captured images of it. Lawson remained skeptical, having never witnessed it firsthand. Furthermore, after being stationed in this desolate location for so long, he had grown weary of the incessant sea views, and even the scent of the ocean had begun to unsettle him. He longed for his beloved Miss Ruth, wondering how much longer this wretched mission would last. Lawson retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Just as he raised his gaze, a soldier with dark skin hurried over. "Reporting, sir." Rouse raised his head and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Private Flanders, what has you in such a fluster? Is the fleet from Demau misbehaving again? Or are there troubles from the Eastern Fleet? Do not tell me those scientists have made a breakthrough. The Pacific region is a public maritime zone, and the incident regarding the suspected space portal had caused quite a stir. Essentially, every powerful nation globally sought to involve themselves and uncover the truth. Amidst this complex situation, several major powers led the charge, establishing a permanent fleet presence here, while various countries dispatched scientists for research endeavors. Over the course of a year, several nations with lesser power gradually withdrew, leaving only those with significant international influence. "Report, sir. We have received alarming news from the research platform regarding anomalies in the target maritime area." The soldier, with dark skin, stood upright, reporting swiftly. "Anomalies?" The smile faded from Rouse's face, replaced by a grave expression. He extinguished his cigarette and hurried toward the command room. "Dr. Heim, have there been any new discoveries?" In the command room, Rouse gazed at the white-haired elder on the screen, his tone serious. On the other side of the screen, a multitude of scientists of varying hues moved rapidly, each bearing a solemn countenance. Dr. Heim, the scientist addressed, exhibited a glimmer of fear of the unknown mixed with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "General Rouse, our instruments have detected erratic fluctuations in the air quality and spatial constants in the target area. Particularly just now, an unknown energy signature has appeared in the atmospheric content." Before Dr. Heim could finish his thought, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky. The entire sea began to churn violently, causing even the aircraft carrier where Rouse stood to rock violently. Meanwhile, the signal from Dr. Heim's end was abruptly interrupted, plagued by interference. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped everyone present, an oppressive feeling that constricted their breaths. Rouse tightened his grip on the railing and peered outward. Before him, the previously tranquil expanse of ocean suddenly erupted in a blinding blue light. Almost instantaneously, a massive azure portal, several kilometers wide and seemingly reaching toward the heavens, materialized before his eyes. "Alert! Alert! All hands to battle stations. This is not a drill." The general's reflexes were remarkably swift. After a brief moment of astonishment, his first instinct was to ensure the entire fleet was on high alert. The other nations' fleets in the surrounding waters followed suit, swiftly transitioning to a state of readiness after a moment of confusion. Countless dark cannons were aimed at the enormous portal. The tumultuous disturbance came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The sea soon calmed. Rouse gazed at the portal, unable to suppress a gulp. "Oh God, what on earth is this?" The ocean had settled, and the portal stood silently upon the water's surface. Countless eyes were fixed upon it, reflecting shock, fear, and curiosity. On the platform above the sea, disregarding the soldier's admonitions, Dr. Heim raced outside the laboratory. Accompanying him was a multitude of scientists from various nations, all gazing upwards at the space portal that loomed before them. Its edges were a brilliant azure, while the center was an abyssal black, drawing the attention of these scholars as if it were a bottomless chasm. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, yet this tranquility was short-lived. The rhythmic sound of steady footsteps resonated from beyond the portal. "What is that?" This thought echoed in the minds of both the scientists on the platform and the soldiers aboard the aircraft carrier as they beheld the advancing leg. As one leg stepped through, a figure emerged fully into view, clad in a flowing robe with wide sleeves, its cuffs and hem embedded with liquid metal runes that morphed with the currents of spiritual energy. The figure also bore armor made of an unknown material, its surface etched with anti-explosion formations and embedded with miniature force field generators powered by spirit stones at the joints. The primary hue of the attire was a deep black, interwoven with dark crimson patterns and electric blue luminescence. On the chest was a nine-eyed skull, its jaws gripping an object resembling a spiraled chain. With a dim red glow emanating from the eye sockets, the chain slowly rotating. Strikingly, among the 9 eyes of the skull, only 4 illuminated, while the others remained shrouded in darkness. An oppressive silence hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The figure's long hair cascaded casually down its back, and a youthful, malevolent visage emerged before the eyes of all present. It remained suspended in midair, calmly surveying everything beneath. A shiver, born from the depths of the soul, coursed through the onlookers. Even seasoned veterans felt a twisted dread rise within them at the mere sight of this being. Suddenly, on the platform, a soldier, unable to withstand the immense pressure, whether due to a misfire or intentional act, discharged his weapon, sending a bullet hurtling towards the figure in the air. The sound of gunfire jolted everyone back to reality, and among them, Ross's face paled in an instant. No, yet it was too late. The bullet, traveling at 300 meters per second, was already upon the figure. However, in the next moment, the man exhibited no movement. The high-speed bullet began to decelerate, gradually coming to a standstill as if drawn by an unseen force, ultimately dropping into his hand. Such a primitive weapon, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Of course, those beneath could not comprehend his words, but it mattered little, as other soldiers quickly subdued the one who had fired. Leaders from various nations, observing the scene via satellite, swallowed hard, their bodies trembling. Before they could relay commands to their fleets on the front lines, Dr. Heim, trembling slightly, stepped forward. "Excuse me, may I ask, are you an extraterrestrial?" By some strange twist of fate, the doctor posed this inquiry. Yet immediately after, he regretted it, deeming the question rather foolish. The figure paused for a fraction of a second at his words, then replied in English, "Extraterrestrial? You may consider it so." He cast a casual glance around, then broke into a radiant smile. "I am Su Wenhua, a mid-level researcher at the Imperial Academy of the Great Universe." His smile was bright and sunny, starkly contrasting with the oppressive uniform he wore. He inwardly added, of course, that it was from a high-risk laboratory under the auspices of the Academy. Chapter 78, The Unexpected Turn of Events. The Great Universe Empire, Academy, Mid-Level Researcher. Dr. Heim swiftly extracted 3 key phrases, only to be struck by realization moments later. He involuntarily exclaimed, You can speak English?" "Merely a simple phonetic language," Su Wenhua replied, stepping gracefully towards Dr. Heim with a gentle smile. Seeing Su Wenhua's amiable demeanor ignited a spark of excitement in Dr. Heim. He completely forgot the delicacy of the moment and hurriedly approached, bombarding Su with questions like a child. "Mr. Su, welcome to Earth. What is your nation like? Is your humanoid form a natural evolution of your civilization or a mere transformation? How can you fly? Has your civilization mastered anti-gravity technology? What material is your attire made of, and why does it emit radiation?" Dr. Heim was overwhelmed with questions, his mind consumed by an insatiable curiosity. Meanwhile, leaders of various nations observing through satellites finally came to their senses. They were shocked and terrified, swiftly issuing commands to their frontline fleets. Expedite the investigation of this suspected extraterrestrial presence. Do not allow them to be outpaced by America. An alien civilization, capable of flight. Just this fact alone indicated that their technology was potentially light years ahead of Earth's. How could they not act swiftly? As Dr. Heim continued to bombard Su with inquiry after inquiry, helicopters from the surrounding fleets rushed towards the sea platform. The first to arrive was a man of Asian descent, who addressed Su in fluent Mandarin with a respectful tone. "Honorable Mr. Su, I am Su Jiang, commander of the First Fleet of Huagua. Welcome to Earth. And on behalf of 1.3 billion people of Huagua and all of humanity, I extend our sincerest respects to you." As Su Jiang arrived, representatives from various nations followed suit, voices of greetings in Japanese, Russian, German, and French echoing around. Su Wenhua maintained his gentle smile, but inside he felt a surge of disdain. What foolish and naive experimental subjects they were. It seemed that my sole banner would achieve complete success here. Yet, why was there no sign of the zombies His Majesty mentioned? Su Wenhua extended his consciousness, spreading it outward. Ultimately, he pinpointed his target in a small city in America, and his smile broadened. Raising his hand, all surrounding sounds ceased abruptly. He turned his smiling gaze towards Dr. Heim, producing a circular, unidentified device. An anti-gravity launcher, capable of altering the gravitational constant within a limited range. "Aside from this meeting, a small gift for you, Dr. Heim. I trust you wouldn't mind if I visited your country?" Dr. Heim instinctively accepted the circular device, the White House looming in the backdrop. Witnessing this spectacle, the President of America instantly widened his eyes, his face a canvas of unrestrained excitement. Quick, agree at once. He hastily issued orders to Ross at the front lines. This is far too precious. Dr. Heim trembled, on the verge of returning the item to Su Wenhua. However, Su raised his hand to interrupt, saying, a mere token. I shall be a guest in your territory for a while longer. He emphasized the phrase a while longer. Yet no one detected the enigmatic glimmer in his eyes at that moment. Very well, Dr. Heim thought, reluctant to return it. Altering the gravitational constant. What an astounding feat. Once he grasped the implications of Su's preceding statement, Dr. Heim joyfully responded, I do not mind at all. Mr. Su may stay in our country for as long as he wishes. He continued to extol the virtues of America, claiming it to be a nation of unwavering integrity. The representatives from other countries, upon hearing Su Wenhua's words, suddenly found their expressions shifting. However, since the sentiment had been voiced, they felt it inappropriate to comment further. Mr. Su, our nation of Hua welcomes your presence. We apologize for any inconvenience, remarked the representative from Hua before turning away without hesitation. An individual from an unknown civilization. Shrouded in secrecy. How enticing, yet he had exerted all efforts here. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by those above him. Moreover, he harbored a sense of foreboding whenever he gazed upon Su Wenhua. This visitor from an unfamiliar civilization might not herald good tidings. As the global elite buzzed with excitement over the spatial portal and the enigmatic Su Wenhua, in America, specifically in Raccoon City, beneath the hive, a translucent dome enveloped a small area. Within, 10 individuals gradually regained consciousness. Where's this place? Who are you? The group comprised a mix of ages and ethnicities, Asian, Caucasian, and African alike. By the wall, a casually dressed man, smoking a cigarette, observed the awakening individuals with an impassive expression. He inhaled deeply before extinguishing the cigarette. His eyes were devoid of warmth as he gazed upward at the semicircular shield above. A few figures were present. Among them a striking woman in a red cheongsam with golden hair, flanked by several armed personnel from an umbrella corporation. Oddly, these individuals appeared frozen in various postures, motionless. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the watch on his wrist. Main mission, survive for 7 days in Raccoon City. The man remained expressionless. The task was succinct. Yet that did not imply it would be simple. Such an entity would not issue a task so straightforward, even in a low-risk reincarnation world. After reviewing the mission, the man shifted his focus to the newcomers, recalling every detail meticulously. Before he could finish his thoughts, the watch suddenly vibrated violently, displaying a flurry of garbled text. Encountering an unknown entity invasion, initiating self-defense. Encounter, reevaluation of reincarnation world danger level. Level 1, error. Level 2, error. Reincarnation world anomaly detected. Reassigning high-tier reincarnators. Encountering unforeseen obstacles, the deployment faltered, yet ultimately succeeded. The cyclical realm has severed its connection with the main program. The mission has shifted. Eradicate the unknown extraterrestrial malevolence. Task difficulty 5. Successful completion of the mission will allow for a return to rectification. The watch upon his wrist flickered wildly until it finally displayed a sanguine hue. Target acquired. Main quest. Eliminate the extraterrestrial demon Su Wenhua. Task difficulty 5. Completion will enable return. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the practicing Qin Jue suddenly sensed an unprecedented turmoil within his mind, emanating from the Jade Seal. This commotion revealed an unrestrained and profound yearning for something elusive. Moments later, the Jade Seal reverted to its tranquil state. Yet, outside the capital, the towering spatial gateway abruptly vanished. The citizens awaiting entry exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Fragments seize? What does this signify? What fragments? Qin Jue harbored a deep disdain for enigmatic utterances, wishing for clarity instead. Alas, the Jade Seal seemed incapable of speech, yet it could certainly convey more information. Above the Imperial Palace, Qin Jue gazed at the vanished spatial gateway, his expression darkening. The stationed officials, including Peng Gao, hastened to his side. Your Majesty, this. Peng Gao furrowed his brow, glancing towards Qin Jue, who currently resides in World 02. Qin Jue remained silent, his voice low as he inquired. Li Wen interjected. There is a mid-level researcher named Su Wenhua who has just entered the Academy of Sciences. Qin Goer added. Additionally, several members of the Imperial Guard have been stationed there since earlier. Qin Jue pondered in silence. He recalled Su Wenhua, a researcher from a high-risk laboratory, responsible for the mechanical body and the soul banner. His focus lay on the realms of soul and machinery. The hierarchy of researchers in the Empire's Academy of Sciences consists of assistants, junior researchers, mid-level researchers, and senior researchers. Currently, mid-level researchers typically possess cultivation at the golden core stage. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jue attempted to establish a connection with Su Wenhua through the spirit seed. Meanwhile, in the world of biohazard, Su Wenhua, just aboard a plane to America, suddenly felt an inexplicable alteration in the spatial gateway behind him. He turned slightly, only to witness the gateway vanishing at an alarming speed. Su Wenhua narrowed his eyes. Before he could react, a voice resonated in his mind. Though he had never laid eyes on His Majesty, the ability to contact him directly through such means could only belong to the current emperor. The smile faded from Su Wenhua's face, replaced by a serious yet respectful demeanor as he listened intently to Qin Jue's words. The spatial gateway has encountered anomalies. You cannot return to the homeland for the time being. There are still several members of the Imperial Guard in World 02. I will ensure they rendezvous with you promptly. As Qin Jue spoke, the Jade Seal in his mind imparted another message. Eliminate the information carrier. Seize the narrative logic. Current number of information carriers, 30. Information carriers? Narrative logic? The information carrier, Qin Jue, could be succinctly described with the term kill. This carrier is undoubtedly a form of life. What follows is a narrative logic, the existence of an unknown threat in the 02 world. Currently, apart from communicating with you, I am unable to offer any further assistance. I permit you to eradicate all anomalies within the 02 world, including the entirety of the realm itself. With that, Qin Jue ceased to speak. He harbored considerable confidence in this researcher under his command, unless the adversary was overwhelmingly strong. By now, he had begun to formulate some ideas. It seemed that some entity was engaged in a game of strategy involving the Imperial Seal. The players in this game, or rather the pieces, consisted of Su Wenhua on one side and 30 unknown life forms on the other. He was uncertain of the consequences of losing. The intricacies of the Imperial Seal eluded his understanding, yet he surmised that a defeat would likely lead to dire outcomes. Thus, he endowed Su Wenhua with substantial authority, allowing him to obliterate the entire 02 world if necessary. Aboard the aircraft, Su Wenhua was taken aback by Qin Jue's words. Although the Emperor's tone was unremarkable, he could not fail to perceive the gravity of the situation. Su Wenhua's expression remained inscrutable. Did he feel fear? No, that would be an underestimation of this mad scientist. Rather than fear, a fleeting thrill of madness surged within him. A whole world, and the Emperor had granted him such vast authority. How could he not be elated? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall eradicate all threats. With that, Su Wenhua lowered his head, a peculiar smile creeping upon his face, which startled those around him, particularly Dr. Heim, who had intended to inquire about the sudden disappearance of the spatial gateway. Observing Su Wenhua's demeanor, an ominous premonition arose within him. Mr. Su, Dr. Heim ventured. Gathering his courage, Su Wenhua, upon hearing his name, lifted his gaze, a gentle smile adorning his face once more. Dr. Heim, do you know what the pinnacle of science is? The inexplicable question left Dr. Heim momentarily stunned. Su Wenhua raised his hand, and in an instant, all the monitoring devices within the cabin became inoperative. I am equally curious, thus I shall exert every effort to pursue it. As he spoke, Dr. Heim gazed into Su Wenhua's eyes, his mind momentarily blank. His expression then dulled for a moment, but soon he regained his composure, albeit with a hint of wooden detachment. Let us depart for the White House. Su Wenhua stood, casting his eyes upon the swiftly passing scenery outside, murmuring, what a marvelous world it is. In Raccoon Town, beneath the hive, a young thug, seemingly no older than 20 with bleached hair, confronted a man who appeared markedly different from the others. Who the hell are you? Where's this place? He shouted, swaggering closer, ready to pounce if the man did not clarify. Zhang Long trembled uncontrollably, having seen the information displayed on his wrist. Despair had taken root in his heart, leaving him no inclination to engage with the young thug. Misinterpreting Zhang Long's demeanor as fear, the thug grew even bolder, reaching out to seize Zhang Long's collar. But suddenly, a loud bang echoed. A gunshot rang out, and the ruffian collapsed to the ground. Zhang Long's lifeless eyes betrayed no emotion as he unceremoniously sat down. The sound of the gun had stunned the others around him. These civilians, accustomed to an era of peace, had never encountered such violence. Ah, a murder. He has a gun. Call the police. Several women began to scream in panic, while others retreated in fear. Only a youth, appearing to be around 15 or 16, observed Zhang Long's weapon with a contemplative expression. After killing the ruffian, Zhang Long waited in vain for the punishment from the deity, which never arrived, deepening his despair. Oh, deity, what have you brought upon yourself? In the past, killing a teammate would incur a deduction of reincarnation points, but this time, there was no reaction at all, illustrating just how dire the situation had become. Those who wish to live, be silent. The cacophony of screams irritated Zhang Long, prompting him to fire another shot at the ceiling, which finally brought about silence. The men and women huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Zhang Long. Only the youth, eyes closed in deep thought, approached him. I was just reviewing the information provided by the deity. Logically, they wouldn't issue a mission that guarantees death, would they? Upon reaching Zhang Long, the youth inquired. Zhang Long was taken aback, surprised to find a promising individual among the new recruits. Unfortunately, it was of little use. The deity might not typically assign fatal tasks, but this instance was different. 5. Do you grasp the significance of that number? The most perilous world I have faced was merely rated 3. Do you know which world that was? Starship Troopers. It was teeming with insectoid creatures and warships, and yet it was only rated 3. My team nearly faced annihilation there. 5 represents a level of danger far beyond our capacity to handle. Zhang Long's words dripped with despondency. The youth's expression turned grave as he glanced at the blood-colored watch on his wrist and suddenly recalled something. I just saw that the deity has dispatched higher-tier reincarnators. I wonder what their capabilities are. Do you know what kind of world this is? If we can distance ourselves from the core combat zones, we might have a chance to survive, he calmly analyzed. Zhang Long's eyelids lifted, and the despair etched on his face began to dissipate. As for the specific abilities of these higher-tier reincarnators, I am not certain, but I presume they should be able to handle this crisis. Regarding this reincarnation world, Zhang Long gestured towards the outside. It is the first installment of Resident Evil. I don't know if you have seen it. We are situated at the very heart of the plot. As Zhang Long pointed, the semicircular protective barrier surrounding them gradually vanished. Not far away, Alice and her companions returned to normal, immediately becoming vigilant upon spotting Zhang Long and his group. While this rookie team faced their imminent peril, various other reincarnators began to emerge throughout America. In a city adjacent to Raccoon City, 6 reincarnators clad in peculiar attire clumsily rose to their feet. What is the deity playing at? I was on the verge of slaying that dragon, exclaimed a man with fiery red hair, wielding an exaggerated greatsword. As he stood up, cursing vehemently, completely disregarding the curious gazes of the passers-by, a middle-aged man clad in knightly armor, wielding a longsword, appeared remarkably composed beside him. He glanced at his wristwatch. Captain, it seems something is amiss this time. Nearby, a team member resembling a nurse furrowed her brows. Let us retreat. The Lord God's actions this time are rather abrupt, a situation we have never encountered before. We must conceal ourselves. On a distant rooftop, a gaunt man with hollowed cheeks chuckled ominously. Who would have thought the Lord God would find himself in such a predicament? How amusing. Behind him, a man in a suit, adorned with sleek glasses, stepped forward, gazing down upon the city below. The Lord God has deployed 20 high-ranking reincarnators, among whom 5 are at the initial 4th tier. This mission is far from straightforward. We must proceed with caution. The original reincarnators possess an immense disparity in strength. Those at the initial 4th tier lack the power to obliterate nations, while those at the mid-4th tier leap to the realm of rules. And the high 4th tier engages with the multiverse. For the sake of the subsequent plot development, we shall not adhere to the original parameters. Everything will be based on the established narrative of this tome. Chapter 80. The newcomers who were eliminated first. The information is woefully insufficient. Aside from knowing the target's name is Su Wenhua, there is naught else to glean. The Lord God has been severed from an unknown entity. These high-ranking reincarnators were left in the dark, yet being seasoned veterans, they promptly concealed themselves to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Su Wenhua faced a similar lack of information. The sovereign merely instructed him to eliminate a total of 30 information carriers. Oh, wait, it has just been reduced to 29. Have those information carriers turned against each other? The aircraft swiftly arrived at the White House, where the then President of America, Obama, personally received this extraterrestrial visitor. The grandeur of the occasion was unprecedented. In the past, should Su Wenhua have wished to conduct any experiments, he would have had to consider the local inhabitants. But now, at the very moment of contact, Su Wenhua exerted control over Obama. Shortly after Su Wenhua's arrival at the White House, 6 members of the elite Qin Jue stationed worldwide approached him. Among them, 2 possessed golden core strength, while the rest were in the late foundation establishment stage. The leader of this Qin Jue, named Luan Jingming, was said to have previously served as a palace guard, summoned into the Qin Jue by the command of the Qin Dynasty. Dr. Su, all congressional members have been secured. We estimate that within 20 minutes, all knowledgeable parties will be dealt with. Luan Jingming clasped his fists, acknowledging the disconnect between the Qin Jue and the Academy of Sciences. The sovereign had already briefed him on the anomalies of this world. Logically, they, the Qin Jue, should be the specialists in this matter. However, it remained unclear why the sovereign entrusted them to Su Wenhua. Of course, such matters were trivial. They would obey the sovereign's orders without question. Thank you for your efforts, Captain Luan, Su Wenhua nodded. In less than 10 minutes, the upper echelons of America were entirely under control. Indeed, the capabilities of the Qin Jue were remarkable. Previously, he had only heard of their prowess, but now he witnessed it firsthand. The upper echelons of the protective umbrella had also been thoroughly subdued. This is what one might refer to as a virus. Luan Jingming produced a glass vial and placed it before Su Wenhua. Indeed, beneath the hive in Raccoon City, our protagonist stumbled upon some intriguing artifacts, perhaps related to the information carriers mentioned by His Majesty. Luan Jingming raised his hand, and a luminous screen materialized within the room. On this screen, a group of individuals was desperately fleeing from a terrifying zombie attack. Su Wenhua squinted, scrutinizing the scene. The grotesque forms of the zombies stirred no fear within him. The entities studied in high-risk laboratories were far more frightening. His attention was drawn to the 9 individuals who appeared distinctly out of place among Alice and her companions. These individuals had suddenly emerged in the hive, one of whom had already been slain by their own. The others, aside from a man wielding a pistol who emanated an unknown energy fluctuation, were mere mortals. Luan Jingming crossed his arms and remarked nonchalantly, "Originally, there were 10. Su Wenhua grinned, realizing that this so-called information carrier was indeed human, and they had swiftly located a portion of them. This made matters significantly easier. If they could not personally apprehend them, there remained another faction lurking in the shadows. Luan Jingming glanced at Su Wenhua, offering a reminder. "I am aware of this." Su Wenhua responded, turning to the figure of Anima by his side. "Isn't there also our esteemed president?" Su Wenhua rose, stating, "These individuals should be able to divulge a wealth of information. How many energy batteries do you have left? It is time to prepare a grand gift for these delightful subjects." In Raccoon City, a relentless tide of zombies surged forth. The original rookie team had already lost 4 members before they could even assess their situation. The remaining 5 were in utter disarray. They did not follow Alice and her group, but instead groped their way upward, seeking to escape the hive. Zhang Long crouched behind a crate, gasping for breath. He repeatedly fired his Desert Eagle, astonishingly without needing to reload. "So many. How much longer until we can get out?" He anxiously inquired of the young boy beside him, who was equally furrowed in concentration, rapidly gesturing toward an unseen location. "This way. We can climb up through the vent." He pointed to the upper left. "All right." Zhang Long wasted no time, rising to dispatch the nearest zombies. He seized the boy and dashed towards the vent. The other 3, witnessing this, immediately panicked, crying out, "Wait, wait." But Zhang Long paid them no heed. In such dire circumstances, only a fool would attempt to save others. It was already a mercy that he hadn't T-shot those deadweights. Zhang Long displayed impressive agility, the nature of his acquired abilities from the main deity unknown. In just a few strides, he reached the vent. With a leap, he entered, and the 2 ascended without looking back. Their escape was remarkably smooth. Before long, they emerged on the surface from the other side of the hive. Finally out, Zhang Long breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Red Queen hadn't entirely sealed the hive. He lay on the ground, his face illuminated with the joy of survival. However, his elation was short-lived as the piercing sound of aircraft suddenly echoed from the horizon. Zhang Long's eyes widened in shock as several fighter jets roared from afar, circling ominously above them. A foreboding sensation surged within Zhang Long. He hastily grasped the youth and fled in a frantic dash. Yet they had scarcely covered any distance when a battalion of fully armed soldiers encircled them. What on earth is happening? Zhang Long's mind was in turmoil. These soldiers were bona fide American troops, not mere umbrella operatives. He was utterly bewildered. Even the typically composed youth could no longer maintain his calm. How was this possible? Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped the jaws of the undead, only to be captured by the military. No matter how clever he might be, he found himself utterly at a loss. Unsurprisingly, the seasoned veteran and the novice reincarnator were the first to be apprehended. The two were clandestinely transported to a secret Umbrella Corporation laboratory. Within the sterile confines of the lab, Su Wenhua, clad in a pristine white coat, regarded them with a smile. "Good afternoon to you both," he said with a gentlemanly air. "Who are you? Why have you captured me? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Long struggled incessantly upon the operating table. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that if you cooperate willingly, I can alleviate some of your suffering." Su Wenhua refrained from directly probing their minds, uncertain whether these information vessels possessed any protective spiritual defenses. However, this was but a minor concern. He was not limited to soul-searching as an interrogation technique. Moreover, if his methods proved ineffective, he had the professional expertise of Wan Qianhu at his disposal. Chapter 81. The Inner Demon. At this moment, Zhang Long began to comprehend the situation. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Wenhua and abruptly ceased his struggles. "You are the otherworldly demon he spoke of, aren't you?" A seasoned reincarnator who had survived several missions was hardly a fool. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Long quickly deduced the truth. Su Wenhua merely smiled in response, circling Zhang Long with deliberate steps. "It seems you are not as dim-witted as I presumed. Now tell me, who is he? Surely you do not wish to undergo peculiar experiments?" Su Wenhua's smile was radiant, his fingers gliding gently across Zhang Long's chest, as if appraising a flawless work of art. "Heh." Zhang Long turned his head slightly. "Spare yourself the effort. It's not a matter of whether I wish to speak. I cannot divulge anything regarding him." "Oh, is that so?" Su Wenhua shook his head and suddenly clapped his hands. Zhang Long instantly felt the world around him spin. In an instant, his consciousness began to fragment. "Ugh, my head hurts. Where am I?" The bright sunlight streamed through the window, and as Zhang Long drowsily opened his eyes, he was struck by an oddly familiar yet alien environment. Before he could ponder further, a playful female voice chimed in his ear. "You've overslept again. Such a little sluggard." A sweet-looking young woman, dressed in a cool, youthful manner, entered with breakfast, teasing him with a smile. "Ching-Ching." Zhang Long instinctively uttered her name, and his heart quivered slightly. His memories gradually resurfaced. The Master God Space, Reincarnators, Reincarnation missions. Wasn't I just executing a mission for the newcomers in the realm of biohazard? Zhang Long cradled his head in anguish. He distinctly recalled being engaged in a mission moments ago, yet now he found himself here. Furthermore, hadn't Ching-Ching already perished? Oh dear. Get up and have breakfast. You promised to take me to the amusement park today. The girl named Ching-Ching stood with her hands on her hips, her expression one of frustration. Before Zhang Long, the scene before him blurred once again. His gaze became somewhat unfocused, but after a moment, he regained clarity. It felt as if an invisible force compelled him to subconsciously forget everything about the supreme deity. "No, this cannot be real. I am a reincarnator." Zhang Long bit his tongue sharply, which brought him momentarily back to awareness. Yet, everything around him felt so vivid. His actions startled Ching-Ching, causing the breakfast in her hands to spill onto the floor. "Zhang Long, what's wrong?" Tears welled in her eyes. "No, it's not that." Zhang Long felt a pang in his heart upon seeing her distress. He hurriedly sat up from the bed and embraced her. "It's all right. It's all right. Let us eat. And afterwards, I'll take you out to play." Throughout the day, Zhang Long appeared somewhat distracted. The memories in his mind felt incredibly real, yet the people and objects surrounding him felt even more tangible. The laughter of his girlfriend, the bustling city, and his own loss of power. Was this truly a dream? This thought flickered in Zhang Long's mind. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. Gradually, Zhang Long forgot everything about the supreme deity. Or perhaps he buried those memories deeply within his heart. 2 years later, he married Ching-Ching. Their family life flourished, and both sets of parents were pleased. His career ascended steadily, and life was exceedingly sweet. A decade passed, and their children grew, 1 son and 1 daughter. He became the envy of his neighbors. 20 years later, life became increasingly mundane, but fortunately, the couple's affection kept him from feeling weary. 30 years, 40 years had gone by, and everything regarding the supreme deity had completely faded into a mere dream. Yet, he never spoke of it to anyone, not even to his wife. 50 years. 60 years later, Zhang Long was over 80. His eyesight had turned cloudy, and his once vibrant wife had transformed into a white-haired matron. One day, Zhang Long lay in a hospital bed. Just like 60 years ago, The same sunlight streamed across his face. In the ward, his son, daughter, grandson, and wife formed a sorrowful crowd, quietly weeping. Ching, he called softly. Trembling, she approached his side. After all these years, you still call me that in such a sentimental manner. He grasped her hand, though it too bore the marks of age. Ah, I might not have much time left. My dear, it's all right. Our son has found the best doctor here. Everything will be fine. Ching's face, lined with wrinkles, glistened with tears. Zhang Long's lips parted slightly. There's something I've never told you. A glimmer of reminiscence filled his eyes. I once had a very long dream. The world knows me as a ruthless member of the Qin Jue, employing every means possible, yet now I see that the methods of your academy are far more cunning. In the pristine laboratory, Luan Jingming observed Zhang Long's mixed expressions of laughter and tears, tilting his head slightly. Beside him, Su Wenhua clasped his hands behind his back. Shaking his head with a smile, external possessions can be relinquished, but the demons of the heart are much harder to overcome. What do you think? This is a project I've been researching lately. The heart demon devours the spirit. Though it has only just begun, its effects on cultivators are still minimal. Luan Jingming, with an impassive demeanor, demonstrated an effective means of interrogation. If Luan Xianhu found it agreeable, once subsequent experiments proved successful, it could be widely adopted within the Qin Jue. Their brief exchange faded into silence, with only the harsh, pallid glare of the experimental lights illuminating Zhang Long's face. At the laboratory table, Zhang Long incessantly murmured, divulging everything he knew about the Master God without reservation. Su Wenhua meticulously recorded all this information, simultaneously transmitting it to the sovereign of Diyu through his spiritual essence. Unbeknownst to them, the reason for the interrogation's smoothness was that Zhang Long and his fellow reincarnators were currently severed from the Master God. Even a brutal soul search would not trigger the protective mechanisms of the Master God. Meanwhile, in Diyu, within the Yu Palace, the Master God and reincarnated Qin Jue murmured to himself, his expression becoming peculiar. He was certainly no stranger to the concepts of the Master God and reincarnators. After all, he had encountered numerous novels in his past life featuring that grand luminous orb. He never anticipated actually encountering it. What then? Was the connection between the Jade Seal and the Master God? He had previously sensed that the Jade Seal bore functionalities strikingly similar to that of the luminous orb, such as the exploitative civilization marketplace. Furthermore, the world of refinement appeared remarkably akin to the orb's method of refining the reincarnation world. Coupled with the Jade Seal's unabashed yearning for the luminous orb, Qin Jue felt there was something amiss. These matters required prompt arrangements. In the world of biohazard, on the operating table, Zhang Long slowly regained consciousness. The gentle sunlight had vanished, replaced by a blinding white light. Su Wenhua and Luan Jingming looked at him with indifference. A jolt of surprise coursed through Zhang Long as his pupils dilated sharply. How should this reincarnator be dealt with? Luan Jingming replied with an unexpected calmness. The sovereign's directive is to eliminate him. All necessary information has been gathered. It is time to entertain these reincarnators. Su Wenhua smiled broadly, not sparing a glance at Zhang Long as he turned to leave. Luan Jingming remained silent, lifting his hand to grasp the air forcefully. In an instant, everything around distorted, and Zhang Long was reduced to a puddle of muck. Yet it was not over. Luan Jingming released his divine sense to ensure Zhang Long's complete obliteration before he finally turned to depart. Chapter 82. The madman, the President of the United States, issued an urgent statement from the White House press briefing room on March 5, 2002. At 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Fellow citizens, tonight, in my capacity as the head of state and commander-in-chief, I convey to all American citizens a matter of the utmost national security. Following extensive verification by the Department of Defense, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and the Interstellar Threat Analysis Joint Center, it has been confirmed that Earth experienced an organized contact with extraterrestrial intelligent life at 3:17 Greenwich Mean Time on March 4, 2002. According to current intelligence, these entities possess biological mimicry technologies far surpassing human comprehension, enabling them to integrate into human society in ways that are nearly imperceptible. Their behavioral patterns and physiological characteristics closely resemble those of ordinary citizens. However, statistically significant anomalous traits have been observed. For further details, please refer to the 73rd edition of the Anomaly Recognition Guidelines published on the government's official website. In accordance with Article 14 of the National Security Law and the authorization of the Extraterrestrial Threat Emergency Response Act, I hereby declare the immediate activation of the Star Shield Protocol. Effective immediately. 1. Any citizen who suspects contact with anomalous entities is urged to promptly submit a secure report via the 24-hour hotline established by the National Security Agency at 1800 or through the official website. 2. The National Guard of each state shall collaborate with the Federal Emergency Management Agency to complete the deployment of anomalous screening stations within 72 hours. 3. A tiered biometric verification system will be implemented across all critical infrastructure. I must emphasize, this is neither a fictional narrative from a science fiction film nor a military drill. The Pentagon has confirmed that this entity group possesses unknown technological apparatus with motives that exhibit aggressive intent. However, the United States of America boasts the most advanced defense system in the world, with a deep space monitoring network and a Starlink system achieving full coverage of geosynchronous orbit. Fellow citizens, we currently stand at a pivotal juncture in the annals of human civilization. I implore all citizens to maintain the highest vigilance, yet refrain from succumbing to panic. Any acts of discrimination based on race, belief, or appearance will be met with severe legal repercussions. The FBI's Cybercrime Division has identified 437 accounts disseminating false information, and wartime information control regulations will be enforced in cyberspace. Finally, let us remember, the unity forged by the spirit of our founding in 1776 will guide us once more through the unknown. God bless America, and God bless the civilization of humanity. President of the United States, signed electronically National Emergency Code 319 morning in America, in a city near Raccoon City. Within a coffee shop, as this urgent notification reverberated across the large screen, an eerie silence enveloped the entire establishment. Moments later, a cacophony of gasps erupted. Oh God, please tell me today is not April Fool's Day. Heavens, aliens, there are indeed aliens, and even the president has acknowledged it. The once tranquil coffee shop transformed into a bustling marketplace. In a corner, 6 seemingly ordinary faces stood frozen in shock. One woman, startled by the news, let her spoon clatter onto the table. Team leader, she said, turning stiffly. Her usually composed captain wore a grim expression. Do not utter a word, let us depart. With a typical Caucasian visage and a robust physique, the captain rose, his face reflecting the astonishment of those around him. The group of 6 made their way towards the exit of the coffee shop. Meanwhile, the entire America had descended into chaos. In the streets, in rooms, wherever one might be, countless individuals exhibited a spectrum of emotions, fear, excitement, and everything in between. As this group of revenants stepped outside, they were greeted by a surreal tableau. On the streets, everyone appeared as if frozen in time. They either stared at their phones or gazed blankly at the screens adorning the buildings. A thunderous roar echoed as heavily armed soldiers arrived in armored tanks. Their penetrating gazes scrutinized every individual. At that moment, the realization dawned upon all. This was no jest, nor a drill. The gravity of the situation may be even more severe than what the president has articulated. This team of reincarnators narrowly brushed past a squad of soldiers. Sir, these individuals appear somewhat familiar, remarked an American soldier, observing the somewhat uneasy expressions of the reincarnators from within an armored vehicle. He hastily produced a tablet and began to scroll through the data. Just the previous day, there had been reports of several oddly dressed individuals obstructing traffic on Sigland Street. The soldier quickly retrieved the surveillance footage from that time. Such matters are generally inconsequential. However, the higher-ups have adopted a serious demeanor, categorizing all anomalies, no matter how minor, into formal records. Consequently, this incident from yesterday was naturally included in the surveillance footage. A group of individuals clad in peculiar attire lay sprawled across the middle of the road, vehicles halted behind them. The soldier scrutinized the footage meticulously and, moments later, confirmed. Sir, it is indeed these individuals. Should we apprehend them? Apprehension is crucial for the safety of the entire nation. Any anomaly warrants capture. It is better to mistakenly apprehend than to let one slip away. This encapsulates the sentiment of the higher echelons, or rather, the intent of Su Wenhua. The reincarnators walked ahead, heads bowed, when suddenly, the sound of wheels grinding against the pavement echoed from behind. The individuals in front halted immediately and prepared for inspection. The sound of the vehicle arrived before it did. A sense of foreboding enveloped the reincarnators, yet they obediently came to a stop. Several soldiers leapt from the vehicle, guns trained on them. The orders from their superiors were clear. These aliens masquerading as humans were deemed highly dangerous and aggressive. "Oh, sir. We are quite uncertain of what crime we have committed," remarked Captain Carter with a radiant smile, attempting to lighten the mood. "Hands on your heads and squat down." Unfortunately, the soldiers were not swayed by such antics. Threats of bullets were imminent. The faces of the reincarnators darkened, casting furtive glances at Carter. With a flicker of his eyes, Carter complied, though he continued to protest. "Sir, this seems rather irregular. I shall report everything truthfully to the government today." The soldier approached and conducted a thorough search of the individuals. "This is your identification. There are no anomalies, sir," he reported after completing the search. The officer, shrouded in layers of clothing, obscuring his expression, commanded, "Take them all away." A simple search? It is far from that. All suspected anomalies are to be taken to a designated location for collective confinement and observation. Ultimately, the reincarnators were apprehended, despite their vehement protests. They were not alone. Across America, or rather, the entire planet, countless individuals were taken away, any hint of anomaly being monitored closely. In the White House, Anima stood to one side. On the sofa, Su Wenhua sat facing Wang Jingming. "Such a grand display. I fear it may alert the unsuspecting." Wang Jingming frowned. "Alert the unsuspecting? No. It would be simpler to eliminate them all." Su Wenhua chuckled lightly. "Wan, how's the arrangement of the soul extraction formation?" Wang Jingming replied. "It has been successfully established and can encompass the globe." Su Wenhua produced a vial of dark red, unidentified liquid, stating, "In this mortal realm, the virus does indeed possess certain properties that enhance the soul. The alien virus from the high-risk laboratory complements the situation perfectly." He shook the virus in his hand and declared, "Let us test the success of my experiment with these reincarnators." Chapter 83. The 100 billion souls banner. Given the current circumstances, the being known as Su Wenhua has likely seized complete control over the upper echelons of this world. In America, isolation chamber number 6355 is situated on a small island. Although referred to as an isolation chamber, it resembles more of a concentration camp. The island is fortified with substantial military presence, and the surrounding facilities house numerous anomalous individuals apprehended from across the nation. Within the relatively spacious and well-lit room, Carter and his reincarnation team find themselves imprisoned. They have been here for 3 days. Aside from regular meal deliveries, they have not been permitted to leave the confines of this room. This predicament is quite troublesome. They are up against an entire nation, or more accurately, the entirety of human civilization. Carter fell into contemplation, acknowledging that it is not entirely adverse news. Although their reincarnation team has been captured, they at least have a clear understanding of their objective. They are not entirely in the dark. As for the current crisis, please, the military stationed on the island poses no threat to them. Had it not been for the fear of exposing their identities, they would have left long ago. "Captain, what should we do next? We can't just remain here indefinitely." One of the team members, bored and playing with her hair, yawned. "What does that demon intend to do? We've been here for 3 days, and it's utterly monotonous. Perhaps he wants to eliminate everyone here," another replied jokingly. "Don't be ridiculous. That demon may have vast powers, but he only controls the upper echelons of this world. With so many held here, 99 of them are civilians. Unless he desires complete chaos in this world." A few team members began to converse quietly. Carter pondered for a moment, then addressed Lucy. "Can we attempt to contact other reincarnation teams? Relying solely on our own success rate for this mission is too precarious." Lucy, a striking blonde with an air of aloofness, who specializes in mental enhancement as a reincarnator, opened her eyes at the captain's request. "I've only managed to contact 2 teams. One did not respond, while the other did, but their situation is similar to ours." "Which team did you reach?" "The Radiant team." "Ah, them." Carter stroked his stubble thoughtfully. "The teams within the main God's domain are not organized by region. In fact, their sector is relatively humane. Once one's strength reaches the 2nd tier, they can freely form teams. The Radiant team holds a commendable reputation at their level, known for their integrity in their endeavors. This is indeed good news. Everyone, get up. We cannot remain here any longer. I have an ominous feeling. Rather than being passively attacked, it is wiser to take the initiative. Splitting up will only lead to our downfall." Carter stood up, his instincts as a high-tier reincarnator often proving to be accurate. Remaining here is certain to lead to trouble. However, just as he rose, he suddenly heard the thunderous roar of aircraft outside. Carter paid little mind. Numerous planes routinely depart from here, transporting the apprehended anomalies to various locations. However, in the next moment, Carter heard a faint yet ominous sound. It was the unmistakable sound of a bomber releasing its payload. Carter's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Be careful!" Boom. As his voice echoed, the ceiling above him melted under the terrifying heat in mere fractions of a second. Then, a scorching white light enveloped their vision entirely. A nuclear bomb. Carter's eyes were instantly clouded with crimson, as shock, anger, and fear coursed through his heart in a fleeting moment. He barely had time to raise his shield. Yet, how could a third-tier reincarnator withstand the force of a nuclear bomb with a yield of millions, especially at ground zero? A colossal mushroom cloud ascended above the small island, the terrifying white light resembling a second sun. The intense heat vaporized everything on the island, including the station troops and the tens of thousands of lives imprisoned there. "Oh, I didn't expect to actually catch a few." Su Wenhua chuckled eerily as he observed the number of surviving information carriers plummet from 20 to 9 in the White House. He crawled to the window, where the air outside had become tainted with harmful elements due to simultaneous nuclear explosions across the globe. Qin Jue. The second phase of the plan can commence, Su Wenhua mused, admiring his handiwork. The nuclear blast was merely the first step of his scheme, designed to eliminate some unfortunate reincarnators. The subsequent phases were crucial, not only to fulfill his experiments, but also to accomplish his Majesty's objectives. What magnitude does the simultaneous detonation of hundreds of nuclear warheads possess? Let it be said that anyone residing on this planet, regardless of their location, could feel the air tremble at that moment. Every electronic device worldwide failed utterly in an instant. Those closer to the epicenter experienced the ground shake violently, while those farther away felt a subtle tremor. Countless individuals gazed in horror at the sky, utterly perplexed by the unfolding chaos. Yet, from that moment onward, the fabric of societal order began to unravel. But was that the end? In a small town in America, two reincarnators disguised as civilians sensed the radiation permeating the air and dashed out of their room. The streets were crowded with people, all ensnared in a state of stupor. Before they could comprehend the shock of the nuclear explosion, the entire sky was shrouded in a visible dark purple hue. The sun was obscured, and visibility was severely limited. It felt like the apocalypse, a suffocating atmosphere enveloping every heart. One reincarnator gazed grimly at the sky, as droplets of rain began to fall from the horizon. Beside the two, a plump middle-aged woman instinctively wiped the raindrops from her face. In the next instant, she let out a painful cry, collapsing onto the ground. Her limbs contorted grotesquely, her eyes turned a vivid crimson, and she emitted sounds that were anything but human. The two reincarnators did not enhance their abilities through the cultivation system. Otherwise, one would not witness a spectral soul being violently wrenched from the head of the woman, soaring towards the heavens. Within mere seconds, this woman underwent a complete transformation. Her flesh, defying the laws of science, grotesquely proliferated until she became a terrifying, bloated monster towering 2 meters high. Roar! Not only this woman, but the entire town, with the exception of a few, had succumbed to mutation. Countless zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, howled as they lunged forward to feast upon them. At that moment, the two reincarnators could no longer disguise themselves, as they found themselves encircled by the horde of the undead. "Move!" One of the reincarnators bellowed. Engulfed in flames, he shot into the sky. The other reincarnator pulled a small orb from his possession, which unfurled in his hand like liquid, enveloping him entirely. It turned out to be a nanotechnology exoskeleton armor. High above, Su Wenhua stood calmly, flanked by 6 Imperial guards. Before him, the massive soul banner, large enough to nearly obscure the horizon, fluttered without wind. Souls from across the globe continuously merged into the banner. Alas, they were all mortal souls, far too low in quality. The soul banner? No. It would soon evolve into hundreds of billions of soul banners. Qin Jue, intrigued by the banner, still believed that even if one were to collect hundreds of billions of souls, the quality of mortal souls would remain inadequate. "Your perspective is too narrow," Su Wenhua remarked, his face alight with ecstasy. "Souls are but secondary. It is the torrent of information carried by these souls that serves as the true weapon. Hundreds of billions of souls, with their myriad thoughts and memories, in a single blow, even an ancient being in the nascent soul stage would be rendered dazed. Should this soul banner perform well, I shall certainly recommend to His Majesty the promotion of it throughout the great universe." Chapter 84, Madness. How dare he? 20 high-tier reincarnators. And they had yet to even encounter their mission target, leaving only 9 alive. Not to mention whether they could stand against Su Wenhua. The very methods of that demon had already instilled terror in their hearts. A nuclear bomb was deployed without hesitation. Over 100 billion lives. How could he dare? Even the Master God Space, known for its ruthless tactics, had never encountered Su Wenhua and was already tinged with fear. The zombies were merging with one another. Among the remaining 9 reincarnators, a 4-member team was besieged by relentless waves of the undead. These zombies were not the sluggish, easily dispatched types. Each one was horrifyingly formidable. Any one of them could effortlessly toss aside a vehicle weighing several tons. This was certainly not a mere virus. A reincarnator skilled in primal energy screamed internally. Of course, it was not a virus. The aberration virus was a project established long ago by the Great Universe Empire's Academy of Sciences. Its original intent was to enhance soldiers' physical capabilities, primarily focusing on augmenting various physical attributes. However, it was evident that the experiment had not succeeded, as the uncontrollable risks were far too great. In the aftermath, the Academy of Sciences, struck by inspiration, decided that since the enhancement serum could not be realized, they would instead embark on the development of a high-risk weapon. Subsequently, from the martial artists of the Tang Dynasty to genuine cultivators, and even to the beasts of the wild, this virus underwent continuous refinement and has shown promising results. Su Wenhua deployed a hybrid of virus and aberrant virus in this world. The virus fortifies the soul, ensuring that the souls of mortals from whom energy is drawn do not shatter. The aberrant virus transforms the physical forms, resulting in bodies that possess a general strength comparable to that of a master. However, if that were all, it would be inconsequential. The most terrifying aspect of the aberrant virus is that the aberrations can merge with one another. As of now, no upper limit has been determined. It is imperative that their fusion does not succeed. Leading this 4-person team was an individual with Eastern features, clad in white attire and wielding a longsword, radiating waves of spiritual energy. This was evidently a reincarnator following the path of cultivation. Observing the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, one could discern that it rivaled that of a golden core practitioner. 5 elements sword formation, activate. He commanded softly, producing 5 uniquely shaped flying swords from his storage pouch. The dense power of the 5 elements instantly enveloped the surroundings. The incessantly merging zombies were hindered, and the sharp sword energy cleaved through them as if they were mere tofu. Yet, even when these zombies were severed into 2, the flesh and blood on the ground continued to draw closer, merging once more. The reincarnator furrowed his brow, unleashing his aura without reservation. The domain within 1,000 miles was shrouded by his might, and the sword energy intensified, slicing through the encroaching horde of zombies, reducing them to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Once he had completed this feat, he suddenly heard the faint sound of applause in his ears. A high-level reincarnator indeed possessed some prowess. The sound was akin to a multitude whispering in unison, emanating from all directions, overwhelming even this golden core practitioner, causing his head to throb. "Show yourself, you trickster." The reincarnator swiftly activated his clarity technique, his voice imbued with spiritual energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The other 3 members of his team wore serious expressions, encircling him and vigilantly observing their surroundings. "Come forth, I await you here, ha 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 ha," echoed that chaotic voice as the remaining 9 reincarnators simultaneously received a coordinate in their minds. This was Raccoon City. Above Raccoon City, a voice inquired, "How is it, Wan Qianhu? The effects are quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree?" The reincarnator, with golden core strength, realized that the doctor had only activated a fraction of the Soul Banner's power, yet it was sufficient to influence their consciousness. Su Wenhua proclaimed with great pride, "Indeed. Impressive. I never expected that mere information bombardment could wield such potency without relying on soul power." Wan Jingming offered a candid assessment. "Ha ha ha, this is the science of cultivation. Once we later equip the Soul Banner with an amplifier or something similar, its effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. Just imagine if these billions of souls were all cultivators. What a spectacle that would be." Su Wenhua's face was alight with obsession. "What a lunatic," Luan Jingming muttered under his breath, discreetly distancing himself from Su Wenhua. "They are coming." He gazed into the distance, where 9 reincarnators had arrived outside Raccoon City. How delightful. Let this doctor observe. Among them were 5 at the initial 4th stage and 4 at the high 3rd stage, ready to spring into action. My precious, Su Wenhua clapped his hands. The concept of a 4th stage reincarnator is quite broad within the realm of the main deity, as these reincarnators have traversed diverse paths, some in the pursuit of immortality, others in martial arts, some in the arcane arts, and yet others on a purely technological route. One cannot solely gauge a reincarnator's strength by destructive capability. In the main deity's realm, reincarnators are classified by tiers, influenced by various factors. Firstly, their intrinsic strength must reach that level, and secondly, they must complete a sufficient number of reincarnation tasks. Thus, the destructive power of those at the high third stage may not necessarily be inferior to that of those at the initial fourth stage. The remaining 9 reincarnators formed a temporary alliance, regardless of any enmity among them. To refrain from cooperation at this juncture would be sheer folly. Outside Raccoon City, a celestial figure clad in white observed the soul banner in the sky, which incessantly absorbed souls. With a solemn tone, he spoke. Beneath that colossal soul banner, a group of 7 loomed above them. Curse that wretched main deity, muttered a hollow-eyed man among the 9. Fortunately, the fluctuations emanating from these celestial demons were not overwhelmingly superior to their own. A short-haired woman chimed in. What do you propose? To capture the king before the thieves? The white-clad reincarnator's gaze was fixed intently on Su Wenhua. The others were inconsequential as their sole mission from the main deity was to eliminate him. Once Su Wenhua was slain, they could return. What did the rest matter to them? As for how they recognized Su Wenhua, there was no mystery. The others wore identical uniforms, while Su Wenhua's attire stood out prominently. Dr. Su, these reincarnators seem quite resolute, huh? Should we change our clothes now? Luan Jingming quipped, observing the glowing skull emblem on Su Wenhua's chest. Below, the group of reincarnators exuded an air of collective determination, akin to a formation ready to strike. Yet, to think they could directly engage the final confrontation was overly simplistic. Just as the reincarnators prepared to unleash their might, a deep, ominous rumble echoed from the other end of Raccoon City. Suddenly, a massive, fleshly hand, spanning hundreds of meters, descended upon them. Chapter 85, A Clash of Ideologies. Regrettably, time was of the essence. It had only integrated a few surrounding areas, encompassing millions. In Raccoon City, a towering zombie, over 1,000 meters tall, slowly rose. This undead creature retained a human-like form, with dark red veins exposed, resembling molten lava coursing through its body. Its chest bore the faces of countless individuals, young and old alike, embedded within. If it could assimilate the bloodlines of some body cultivators, the outcome would likely be even more potent. Merely standing, this zombie cast a shadow over half the city. Confused murmurs echoed around. A simple swipe of its hand was enough to obliterate buildings along its path, turning steel structures to mere tofu. The faces of the reincarnators turned ashen as they hurried to demonstrate their unique abilities. Some radiate a pure, white holy light, while others are infused with surging magical energy. There are even those who summon mechs reminiscent of towering giants. Yet, without exception, their hasty resistance is effortlessly cast aside by the giant zombie's mighty slap. The density of their power remains insufficient. If only they could compress it further, they would transform into a formidable numerical entity. High above, Su Wenhua and Luan Jingming converse in hushed tones. The colossal zombie strike does not inflict tangible harm upon the reincarnators. Rather, it is the incessant, low murmurs, akin to the collective groans of a multitude, that gradually disrupt their mental fortitude. Those reincarnators fortified against psychological assaults fare somewhat better, able to withstand the onslaught, while others, lacking such expertise, find their minds clouded and disoriented. Some may be rudimentary and devoid of intellect, yet their destructive potential is not to be underestimated, as they pose no threat to the reincarnators. Following the strike, a multitude of blood-soaked tendrils erupt from the giant zombie's form. Regardless of their actual power, the sight is terrifyingly reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. These tendrils, cutting through the air with a menacing sound, lunge toward the assemblage of reincarnators. Beware! Shouts a reincarnator piloting a mech, maneuvering deftly in the sky, the massive machine exhibiting agility that belies its size. Simultaneously, a plasma beam bursts forth from its mechanical arm, instantly incinerating the fearsome tendrils into 2 segments. However, the severed tendrils grow at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye, and this time, they shimmer with a chilling light. Cover me! A reincarnator wielding a staff bellows, chanting fervently. O spirit of obliteration that drifts between realms, heed the call of your devout follower. As her incantation escalates, a tempestuous force of annihilation manifests around her. A 4th-tier forbidden spell, abyssal destruction. Alas, what a pity it is to squander such exquisite experimental material. So many unique paths of power could yield profound insights if studied meticulously. Su Wenhua's eyes gleam with excitement. The path diverging from the realm of cultivation holds immense research potential. Yet, the sovereign's command remains paramount. In mere moments of confrontation between the giant zombie and the reincarnators, the entirety of Raccoon City is reduced to ruins amidst the aftermath of their clash. The ground is rent asunder, and the residual waves of energy continue to radiate outward. Each collision emits a mournful cry, as if the very space is overwhelmed. Sanctified barrier. The paladin John plunges his great sword into the fractured earth, unleashing 12 golden pillars of light that ascend skyward. The tendrils collide with the holy shield, producing a resonant clang akin to metal striking metal. Seizing the moment, the mech warrior's back armor suddenly splits open, releasing swarms of miniature floating cannons like a hive of bees. Though it is their first collaboration, the 9 reincarnators exhibit remarkable synergy. Constructing a spatial anchor point? Or employing some other technique? Su Wenhua and his companions remain on the sidelines. They observe as the mech's floating cannons align into a hexagram formation, each barrel aglow with an ethereal blue quantum entanglement light. With a thunderous roar, a colossal energy vortex, 1,000 meters in diameter, materializes in the heavens, eliciting a deafening bellow from the giant zombie. The regenerating tendrils abruptly began to collapse upon themselves, as flesh and tissue were deconstructed and reassembled at the quantum level. The wizard's ultimate spell was finally ready, a dark orb coalescing at the tip of his staff, causing even the fabric of space to buckle in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, the white-clad reincarnator unsheathed his sword, cleaving open the heavens. The blade transformed into an afterimage, plunging towards the chest of the colossal zombie. With this strike, the surrounding space was relentlessly torn apart. No matter how formidable the giant zombie's regenerative abilities, its chest was instantaneously rent asunder, creating a gaping hole 100 meters wide. Boom! The giant zombie was grievously wounded, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Healing spells were swiftly cast by the reincarnator, fulfilling the role of healer as the battle between the two sides progressed rapidly, yet with unwavering intensity. Is it dead? The wizard reincarnator's complexion turned pale. Forcibly invoking forbidden magic in this world devoid of sorcery came at a tremendous cost. Thump, 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 the sound of a heartbeat echoed in their ears. Not far away, the fallen giant zombie was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. This is bad. The group of reincarnators did not hesitate and continued their assault. However, the zombie's rate of mutation was exceedingly rapid, bordering on the unnatural. In mere seconds, it rose once more, its towering form compressing from thousands of meters to just a few dozen. The putrid, bloated flesh that had cursed its body vanished, replaced by a sleek, obsidian-like silhouette, devoid of facial features, with elongated limbs and a fluid musculature that exuded grace. There's a second phase. Wang Jingming felt a twinge of surprise. Wang Qianhu, you were starting to cast doubt on this researcher's advanced credentials. Su Wenhua chuckled, gesturing towards the compressed zombie. This form sacrifices some power in exchange for enhanced mobility and regenerative capabilities. This will eventually be deployed for military use. So it's not that simple. No sooner had Su Wenhua finished speaking than the zombie vanished from sight, as if teleporting. It's gone? Be cautious. Susan, can you locate it? No. The whispering voice is continuously interfering with my mental scanning abilities. A few of the weaker reincarnators were immediately thrown into disarray. Only the white-clad cultivator furrowed his brow, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding space. Here, the white-clad reincarnator called out, slashing his longsword in a certain direction. Bang! No. A sudden shock coursed through the white-clad cultivator's mind. He had struck nothing but air. Quickly turning around, he witnessed Susan, the mental enhancer, having her skull shattered by a single punch. With one less mental specialist in their ranks, the remaining members felt the influence of the whispering voice intensify significantly. After obliterating Susan's head, the zombie vanished once again. The remaining 8 reincarnators quickly huddled together. Must we truly resort to that? The white-clad cultivator placed his left hand on his storage pouch, a fleeting struggle crossing his face. The figure high above still appeared to be merely spectating. He had intended to reserve this trump card for last, yet given the current circumstances, failure to deploy it might indeed lead to their demise. The internal conflict lasted but a moment. Those who had survived thus far were no fools. He struck the storage bag, and a shimmering golden talisman soared forth. The 9 Radiance Sun Talisman. The moment the talisman manifested, the entire sky was instantly enveloped in golden light. In the heights, The souls within the 100 billion soul banners seemed to encounter an insurmountable adversary, wailing in agony. Over 100 billion souls were scorched at a terrifying speed. The lurking zombies were also compelled to emerge. The talisman, akin to the sun, charged towards the zombies. In but an instant, those formidable zombies, which had just displayed their might, were vaporized. The golden light arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The white-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with anguish. This golden talisman had cost her 1,000 reincarnation points along with 3-tiered side storylines to exchange. Such waste. Indeed, there were hidden cards. In the sky, Su Wenhua maintained a stoic expression. Nearly 1/10 of the 100 billion soul banners had been incinerated in that fleeting moment. Finally, the troublesome zombies had been dealt with, and the remaining reincarnators breathed a sigh of relief. However, their primary enemy in the skies still lingered, and their current state was far from optimal, leaving them uncertain of their odds of victory. There should be no more hidden cards, they all thought. The white-robed cultivator whispered urgently, but before the words were fully uttered, a sudden piercing pain erupted in her mind. Countless pieces of information surged violently into her consciousness. These pieces of information resembled the desires of billions, the intense emotions of billions, and the mournful cries of suffering. Gasp! The white-robed cultivator's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. The other reincarnators, who had just relaxed, experienced the same fate. In less than a fraction of a second, the relentless torrent of information exploded their minds. Did they think this scholar had never seen a film? Did they intend to subject this scholar to the trope of villains succumbing to their own verbosity? With the 100 billion soul banners in hand, Su Wenhua descended from the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain. The so-called high-tier reincarnators were merely this. The few reincarnators who had fortified their minds were swiftly eliminated by him, while the rest couldn't even withstand the initial wave of information from the soul banners. The effect of the soul banners exceeded my expectations. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the reincarnators beneath him, Su Wenhua felt a sense of satisfaction with this experiment. The only drawback was that a portion of the souls had been burned away. Yet, this was a minor issue. They could be replenished later. He truly wished to take these corpses back for further study. Su Wenhua felt a twinge of reluctance. Nearby, Luan Jingming raised his hand, and the corpses of the reincarnators were instantly disintegrated into air. He cautiously conducted an inspection to ensure they were utterly lifeless before feeling at ease. The battle concluded abruptly. Yet it was all too real. Throughout, these reincarnators had not even brushed against Su Wenhua's garments. Upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. From the very beginning, these high-tier reincarnators had been at a disadvantage. They had been led by Su Wenhua step by step, until their demise was shrouded in obscurity. In the moment of completely annihilating the world of the biohazard crisis, a deep blue spatial portal suddenly appeared above Raccoon City. Following that, a terrifying pressure continuously emanated from the portal. 1, 2, countless shadowy figures swiftly crossed into this world that had fallen completely silent. In the high-risk laboratory of the Imperial Academy, the mid-level researcher Su Wenhua had encountered Commander Yu. Zhuan Jingming, stationed at the 02 world of the Jinui, had also met Commander Yu. Amidst a terrifying assembly of nascent soul powerhouses, Commander Yu advanced step by step towards the two. Though he had made considerable efforts to suppress the divine pressure emanating from him, with each stride, the surrounding space uncontrollably fractured. Su Wen, though unaware of the specific events unfolding, recognized that Su Wenhua and his companions had successfully fulfilled His Majesty's directives, meriting commendation. Their prompt arrival was motivated by concerns that the main deity might dispatch new reincarnators as a precautionary measure. Shortly after Commander Yu's emergence, the dimensional gate again trembled under the weight of divine pressure as Li Wen, clad in a white lab coat, made his entrance. Lordly, the assembly greeted him. Li Wen acknowledged them with a subtle nod, subsequently surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the endless wailing souls within the soul banner held by Su Wenhua, causing his expression to darken instantly. Have you refined all the humans of this world? Li Wen inquired coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Su Wenhua. This realm was not his homeland, yet it existed as a parallel world to it. The trajectory of history and the distribution of power mirrored his previous life with uncanny precision. Li Wen had hoped to encounter some familiar faces, even if they were not known to him personally. Yet, confronted with this desolate world, how could he not feel enraged? Su Wenhua, discerning the chill in Li Wen's tone, reigned in his respectful demeanor. He narrowed his eyes, unflinching, and met Li Wen's gaze. This is a privilege bestowed upon me by His Majesty. The atmosphere turned tense, with the members of the Xianyuan army exchanging glances, hesitant to interject, recognizing that this was an internal matter of the academy. Li Wen, momentarily taken aback by Su Wenhua's retort, scrutinized him deeply before turning away with a stoic expression. Watching Li Wen's retreating figure, Su Wenhua's eyes flickered with a hint of contempt, merely a few decades ahead in age. He believed that one day, he would displace Li Wen from his esteemed position as the chief scientist. Fear was not in his nature, as long as he excelled. Usurping Li Wen's role was merely a matter of time. In truth, Su Wenhua had long perceived Li Wen as excessively lenient. He could not fathom why His Majesty had appointed Li Wen as the chief scientist. Only citizens endorsed by His Majesty were deemed true compatriots. All others were merely creatures bearing human semblance. He remained steadfast in his devotion to His Majesty's ideology and consistently enacted this belief. He felt no remorse for his actions. Chapter 86. New changes of the Imperial Seal, adding narrative logic. Addition successful, upon successfully resolving the plight of 30 reincarnators. The Imperial Seal conveyed two straightforward pieces of information to him. In the palace, Qin Jue sat in the Imperial Garden. Behind him, a woman adorned in vibrant garments, reminiscent of a lively butterfly, massaged his shoulders. This woman had once been a small butterfly in the Imperial Garden, now having successfully transformed. As Qin Jue reveled in the massage, he meticulously attuned himself to the changes within the Imperial Seal. He was uncertain of the implications behind the message indicating the successful addition of narrative logic. All he knew was that this time, the Imperial Seal had bestowed upon him two entirely new abilities, one of which was the compulsion to plant spirit seeds. The original spirit seeds require the devout faith of followers for them to be perceived and bestowed. However, now, if one relinquishes resistance or lacks the capacity to resist, one can forcibly implant spirit seeds. The effects post-implantation remain unchanged. The second ability is termed path theft. This ability is indeed formidable. It allows one to forcibly seize the path of a cultivator at the transformation stage or above to implant it within another. This theft encompasses all insights that the cultivator possesses regarding their path. Remarkably, it can even be executed on the deceased. Regardless of whether the cultivator's remaining essence or corporeal form exists, the act of theft can be forcibly carried out. Presently, Qin Jue has successfully appropriated a path specifically. The path of the ancient Chongshan. The tale is somewhat absurd. Among the relics left by the ancient Chongshan, there exists a hairpin. Initially, Qin Jue had not given it much thought. Yet, recently, that hairpin exhibited a faint anomaly. Were it a typical transformation cultivator, they would scarcely perceive anything amiss, as it is merely a trivial object, an ordinary item. However, the entirety of the vast universe lies under Qin Jue's scrutiny. To call him the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of the vast universe would not be an exaggeration. Such a minor anomaly naturally could not escape his notice. After thorough investigation, one might wonder what he discovered. The hairpin concealed a fragment of the ancient Chongshan's remnant soul. Indeed, cultivators who reach the transformation stage are not to be underestimated. The correspondence also mentioned a delivery to the Yunxian sect, hinting at great fortune. It is likely that upon delivery, the opportunity for possession would arise. Besides the path of Chongshan, during this period within the vast universe, another cultivator has emerged with their own path. This individual's emergence did not surprise Qin Jue in the least. Peng Gao, the heart of the ruthless path. This innate chancellor of the empire, with an unprecedented heart towards the path, successfully forged his own path within just a few short years. It is noteworthy that the ancient Chongshan, in his cultivation insights, remarked that he sat in silent meditation within Chongshan for 5 centuries before comprehending the path of Chongshan. One can only imagine the terror that is Peng Gao. Additionally, a matter concerning Qin Jue's own path arises. Throughout the years, he has yet to discover his own path. Yet, curiously, after Peng Gao comprehended the ruthless path, Qin Jue experienced insights regarding the same path. How should one articulate this? It seems he is transformed into his central processing unit, synchronously grasping the paths understood by those under his command. Perhaps it is a hidden effect of the blessings and spirit seeds. Naturally, the Jade Seal would not disclose this to him. Qin Jue could only speculate. Uncertainty looms over whether the Master Deity will take further action. This instance has undoubtedly forged a deep enmity with the realm of the Master Deity. The Jade Seal has appropriated a portion of the Master Deity's narrative logic, while Qin Jue is oblivious to the specifics of this narrative logic. It is evident that it holds significant importance regarding the Jade Seal. Contemplating these matters, it is prudent to prepare in advance. One must be ready to face incoming challenges, akin to a soldier standing firm against an advancing enemy. The conflict between Su Wenhua and Li Wen has sparked some ideas. Perhaps it would be wise to establish a high-risk laboratory as an independent entity. Let my bones serve as the banner. I decree. Su Wenhua has achieved remarkable merit in the transformation of the living amidst the corpse mutation in the 02 world. In the autumn of the 40th year of the Great Universe era, the decree was issued appointing Jin as the envoy of the Purple Cloud Scriptures, bestowing upon the Nine Calamities Laboratory a grand edifice equipped with an annihilation array, capable of harnessing myriad spirits as materials. The command allowed for the undertaking of forbidden endeavors, the refinement of the Chaos Foundation, thereby manifesting celestial might. As the decree was gently folded away, Xiao Liuzi wore a smile upon his countenance. Congratulations, Dr. Su. It has been many years since His Majesty has issued a decree. Within the confines of the Academy of Sciences, researchers bowed in reverence, while Su Wenhua trembled with excitement. Thank you, Your Excellency. He accepted the decree with trembling hands, his ambitions shining forth, unabashedly radiating from his eyes. Chapter 87. Citizen, I am Benbo Ba, a minor demon patrolling the Wan Yao mountain range. I serve as the pillar of my family, and my parents take great pride in me. Yet, I alone am aware of the lowly nature of my identity. The work of patrolling the mountains is exceedingly mundane. This world is vast, and the hills seldom see visitors. I often ponder when I might ascend to the status of those formidable foundational demons, yet I am but a diminutive pig demon of the lowest qualification. Life is rather monotonous. Perhaps in a century, I too shall meet an unremarkable end like my fellow small demons. Mother, this is a pill bestowed by the king. It can prolong life. I presented her with a dark, unrecognizable pill, crafted from unknown materials. My Benbo Ba is truly remarkable. Work diligently. And the king shall not treat you unjustly. Who says beasts lack emotions? Perhaps this is quite agreeable. Originally, my life might have concluded in such an unremarkable manner. Until a little over a year ago, the Dragon King of the Sea engaged in a conflict with an unknown adversary, and our king joined the fray. The tumult was tremendous. It felt as though the entire world was about to collapse. However, the clash of those titans was brief, and I later learned that foreign cultivators had clashed with our king. To my shock, our king was defeated. In that moment, I felt as though the heavens had fallen. How could such a powerful figure be vanquished? It is said that these human cultivators delight in the torment of demon beasts, which filled me with dread. But I could not exhibit weakness. I had family to protect. These human cultivators were somewhat different from what I had envisioned. They did not impose hardship upon my family. However, their gazes were imbued with an air of superiority. Strangely, the demon beasts that usually tormented me had transformed. They no longer bullied me. It turned out that an edict from the human emperor had brought about this change. That emperor was formidable, managing to subdue numerous great demons. Subsequently, our lives improved significantly. The emperor reformed the world, evoking a peculiar sensation within me. It was an extraordinary feeling. I observed many demons paying homage to the statue of that human emperor. Even the golden elixir demons prostrated before it daily. Should I also partake in this veneration? Your Majesty, you are a good demon. No, a good person. You are even better than our king. I began to emulate the other demon beasts, offering my daily prayers. Although His Majesty is not of the demon race. Since his ascension, the world has flourished, bringing more smiles to my mother's face. What entity has flown into my being? On that day, immediately after my prayers, a light suddenly darted into my body, leaving me terrified. I hastily sought out my superior, a foundational fox spirit, who, for reasons unknown, immediately knelt before me upon our first encounter, his expression brimming with reverence. I felt a twinge of anxiety, yet his trepidation surpassed my own. Next, I approached the king. And like the other spirits, they knelt without uttering a word. Yet, I am merely a little pig spirit. It was only later that I comprehended the truth. I had received the emperor's recognition. I had become a bona fide citizen of the grand universe. How splendid it is! In the heart of the grand universe, within the enchanting city of Yangshan, stood Benbo Ba, a figure less than 1.5 meters tall, holding his younger brother's hand with his left and his sister's with his right. Beside them was their venerable mother. The family of four gazed at the mesmerizing cityscape before them, their demeanor tinged with restraint. From afar, Yangshan City presented a breathtaking sight, dominated by a colossal protective energy barrier reaching for the heavens. The surface of this barrier shimmered with arcane runes, flowing like liquid metal one moment and coalescing into an indomitable solid wall the next. Beneath the barrier lay a series of soaring mountains, yet upon closer inspection, these were not mountains at all, but rather a meticulously arranged cluster of gigantic modular buildings. The foundations of these structures were composed of ancient, weighty stones, intricately carved with mythical beasts and celestial symbols, exuding an aura of antiquity and spiritual resonance. Rising from this base were skyscrapers adorned with neon lights and embellished with colossal, all-encompassing projection screens. The harmonious blend of ancient pagodas and modern skyscrapers was complemented by spherical energy hubs suspended above. At the city's center, a magnificent energy lighthouse, forged from pure essence, seemed to pierce the sky. This beacon served as the core node of the city's vast energy network and the highest-grade spirit-gathering array. Day and night, it drew upon the spirit energy of the earth and the energy of the stars, casting enormous, ever-evolving images of the Bagua and celestial maps across the skies. The main thoroughfare, named Spirit Hub Avenue, was paved with jade-like stones that radiated a gentle luminescence. These stones possessed the ability to autonomously guide the flow of spirit energy and supply it to the conduits below. Flanking the streets, traditional pavilions coexisted with sleek, modern storefronts. In the lower atmosphere, sword-wielding cultivators and those piloting mechanical shuttles navigated the carefully planned spirit energy routes, leaving trails of luminous brilliance in their wake. Occasionally, massive cargo mechanical birds, adorned with armor and symbols, glided overhead, casting considerable shadows. On the ground, in addition to the streams of pedestrians, various vehicles, some evoking classical beast-like forms, others embodying a futuristic elegance, traversed the thoroughfare. Intelligent automatons functioned as porters, cleaners, and guides. Enormous holographic advertisements shifted in the air, promoting an array of products I had never encountered before. High above, vast silhouettes demonstrated an array of techniques and spells, occasionally accompanied by a faint pressure emanating from the horizon. So many formidable beings. Golden core, nascent soul, indeed. A significant portion of the bustling crowd radiated the aura of foundational cultivation. The Binbo family stood in place, somewhat at a loss. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? In an instant, waves of inferiority surged within him. As the elder brother felt a gentle tug on his hand from his younger sister, he spoke softly. Maturity is often a fade. He understood that at this moment. He could not display any signs of weakness, especially in front of his family. Standing tall, he feigned nonchalance on his furry face and declared, "It's all right. We are all citizens now, and this will be our home." Yangshan City, situated in the northern part of Danyu's mainland, is a modestly sized city with a resident population just over 10 million. Ever since he became a citizen, he had been received by officials stationed in the Wanya mountain range, who inquired if he wished to immigrate to the mainland. Everyone desires upward mobility, and he was no exception. Without hesitation, he departed from his hometown, where he had lived for decades, and arrived in the unfamiliar Yangshan City. "Hello, friends. You must be from out of town." Just as Ben Boba felt somewhat lost, a cheerful voice suddenly rang in his ears. He quickly glanced around. "Where are you looking, my friend?" "At your feet." Ben Boba looked down to see a small, peculiar robot, only a few dozen centimeters tall, standing with its hands on its hips, gazing up at them. "Hello there," Ben Boba stammered, somewhat bewildered. "Be careful. This is my newly acquired prosthetic." The little robot flew in front of Ben Boba and circled his family. "How marvelous. You are among the first of the demon race to receive the Emperor's recognition." Ben Boba could sense the spiritual essence emanating from this little robot. It was indeed a citizen of Danyu. "May I inquire if it is rare for the demon race to receive the Emperor's recognition?" he asked, scratching his furry face awkwardly. "Indeed, it is rare." The small robot pointed skyward. "As of now, there are only about 1,300 demons who have obtained citizenship. And your family of 4 accounts for 4 of them. Remarkable. Many of the great demons are still engaged in breeding research at the Beastmaster Institute. Ha ha ha. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Labrado, primarily tasked with guiding new citizens. Welcome to Yangshan City, and welcome under the great Emperor's celestial might." Citizens around them paused, curiously observing Ben Boba's family. What is so unusual about demons becoming citizens? Can't you see that even the spirits drifting over there possess spiritual essence? The little robot continued, "By the way, do you have a place to stay?" A luminous screen appeared in the robot's palm. "Choose one. What style do you prefer? Authentic ancient style? Modern sci-fi? Cyber cultivation? Or perhaps a primitive style? Oh, I assume you wouldn't want to live here, right? This is the commercial street. Not suitable for residents. How forgetful of me. Come, let me show you around. The little robot slapped its head and gestured invitingly. Rest assured, aside from a few items that require a contribution, everything else is entirely free. What would you like to eat or drink? The little robot led Ben Boba's family through the enchanting city, stopping before a sci-fi artifact shop. Come, come. New citizens can exchange a piece of equipment worth up to 1,000 contribution points for free, using their spiritual essence. What do you think of this one? Produced by the Imperial Academy of Sciences, it's the hellish bioweapon armor, offering a 50% enhancement to foundational cultivators. Additionally, there exists the ethereal formative foundation elixir, which is rather commendable. The Thousand Souls banner recently displayed its remarkable prowess in another realm, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. Chapter 88. Refining the world unbeknownst to him. More than a year has passed since the events in the world of Biohazard. Throughout this time, Qin Jue has remained vigilant, constantly on guard against the retribution of the Lord God. However, the anticipated assault has yet to materialize, and tranquility has returned. The Imperial Seal continues to feign a state of dormancy, just as before. On this particular day, within the confines of the Yu Palace, Qin Jue sits cross-legged, eyes closed. Over the course of the past year, all valuable resources from the biohazard world have been thoroughly extracted, rendering that world a mere shell of its former self. Qin Jue had even dispatched individuals to explore the cosmos within that realm. To his surprise, he discovered that the biohazard world also possesses a boundary, one that far exceeds the dimensions of his own cave abode. It encompasses nearly the entirety of the solar system, with the void extending beyond. This peculiar revelation mirrors that of the Tang Dynasty world, which is even less expansive than the biohazard realm, consisting of but a single planet. These dimensions are indeed extraordinary. As Qin Jue opens his eyes, he initially believed that such cosmic realms could be infinitely explored. However, upon further reflection, it seems logical otherwise. With so many reincarnation worlds under the Lord God's command, each being an unbounded universe, the implications would be quite daunting. After contemplating, Qin Jue resolved to refine the entirety of the biohazard world. Imperial Seal, commence the refinement of the biohazard dimension, he uttered. The moment these words escaped his lips, his consciousness was inexplicably drawn to the sky above the biohazard realm. Looking down, the entire solar system lay before him. It was a marvel of sensation. Qin Jue could not perceive his